Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast, big episode 100, volume
What?
3.
200?
Oh, shit. Holy.
Oh, wow. He's
Sorry.
going to retire.
Very amateurish on this big show. Okay, episode 200. I gotta retire. I'm just all messed up. Okay, well, I guess I'm just excited. What can I say? Because tonight we're finishing up the big show. This is going to be the top 50. The top 50 now. They're busting my balls. Okay, so let's welcome our special guest. We finally got them here. Not every single one. There's one cat that we still couldn't get on because it's too early, but we wanted to get our homies, the people that you guys are definitely familiar with because they've been on the show. Well, not all of them. This is actually cool. Someone's coming back. Someone's been a very, very long time, and someone's first time ever. But you know who they are. We talk about them probably more than anybody else. We record with them. They're great friends of ours. The people.
The Woodsboro brothers. Oh, sorry.
The who? What brothers?
The Woodsboro.
The Steiner brothers. The Steiner brothers are on.
Okay. And there he is. Okay, number one here. Since he's, ladies and gentlemen, finally from the YouTube lands and from 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, long overdue. He's usually at church this time of day and at this day of the week, so he can't make it. Mr. Parker, Dave Parker, welcome.
Usually have a hangover is the word.
Holy smoke. There's so much to unravel before we get to the other guests of that whole introduction, including the name. I think, did you call it Dave Parker? Like, did you just feel like all like Boston? Like he
Mr.
was wearing
Parker.
There was a lot of plot holes and all
I
that.
gave
with an
him
A.
the YouTube thing first. I said Mr. Parker, Dave Parker.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
See?
sorry.
What do you think I
I
am?
wasn't keeping up. The screaming
Dragging
toilet
my
himself
good
is
name
here.
to the religion thing.
Yeah.
Scott Derrickson's my favorite director, by the way. Love that guy.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
man.
Well, we're off to a smashing start as usual. Who else do we have, Dave?
Yeah, well, who else do we have? We got this guy we think might be in bed. We can't see him on the screen. Here's the thing about this guy. This is the longest stretch between shows for an appearance. And it's the last time he was here, I want to say was show number 22.
No, I was
No,
here
he
last
came
year, bro.
He came back last year.
Oops. Boy,
What the hell's happening?
what show was it last year, JP? I'm sorry.
It was like just a bullshit show.
Oh, okay.
I forget what we talked about, but
Sorry. It's JP, ladies and gentlemen.
listen, dude, if you guys wake me up this early, like I hear birds, like who wants to hear birds and like when they wake up? That's horrible.
Well, just get deaf and you won't hear birds at all. That's why I
Yeah.
never wake up to birds. I just can't hear.
It's
Dude,
a beautiful sound. It's a
I was
beautiful
like
sound.
literally
Jake.
just sitting here right before we got on, and I'm like, "What is that noise?" And I'm like, "Is that birds?" I was like,
that
"I'm not
Mother
used
Nature?
to this."
There's a whole world outside that door, JP. Maybe you should go explore it sometime.
I hate the morning.
I
I usually wake up at like noon or 1.
I love the morning.
Noon or 1? How old? Like that's like teenage talk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so.
exactly. I like to be young forever.
word. Stay that way.
We got the fucking Goonies over here.
Wait, JP, do you nap?
No.
Dave has a whole
What the heck is a
dissertation about
nap?
that.
I either
That doesn't
go to
even make any
sleep or I'm
sense.
up. I hate the term nap is so stupid.
I pass out.
Yeah, we like
I don't nap.
nizzle.
Yeah, we nizzle.
Oh,
Nap is stupid.
I'm going to just excuse myself for the rest of the show.
and there she is. She was just here recently, but this time it's a better, much better situation. This is the party. Last time was a party,
Yeah.
but poor
Sorry, Carly, for last time.
over there, and the two of us were over here acting like a couple of buffoons. And but this time it's a proper show, and it's a big show, and we're really happy to have her here from the Slumber Party Massacre podcast, the one and only, the great little sis Carly. Welcome.
Hello. Yeah, my least favorite part of that intro is when you said we're here tonight to do this, because I'm thinking like we're here at the ass crack of dawn doing this right now. Like I fucking had to
Birds.
wake up. And like yesterday I recorded Slumber Party Massacre at 9 a.m. too. So this whole month I've been thinking like this whole weekend's ruined. It's just ruined. I have to wake up in the morning both times. But I had fun yesterday, and I think I'm gonna have fun today. But the idea of waking up is the worst thing in like the world to me.
It's like working.
Dude, do not let her lie to you guys.
I know.
She wakes
like
up.
life.
She
I
does not
don't.
know how to sleep in. She's like, I'm gonna sleep in, and then I see her up at like 7 in the morning. I'm like, get out of here, bro. You don't know
But
what
I
sleeping
like to
in
li-
is.
But then I lay in bed for like 3-4 hours.
That's not sleeping in.
Yeah,
that's,
and
that's
it's like
stanking around.
Call me crazy. I like to be awake. I like life. I want to enjoy shit.
I do.
Yeah, I don't
too,
want to
but
waste my fucking time. I
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
6 hours of sleep every night. That's it.
Yeah, okay.
What?
I get 6 hours of sleep too, but it's just at a different time. I hate the morning.
But
It
don't
sucks.
you guys,
It's
like
it's
then halfway
miserable.
through the day you're probably all tired, fucking like falling asleep at work like 70-year-old men.
No.
Excuse me? I can't fall asleep at work. I lose a hand.
I literally
I'm like,
right, yeah, you can.
I'll come in looking like fucking Boris Karloff as the mummy if I fall asleep at work. I'll be dragging my fucking foot.
As long as you wedge a horror reference in there, we could talk like this all day. That's all. That's the secret of the
I
show.
wish we could. And I can't even talk about sleep and morning. I hate morning and I love sleep, so I'm with you, JP. You know, I hate waking up for morning and waking up for work every morning. I hate it. Even this morning, my alarm went off at 7:30. I was miserable. Every morning, my first thought is, you know
God,
that
this is
song
horrible.
by Tool. You know that song by Tool, Sober, and he says, "Why can't we sleep forever?" Literally, those
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
lyrics are in my fucking head every single morning when I wake up, and I'm not exaggerating. I think it every fucking morning. When an
That's
alarm
That's your alarm
work
clock, bro.
morning
It's set to the
shift.
radio.
I've worked
Isn't he
morning
alluding to
shifts-
death there?
I've worked morning shifts and
Forever sleep.
evening shifts, and morning is way harder to wake up.
Oh, dude.
And you get the same amount of sleep. It's just way harder. I don't know why. For me,
Agreed. Fuck morning. I'm with you. I'm a night owl, and that's it. And if death is like sleep, I have no problem with that. If when
I
we
just looked at
die,
Christian's face. He's like, let's go.
let's go.
You're gonna see
Number
that a lot today. And then I'll talk. I'll talk more than anybody. This is
Yeah,
what's
I'm a
happened.
hypocrite.
I'm like, oh, so
I
hurry
know.
up, and then I just keep going.
I'm only long-winded on the intro, and today on the outro because I got Parker-like stats at the end of the show. So I got all kinds of cool. I should have more.
Wait,
I should
Do
have
you
more.
have Parker like stats, or do you have
Did I
Parker
say-
like
No,
stats?
I said Parker.
just wanna,
No.
Okay.
Nope.
And
Don't
making
bust
sure.
my
I didn't know
balls.
if they're two different sets of stats or all the same.
No, Parker does stats. Parker does not. That's what I believe.
All
It's
right.
true. It's just the way it is. Yeah, it's true.
Before
Okay.
we begin, any upcoming movies that you show your cock in, Dave?
No, but
Then you
I
could
did
buy.
ask to do a, I did ask to do a role where I would have to be naked, and I was like, I don't know, send me the script.
Send me the script.
I don't
Such a
know.
thing. Send me the script.
Fucking De Niro over here. Well, I'll have my agent look at it.
Yeah, look at it.
Fucking whacked him. Fucking whacked him. Am I laughing or crying? I don't know. I can't tell. I'm a method actor.
Let's do it with your cock out now.
Oh, by the way, me and Dave Z are gonna remake Casino, but he's gonna be Pesci. I'm gonna be De Niro.
Yeah. Perfect. Nude.
Let's do it.
Nude casino. I'll film it.
I don't want to compete with Junior.
Yeah.
I can't be
In
naked.
Will this credit Junior as Don Rickles?
Yeah. That would be his balls because they're like all wrinkly and like toad-like.
Junior's like
Anyway.
There's gotta be one point where Dave beats his own balls because he beats the shit out of Don Rickles in that movie. He's like, you fucking.
Oh,
I
don't
love
start that now.
You know what I love more than anything is that JP's like, I woke up for this shit.
Yeah.
yeah.
He can't wait for the list. I know.
And that brings me so much joy. You don't realize how much joy that brings me.
Oh shit. It's all right. We'll get it going.
I can,
So
see, I
listen.
can see nude casino. I want to work on this.
For the people listening, a tiny little bit of background on the way we orchestrated this list. Okay, because this is the last show of it. So for the people listening, this is the top 200. Basically, what we did was we asked our friends and listeners and patrons to submit their top 100 list, which is quite a task. And they did. Everyone gave their personal top 100, whatever you want to call it, best favorites, whatever the hell. They're 100. Give me the list. So they submitted the list, and we totaled everything up. It was 100 for the top movie, and they're for the number one, and onward down. So the more points a movie gets, the higher it's going to place. So now we're all the way down to the 50. There are 50 movies left. These are the top 50. I compiled all the list, added them up. Now it's 200 movies. I will tell you this: at least 100 more were in triple digits, because I figured triple digits and higher were to be looked at. And then I would say at least another 100 more were obviously less than triple digits, and then probably another 100 more from the 44 lists were only on like one person's list. So they're obviously not going to place anywhere. Like someone's number 96 movie, one person. Oh yeah, I happen to love fucking Needful Things or something like that. It's not going to be talked about.
Yet the Burbs somehow fucking made it.
Well,
I gotta ask
yes,
each one of you: was the Birds on your list?
Yep.
The Birds or the Burbs?
The Bird
oh
was
my
on my
God.
list.
you said the Burbs.
The birds.
I said the Burbs with a B-U-R-B. Sorry, because Jason Lloyd did that to me last week too, and I guess I'm just saying it too quickly. The
Canadian thing.
Burbs.
Yeah,
I
I gave the Burbs 64 points.
Yeah, I love the Burbs. It would probably make my list. I didn't make a list.
Harley,
I've never seen it.
good. Cut the guys' mics, cut their video feed, and we're just gonna continue with Carly for the rest of the show. The only one with sense on the
The
panel.
Burbs is such a classic, bro. What
The thing
are you
is, though,
talking
like, comedy.
about?
Who's in
For a personal
Tom
list, I'll
Hanks.
include it, but maybe in a list like this, maybe it shouldn't have been on my list. I went back and forth
No.
on it.
Guys,
No,
I'm
no,
being
no.
a dick.
Because it's
I
not
am
but
being a
horror
seriously,
enough.
it's-
Is that the?
it's
It's
arguably
horror
not a
enough
horror
for
movie.
you.
It's
Yeah,
arguably
Yeah, no,
not a
I
horror.
agree.
but-
That's the one reason why if I was trying to be like strict horror, I would probably not include it because it
I
is
yeah.
way more like comedy. There's just a couple dark moments.
I'd include it in a horror list, but it is essentially a remake of Rear Window, kind of like Fright Night in a lot of ways. I
Everything
mean,
where
it's just
people
a
are
rear
looking out a
window,
window is.
or Disturbia, yeah, like
By
or
default.
Abominable. It's like, hey, I looked out the fucking window, I saw something stupid, and now I'm caught in this bullshit.
So you're saying if this was a 22 shots list, you wouldn't have fucking included it. But because
If it
it's
was a
horror-
summer series list, I would have not had the Burbs be placed.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
Because-
the summer series is more liberal than anything. with
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah, but the
allowing
thing
it.
Well,
is,
I don't think it
there's
should-
only
I
10.
I don't
with
think
that.
it should go fourth. I think it could be discussed, but like when you're comparing it to
I'm gonna
other
sit
actually
back
horror
and relax.
movies, like it shouldn't. Like Terminator, you could throw it on your 100, or you could throw it in your top 10 personal that year, but it shouldn't be on the fucking summer series
It
list.
shouldn't be the film that represents horror for
No.
that year. That's
Yeah.
where I have a
over
problem.
arguably the most popular Friday the 13th movie, because some people fucking have a hard on, like they're fucking elitists that don't want Friday the 13th on the fucking. Come on, guys, it's Friday the 13th. Even if you don't like
Right.
it, you can't argue it.
I'm with you.
Well,
Sore
okay.
subject. I know. No, but look at it's just.
that's
and I
how it
feel
got
like-
on the list.
But still. But ultimately, this is what I told everybody that asked me questions. Do you think this? And I would say whatever is horror for you and whatever you think should be on. I would tell everybody don't overthink it, because the reason I would say that is because you're going to get more. You're going to attract more flies with honey. Why be hard on it? Why be say, oh yeah, it's got to be this, it's got to be that? I'm like, hey, I'm happy enough that you're going to give us a list of 100. Just whatever's. You know what I mean? So
You're right.
so
I
just
mean the
do it.
dick. I had to call
I
it
know.
out because it showed up and we were like the Burbs.
It doesn't
Well,
mean
it
you
also
still
comes from
can't
Joe-
make fun of them afterwards, though. Once they do
And,
the
yeah, and
list.
I'll tear you guys apart all
Fuck
day.
yeah.
But Joe Dante also comes from a horror making background. So you also take it for the director's standpoint of him dabbling in that genre as well. And he always sort of had cross or subgenre sort of mix-ups or mashups.
But now I'll say this: these three have seen the list up to this point right now. They may have a bigger beef with something else that might be on there. What do you guys think of the list so far?
That's alright.
I thought it
It's
was
a good
really
list.
good. I
Yeah,
thought
no,
it was
I
a
thought it was
really
good.
good list. I was a little bit surprised to see as much like modern stuff, I guess.
Me too.
But
Yeah.
I shouldn't be surprised when I thought about it. I was like, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Like that's what everybody's talking about. It's it's most recency bias. I mean that, and not saying that the movies on there aren't good movies. It's just I think that when you construct a list like that, for me personally, the longer I'm with a film, the more attachment I'm going to have to it, obviously. So a film that came
100%.
out last year, I'm not going to have these years and years of attachment to it. So, and obviously 100 movies really isn't that many movies in the long run. So I'm going to have a ton of movies that I have a heavy attachment to that would outweigh the amount that I have to like the newer stuff.
Guys,
That's
I
what
have
we said
5
episode
movies
1. Yeah.
post
Sorry,
2000
Dave.
on my list. That's it. Sorry. No, my bad. 5 movies post 2000 on my top 100. That's it.
Wow.
He
That-
didn't
that's-
make a
well,
list, so he's irrelevant.
I don't like new movies. I like them
I
a
made a
lot, but
rough
I don't have
draft.
the connection, man. I grew up watching fucking the same movies 100 times.
Right.
Same.
Yeah.
And they
I'm with you.
definitely were a heavy influence on that top 100.
Yeah.
But 100's a lot of movies. I mean, it isn't. But when you're actually compiling your best stuff, you're gonna. I didn't go to like the old Universal. I like the Universal classics. There's nothing wrong with them. But I took it from when am I gonna pop on? If
Yeah.
I
I
had
had
like
one
what-
Universal classic. That's it.
yeah, and I didn't, and I even left off Nosferatu, which like scared the shit out of me. The silent film, just with the
Yeah.
imagery, scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Yet I kept it off because am I going to just pop that on?
Yeah, exactly.
And
I'm
not.
actually the same way as that with the modern movies, though. Like, I'm not just gonna pop on Hereditary. I'd rather watch.
Yeah,
Deadly
or
Spawn.
Tigers are not afraid.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
I would pop
Yeah,
on
that's the
I
one
like
hate.
Tigers Are Not Afraid,
Tigers
but
Are
you know
Not
what?
Afraid is
I'm
the-
never watching that again.
Yeah,
I
are you
love
gonna
it,
pop
but
that on for fun?
No.
Yeah, no,
No.
you're gonna watch fucking Ghoulies 2 is what you're gonna watch. Dave.
Ghoulies 2 made my list. It made my fucking
Salo.
list.
Well,
like something that like, it's
I
only
watched Salo once, and I'm like, I'm good on that, bro. I'm
Yeah.
good.
if you want to
If we had
fast,
another
watch
list-
Salo.
we can make top 200 most fun horror movies. That could be another thing. But this is what's weird with me. I'm in the middle somewhere. Like, check it. I always say I cannot put The Witch over Hellraiser yet. As much as I talk about The Witch, and I've been sitting with Hellraiser for years, it's just part of. I love it that much that I'm not ready to go that high. But on the flip side of the coin, a movie like From Beyond, which I watched like 50 times when I was young, did not make my list. But a movie like The House That Jack Built did. Just because I think The House That Jack Built's, but one's a 9.5, one's an 8.5.
If I did it by like ratings, my list would be like massively different.
Oh yeah. Favorites
Yeah.
first better. Here comes Dave Z trying to
Yeah, I
stab me.
know. He already talked about it in episode 1. You don't need to explain it again. We understand.
I'm not saying shit. I'm not. I don't know.
I'm one of
Hey,
the assholes that had Halloween 5 on my list. I think Dave Z was like, some of these people got Halloween 5 on their list when he was like going through the numbers, and I was like, oh.
no,
That's
did I
when you
say
know
that
you
on
start
the
getting
show?
delusional.
Yeah, I think he did. I'm pretty sure because I was like,
shit.
that's me.
Oh, it
Oh,
wasn't just
Spookies
you.
didn't make my list, you motherfucker. Spookies isn't even my top 500, okay? I just like it. It's a piece of shit that I like, okay? It's terrible. It
That's
doesn't make
okay.
any
We all have those, but we're gonna make fun of it.
Spookies didn't make a list. Maybe I should call them out. Someone
Oh,
did.
you
Someone
gotta
did.
call
That might be the one call out I would have. Is who
Marco.
put
Is
Spookies?
it Marco from fucking
I don't know.
Finland?
Spookies.
I love
Who the
that
hell
guy.
put Spookies on their list? You know, yeah, I don't know. I'm telling you, somebody put it on their list. I
Did
just
they
can't
really?
find it.
Well,
It's
we'll do
my
that
top
insane.
300, I bet.
as a
Maybe I-
cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Top how
it'll have
much?
to be-
500.
300 probably. 300.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, some movies did not.
300 is a lot.
close.
Yeah.
And like so would Neon Maniacs, because that's another piece of shit that I love that's not good.
Yeah,
It's so
I've seen that
weird.
one. Yeah.
It's so hard to make that. It really is. I went with rating, but then if I got like towards the end, I had a bunch of 9s. You know, there's
Yeah.
like at least 50 movies that I have at a 9 out of 10 that did not make the list, and that's when it became preference. I was like, okay, this is a 9 and this is also 9. I don't know if what I said to myself. I don't know if I said, do I think this is better or do I like it better? I don't know. I never stopped to think. To me, it's all the same, and that's all. I can't differentiate. I wish I could, but then again, maybe I'm glad I don't. I just look and I'm like, okay, which one should make the list, and that's it. I just think I say which one do I like better, and that's the answer. But usually, what I like better, I think is better. That's where I
Yeah,
can't.
that's the rare thing with you where
Yeah.
I don't think that applies to like me and Dave and Carly at all, really.
That's fair.
is- Sometimes, like a lot of times, I
2
like
seconds.
the movie that I think is less good better than the movie that is like the better movie. Like I like Hereditary was a great movie. I always use this one as an example because I never want to watch it ever. Like
Really?
I don't
Wow.
like
Oh,
it's
wow.
just something that like it was powerful the first time I seen it, and then I watched it again and it was like not as powerful. Obviously you see it where you know where it's going and stuff like that. There's no surprises, maybe a few, but and then you know I would just rather watch other things even though I give that you know a near perfect rating. But on the other hand, something like The Witch, that movie connected with me on a level where I can rewatch it. I've watched that movie like 7 times, which is a lot for a modern movie for me. You know what I mean? So, I feel like The Witch is like more digestible and like fun as well, whereas Hereditary is like misery.
Yeah.
So weird. I think they're both kind of like there. And is that a whole? Is that a
What
pizza
are you
or a
eating?
crepe?
Is that like what is that in the bowl?
What?
What's in the bowl?
This
baby?
is a whole, like, the egg whites they sell at Costco. So I made a whole little container, like 250 calories, 50 grams of protein. I put feta cheese in there for flavor, and then I made a cheese pizza with turkey pepperoni.
As a snack,
I'm-
the pizza's just a snack.
Yeah.
I'm then I'll probably get something later.
Just to wipe the bowl out.
I mean, it's just egg
Awesome.
whites.
Yeah.
They're good for you.
I
I
love egg
love
whites.
egg
Yeah, I have
whites.
egg whites. Yeah. I had egg whites this morning.
Hey,
Got to
that's
cut
our
out the
nutrition
cholesterol
minute.
portion. The heavy cholesterol portions in the yolk, Dave.
Well, I just
Don't know if
eat
you knew.
light food so I can eat triple.
You eat triple when you don't eat light food, bro.
He eats like
I've
47
ate with you
wings
before.
in 4 minutes.
Big dog got to eat, man.
I know.
Out of curiosity, what's number 50?
Mhm. I was deliberately waiting for Dave to get the food before I announced number 50. We
I
had
know,
just enough time to
Thank you.
BS. Yeah, I know what I'm doing here. I'm a master of ceremonies. Believe me.
Good segue there, Christian.
And the intro sums it all up, Dave.
Well, it was all planned. I'm an actor. You see, it's all planned.
It's all part of the show.
It's all part of the show, folks. That's right. Okay, so let's get to 50. Okay, here we go. Strap yourselves in. We begin the top 50 horror movies of all time, as voted on by many important people, including 4 here. So this is the first, though. This is the first time the first show, one person, I'm sorry, 2 people gave a list out of the 3. So this has happened again. Last show, nobody gave a list. So don't feel bad, JP. At least you tried.
Disgusting.
Why'd you get all these posers on the show?
I know.
To be fair,
Getting
I've done a
controversial.
top 50 list before, so I have a top 50.
Oh, well, there you go.
We
Well,
wanted a top 100. You only had to do 50 more movies.
I know, but even my top 50, I was like, nah, that ain't right anymore. Like it was massively different.
well, it's like
I
Moon
hear you.
says, lists are for dummies.
Yeah.
And as
And
much as
they're
I
fluid. They change.
Right. That's just it. Next week I may make another top 100. The slasher list would be 100% different. You know. So anyway, okay, let's go on here. Number 50. Here we go. Here we go. I'm already saying that. I gotta stop saying "here we go." That's so terrible. I said it about 100 times last show.
I know. I started the
25
show with it.
Yeah.
It's great.
Don't let me say it
The
anymore.
last episode.
Okay, here we go with 1,036 points. Holy shit! I said it again. Okay, I'm just gonna say The Lost Boys. There you have it.
Yeah.
Yes, The Lost Boys.
Okay.
Yeah, a classic, an absolute classic that I watched recently before this started. Before I made my list, because I'm like, man, I haven't watched The Lost Boys. I haven't broken the seal on this movie. I've had it here for 3 years and I haven't watched it. I'm gonna watch The Lost Boys and see if it's gonna make my list. Well, it didn't, but I still think it's great.
Oh, wow. It didn't make your list. It did make my list. And I just watched it in 4K, too. It's a pretty good mainstream 4K transfer for the most part. I just can't figure out where it is on my list. I can't see it.
I gave it 54 points. It made my list. I grew up with that movie. Love it. It's the Goonies with vampires. I like the Goonies. Kids in peril shit. It's fun. It's got a lot of quotes. It's very approachable for everybody too. That's a good plus.
Yeah. It was 79 on mine, 9 out of 10. It's just been tons of fun. Death by Stereo. Some
Garlic don't work, little buddy. Try holy water. It's got so many good one-liners, dude. It's 80s trash fun, man. It's just a fun movie, man. People that hate that are just like they saw it when they were like 30 and were like, I don't get it. Like that happens.
It
Yeah,
does.
we went and seen it in the theater this year too, and that movie holds up really well for me.
Yeah, we saw it for,
Great
well, I
taste.
saw it
Near
for the
dark.
first time at the drive-in. When we went to that drive-in for the first time, and it was the first movie that played, and then it started pouring. So that was like the only movie I paid attention to, really, out of all those movies. But yeah, I like it. I didn't grow up with it, but it grew on me over the years. I love the grandpa and the stupid mom, or would sell it for me, because they
Yeah.
remind me of my parent,
Well,
my mom.
Diane Weiss, I think I got her name right. She just adds a class to every role she takes. She's just so natural. You just like her, and that's again, you like all the characters, even the brother dynamic and whatever they play with that well. There, you care about them. The introduction of that horn with the kukukaracha. and then how that comes into play where it kicks in with like, for orchestra at the end for the final like moment. It's just so great.
And the
It's what
final
movies are-
line too.
The what?
Yeah.
That's exactly
One
what
thing I could never stomach about Santa Carla: too many goddamn vampires, and also fucking Herman Munster, man. It's a classic.
For me, even as a kid, and now it's almost like Stephen King in The Shining. Pardon me, it's not Stephen King. Like Jack Nicholson in The Shining. For me, Kiefer Sutherland in The Lost Boys is one of my favorite villains. He always stole the picture for me. I always thought he was the greatest part of the whole thing. He was fucking just badass. I've always loved him.
Yeah, and they make it similar to how The Craft is. Like, I want to hang out with them. Like, I want to hang out with the Kiefer Sutherland and his boys, just like in The Craft. How I want to hang out with those girls.
It's sleep all day.
Right.
And also, he made the joke that he's 12. Of course, he wants to hang out with the guys in leather jackets and dusters and shit. Live in a cave.
I'm down.
This is
I'd be
cool.
a vamp. That'd be great. And then there's that girl there. I forget her name, but she's awesome.
Star.
Star. Who could forget Star? Yeah, man.
You just
It's
forgot.
great. Me. Yeah.
Forgot it, yeah. Oh, can forget stars. Like, you just asked me your name. You forgot it.
That's just it. Who could? Me. I'm the only asshole that could. Star. What the hell's the matter with me?
And a killer soundtrack too. Like this is when they used to, back in the day when you went and you bought the soundtrack to the movie you just saw. And again, that was love or hated too, because it became I remember this being coined the MTV horror movie or the MTV vampire movie, which is actually not too far from the truth, but does that make it bad? No. It's fun. And you still had other, like you had Near Dark. You brought up Near Dark, Dave. You had those movies as well. It was just a great time. Like there's these vampire films that just stood out in the 80s. And this is no question of them.
Very strong year. I mean, Hellraiser, Lost Boys, Near Dark, Evil Dead 2, Nightmare on Elm Street 3. It's a very competitive year. Stage Fright. It's just ridiculously. It's just too much it's hard to pick a 10. There's like 20 great movies. So.
Yeah,
definitely.
That's why I picked my official year. If you're not allowed to skip years and whatever, because everybody likes to cheat, the decade of decadence was like 78 to 87. Because everybody puts that 88 in there, but then that's just 11 years, motherfucker. You gotta
You're right.
Down.
That's a great year.
That's the decade. Now I still don't get my Carrie in there, Texas Chainsaw, Exorcist. Like there's a lot of movies outside of that, of course, on both sides. But just if you take the cream of the crop from that decade, it's just awesome.
I've always liked 65 to 95, like the 30 years of horror, like there, whatever you say. Like everything I love, almost all my top 100s in that. So
yeah, that's a good point.
That's a good era.
Well, we're gonna have stats. We're going to have stats at the end of this that are going to be quite surprising as to the top 200 in decades and everything else and how it worked out. And it's honestly, like I said, it's a Dave Z list. I keep saying it, but it's true. It really is. It really figures into my tastes overall, and I'm pretty happy about it. But anyway,
you fudge the numbers, dog?
I promise no. I promise.
The Dave Z list because he just created it himself.
Yeah.
Number one is Suspiria. Number two is Shining.
Yeah, number one, Suspiria, right?
Number two, Shining. Number three, Friday the 13th. And then they're just repeats. That's the whole list.
Okay. Number 49 with 1,068 points, Phantasm.
Good.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
We knew it had to be on here. I hope part 2 comes on too.
That's
Stay tuned.
I really do.
First one's
That's probably like a top 20 for me.
The first Phantasm?
Yeah. Yeah,
I had 66. 66. When you make your list, since I thought you did, and you said you made it, you have a top 50. Check if it's on that top 50.
Yeah, no, it was on that top 50. I'm trying to find that damn top 50, but I think that it was like top 20-ish. You know what I mean?
Such a great, I just like the story behind it too, like how it was created, what they got away with, and the fact that it does play out like a dream or a nightmare. And I think, were they going for that at the end of that and taking the sequels out of it? Wasn't it at the end like just about grief? Wasn't that the whole kind of, that's what it summed up before they sequelized it and made everything quote unquote real.
I mean, it's a
Wow.
great movie. It didn't make my list, unfortunately. I don't know why, just crunching the numbers, but it was way ahead of its time too. That American Nightmare Logic. There's some movies that had it, like Messiah of Evil, but Phantasm was different. It felt like an Italian movie.
My number
Definitely.
7. I watched this movie and Suspiria
Wow.
back to
Your
back
number
when I
7?
was 13. Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow.
Well, that's the impressionable age. We go, well, maybe because I'm going by my own personal experience too. 12 and
Still.
13. Because
Yeah.
before that, it was just images of pure terror, like Nosferatu, seeing the pictures, catching Friday the 13th, the segment on TV scared the hell out of me. But that 12 and 13 is where I'm like, I kind of want to see what's out there.
I mean, the tall man is scary. I thought he was super creepy. Doing that at
And
that
sexist
age.
too, because he never goes, girl. It's always boy.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the tall man getting in trouble nowadays? He's like, boys, like,
Yeah.
did you?
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't understand. I don't know what's going on. I'm old.
Gender neutral.
That's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
You can't remake it today. That's the reason.
Oh. Well, it's my number 59. So I checked this out. It's just outside my top 50. But you know what? Those freaking, the
Spheres.
balls are fucking amazing. The spheres, incredible. What a! The first time I saw that thing, and it kills that first guy in the funeral parlor, and zip, and the freaking blood comes squirting out. I wish I could have saw that, at the theater in '79. Oh, dude, what an amazing idea for a freaking a weapon to kill people with. Like, wow, man. I see your big ball.
Yeah.
I
I
saw
always bring
this
it out.
on the big screen
Just
too.
edit.
On the big screen, you said?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
guys went to see a lot of these old classics on.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
every
we've
movie
seen like
we've seen here.
178 retro movies.
Awesome.
Since
This
we've
was
known
probably
each
the
other.
best one of the best ones.
Yeah,
to
that's
see in the
honestly
theater.
like top like 3 favorite experiences. Seeing that movie on the big screen. I've seen it twice on the big screen, but it is
It was like a
truly
19
amazing.
Yeah, and it was like a 1920s style theater place that we went to that is no longer run by the same people, unfortunately. But yeah, so it was cool.
A 1920s Sallow theater? What?
No, it was
they-
built in
No,
the
style.
Salo.
Yeah,
Well, it was
here's your
from the
Polish shit.
1920s. It's not even the style.
Yeah,
it's
chocolate pudding only.
Just go on. What's
Yeah.
number 48?
I know he keeps talking about Salo. I don't know.
In fact, they just have a strainer on the toilet, so when you take a shit, they save it, and then it just goes right into the concession stand. It's like
Recycling.
Soft serve.
they're making you buy your own snacks. That's how they get you. They get you twice.
Oh man.
I love it goes, just get the 48. Fuck that shit.
I'm done.
All right,
Fuck
let's get
this
the
shit
48.
literally.
Already.
Amazing. Okay. 1,072 points. Number 48. Let the right one in. Yes. Love
Nice.
it.
Actually,
Yeah.
that is a tight. What year did that come out?
2008.
8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
8.
that is probably that made my top 50, my original top 50 I did on 22 shots.
Oh well, there you go, man. See,
Yeah.
that's one that's newer. I
It's
know.
a great movie. Not on my list though, but I can't deny it's a great movie. Again, 9 out of 10. That just didn't make the final cut.
Wow,
It made my
no
list.
shit. It did. What's
Nice.
yours?
I gave
Dave?
it
What number?
16 points. It was towards the bottom. It's just because I'm not as familiar with it, but it's undeniably probably the best movie that came out in like that 10-year span. One of them.
Yeah. I
It's one
agree.
of my 10s. It's one of my 10 out of 10. It's 31 for me. So I'm way up. way up
And
on it. Love it.
When we covered one or both of them on the show, I actually said that I thought Let Me In, which is still a great remake. I
Mhm.
actually said I might have preferred it, but when my wife and I went back to watch them, I said no, the original gets the nod. But Let Me In,
Oh, yeah.
it's not. It's good. It's not without
Yeah.
its pluses.
The same movie. I mean,
Right. Carly, did it make your list?
I don't believe it did, but I
Okay.
like it. I give it like a 9 out of 10 as
Nice.
well. It just
Did
Yeah.
Solo make your list?
Stop it.
no, I never seen Solo,
Me neither. And I'm not
nor do
going
I
to see
want to.
it. Right. I'm with you. I have no interest in it. The only way I'll
Why
watch
would
it is
I?
for a right. For a podcast, maybe. Then I would do it. You know,
I'll
but that'd
rewatch
be
it
the-
if we get 76. Isn't it 76 or 75?
Well,
Well,
in
we
that case,
already did
it would have to be done. Oh, okay. Has that year been done already?
76. Didn't you guys already do?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very.
Yeah,
we did
so I-
76. But it's 75 when I looked up but I looked it up really quickly.
Oh, perfect.
75.
I hope I don't have to see it. I own it though. It is here in my house. I just never bothered with it. It's just
Here in
shrink
my
wrapped.
house.
It's here. I just.
Yeah, you keep it in the bathroom.
Yes, I do. Instead of mud flaps, I'm using that. Things
Perfect.
get tight. I shouldn't have brought up mud flaps. Moving on.
No.
I'm not going to say. I'm a GP here. It'll be a 10-minute discussion. Okay, Let the Right One In is amazing. I think I could go on and on about it. The acting, everything going on, the way it's shot, the story, the stuff that goes on at the end is just some of my favorite stuff ever. With the pool and all that stuff, and to see the freaking bullies get their comeuppance and just everything. It's incredible. I don't know if we did a review on it or not on Watsy, but if maybe we did, I can't remember, or we're about to. Either way, there's a lot that can be said about that movie. I'm glad it's here. Okay. Here we go. Ah, damn it.
Awesome. Perfect.
Stop it. Well, because I surprised myself. This is it. Just so these guys know. I don't know what's on the list. I've seen it, but it's been like a couple of months that I finalized it. And I said, I'm just going to set it down and I'm going to scroll and experience it with everybody else. I don't know what the hell is coming next. So I surprised myself. So that's what it is. So 1,076 points. Number 47 is Fright Night. We were just talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2011, correct?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All these vampire moves.
I know.
Wow.
I see. I wanted to do a count, and that's the one stat that I messed up in. And I thought about it last night. I was in bed. I'm like, son of a bitch. I didn't do it because I was talking last show that I was going to see how many werewolf movies there were, how many vampires, etc. Because we are counting found footage and slashers. It just kind of happened organically in Stephen King movies. So I do have that list, which we'll have at the end. But a lot of
used to be in my
vampires.
top 10. This was all like one of the movies that was in my top 10. It ended up being number 43 on my list, but still a 10 out of 10.
I like
I've
it.
always loved this movie. I used to love this movie. Like, this was my favorite vampire movie, then Near Dark, then Lost Boys. That's kind of how it went for the 80s vamp, and then Vamp, I guess.
Vamp.
Vamp? What about Let the Right One In?
No, I'm talking about for 80s vampires.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I have
All right.
Fright Night at 61, and I had The Lost Boys at 62.
Ah, there you go.
I didn't have it on my list, but I'm going to take shit for this. My number 100, gave it 1 point, was Fright Night 2.
Hey, I actually
I've
don't
never
mind that
seen that.
sequel. That sequel's
I
hard
love
to
it.
come by, too.
I love the original too, but I mean, just the second one spoke to me because the characters are so ridiculous. The villains are more fun for me.
The guy that eats
It has a
bugs.
cult following, actually.
Yeah.
Fright Night 2. I've heard people say they prefer it. Not just you. I've heard here and there.
I don't think it's a
You-
better
you know,
movie though. I just like it better.
You just enjoy it, yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
Is that a name-only sequel, or is it following?
Oh,
No,
it
it's got the
follows.
same characters. Got the
Oh.
same characters, like the main characters. And Tracy Lynn is the girlfriend interest in this one, and it's good because they work in Dracula, like she's reading Dracula and Frankenstein because of his obsession with horror. I'm assuming it's Dracula because of Fright Night, but I'm going by memory.
And the
Yeah.
villains, you got are
Yeah.
great. You got Julie Carmen, and she's really sexy in it. And you got Brian Thompson as
Yeah.
like the bad. And then you got John Grease. They're all really fun, and they're hamming it up.
I gotta check it. I've only
I
seen
shall
this
watch
one twice, I think.
It probably jumps the shark for Dave Z though.
Fright Night.
Oh,
We've only
does
seen
it?
Twice.
Well, I didn't see Fright
No,
Night.
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe not.
It's the
then.
same movie.
Oh, that's not jumping the shark as long as they don't crank it to 11. From
Fright
everything
Night
they
2
did in the
Lost
one
in
book.
New York.
Well, let's start that. I'm just maybe next year I'll watch Home Alone 1 and 2, one right after the other, and maybe I'll end up being okay. Maybe it's not as exaggerated as I thought in the second
If
one.
you feel this strongly about it, it's not worth it, Dave. It's okay.
I want to know.
No,
like
maybe-
a Chinese kids movie.
Maybe if you do watch the first one and the second one, you'll love them both, or you'll end up hating them both. You might end up hating the first one if you. I don't know.
Maybe you'll
think
fall in love with the pigeon lady.
I've never hated the first one. I can't think it now that I would hate it. So I don't know. I've pretty much
know.
had
They're the same movie. And
I've had the same sense of humor all my life. Like everything that I found funny as a kid, I still find funny now. And like my taste, everything I liked when I was a kid, I still like now. All I've done as I've gotten older is add to what I like. So it's not like I've always felt this way about, like, I didn't like goofy shit when I was a kid either, but that was too goofy in a horror movie. You know what I mean? Sometimes. So it isn't like I've gotten older and changed. So I don't know. We'll see. But Fright Night, I watched it for the first time, I don't know, maybe 7 years ago. Because I've told the story before. I thought it would be a goofy movie because of the title. So we never rented it in the 80s. And apparently,
drives me crazy.
you don't get it? It just sounded like a kiddie movie. Fright Night. I don't know.
Dude, I owned it on VHS and skipped it because I hated the title too. I thought
always-
it was gonna be like, I don't know, it just didn't.
See?
I don't know. I never watched it when I was growing up, and I still don't think it's like that amazing.
I always like the cover, but then
It's a
I
cool
would look,
cover.
like I would see the cover at the like Hollywood Video, and I'd be like, oh, this looks cool, and then I'd turn it around and see it was a vampire movie, and then I wouldn't be interested. Like, to me, that I don't know.
I've always loved the
Oh.
movie. I grew up with it. I mean, great special effects by Steve Johnson. It was one of the kind of innovators of special effects in the 80s, to be honest. I mean, Steve Johnson worked on Ghostbusters before that and then went right into Fright Night. And, you know, I mean, I think it's a lot of fun. I think one of the only other movies kind of like that in the vein is kind of like House, too. House had the kind of weird, kind of zany special effects and feeling of it. But, I mean, I love all those movies. It's just, there's only 100 spots, man. And Fright Night's probably in my top 150. It just couldn't make it.
Yeah.
By the
well,
way, I did finally find my top 50 list, so I could tell you guys where stuff landed now.
Sweet. There you go.
Phantasm was number 8, by the way.
Wow. Dude, that's awesome. Damn. You know, it's nice to hear love for Phantasm, because on Summer Series, it got no love, and I was kind of upset about it.
Dude, I put
Yeah.
Phantasm 4 through. Like, I was trying to put Phantasm 4 through on 98, bro.
I like 4. In 98, it's quite possible. It's not
I know,
Another
but-
reason to say fuck.
Yeah,
I
it.
was the
98
only
Fuck
one
that
that
series.
liked it.
Well, the problem with 79 in general is they put Tourist Trap through, and Tourist Trap is not as good as The Brood. It's not as good as Zombie. It's not as good as Alien, and it's not as good as hell. It's not even as important as Amityville Horror, so it really shouldn't have made it. It's kind of insulting.
I'm with you.
I'm 100%
And
with that.
there should have been 3. There's already 5 great movies, and Tourist Trap, as much as I like it, it's not one of them.
No, it's a fun movie. It's a good movie.
It's great, but it's not elite. It's not elite.
It's
a
not
hit.
even important. You could wipe it from existence and it wouldn't change anything.
It would change
I don't know
Full
about-
Moon's history big time.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
Man, I don't know. I
agreed
don't.
with everything
Is that
Dave
like a
said
bad thing?
Well,
Where would all the mentally handicapped people? What would they do? They'd be sitting in their parents' basement with no movies to watch. They'd be watching trauma movies.
Don't say that word. I got in trouble the other day online for saying handicapped. I didn't know you can't say that anymore, because I said something
That's
about.
literally like that's a technical term for.
You know why it
what do you
came
call,
up?
What do you call that parking spot then? Hey, look at that. Oh,
I guess
fuck,
you're
that
supposed to say
spot there.
that.
Special needs?
Well,
Yeah.
check it.
An
That are
inaccessible
disabled.
spot? I don't.
And you know when I
Oh.
said it, it was because they were talking about the AMC debate, and I was
This
talking
is a-
about. I go, and this is
Fuck
what I
the
said.
world
online.
we live in.
When I go to the, I agree. When I
I'm
go to the
sleeping all day.
movies, when I go
Party
to
all
the
night.
show, I like to sit behind the handicap spots because usually they're unoccupied, and then nobody's in my. I
Okay,
can
look
see
at their
above.
asses.
I like
So
to
they
sit
stand
in
up.
the handicap spots.
Well, I won't do that,
No,
but I'll
just-
sit on the seats behind them.
They're usually open spots so you can put the chair into. No. So you're
Well,
just
I
sitting
put
on the
my-
floor,
Yeah,
JP.
yeah. Me and Carly sit like by one of those
We
in
sit
the
next to-
Dolby.
Yeah.
Because nobody's ever in it. The
That's
same
just
reason
it.
as Dave. Yeah.
Right. Nobody's there. I could see above them. And if nobody does show up, I could take my coat and whatever else I have and put it in the seat. And that's now it's not in my space. So it works out for me. So I mentioned that online about I go, it's not going to affect me because I sit here. And someone said, oh, you're really gonna call them handicap seats or something? And I was like,
But they
Isn't
are.
that what they're
Yeah,
called?
I am.
I guess
Well,
I don't know.
Sorry.
It's all
invalid seats.
That's even worse.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
supposed to be
I know.
mentally handicapable? I don't know. I know.
I guess
why
disabled.
try to hurt people's
You
feelings,
can't
but
win nowadays.
Yeah, but then disabled will eventually become like a
It's-
no-no.
it is.
We're
You know
all
what I mean?
perfect and normal.
I'm gonna
Even that guy over there with no
Sit
arms
down.
and legs.
I will use it, but if I don't have a proper term, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm
I'm not trying to be.
Yeah,
Right.
don't
It's
be acting
isn't
like I'm an
doesn't
asshole.
intent matter? That isn't that
Right.
the intent should matter more than anything.
Agreed.
Yeah, like
But
if you
people
say
don't know.
fuck those handicapped spots. Yeah, fuck. You're like, hey, I don't want to park in the handicap zone. What? That's two different scenarios there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You should
man.
hear my racist rant too, because I could say it with a smile on my face, and it's all fine then.
Yeah, you're right. As long as there's a wink. See, that's what I do. I'm like, I raped your mom.
What?
I didn't really, but I thought about it strongly.
Oh man, awesome. First time
Look at
listener.
Curly's face. She's like, "What's 40 or 6, 7, whatever?"
Yeah,
Where are we?
what's 46?
Are we still on 48?
We gotta
No,
hurry
no,
up. I'm gonna shut
46.
up. I'm gonna stop talking. I'm done.
doing
I'm done talking.
fine.
Welcome to the show. This is what we were doing.
We're doing just fine. We're at number 46 with 1,106 points. Martyrs. There you go.
Oh, now
That
that's a
would
tough.
never, ever
Martyrs.
make it.
Really?
Come
I
on.
mean, it's a great move. It's just like I'm not
Not your cup?
sitting down
I
and
was gonna say
like,
that's.
kicking back and watching.
Well, that's it's a more disturbing film. My number 22, but yeah, that one hit me hard, and yeah, I agree kind of what JP was saying. I don't necessarily know if I'm gonna just pop that on for some late entertainment, but holy shit, the weight of that film, and I love it so.
It's my number 44. So there you have it. Great
Yeah,
stuff.
It didn't make it. I don't think it would make my list, but it's more along the lines of like, it's just an icky movie. You know what I mean? Even though I love the opening where they just blast kids with shotguns, like that.
Yeah.
That is stuff that makes me feel good. The torture stuff at the end though, like that's just you know. But yeah, no, I mean it's a great movie, and that's the cool thing about this list so far is like I think there was maybe like 2 movies on the entire list that I like just thought were like annoying or didn't really care for. So yeah, it's at least it's like all great movies for the most part so far.
It's a top 100 movie for sure. It's not on my list. I watched it once. I never forgot a single frame of it. It's one of the only movies that ever scared me as an adult and made me feel sick. It made me feel uncomfortable. Hands down, the best French extreme movie. When people are like, I like High Tension or Inside, it's like those movies are dog shit compared to Martyrs. Like
I
they're
like them
sloppy.
both.
They don't make
more
any
than
sense.
Martyrs.
And yeah, I mean, Martyrs.
Wow.
Those movies suck compared to Martyrs to me.
No way. dude.
Inside,
I like all
Inside,
3, but Martyrs
totally.
is yeah.
Yeah, I do too. I think they're all good movies. Frontiers I think is a bad movie, but I think the other 3 are all good.
I liked Frontiers.
So I like
Frontiers
I like them all.
trash.
I'm a sucker for them all, but
I like them all.
Listen,
Wow.
Yeah.
but
yeah,
Martyrs,
but
Martyrs is
the
a different
queen.
level. Yeah.
Martyrs is like a 10 out of 10, but I would never.
Yes.
My list is mainly based off of things I would rewatch and enjoy and not want to kill myself after. So
Me
it's
too.
like,
I watched Martyrs once. I told you once, and I
Yeah.
never forgot a thing. That's powerful. If you don't forget a thing from it,
Yeah.
and I was just like, I don't know if I need to watch this again. If I watch it, I'm going to be showing somebody a first time just to watch their face as the horror on.
I would
freaked
never
out.
watch that with anybody either. To be honest, I'd be
I
uncomfortable.
watched it in my bedroom in the dark, and like when that lady revealed from underneath the cellar, and you realize she was right. I was like, I like sat up in my bed and looked around, like waiting for something to pop out of my room. I was like, what's going on? Why is this happening? I was fucking scared.
I agree, and it's a horrible movie. It's a difficult movie to masturbate to because it's just not enough. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what
When
scene.
they pull the
Yeah,
screws out of that
Depends on what
girl,
you're
when that
into.
one girl's head plate, maybe that part.
Ooh.
I just would have. You feel like you should just shoot her. Like, I'm just gonna take you out of your misery because you ain't never gonna be right. Like, I would want
I
somebody
know.
to kill me.
I don't want to be right. You don't. If I'm in that situation, you don't shoot me. Damn it.
I'll just let you.
future
I'll leave
reference.
you. I'll leave your ass.
Fuck.
I'll come by and shoot him for you guys.
I'll drop you in a handicap spot and drive away.
Yeah.
No one's gonna
Yeah, you
question
would.
it then. Look at this guy. He deserves to be here.
He's just going to
You-
Walmart. But the problem is everybody that goes to Walmart is already handicapped. So what are you gonna do? The whole
Oh.
parking
Oh,
lot's
that-
handicap spots.
I know more than don't. It is crazy how many there are there, but yeah. It's
I
it's
am
out of
going to
control.
hell. I'm out of here.
I
Let
parked
me
in
know
on
if
the
it's
non-handicapped
yet. It should be
parking
due
spot.
soon.
I'm in the next lot.
I'm over at Target over here.
Yeah. It's a hell of a walk. Is there a
Well,
I
I'll
walked
say-
3.5 miles to get away from handicap spots at Walmart.
For me,
And we're
Martyrs.
canceled.
The best part of Martyrs, one of the best parts is when she keeps seeing that thing coming at her in like the first like half of the movie, and the way it looks like freaking like skinless Frank or Julia
CGI.
from Hellraiser or something. It's CGI. That thing is that bloody freaking exposed thing.
I don't think that's what JP said.
No, that is what I said, but I think I'm
Oh.
thinking of something different.
Okay. No, I'm talking about that thing coming at him, and it's the it's just like the tendons and with the blood over it, like a Hellraiser type thing. It's freaking. I always thought that was like the coolest freaking looking thing, man. And I really want to show this movie to Frankie. I just have been waiting because she'll love it. And I know some people are like, oh yeah, she's 16. I'm telling you, she's like me. She loves gore first. Like I was watching Maniac yesterday, and I just call her in the room just for the gore scenes. I'm like, come here. And she appreciates that shit. She loves that stuff. She loves gore. I did at that age too. She appreciates practical. You know what I mean? So
different level gore. Like there's gore that I appreciated at a young age. No, but I mean, I like the in, out, and done. And Martyrs is like, we're gonna just linger on this a little bit longer.
Yeah, of course.
And it was
there's no fun to be had in Martyrs. Like Maniac's kind of fun.
Sometimes.
Martyrs is just like
well, I guess it's all relative because back in the day, Maniac, I think Maniac got panned for the exact same reasons of the gore being very realistic and kind of ugly to look at.
Well, it's a serious movie.
Yeah.
And so is Martyrs. But you can laugh a little bit at some of the stuff that happens in Maniac. I know what JP's saying. There's a little bit of unintentional humor, and some of the things that Frank does can be perceived as a little funny.
It's the whole torture aspect, right? Like in Maniac, when you don't know who Tom Savini is, you haven't spent time with him, you just see his head get blown off. So there's a disconnect.
It's like one and done.
So, and it looks cool.
Yeah.
But in Martyrs, like
Spinell makes the movie. Spinell is such a good character actor that just like he's so unique, and there's suspense scenes in Maniac. Like there's setups like kills where the train. There's a lot of suspense, like in any other slasher, even Alfred Hitchcock scenes. It's well made. Like you could sit there and be like, oh shit, that would be terrifying. And like Martyrs is just like fucking depressing and disturbing all at once.
Yeah, and there's torture aspects, which always is going to be more like emotionally like unfun and just miserable than.
And usually I hate that, but I guess it's just done here.
I
with
love
some sort of level of art. You do like it? See, I always sort of gravitated away from it. Well, I mean, I thought you meant from a cinematic standpoint, because usually there's no cinema involved with that. Whereas I think this one still has a little bit of a good, well, not a little bit. I think they've got a good eye, and they crafted a really well-made film from like just from a pacing structure and like how you're introduced to it. Like you said, you have this just different levels. You think you're just in this easy sort of suburban home, or I know it's a country home, but like a normal family, and then you realize no, it's not. And there's all these different layers, and it gets even more disturbing and more crazy as we move along and get deeper into the story. But
yeah, I love feeling like shit with movies when I watch them, but I only like it once. That's my thing. I don't need to see it again.
Rarely do I come back to those, but I do come back to like Last House on the Left, I Spit on Your Grave, and Cannibal Holocaust. Those are like probably all made my top 20.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I found an error in my list. Cannibal Holocaust should have been on my list, and somehow I left it off. I don't even know how that happened, but I did. You knew this. We talked about it already because it made the list.
It made. I don't even want to spoil where it is on my list.
It made my list. How about that?
Yeah.
Nobody would have thought years ago when we reviewed it. There's no way, because I gave it an 8 out of 10 when we reviewed it back in like whatever 2016 or 17. So it would have had no chance.
And he watches the Animal Crudely looped version, where it just loops the scenes of the animals getting killed over and over again.
Who does it?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, especially the little like rodent thing, and he just has a scream. Like there's like an edit where it's just like 45 minutes of that scream.
Oh. Look at Dave.
Speaking of,
like,
forget it.
That part makes me throw up, dude. That movie always makes me feel like I cry, like I want to cry, like, and then I keep watching it. I don't know why I'm doing this.
I just marvel at gore. Same thing with Martyrs. I love seeing and the problem. This is why I haven't shown it to Frankie yet. I still cannot get a Blu-ray copy of it.
I want a Blu-ray. I bought the Umbrella Blu-ray, which is way too expensive, but I wanted it because I just didn't think it. I honestly am not sure if it'll get a U.S. release anytime soon.
It's a Dimension, right?
Yeah, and that whole thing is all. I think Paramount owns some of the stuff now, and I don't see them like putting. It's just like weird. Yeah.
Shit.
Are you region free, Dave?
No.
Because I think I have it. I might. I mean, I'd have to dig it out because I boxed up a lot of stuff. I think I had 2 copies of Martyrs. I bought the Umbrella, but I think I had an old UK Blu-ray that I could send over. I think it's uncut too.
Wow.
You did buy that Umbrella?
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I mean, like
Yeah,
I just told
me
you,
neither.
Bars makes me throw up. So
Every time I look for this one or Inside, they're always really expensive, the Blues. So
Yeah, they are.
it's like 55 or whatever. I've got a
Not
region
doing
fleet
it.
player, Dave, but
you got a
It's okay.
region one. I mean,
I
Yeah, but it's
do.
in
honestly, if
Canada.
you ever
It's
if
like
you guys
ships and
ever
boots.
stop by in the drive through the U.S., I have literally boxes of shit that I'm like, I should sell these because I've already upgraded or have like 2 copies. I just have so much shit I need to sell. I'm just too lazy. It's too much work.
And you what?
I'd rather
selling is-
give
can
it
be
give it
frustrating
to
too.
friends anyway.
I hate selling.
Yeah,
I hate
give
dealing.
it a
Like,
good
I have
home.
VHS I need to get rid of, and I'm not dealing with those people. I don't
Hey,
want to deal with them.
I'll take them. I'll take them off your hands.
Who could blame you there?
No, you murder
No.
VHS. I've seen
I
your
did
videos.
too.
Don't do it.
2 stupid videos that I got raked over the coals for, but hey,
Okay.
Christian
Fuck 'em.
can't show his face in the VHS community anymore.
there he is. And I love VHS. It's just I hate those people.
Me too.
I do too.
Yeah.
Me too.
I just don't.
Yeah.
I just hate it. It's like
Yeah.
such an elite thing for such a crummy format.
Garbage.
I'm not saying
It's
a
like
word.
fucking digging out of the
Assholes.
garbage and being an elitist about it.
Yeah.
It's like being Charlie Manson and acting like you're fucking a great musician or something. Well, you eat garbage.
It was pretty good.
Oh.
And I love VHS. I collect VHS. I love the cover. I don't collect. I used to buy them when they weren't on DVD. That's what I bought. I bought ones I wanted that I couldn't get any other way.
Right.
I was spending $50 for fucking Halloween on Media or Meta, whatever it was before MEDA, before they changed it. Whatever, you know what I
He
mean?
knows.
I
I
know a lot
I
about
brought this
VHS.
up.
I
Everybody's
just-
like, no, the media one. I'm like,
no,
no,
it used to be
there's a
called
better
MEDA
one.
beforehand.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Charlie Band had that company originally, right? I can't fucking remember.
I don't know,
And
but
he
you
sold
summed
it?
up everything that went through my head. I mean, we went to have some fun. I went to back up Dave, my co-host here, and I got annihilated. I just got destroyed. So I'm like,
They've
fuck,
always
I'm
been
gonna
really
destroy
rude.
everything they love.
Can't do it, man.
Like I
Don't-
posted like a bunch of the Basker tapes, which are reissue tapes, and they're like clamshells. They're pretty cool. And like people are like, oh, those are bootlegs. I'm like, okay, who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck?
Like I'll fucking knock your fucking mustache right off your stupid face.
Levi Etheridge.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot of cool people in there, but they're just silent. It's the majority is silent, and there's a lot of nice people or people that don't care, but it's just a lot of outspoken people, like in every other horror group.
Correct.
They don't want to get torn apart, and then you get
They
some
just don't wanna
asshole
waste
that
their
comes in like
time.
me.
You don't want to get embarrassed arguing with people online. Then you're like, why am I getting mad over this? This
Yeah.
is dumb.
Yeah,
See?
we're talking about throwing a fucking meat hook. Come on.
They like
8
12
a.m., I
the best
could be
Texas
sleeping
Chainsaw
like JT.
Massacre riff.
Yeah.
Like it's like the 5th best Ed Gein based movie. It's like, you got Texas, Silence of the Lambs, Psycho, and it's like it fucking then deranged, and then you're like, this is the 5th one. It's 3 on a meat hook.
I've got
All
every
right,
copy
number
of this.
30.
All right. Number 45. Here you go. Thanks, Carly. All right. Keeping on track. With 1,137 points. Misery. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, Misery,
Yeah.
to me, Misery is one of those like all-time just best like made movies and best performed movies. I think Kathy Bates to this day is like one of the best performances ever. Me and Carly got to see that in the theater. My God, dude, she is so good in that film.
Oh,
Yeah.
and people don't give enough credit to James Caan, I don't think, too, because
No,
I
he's
agree.
such a force.
Yep.
But they're
Yep.
both great. It was my number 75. 9 out of 10. Great.
36 for me.
Nice. And
What'd you
another
say, Carly?
Stephen King, man.
Number
36
number?
for Curly.
36.
36?
Yeah.
Wow. I got to
Another Stephen King. Stephen King has dominated this list, which
Of
I guess
course.
was kind of
And they-
expected, right?
Yeah.
My number 28.
Oh,
28.
Dean
for me.
Koontz hasn't made a. Sorry.
Didn't he do
It's
like
like-
Phantoms?
It's like King, Lovecraft, and Barker, and then Dean Koontz is like, hey guys, or Poe too. It's
Dean
like,
Koontz is
He's
the
like
Mick
the Mick
Garris.
Unless you consider high tension
oh, there you go.
intensity.
Misery's not on my list. It's a classic movie. It's clearly one of the best horror movies ever made. I'm just white trash, and it's not on my list.
Yeah.
I needed room for Ghoulies 2 and Waxwork
Ghoulies
and Fright
fun.
Night 2.
Absolutely.
I
We
love
get it.
I
Decision
love
was made
Misery.
here.
Ghoulies
Misery.
too.
I watch it once a year. Definitely. Misery is just a movie. See, that's a movie. Even though it's pretty serious in nature, I mean, not like Martyrs, but it's still a movie that I could put in any time, and it's also become a family movie. So my
Same.
wife and daughter love it as well. It's an easy selling. Hey, let's watch Misery. Boom.
See,
Family fun for all the kids.
Dave, you said you
Yeah.
watch it once a year. I just live Misery every day of the year.
Dave lives Misery once a day.
And guaranteed, James Caan could park in handicap parking. I tripped over my own joke.
He ain't parking nowhere now. He's parked in a grave, unfortunately. R.I.P. Sonny, who
Yeah.
wasn't even Italian. He was Jewish.
Yeah.
I know. How about that?
That's
I
a great
know.
actor.
No shit. Right. Sonny Corleone.
His
You're
whole
right
career,
about
you
that.
thought he was Italian because he
Yeah.
was so good.
100%. Santino. No question. You're right.
Italians made him honorary Italian because they loved him so much.
Right.
He's just a hot-headed Italian stereotype. They're like, well, I don't know. I get this guy. I love this guy. Yeah, I got a piece of pizza. I'm practically Italian over here.
This guy- No, but this
Yeah.
movie's great. I mean,
Oh,
again,
boy.
from just everything, and again, it didn't go as gory or as crazy as the novel did, but I think based on what the audience that they're trying to go for, it does everything just enough and just as effective.
100%.
Yeah. I think I like the movie more than the book. I did read the book.
I adore the book.
I agree. I agree with that. We just talked about that on a show. I like the movie more than the book too.
You didn't read the book.
I feel that
but
way about Christine.
I'm reading Christine right now, and I'm kind of like,
Movie's better.
I don't know
better.
about this.
Carpenter
See, for me-
he strips it down and makes it more realistic, which is because you can't have a ghost eating a piece of pizza on camera without comedy.
Yeah, that's what I
Can't
said
do it,
about
bro.
Misery. Like, I feel like if she's cutting off his finger and putting it on a birthday cake, it changes the tone of the movie.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I think it could have been executed the right way in that
Do you light the
serious
finger
movie.
well? Like I figured it'd be like that horrible birthday thing when you can't get it lit.
Now,
Like waiting to sing happy birthday.
if you make the finger into a candle and light that, now you've jumped the shark.
Yeah.
But to
Now
have
it's
it
Bloody
on the
Birthday,
cake.
the VHS.
Isn't that what it is in the book?
Yeah,
Isn't it a
It
candle?
is that stupid ass movie, Bloody Birthday. Not
Does
on my
he
list.
light it?
Bloody
Does
Birthday.
she
not
light
make
it
the
like
list.
Yeah, Bloody Birthday is great.
I
Kelly's
don't,
in
I
hell.
don't remember what.
I'm looking at Kelly's face. She's like, stop talking about Bloody Birthday. We're talking about Misery.
It's amazing. And the book, see, to me, Misery and It and The Stand and The Shining are my top four. I love those four. The thing about the Misery book is I like all the stuff that you get into his head. You get into James Caan's head and hear
Yeah.
all his thoughts as what's
Yeah.
going on throughout, and the way that they talk about what's her name? Kathy Bates' character.
Annie.
Yeah, the way they talk about Annie and describe her is kind of gross and everything else, and then
Mhm.
there's some other stuff too. It gets a little more gory and it gets a little more background onto the stuff she did with
That's my favorite part of the
so
book.
that stuff's
is when
great,
they
I
talk
think.
about all the
Yeah.
like history of all her murders before.
I like in the book how you see him actually writing the book Misery, and also like the ends are missing
Yeah, it's so
in the
cool,
book if
man.
you actually read it and don't listen to it.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Oh.
It's the same thing.
See, that's an aspect you don't know about.
That's new wave reading, Carly.
I know.
What are you gonna do?
It's
But
just
I mean, for
accepted now. I can't even.
It's better than not
the
reading.
novel, yeah, I guess it's better. It's better than always just it's something, but you can't beat reading a book, especially a King book. But anyway, I think what they did here, they had 2 hours. I think this movie's 2 hours long. They did the best they could, and there's nothing you could say about it negatively. I don't think. I think it's just like a perfectly executed horror film. There's
Agreed.
and it's shot well. Everything about there's really nothing weak. I think everything's top notch. So I mean, I'm surprised it's not higher, but I'm happy it is where it is. And King, another one for the King list. Yeah. Okay.
Where did you rate it, Dave? I'm sorry. It was on your list, correct?
I think I said 28.
Sorry, I apologize if you did, because Carly said 36, correct?
Yeah.
So it was all just not on Parker's, because Ghoulies
Right.
too. Not
Because
today.
Hey.
Ghoulies too.
Yeah, what are
Because
you gonna
that's
do?
the fullest moon I ever fucking saw. Ghoulies too. The great
At least
fucking
it wasn't-
Fausto.
At least it wasn't Ghoulies Go to College, because talk about
He,
Oh.
jumping
he
the
loves
shark.
that too.
That
I know
jumping
he
the
loves
shark.
that.
It's top 200 probably. Ghoulies 2 is literally I based every movie I ever made was a Ghoulies 2 ripoff. How could I not have it on my list?
Yeah. Awesome.
John Beekler, Ghoulies Go to College. Fucking.
Oh, terrible,
Trash.
terrible. Okay.
It's hilarious crap. I love it. It's a Three Stooges and Revenge of the Nerds meets the Ghoulies. It's not good, but it's what it's made for me.
I want to do a
Yeah.
Ghoulies retrospective with Dave on the show at some point. Just not today, but at
Can
some
we
point.
skip 1 and 4?
No.
They're
No.
both 1 and 4 are just.
I saw
They're
one
not
at the
good.
theater. I liked it. I've only seen it once, but I was young. But I enjoyed it. I mean, it did come out of the toilet, right? Or was it the second one?
No, it doesn't
No,
come
it's
out
just
of
the
the
second.
That's like the most bullshit thing about it. They did it. In
Well,
the sequel,
actually,
though.
I don't know
We'll
why
get
I'm
you
telling
the
this
end.
Ghoulies thing. Ghoulies 1, they actually shot the commercial of it coming out of the toilet. They didn't
Yeah.
have it in the movie. People were like, what the fuck? So they went and shot a scene really quick of the Ghoulie popping out of the toilet so they wouldn't get in trouble. Similar thing happened with Island of the Fishmen, aka Screamers, when they re-edited it for Corman School. They just they had it in the trailer. It wasn't in there, so they went and spliced it in so the fucking theater wouldn't riot.
Well, nowadays they don't give a shit. Now they put anything in the trailer apparently,
Well,
and half
yeah,
of it's
they
not in the movie.
intentionally do that now.
What a world! I don't know. Okay, well let's move on
What
to
a
this
world!
one.
Fucking Wizard of Oz over here.
What a world!
Right? Oh, what a world!
What a
Number 44,
Wizard of Oz.
1,152 points. Sorry, Saw. Gonna be very divisive, but I fucking love.
Dave,
Saw.
you love Saw, don't you?
Yes, I do. I do. I love it. I don't know about
Other
these
Dave,
guys.
I know you love it. I love
Yeah.
it too.
Me?
Saw was my number 47 in that initial list that I did there.
Yeah,
Nice.
40 for me.
Not even close to being on my list.
It did not make my list. I do think it's a good film, and I do think it's rewatchable, but not overly rewatchable.
Same.
I
But
love
Immensely
it.
important.
Like the ending,
It's a very
once you see
important
the
film.
ending, it's like you see it's one of those movies where it's got a great ending, and then it's like, okay, well I saw it once, and now
It
the impact.
still gives me
gone.
cold chills no matter how
Yes.
many times I watch
Absolutely.
it, bro.
Yes,
It
it does.
does.
Score
Absolutely.
though. That's the score, man. That score is amazing.
Yeah,
Isn't
I
it
mean
the-
the score definitely fucking helps.
But
But
the editing, but the frantic editing and the artsy way of showing them driving has not aged well.
yeah,
But the actual
right.
story structure itself, I like it. And when we did the Saw retrospective, I said like this was always a 10 for me, and then I kind of dropped it down and said it's not as entertaining. But when all said and done, if this was a standalone film, it's still just it had the wow factor at the time when it came out. And I get goosebumps every time I watch that ending. I can't,
Me too.
whether it be the score or not. I love it.
I love it all. It's my number 50. 50 exactly. And I love it, and I've always loved it. I love the way they introduce a character like a Jigsaw is fucking incredible, I think. I mean, you could say what you want about Seven and the other stuff, and those are good too, but for me, the idea of a Jigsaw coming in and freaking just laying down this type of vengeance on people that are doing things that are, morally wrong in his eyes, and then when you find out a little more about the reason behind it and stuff, I think it's brilliant. I secretly want a Jigsaw in every town, I think, is what it is.
every town has
crazy.
a jigsaw.
I know shit,
Yeah.
right? Tobin Bell is great, and it's great to see a character actor get a starring role like that. Kind of like seeing Michael Rooker get like that push.
Yeah.
It's always really, really good, or something like that. And also, I realized that on the back, I have lotion sitting on my bed, which is really not a pleasant look. It'd be better if there was like a dildo sitting back there with lotion. I throw that up there. I mean, because I took off my nightstand, because my skin's real dry. I'm just take what you guys want. Take what you
What's
guys
the
want.
lotion on
I didn't
the
even
skin?
notice the lotion until you just made a big thing out of it.
I didn't notice either. Then I was like, "Is that lotion, bro? That can't be on the bed."
I saw the Kleenex too, but I didn't want to say it.
It's no Kleenex. It's the glasses cases.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, again, it is going to be divisive because there's a lot of people that base it upon the series it spawned, which was
I love, but
still a lot of fun. And part 10 is coming out this year.
Yep.
Just saw the thing that it would finish filming. It's going to be out for October, and supposedly Tobin Bell's back.
How
Or
are
at
they
least
gonna
John
do that?
Kramer's
I have
back.
no fucking clue. But are we getting flashbacks of 90-year-old Tobin Bell?
We all-
Bring him back to life.
They're
make him
gonna
a
give him a
zombie
ball
Bell.
cap again. To make him
That's
look
my
weird.
favorite thing.
Backwards
ever.
cap, yeah.
Backward.
Just make him a
That's how you
Cineplex,
make
make it
someone
a
look
cross-
He's
younger.
got two.
Just give
You
him a
got two
backwards
backwards.
ball cap.
Every
He's
time
even
you put a
younger.
backwards cap on it, hey, minus is 10 years.
Yeah.
put on sunglasses on him, put like headphones in his ear so it looks like it's the 80s or something. He's got a Walkman.
Yeah.
It's just
Hey.
like what was that character from The Simpsons? The Homer dog, that Homer
Oh.
dog, Itchy and Scratchy, and Poochie. He's like, what's up, guys? Pooch.
It's a good episode.
Man. Well, I know it's divisive. I love it. Not everybody does. But enough people do it that it made this list. So I'm pretty happy about it. And it spawned a franchise that freaking people are looking forward to seeing new movies every October for a while. People shit on it now. It's real cool to shit on Saw and other franchises now. But at the time, they were breaking records. And you know what I mean? Every time they came to the theater, every installment, they kept making more money. So.
Also kickstarted one of the most beloved modern horror directors there is right now, James Wan. You know,
that's
kickstarted his career. So
right.
And if this is what you grew up with, I mean, it would be no different than the horror directors we grew up with, where you feel like the run of movies that they've done has maybe just hit all the right notes. We might not see it all the time, but like when you think this, The Conjuring, Insidious, and of course
your favorite, Malignant.
Malignant, yes.
Dead Silence as well.
Oh, Death Sentence is non-horror movie. Death Sentence is a completely underrated movie. That's a great movie.
I watched it a lot. I love that one. It's a nice Death Wish knockoff, but
there's a weird story about it. Do you know that it's based off a book that was a sequel to Death Wish?
I didn't know that.
Death Wish was written, and then there was a book, Death Sentence, and that is based off that book, I guess. So it's not really a ripoff. It's basically a continuation of Death Wish as like a second book. It's weird.
Yeah. It's great.
That's great.
And John Goodman has a great role. John Goodman is so good in that movie. I thought he died because he looks like he's about to die, just the way his character looks in that movie. And you realize, no, he's just acting, and it's just the way they did the character, and he was fine.
In real life, you thought he died?
I thought like he was close. No, I thought he was close to death because of the way he looked in this movie. I'm like, oh man, he's not aging well, and
everybody
not looking
looks like
good
shit in that movie.
Yeah, and it was just his character. Oh, this is what makes you laugh, Dave. This.
He's just sitting there chuckling to himself later tonight, like dead John Goodman. He's like, he's dead. It's like, I don't.
The fact that he thought that though. Oh, poor John Goodman. And here, 20 years later, he's still alive and kicking. That's what's funny
exactly.
about it.
But look at the fucking movie. You look at the movie, and if you just hadn't seen it for a bit, you'd be like, "Ooh, I guess with the Roseanne show going down, he's just not doing as well as he used to." Big Lebowski was good, but oh my God, what's happening here?
Yeah. He went looking like steel to looking like fucking melted steel.
Oh man. Okay. Anyway, I haven't seen Death Sentence. Now I have to. Okay.
One of us.
So number 43. Oh, this is great. I'm pretty happy to see this. 1,162 points. Wreck.
Nice.
My favorite.
Another found footage.
Oh, my favorite found footage movie. Period.
It is, right? Nice.
Yeah.
Number 92 for me. I love it too.
Yeah.
Kind of. List, but it's a good movie.
Yeah, I think in
so that kind of ruins it a little bit.
When I did my top 50, what'd you say, Carly?
I said I saw Quarantine before I saw Wreck. So that
that was a shot for shot, like pretty
great though.
Shot remake.
It's like Let Me In was to let the right one in. Same, yeah. So I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I liked Quarantine when I seen it, and then like watching Wreck, I'm like, well, obviously I liked it because it's the same damn movie.
Yeah.
Right. Hard not to like it.
Saw it once when it came out, loved it, never rewatched, so it's not on the list. I've only seen the first Wreck. I bought that box set and I've been wanting to watch them again. I remember liking it a lot.
First part was scary as fuck. Yeah.
Again, a rare scary movie as an adult. Like, you know what I mean? It was like, oh shit, man, that's not pleasant. It's not like Martyrs where it made me sick and scared. It just made me scared.
Yeah, no, Wreck is definitely a very scary movie. That's what I love about it.
It's a short movie too. It's only like 75 minutes, I think.
Thank you.
Love it.
Yes.
That's an exploded heads plus.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah, speed that shit up, bro.
Yeah.
Everything's 2 hours now, 2 hours plus. You're like, this movie is literally about a guy selling milk at the door. Why is it 2.5 hours long?
Yeah.
It didn't have I think one of the first scares in the movie, isn't it just the body falling to the ground?
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
That was
Yep.
hugely effective. And then it just spirals down from there. There's, as Dave said, a great movie that scared me as an adult as well.
And I love how they tie in, you think it's just like this infection, but then they tie in the religious angle. I thought that was brilliant.
that kind of old school call back to the old like Spanish and Mexican horror films, because
Yeah.
like Catholicism is a huge part in their horror in any like European dominated country. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Catholicism dominates in Europe, like especially Spain and Italy. It's in every one of them. You watch them. So
Yep.
it's like, it's important. And that's kind of cool that they factor that in.
For sure.
It's action packed without being too actiony for someone like me who isn't really into that. It's like watching a zombie movie, but where it's not too much action. Like
It's
a Dawn
just
of the Dead.
relentless in its like pace, like in what's happening.
Yeah.
In
Like
the
28
close
Days Later
quarters of
action,
it.
I'd say, right?
Yeah.
Like that kind of pace. That's another
Yeah.
one that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
28 Days Later.
That one showed up already a little on last week's episode, I believe.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
So-
I don't know if that
yeah.
one made my list or not. I know Rec didn't, because again, uncultured trash.
You should
Well,
watch
check-
it again though.
Watch
You'd
it
love
again
it,
and
dude,
watch
'cause you
part
love
2
zombie
right
films.
after. Sorry, Dave.
I want to watch all of them. I'm sure I'll like all of them. I'm not very picky, to be honest. I like more than I hate. I like spookies, remember.
I don't know. The third one's not very good.
We
I like
remember.
the fourth one though.
Third one's got more comical, but there's
Or
a
wait,
good
which one's the
time.
wedding? That is the third
That's
one. I
the
like the
third
third one. The fourth
Genesis
one, I
and then
didn't like.
Aftermath. Is that what it is?
Yeah, the fourth one was on a boat, and
Yeah,
it was,
I didn't like the boat one that much.
but it
I've never
wasn't
seen the
bad.
sequels.
I mean, that's
Oh.
a good idea. Do it on a boat, man. That's like a high rise or a boat, just an isolated place. I mean, sounds cool.
Something was missing in that one, but
Mhm.
I would even recommend 3, even with the forced freaking humor and love story. It's still kind of work because it ends up being, I don't want to say anything. You're just better off watching it, but
Yeah.
there's a cool tie-in with it to the way it works with the other ones. But
Mhm.
it's really cool. But the first one, I think, is just a masterpiece, and I don't walk around saying that about a found footage movie all that much. But that one, it's my number 37, and I'm big. And
Nice.
it's been my favorite found footage since I've seen it. It's always been a 10 out of 10. It's never dropped, and I can watch. It's another one I can put it in once a year, and it's just a great ride, and it's actually scary. There's good shots, there's good freaking scares, and you care in the 75 minutes. You care about the characters, and it's contained horror, and it works. And some contained horror movies don't work for me, and because I don't care about the characters enough, or because there's too much dialogue that just doesn't do it for me. Where in Rec, it all works. And the lead, the girl, what's her name? I think is great. I just,
And they explain it because they're doing an interview. So you know that they're following them around. So it was a great gimmick to introduce the always recording camera factor of those movies, which I always have a hang up with.
Yeah.
Of just stop fucking recording and run for your goddamn
Well,
life.
here's the way I've
Right.
always
But here it
justified
works.
that, Christian, is like wartime photographers and documentary people and stuff, they're getting shot at and they're still recording.
True. Yeah. So
Some
it's
people just
ingrained
care
in their.
about the
yeah.
footage a lot.
Well,
They're
even
making
if
a
you look
buck.
at Michael Wincott in Nope, he just
Thank
swung out
you.
of the shot. No, that's how those weirdos
Yeah.
are like, man. They just got it. That's what they live for, you know. Those
True.
people get the adrenaline junkies. They just want to get the story. I mean, they got stars in their eyes, man.
Those are two perfect examples of why keep it rolling.
Yeah, nice. And speaking of keeping it rolling, let's keep it rolling. All right. And we're going to be
Limp Bizkit
rolling
here.
again. 1,251 points. Train to Busan.
Nice.
Yeah, now we're rolling.
A nice emotional. You know what? This one's a 9 out of 10 for me. Love it. It was on my top 10 of that year. It's just off my list though. But I do love that movie, and a nice emotional attachment there. Second watch though, admittedly, I really enjoyed it, but I didn't find that it hit as much as that first time.
I think
I
it's
mean-
a little overrated.
So do I.
Mm.
I have it as a 10 out of 10. Didn't make my top 100. Like, I think it's a brilliant movie, but it's just not enough time with that movie.
Yeah.
What if a ghoulie was chasing them? Like if one popped out of like the caboose or something
11
on
out
the
of
train.
10.
Yeah.
Only if it was the toad ghoulie, the one in the second one that crawls on its stomach, then it would definitely go up.
Okay.
But if it was like the fish ghoulie, nah, it doesn't really. Or the bat ghoulie or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're anti-fish ghoulies on the show.
Anti-8 ghoulie. His rare appearance in part 1 only.
Well, the thing is, Train to Busan, I'm not the biggest fan of hordes of zombie movies and just zombie movies in general, outside of Romero's and a few others, Return and some others that I've talked about. But what I like about this and what I think people why people might think that it's a little overrated or whatever in modern times is because it seems like it was the best one to come along in a long time. Like if you think about like between the 80s and like when this one came out, they've been very divisive, but just this seems to be the one that everyone was like, hey, this is a great zombie movie with like everything going on here. I mean, I personally gravitated to the whole thing about the guy wanting to take his daughter where he was going, and then the whole father and daughter dynamic, which
that's the
was
best aspect of the movie.
I mean,
yes.
There's a lot of, if you want to win people over, have badass characters sacrifice themselves. And it's immediately like emotional touch because you're like, oh, you'll think of the sisters. And then you'll think of the guy who's like the bruiser who goes through the horde of zombies to save his family. You're like, because that's like every kind of guy's secret way they want to go out, like in a blaze of glory. Like, I want to go out and be remembered as being a badass. Just like delusional thinking, right? In reality, we'd be like, oh my God, there's zombies. But, you know, that's just like it's a thing. Like, you know, you want to go out like the Wild Bunch. You just want to go out in a blaze of glory for something that stands for something, even if you don't even fucking.
And have it recorded so that everybody could see and it get played over and over again. Going, he was a hero, damn it. He was a damn hero.
If it's not recorded.
Because when that dude is that big buff dude's going through and he just starts fucking up zombies, you're like, yeah, and then he dies, and you're like, no, I'm not crying, you're crying.
I
think it's
cried
great.
at this movie because everyone hyped up how sad it would make you, and I was like, I'm not gonna cry at this movie, so I didn't.
It was the only movie that did make me cry that year. But once again, I say it every time. The only time any fucking movie makes me cry in modern times is when it has to do with a father and a daughter. I can't help it. I can't help it. It's my daughter. I had to fight for her. There's been, I don't know. My daughter and I are real fucking deep connected emotionally, and it's just been, you know, that shit hits me. And this movie did, in fact, do that. Now I'll say this: I haven't watched it since the year it came out, and I just recently picked up the Blue because you can get it cheap now. There was a sale. There was a Black Friday sale. I think I got it for 10 or 15 or something, so I got it. And I think it's one of those movies that, not pardon me, the 4K. I think that's why I took
I got the 4K too. I want to rewatch the 4K. That would be a guest movie. Like somebody's over will watch that.
On like every streaming service. I showed my daughter this. That's when I rewatched it. She liked it a lot, but she thought it was way too long. She's like, how long is this movie? She just was
long.
That's just Korea,
it's
man.
South Korea, bro.
Yeah.
That's what
But
they
it
do,
does
man.
look great. Like most South Korean films, it looks amazing. And the gore is just so like matter of fact. So it just, that's when it hits home where you're just like, it just happens in front of you. It's like, holy shit. Like, this is
like
really well done.
A spurt of violence is always terrifying. If it's like everything's calm and then it's just like a gun goes off and like 4 people fall over dead, you're always like Kitano's movies are like that. The Japanese director, it's just like, I can't, what the fuck? Like 5 people are just dead, but out of nowhere.
Well,
I like how you're in the moment right now too. From that, it's awesome. You're a bit surprised it's this high.
Yeah. Number 42.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
For modern movies. If you were to name like the top, like let's say 20 movies from the 2010s till now, do you think it would make it? I don't know. I mean, obviously it does. But I mean, off the top of my head, for me personally, no. I do think it's a great movie, but I also think 10 years from now, people may look back at the sadness and they have the same type of feel for it.
Or the Wailing, which has already been
great
mentioned on the
list. Wailing's the same year as Train to Busan, and in fact, in Summer Series, the Wailing made it, and this didn't. And I was on that show, and I was like, you guys are fucking nuts. I love the way it should be the Wailing and Train to Busan and something else, and I could not win. I was outvoted.
I can't remember.
I think
that's why you don't volunteer to be on the show, Dave.
Train to Busan over the Wailing.
No, they put, I can't remember what it was, but they wanted to put that one movie that was not very good that Dan Chase bowed out. It's a good movie, but Dan Chase changed it out for Neon Demon, which I think was a better choice than what they had, but I still don't think Neon Demon should be there. And they also put Raw, which I don't think Raw is as good as The Wailing or
Raw did not hold up for me on Revisit.
Oh,
like it's still a great movie, but just I had it like top 3 of that year or something, but it would maybe be like 11 or 10 now.
It got better for me, and one thing that helped Raw the second time was the score. The score is really good. It's very old school horror, and I thought the score was amazing. It's a great movie. I just don't think it's top 3 from that year. That year's really strong.
No, it's top 5. It's not.
It's my least
top
favorite
5.
of the WWE like enterprise. Like,
oh shut the fuck
Sunday.
up.
Everybody knows that Sunday Night Heat was the totally most underrated. It was short. It was sweet. It was in there. You know, after church, I'd come home and I'd watch some hardcore wrestling.
Hey, Sunday Night Heat, the ratings it got then are what the shows hope to get now. So I mean, I can say that about it. Say what you will about Heat. Okay.
I think everybody just grew up.
Oh no, you would
realized
think
how
they did.
fucking cheesy it was in the first place.
They did not grow
Sorry.
up. Just look at them. Just listen to their conversations. Anyway, let's move on.
They're
Number
watching Full
41.
Moon in the basement still.
41, bro.
1,263 points. Tenebrae. There we go.
Nice.
Wow. Now, you know
Yeah.
what? When I was looking at that list, bro, I was like shocked at how much Argento was on there. Like
I wasn't.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
He's the
like-
man.
Really?
Yeah.
Tenebrae
It
made my top
shocked you.
20.
Wow.
Yeah,
20.
no,
It's
I
my
mean,
20
I
favorite
love
horror movie.
Argento.
It's your
but I
20?
just didn't think everybody else did
Yeah.
as much.
I love that movie. It's my favorite Giallo. It's my favorite Argento. It's fucking brilliant. And I love how it plays on the old Giallo tropes and makes something new, but is also a Giallo. And Dario's really clever at getting to make fun of his critics during it. And then at the end, he's like, well, what if I am a little crazy too? Because he ends up being the killer because
Right.
he's Peter Neal. And you're just like, oh, this is weird.
Yeah, I
It's-
think Tenebrae
awesome.
is arguably, his probably most put together movie. I know people say Deep Red, but I like Tenebrae a lot. I think Tenebrae is it's definitely a top 5 Argento film, right?
Well, absolutely.
Sure.
Top
For
2.
me-
Sure.
Well, I just love a couple of his other ones a little bit more. So this is a 9 out of 10 for me. Every time I watch it, it's thoroughly enjoyable. It's great. The Arrow transfer, I mentioned it in the other ones that have popped up. Fantastic 4K version of this. Actually, I lie. I didn't get the Arrow one because I preferred the cover art to the Synapse one.
So did
So I
I.
grabbed
I
I
got
grabbed
the
the
same
Synapse
one.
4K because I mean it offered a really cool. I love that the box art for it.
Yeah,
But
me
it plays
too.
number
It's neat.
76. Yeah, and it was a great price. I got it for cheaper than the Arrow was advertised for some
Mhm.
reason.
I'm still holding out for that price like I am for all these, but I'll get it. It's my number 66. And I love it. And I know a lot of people that say it's their favorite Argento. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it's usually Tenebrae or Suspiria or Deep Red. Those seem to be
Yeah,
the
those
ones
are
that I
the
hear
3
most.
that everybody
feel like-
picked as the number 1.
Jerry
Yeah.
Herring was his favorite, if I remember correctly from way back when. It just stood out because I remember he wasn't very well versed in Argento and then was going through them and wasn't being really won over, but this one stood out for him overall. And I'm paraphrasing because this is from
It's
years
like an
ago.
acquired taste, like a Euro horror. Like somebody who first pops in a new Euro horror. One time I had a friend, he watches like, I just watched Suspiria for the first time. Not very good. It's like, bro, that means nothing to me because that stuff
Right.
grows on you. You see it when you're
Yeah.
like 12 and you're like, I don't understand this. You see it when you're 20, you're like, wow, this is awesome. You see it when you're 30, you're like, this is fucking fantastic. It grows. It's an
Yep.
acquired taste. These are not.
Yeah.
neat
No,
to eat.
it-
It's like
I-
sushi, man.
Yep.
It's like sushi. You first eat sushi, you're like, what the fuck is this shit? And then by the time at the end, you're like, you have your little monocle and shit. And You're
Yeah.
fucking trying all these different things. It's an acquired taste. It takes time. Sometimes you don't.
And
develop a
Tenebrae-
taste,
Sashimi,
but-
fuck this rice.
Tenebrae to me is the
Give it a
best
beat.
gateway giallo. I think that it's one that's the most easily digestible for someone who doesn't know anything about giallos or like the style of that Euro horror. Tenebrae is like the best gateway one in my opinion.
Straight up Giallo, yes. I think that you could be better starting something with like Giallo tropes in it that is more of a slasher oriented or something, and then kind of push them towards a Giallo. But that's the first Giallo I would show someone in general.
Mhm.
That or Deep Red.
That's a
Even
good
though I'm not the
point.
hugest fan of
Yeah.
Deep Red.
Are you a
I
fan,
love
Carly?
Deep Red.
Carly doesn't like Gialli much.
Yeah, is the rest of the list gonna be Gialli? Because I shall leave. No, I think I watched
Yes,
this
it is.
twice. Okay, fine. I think I've seen this twice, and I cannot tell you a single thing that has happened in it.
Dude,
'cause I
that's
think-
fucked up.
Listen, buddy.
The
it's
tracking shot?
This is one that
The
was
tracking
saw
shot is
Giallo,
amazing.
Isn't it?
What?
What's this one at Giallo Palooza or whatever the fuck? we
No,
went-
they didn't show Tenebrae. Damn it!
Yeah, they
I wish they
did.
did.
Dude,
What?
They
when
showed
Peter
Deep
Neal
Red.
quotes
No,
Sir
they
Arthur Conan
didn't.
Doyle. That's the best part of the movie. He's just like, whatever is left, that no matter how improbable, when you eliminate that whole speech he gives, and then he's just
Yeah.
basically telling you he's the fucking killer, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah, dude.
Buddy, they showed this at Giallo Palooza.
Are you sure they did?
Yeah, but either way, I fell asleep.
Fuck
They
them
showed,
for naming
I
it
remember
Giallo
that.
Palooza.
Awesome.
Do you
It
remember
is
is
that
cool.
Do you remember the from this is from that shot that goes up over the house from one window, comes over the
Yeah.
house and then comes in
Amazing.
and shoots it. That's how you'd remember it. A woman gets her arm chopped off, which paints the wall behind her like red at the end. It has the reveal of the killer literally standing behind someone as they bow down, and it's like couldn't happen, but cinematically, mwah.
It's
got
got John
Scream.
Saxon too. It's got John Saxon from
Yeah, John
Nightmare on Elm
Saxon.
In a
Street.
hat.
He's got a hat, and he's always like, "See, it never falls off."
Yeah, the hat. Yep. That's great.
It's so weird.
You know what he
seeing him
looks
be-
like? I just realized it. You know the beginning of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when he knocks on the door and the credits are rolling and Will Smith has the
And
head
he
on.
does
He
the
goes,
fucking thing. Where he does the weird ass head. It's also kind of like the Bruce Willis, where Bruce Willis in every movie's like, "Bro, stop moving your head." Like he's like,
It's like,
"I just kicked the ball." My cat doesn't like it.
"Hey, we got a cat. All right. Always happy to see a cat."
That's
on the
Claudio.
show.
He's actually named after Claudio
Simonetti?
Simonelli. Yeah, Simonetti, and he's also named after in
Awesome.
Cemetery Man when she's like Claudio, oh Claudio. I thought it was so funny. He's like, oh
That's
Claudio. So
hilarious.
it's like he's got to be named
That's
Claudio.
great. Claudio.
And Germany wanted him to be named Claudio because Claudio Sanchez from Coheed and Cambria. So it's like triple Claudio.
Wow. Now, do you spell it Claudio or do you spell it Claw? Because
I spell it like regular. I'm not an animal. It's not
Okay.
spelled like.
That's
Alright.
a missed opportunity.
I know Claudio.
I just-
It's a name, it's not a pun. He's a living creature.
I'm a punny guy. What can I say? You know.
Did you just call me punny? Punny how?
Yeah.
Nice. I knew he'd
Always
buy
comes
in.
back to Scorsese.
Yep.
I wish I
Oh,
was
boy.
Italian. I'm just not.
Oh,
You
shit.
should be saying that, Dave. Like he was leading you in for you to be saying the whole speech there. With you calling me punny.
No, I let it up to him and he did it. I
But you're
said,
the Joe Pesci sounding motherfucker on the show.
well, that's fair. I didn't want to push it too far.
I'm microwaved Robert De Niro over here. I'm microwave Cape Fear Robert De Niro.
Who's JP? Joe Spinell?
Yo, I'll take it.
Hey, just not as greasy, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
you'd be
have you
surprised.
seen
He
his
was
hair right now?
Italian.
Is it long?
No, I got it cut.
No, he cut it off.
Aw,
I cut it off.
It
I
was
knew-
getting crazy.
It was.
I knew what happened.
This was his back hair? Sorry.
Right.
I have a lot.
I don't
of
know.
Okay, number 40. 1,289 points. It follows. And I'm not a bit surprised.
No, I can understand this one too.
100%.
My 94. 9 out of 10.
I got to
It's a
look and see
great
where it
film.
places. Yeah.
It's a great film. I don't suck its dick like everyone else,
Same.
but it's a great. I mean, it's good stuff. It's just
Do you feather dust it though? Like do you feather dust maybe the nuts?
yeah,
Like you do a Greek statue, you feather dust its balls when you paint it.
maybe a little bit.
I mean, I love
Okay.
It Follows, but I don't think it would make my top 100.
Yeah.
It's my 73. And I think it's an American classic. I'm not saying it's as good as The Nightmare on Elm Street by any means. And believe me, I'm
Yeah,
not.
because it's not.
But no, I fucking know it's
Maybe
not.
part 5.
But what it did.
Hey, part 5.
Oh, stop now. The concept of this movie, and even in the way it was executed, the way it was shot, and the score, and everything else, I think that is the reason people love it so much. It's a classic movie. When it came along, it did something that movies at that time weren't doing. It was a very interesting plot and an interesting concept, and I cared about the characters, and the presentation was great. That's what to me. It was an original. An idea. I mean, yes, we've had things follow people before, like The Ring or Curses or things like that.
And of course, I mean, we've had It's before too.
But never together. So it was a perfect mashup. It seemed very original.
No, I can't add anything what Dave Z said. And I like that it's in Detroit. So that's it. I agree. with Dave.
Soundtrack. Hey, first off, soundtrack
It's
at
an
Tenebrae.
masterpiece.
We never talked about that because
Oh.
we were making too many jokes. Soundtrack
Claudio.
at Tenebrae. Fucking phenomenal. I guess that's where Claudio came up, maybe, right?
Yeah,
I don't
and
know,
also,
but
No, Claudio came in the room, literally.
Claudio
And
came
then
right there. But
he must
in
have known.
Tenebrae, do you ever notice in the soundtrack it sounds like they're saying murder, murder, murder?
Oh
when they talk?
yeah.
Interesting.
So it always reminded me of-
Now I do. I got the-
Yeah. And
But-
it's just like one of those fucked up things because they do it in like Suspiria too. They're like witch, and shit like that. I mean,
Well,
They
that
do it
was
with
definitely
Inferno
more-
too, don't they?
They do it in
They
what?
sing that song
Inferno.
in Inferno.
Suspiriorum.
That's it.
Uh,
I think Inferno made my list
Canadian
too.
choir. Interesting.
It was a
The It Follows soundtrack is great. It's one that I've downloaded, just
Oh.
like the Maniac remake soundtrack, just like Chariots of Fire, just more. Even though that one's not Chariots of Fire. What the fuck am I talking about? Chariots
I
of
was like, what?
Chariots of Pumpkins?
I was like, yeah.
Yeah, those guys running.
It had slow motion shootouts when we were kids. The Chariots of Fire, just like make dumb faces when we got shot, like fall down.
Jason, skip that.
Chariots of Fire.
Pumpkins.
Pumpkins, I know.
Soundtrack. Holy fuck.
Incredible song.
But like, just the soundtrack is great. The cover art, they did a bunch of these variations for the cover art for It Follows. All of them are great. The one where you see her eyes through the rear view mirror, the one where it's just a parked car. They all have a really good aesthetic to them. And the movie itself is great.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah. It's like, again, when it first came out, everybody was calling it The Second Coming. So I think that tainted my overall first experience with it, because I was like, okay, ready to be blown away. And I'm like, that was good. Like, I liked it, but I wasn't blown away. But I've enjoyed it on repeat follow-up viewings.
I'll go ahead and say that the opening, the first 5 minutes of this, leading to when we see the dead girl on the beach, is one of the best openings of the last 20 years. The way this movie begins, dude, yeah, just get right into it, and she's running out.
Body afterwards, right? Oh fuck,
dude.
to death.
So scary.
Fuck to death. And her legs are bent back. You're like, Jesus.
Oh, it's fucked up. And she's running out there, and Head runs back in. She has these heels on. She's in the street. They're chasing her, and then music is playing. It's fucking intense, man.
Suburban horror, baby.
Yes.
Just like Wes Craven. He's the king of suburban horror for me.
Good point. Yeah, he is. He is fucking. Man, I never thought about that, but yeah. Okay, well,
I grew
guess
up in the suburbs, so.
Right. Well, me too.
Did I?
Yeah. Shit. So It Follows. Not a whole lot being said, but a lot of people love it. Number 40. Okay. Here's one everyone here loves. I'll tell you right now. Well, maybe not. Maybe not, but I believe so. Number 39 with 1,290 points. Evil Dead 2.
Oh, love it. Fucking love it.
It seems everybody just about loves it. Carly, I don't know.
I've only seen it once, and I thought it was a little too goofy. I love the first one, but
that's why you're great. Awesome. I mean, compared to the first one, I get you. I understand why you'd have that reaction.
I love the first one, and I love the second one even more. Both are 10 out of 10s for me, and this one is number 21 on my list.
What's the movie?
Evil Dead 2.
Dead 2.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Dead by Dawn, which is nowhere to be found except for on the fucking cover.
What do you mean nowhere to be? They say it in the movie, Dead by Dawn.
They say it in the movie, but it's never a subtitle on anything on the film. It's just on the video box art. Dead by Dawn.
Yeah, the VHS. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they kind of stopped that.
And how creepy is it to see a skeleton or a skull with an eye?
You know what?
That's a classic trope thing on poster art. Supernaturals, Graveyard Shift, Return of the Living Dead.
I didn't realize
EC Comics bullshit. EC Comics shit.
It's incredible, but at the time I didn't realize it had eyes. I just didn't. When you brought it up to me on the podcast the one day you were talking about it, I was like, son of a bitch, it is a skull with eyes. I've had it all my life, and that never stuck out to me that it was a skull that had eyes. Isn't it weird?
You've had a skull with eyes in your house your whole life? Good night, skull with eyes.
But I could totally see that, like a Carly situation with this Good Night Skull with Eyes might be the funniest. Good Night.
It's also
Skull
my
with
band
Eyes.
name. My band name.
That is a great name, Skull with Eyes.
Maybe that'll be our production company name. Well, we got Stolen Kitty, Sinister Pig, or Skull with Eyes. They're all good.
Evil Dead 2 is immensely important, though, because it was like the mixture of the splatter and the comedy horror. It's my least favorite of the first three because I've seen it the least. I grew up with Army of Darkness, so it's my favorite. Army of Darkness made my top 100, believe it or not.
So did he, same with me. It's already shown up one way or the other, whether it be honorable mentions or in the thing. I love it, man. I love it.
I think it made the thing. I love it. It's just blast. I mean, here's what it is. Like, if you like Sam Raimi, you'll love Army of Darkness. If you like Evil Dead, you probably won't like Army of Darkness. I love Sam Raimi, so I mean that's fine. And I do like Evil Dead 1 and 2, but I think Evil Dead 2 is immensely important. That's why in Summer Series we put it through, even though it's not personally a favorite of mine out of the '87 movie. But it's just like, without Evil Dead, you don't have like a big splatter movement. And so I love splatter. You don't have Dead Alive, I don't think. Probably not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe. Because we had Bad Taste the same year, so it's iffy. Jackson and Sam Raimi are like the same guy to me in a lot of ways, though.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, no shit. And they both went on to make mainstream stuff for a while,
And no, Evil Dead 2 is super important. It belongs on the list.
I love it. It's my 89.
Bad Taste came out 87 or 88? I thought it came out the year after. It did come out 87 too. Bad Taste.
It didn't make my top 50, but it would make my top 100 and maybe my top 50 now.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so much fun. But the thing is, see, Carly, I see what you're saying. But for me, what happened was I watched Evil Dead 2 first.
So did I.
Don't know why. Don't know how it happened. And then I told the story in the early days of the show. And that's how we started saying, now that's horror. And that's what happened. I saw Evil Dead 2 first. And then I saw Evil Dead 1. And that's what I said. I go, now that's horror. I was like, I enjoyed Evil Dead 2. Remember, I'm 15 years old at the time. I'm the ripe age for fucking that type of comedy in my horror. It was great. The eyeball going in the mouth and everything and all the crazy shit going on in that movie and the effect. But when I saw part 1 afterwards, that was a whole other level for me. I was like, okay, holy fuck, this is some shit here, But I think 2 is great. Like I said, it's on my list. But I understand there is a difference. But there's no comedy at all really in 1. And then there's 2, which introduces it, but it's kind of like what I say about Nightmare. Well, it's like Nightmare 3. It's the perfect blend. Now you take Nightmare 4 or Army of Darkness, and to me, it's Jumpy the Shark. That's what happened. They take it and they move completely into fucking comedy, and there's no horror left.
Well, there's a debate on that because like the Nightmare movies were clearly just like, I as much as I like them, they were cash-ins, so they went progressing. While the third Army of Darkness was just Sam Raimi fully embracing what he wanted to do from the start and just be funny. If you see Crime Wave, you see like that weird over-the-top style in all his movies. Like he definitely was just like, let's have fun with it, and he definitely did the Evil Dead style Three Stooges, because there's always Three Stooges in all his movies.
Mm-hmm. Like the only guy kind of doing it at that time, and then Peter Jackson came thereafter, kind of making a live-action cartoon.
Yeah.
With whether it be Crime Wave or Evil Dead 2, or it was a very unique, and what he learned in a short period of time was pretty cool. Like the style jump from literally Evil Dead, with Crime Wave being the only movie in between, was huge.
I like Crime Wave. I Crime Wave grew on me. The first time I was like, what the fuck is this? And then second, third time I was like, I really like this dumb shit. Like, it's because I'm a Sam Raimi fan. I just like his inventive camera work. And without Sam Raimi, you don't have tons of his crew going on, like Josh Becker and Scott Spiegel and these guys making their own low budget fun movies too. And without Sam Raimi, you don't really have, Tempe Video getting a start with J.R. Bookwalter, because he produced Dead Next Door secretly. And it's Sam Raimi. I mean, Bruce Campbell does a voice in it and stuff. So like Sam Raimi's been immensely important to the horror genre, as much as, he's not always full front and center anymore.
And don't forget the Marvel universe.
Yeah, which I watch here and there, but I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah, I got nothing to say about Marvel. To each their own. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. This is a great movie. It's not one bit surprising it's here. This seems to be a movie that almost everybody loves. Almost.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not surprised. Okay, number 38. Oh, I know JP's going to love this. 1,315 points. Candyman. There you go.
My number 45.
45? I thought you'd be higher. Holy shit. Wow.
I assume you're talking about 20. The original, right? 92.
Of course, the original. Yes. No, if it's the remake, I'll tell you the year. But every time I say it, it's original.
Say that.
Yeah.
No, Candyman, man. I mean, it'd probably be higher now on my list. This list is from our episode 150, and we're about to hit 250. So,
no one asked. I'm kidding.
But I love Candyman. Even the opening shot of that movie is amazing, right? And it's just poetic and beautiful the entire time.
It's excellent. It really is. It's not on my list, but I still think it's excellent. I still credit it for a lot of things. It's a great story by Clive Barker. the score is great. It's shot well. It's a great story. And Tony Todd, in this role, you don't have Tony Todd in this role, it's a fucking failure. As great as everything else is, you have to have him as Candyman. I think he puts it over the top. He's amazing.
Yeah, I enjoy this movie. I've always liked it. It's one of those ones I never go back and put it on.
Same. I saw it when it came out. I haven't seen it since. I like it. Barely remember it.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah,
I've watched it maybe
That's
twice.
crazy.
Twice,
Wow.
maybe 3 times, maybe. Saw it when it came out in the theater, and maybe twice thereafter.
I'm due for a rewatch big time.
I bet
like I said,
if you
there's-
rewatched
Same.
it, Dave, you would love it.
I
I
like
think
the
so,
remake.
too.
I like the fucking remake. Everyone
So
hated
did
it.
I.
I was
It's
like,
a
this is
sequel,
really
you
good.
Yeah, I like
motherfucker.
the remake.
Yeah,
Or whatever.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. But I was like, it's good, but it's like the last 10 minutes were rushed. If you would have padded it out to 20 minutes, you would have had a classic. But they kind of fucked
Yeah.
up the end. Still really liked it.
This actually
Yeah.
did not make my list. I thought it did, but it did not.
Huh.
But I do like it. I love the score and I love the setting. It's just,
Cabrini Green is like
yeah.
one of the coolest damn settings ever for a horror movie.
Good upgrade too from the book because the book was British. But to quote Dave Z, why it's not on my list. What do I care about bees?
Awesome.
You're right. Fucking bees. You're right.
And no one talks about Virginia Madsen as being a scream queen. I mean, between Zombie High and this, I mean, come on.
What? You just no one watched Zombie High. I haven't even watched Zombie High, and I got Ghoulies too.
What? I thought Zombie High would
was
be right up
joking.
your alley. What?
I did that. I bought it, but I was like, this looks kind of boring.
It's all right.
Wow. Zombies in a high school boring? That's fucking
Yeah, but it does.
crazy.
It looks like a body snatcher movie, but really kind of subtle and not entertaining. Am I the only one here who hasn't seen Zombie High? I've seen Monster High.
think
I have
Okay.
not seen it. It just sounds.
Heard of it.
I've heard of
I-
it. I just did.
I saw it way back when.
I think I
Remember
watched it for like
nothing about it.
86 or something. It didn't
Like,
come out in 86.
Videotape rental way back in the day.
86.
I watched The Video Dead 100 times, but I ain't seen
Yeah.
Zombie High.
Did the video,
Video
make
Dead has
the
a-
list?
It's a prequel to How High, actually.
How high? Zombie High. I'll see if Video Dead made my list.
I would totally.
Video
watch
Dead did not make my list,
Method
but it
Man
came
and
close.
Redman in a zombie high.
Well,
All right.
hey, we didn't
Here's-
talk much about Candyman. Bernard Rose, though, is a good director. I'll give credit to that. Like, there's Paper House. I think he
Paper
did, right?
House. That's
yeah,
okay.
yeah. But
Oh
it's
yes,
just
it's good.
for whatever reason, I enjoyed it. I like the mythology sort of behind it, but nothing makes me want to go back to revisit it. I don't feel like owning this movie or anything else.
Just don't
Plus, you're a
feel like
racist.
it.
Y'all
It
crazy.
took me
bro.
time. Plus, you're racist.
I did it to Moods once. Moods was talking. I was just like, Moods is a racist. Just quiet on the mic.
You got all this
What?
hate mail.
Amazing. Candyman, I'll be honest. It came out, what, 92? And
Mhm.
I don't even know if I saw it when it first came out because it was when the genre was spiraling for me and I was just kind of fucking fed up with what was happening at the time. So I don't think I saw it till later on. And I always enjoyed it, but it didn't really grow on me until like the last like 15 years or so, with a lot of talking about it a lot online and whatnot. And now I watch it, and every time I watch it, I like it more. So it's just one of those.
That's
late
me
bloomers,
too.
You know?
Every time I watch Candyman, I like it more and more. And there's zero comedy in it. And you talk about the late 80s and early 90s, like horror
Mhm.
was a lot of comedy. It wasn't
That-
it wasn't being serious much anymore.
Funny
I'll have to
because
check it
Bram
out.
Stoker's Dracula came out that year and there's no comedy in that. But then Dead Alive came out that year and it's all comedy.
Well-
It's New Zealand. Isn't that all they do? Is freaking horror comedy, right? Do they
think
ever
you're
make
right.
a regular?
No, I don't think they've
Movie?
ever
They
done
did.
like a regular.
It's a splatter movie, actually, even before Evil Dead 2, called Death What? Death. I can't
Warmed Up?
remember.
Warmed Up?
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's a terrible movie.
Well,
I think it's terrible.
Yeah.
Well,
I owe it another watch. I owe this watch another watch. I just
I do too.
like I say, it's never a priority.
Well,
Well,
You gotta
it
watch
should
Fools Go to
be.
College.
Exactly.
the social
Okay.
commentary in it is done the correct way. That's something else
Yeah.
great about Candyman, as opposed to the newer one. And I'll just leave it at that. What they did back then, the way it was portrayed and handled,
Called
I think is the
subtlety.
way. Yes,
Yeah.
it was more subtle.
Or
Correct.
sometimes you don't even have to be subtle. You just have to be good at it, like George Romero, and it's okay. Sometimes nowadays
Right.
they just explain things 1,000 times. Like that one movie, Run, Sweetheart, Run. They're like, message. I swear to God, it was "Don't be a menace in the hood." It is like message. I'm like, bitch, I got it. I got it.
I forgot about that. That's great.
Message.
Oh man. There should be a parody on modern horror films. Like we had a
We
Student
should
Bodies.
just- yeah. We should just edit that in. Like every
What,
time we
like
watch
a
a
new
movie,
scary movie?
like Run, Sweetheart, Run.
Yes.
Like we edit in that scene where he's like message every time they say something and show how ham-fisted that movie is. Like the Train to
Yeah.
Busan sequel, the cartoon one, that was the most
Oh.
ham-fisted crap I ever seen.
Never saw it.
Oh,
Crap.
Peninsula?
No, that one I liked. Everyone hated it, but I liked it. The cartoon.
I like Peninsula, yeah. Okay.
I like
The
Peninsula.
cartoon.
I was like-
Soul Station.
Soul Station.
Yeah.
that's what it
so
was.
ham-fisted, and I loved Peninsula. Everyone's like, this sucks. I was like, I'm fine with it. It's just Land of the Dead, the original. It's like the Land of the Dead. Like it was Land of the Dead. Like the same
Wow.
plot, kind of similar.
I
I,
didn't
like
see
that.
that
Strip-wise.
I
either.
think it made my list.
It
maybe
made my
was in the
top 20.
Yeah, it was
It
in
made my top
20.
20.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
But I was just like, sorry guys, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Me and you are
Well, I
sucker
just
for
say-
zombies, though. We love zombies.
Yeah. I just say fuck you to all those people. That's usually my comeback.
I don't
Not
care.
very
Nikki.
original, but I like it.
Yeah. Hey, why? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
Right on. Okay, kind of interesting that this is the next movie. Number 37 with 1,330 points. Get Out.
That is interesting.
Wouldn't make my list.
And this is not gonna
Wow.
help my argument of you just calling me a racist. It's not on my list either.
Not on my list either.
It might be on.
Yeah.
Too fresh for me.
Christian doesn't have
it's
a
online.
black person in any of the movies on his list.
Are you kidding me? That guy that survived in part
Not on
2,
one.
Friday the 13th part 2.
This guy, he doesn't even have a name. The black guy from Friday 2.
He's at the bar. He's like, hey, he's in the bar with that guy from Christine.
He went with Ted,
Right.
and they
Yes,
survived.
he did. Yep. And he survived. He was
That's
just
what. Hey,
there.
that's
Yep.
Friday 2 teaches you. Go to the bar.
Yeah.
Amen.
Die in a drunk driving accident. Don't get killed by Jason.
Get Out did not make my list. I lied. But it's a good-
It's
I mean, I do like it. It was
I
a
give it
9,
like a
I-
9.
9 out of 10. Yeah,
No,
exactly. Just
I
boost
give
it
it a
up.
9.5.
I will say on rewatch it didn't hold up as well for me, and like some
Oh.
of it by the end was ridiculous. Like I hated when she's eating the cereal and the milk, and like to me that just like seemed silly and stupid.
I
But
love that.
I
like
hate
that
it's a
too.
little it's trying a little too hard. I
No,
think.
because nobody notices it. You didn't know. You would have never noticed that if someone didn't point it out.
I think I noticed it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. It like
Um,
shows
there-
it.
But for me, like I love Get Out. I think it's a fantastic movie. But like when like these lists, dude, I'm like I love Pet
hard,
Cemetery way more. Like you know what I mean? Like they're just I don't have enough time with any of these movies for them to make a top 100 when there's so many. I've literally have 100 movies in the 80s that I've watched 10 times. You know what I mean? Like
This is what I agree. And this is what
Well-
why it's so difficult. If anything, it should have boosted or kicked my number 100 off the list, and Get Out should have been on that from the sheer fact of for the most modern movies, it's one of the ones I've watched the most.
you're just
out of,
trying to
like-
save face because you were
No.
being racist.
He's a-
I think
I would have
mentioned this on the
voted
show before, too.
Obama a third term.
Yeah.
That's the best line in the movie. That line's great.
Awesome.
And that actor's amazing. He's in so
Yeah.
many different. He's in Cabin in the Woods. He's in Billy Madison. He's in Revenge of the Nerds 2. He always plays a fucking prick, and he's the best at. And he's also was in that Destroyer movie with Nicole Kidman. What is his name? Bradley Withrup or something like that.
What?
He's a
He's in
perfect
Nerds too?
Yeah, he's the bully in Nerds 2
He
with
looks
the ascot.
very-
It's
like,
him?
I
The
couldn't
guy
believe
that-
he was the guy in Billy Madison either.
He's
So-
also in Billy Madison. He's Eric.
Yeah.
Eric's pregnant.
Was he with Matthew
Wow.
Perry on that show Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip? That's what I thought I remember him from. Does
Maybe
that?
I'm not sure on the TV. I imagine if you remember him, yeah, probably. But that guy's just he's always great. He's just like, hey, I'm the ultimate prick. He's like that guy
Yeah.
from Ghostbusters. He just plays a great prick.
Peck the prick.
Yeah, he's also in Die Hard. He
Is
plays
this
a
what
prick.
this man's saying true? Yes, this man has no dick.
Yeah.
Yes, no
that's-
Yes, Your Honor, this man has no dick.
Well, I'm not racist, so Get Out made my list. Number 78.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm
Number
burying
78.
you, Christian. I'm burying you.
Hey, for me, it's a 9.5 out of 10, and Pet Cemetery is a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
That's all it is. That's
I
all.
mean, I
just
have Get Out
you
at
know?
a 9.5 out of 10 as well, and
Really.
Pet Cemetery I have, I think, maybe at a 9.5 or 9.
Wow.
But I would rather watch Pet Cemetery than Get Out.
I gotta be honest. No, I think I'd rather watch Get Out. I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah.
Pet Cemetery and Child's Play just didn't. Now maybe if the kid was black in Pet Cemetery, it would be higher.
What
on
about
my
in
list.
Child's Play 3? Is Child's Play 3 on your list?
Yeah,
No,
he's
but I
black.
do like Child's Play 3. I'm actually.
Me
a
too.
Child's Play
What
2
about the
and
show?
3. I like Child's Play 2 and 3 better than Part 1.
Me too, because
Me
they're
too.
fun. And the idea in Child's Play is so fucking stupid that I have to have fun with it, or I just roll my eyes when he puts his soul into a doll. I'm like, this is
Yeah.
taken way too seriously for how fucking dumb it is. And people are like,
And
it's
he-
classy. I'm like, it's stupid. I can't
I
help
love
it.
Child's
I,
with you. I'm with
I
you.
fucking love
I think it's so stupid. Like, I laugh out loud during Child's Play 1 where he's like, ooh, my goo. I'm like, bro.
This guy,
But part 2 and 3 are like,
Did
hey,
he
this
just
is
make that
fucking
shit
dumb,
up?
right? Part 2 and 3 are like, this is dumb, right? He's like, the
Add
director's like,
some voodoo shit.
yeah. Like, but part 3 is like, this is fucking stupid. Let's have fun.
Yeah. And it was hated when it came out because it came out like what,
It
5,
still
6
is.
months after Part 2.
Still is.
It was like made back to back. It was like bam, boom. But I
Really?
loved them. Yeah.
Part 3 is actually
It was like 10
fucking
months
amazing.
later, maybe.
I haven't watched past part 4. I saw the first 4 and the remake. I'm not like, I'm weird with franchises. Like, I've seen like a lot of all the Fridays and Nightmares, but like some of the franchises I just give up. Like Hellraiser, like after part 6, I was like, JP made me watch part 7, but I was like, you fuck. But after that, I was like, I'm done. I'm done with
Dude,
these.
I like
Those
them all.
sequels are not bad, bro. Like,
Part
I like
that's
them
seven is
all.
terrible.
That's crazy.
no, it's not.
The one on the
Terrible,
train is
bro.
unwatchable.
Cult. I was okay with Cult, but it's no Get Out.
No,
But no, I will watch Get Out. I'm only bringing it back to Get Out because I feel like we're not doing it justice. I have watched this more
So
from a
much.
more modern movie. I have watched it more. It probably really should have booted when I look at. I love my number 100 too, but I've watched Get Out more than my number 100.
What's
What
your
was
100?
your number 100?
Well, it hasn't been named yet, but it's The Devil's Candy.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
So-
on my list.
Yeah, I
too,
would
the Devil's
definitely
Candy.
pick Get Out over Devil's
Yeah,
Candy.
Jordan Peele's great at mixing like
close.
approachability. His movies always have a good comedy layer, and they're approachable for everybody. Everybody can watch his movies, which is a rarity. You know, that's kind of like a Wes Craven.
Yep.
They're approachable, except Wes Craven's early stuff, not very approachable at all. Those first 2 movies, not approachable. You're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is this?
I've said my piece on Wes. Again, as a kid, it would no question. I'd probably name him as my favorite director. Something happened as I got older. And
He didn't make
I'm
my
not
top
a-
10
It's,
when we did our
it's-
top 10. So
I think there's 2 movies represented from him on my list. I don't think either of those would be surprises, but overall, I just something didn't age well for me in him.
I
think
only
would
have 2 as well.
4 movies from him. on
I have
my
2
list.
Wes Cravens.
Wow.
Yeah,
it.
and of course, it's my soul to take and Vampire from Brooklyn. Those are on my list.
Oh, that's crazy.
It can't
Mine
be.
is
He's black.
Mine is.
Can't be
I went
Vampire
with the
from-
double deadly. Mine is Deadly Obsession and Deadly Friend.
Yeah.
Double deadlies. Nice.
Oh, I actually put Swamp Thing on there.
Dude, that for me, that's his worst movie.
Swamp
That's
Thing.
bad.
I'd rather watch
Sucks.
Chiller.
I'd rather no. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
I don't
I'd rather
know.
watch Chiller.
I don't know. I'd
Well,
rather.
let me
Let's
say
Get
this
Out,
about
everybody.
Get Out. About Get Out, everything else aside, because this movie has been examined and discussed in detail. We've reviewed it. Everyone, there's a lot you can say about it. What I think, and something that seems to be overlooked, it's honestly, ultimately, just a modern day mad scientist movie. And it can be interpreted as such, but no one ever talks about that.
Yeah,
and
well,
that's
'cause
what I
there's,
think is
there's
fun.
not really a mad scientist in it.
Yeah, they're
Well,
kids.
yeah, they are. I you don't realize it until you get to that part in the movie. And that's when it changed for me. That's when I actually started enjoying it more because I'm like, holy fuck, this is going in a completely different direction than I was expecting.
Oh,
So
and the best line in the movie, besides the one he's like, "I'm not worried about the color of your skin, brother. I want your eyes." That part's great. Stephen Root. You're like, oh shit. It's like Bill Dauterive, man. That's Bill Dauterive from King of the Hill.
Is it really?
Yeah.
what was
Stephen Root?
what was your favorite line, Dave? Black is the new.
Oh,
What
no,
was
no,
it?
no. Black is in fashion.
Yeah,
Yes. It is in fashion. It's a fact.
No,
we
it's a
say
great
that
movie.
to this day. We say that in my house, and people in this house aren't Caucasian except me. You know what I mean? So we say it. Black is in fashion, especially now. It just is. Certain things are in fashion, and it's funny that they said that, but I know what they're saying. It's just, and it's okay, and he can get away with saying that because it's Jordan Peele.
It's
So
also
why
just
not
like
come out?
old, out of touch white people just being fucking dumb as and annoying as fuck. They're like
Right.
fucking cringe, bro.
Yeah.
I know.
Like this
right?
panel. Don't worry, we're huge. We're huge in Jamaica. The show.
I believe it.
We're huge in Haiti. People are making dolls of us right now to take us out.
What do you say about that voodoo shit? I'll show that.
This is voodoo
Oka,
bullshit,
Oka,
Blair.
Oka,
Don't you think
Oka,
this is voodoo bullshit, Blair?
Awesome.
Well, that one shows up way high on my list.
Me too.
Hopefully it's around.
It should be in
Okay.
everybody's top 10.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I said Evil Dead 2 earlier, and I have I may have dropped the ball on something here. Now,
You're a fucking idiot.
Did
What'd
you
you
fuck
do?
up the whole
Fuck on.
list?
the list
All too
itself,
it's ruined.
the list itself
Everything's ruined.
is 100% fine. The list itself is just fine. Anytime somebody's number one shows up, I mention it, and
Oh,
it was
okay.
somebody's number one. Mark, Evil Dead 2 was his number one. That's all.
Mark
That's how I
who?
dropped the ball. Which Mark is it? I didn't have
he
time.
hates
Ball.
22 shots. You don't want to
Mark
know.
Ball,
who
Mark NATO.
Yeah.
You're gonna shout out Mark and not even know who.
It's
It's
one
like
of the
Mark
Mark
Apes.
L's. We have two Mark L's, so I don't know which one it was. So
It's the
I
one
have
that
two
doesn't like
Marks.
22. Mark Lester, the
Marco-
director of Commando.
oh, and there's,
And class
it
of 1984.
In 1999.
And
Fire
it
Starter.
follows. Philip
Sorry.
Perrin. Philip Perrin's number one was It Follows. So
Okay.
there you go.
Ah.
So we had another couple.
Didn't know Taylor Swift was in that movie.
So yeah, I did drop the ball slightly, but I'm back on track. I would never fuck
Okay.
up the whole list. Are you
That's
guys?
his number one of all time.
Yes, number one of all time. It's true.
Okay.
It's true.
I think that's true for a lot of people, honestly. I've seen a ton of people have Evil Dead 2 as their number one.
Oh, that was
It
It
Follows.
No,
Follows.
it
Phil,
follows,
Phil.
dude.
Oh,
Mark,
It Follows? What the fuck? He's an idiot.
And then what Mark L was Evil Dead 2. Did you? Oh, never mind.
Yeah. So Mark, one of the Marks was Evil Dead 2. There's two Mark L's. So I don't know which one. I didn't get that deep into it when I wrote. It was a quick thing I threw together over the last couple of days to have it.
Nowadays he
assume
loves Marks.
none of
Day one by
y'all's
Marks.
Number one has shown up yet.
Pardon me? What
I
happened?
assume none of y'all's number one has shown up
No,
yet.
because my number one and two should be the number 1 and 2 for the whole fucking list.
Well, excuse the fuck out of me.
It's The Shining and The Thing.
We'll find out. We're getting
Well,
there. Okay, let's get there. Number
are we
36.
getting there?
Number 36.
Shut up,
I
sleep
just
all day.
watched
It's
this.
not looking good.
I just watched this movie 2 nights ago and love it every bit as the very first time I saw it back in 1987. 1,382 points. A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors.
Bingo,
Yes.
bango.
That's
best
my number
sequel.
2.
Of all
Of
time.
all time?
Yeah.
Wow. That's fucking
Nice, man.
sweet. Wow.
Wow, you're crazy, but that's nice. It's my
Oh,
number
that's awesome.
42.
I
Fantastic
don't think-
sequel. Yeah.
Dude, I love it. It is a movie I can watch anytime, any place. I love all the characters. It's exactly what a Nightmare on Elm Street film should be, where they're truly taking the idea of the dreams and expanding the concept, and everything takes place in the dreams, and multiple people are in the dreams. The set pieces are great. Freddy has a dark sense of humor, but it's not like MTV Freddy like we get in part 4. It's inventive. Like John Saxon returns. The story's great. It's literally the best Nightmare on Elm Street.
You take 1, 3. I'm actually a 4 apologist. I saw it in the theater.
I
Loved
like
it.
love
It's
part
fun.
4.
It's a lot of fun.
people do.
But if you take 1, 3, and the new Nightmare, which again I was much higher on it back in the day, that's a
Still good.
solid trilogy. With the Nancy trilogy.
Yeah.
Right? Definitely.
I like the first 4 and New Nightmare. The rest can get thrown in the trash can.
They-
I'm like more with you than not with you, but I I like Freddy versus Jason a lot.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I can take it or
It's
leave
fun
it.
watch. It's a fun one.
Part 3, though, they never ever got to the heights of the way they used the dream and the special effects. That's thanks to like probably Frank Darabont's writing and stuff. And it's got the best one-liners, and they're dark and they're twisted. And they actually kill main characters and their kids, and it's fucked up. After all, me and you are old friends. You're like, oh God, that's dark, dude. Fucking Dieter. That's dark. And it's a great movie. It's not on my list.
Yes.
It probably would have been, honestly, if I think. I don't know. It's so tough for me. There's too many good movies. It's in my top 150, I'm sure of it. I love the movie. I grew up with it, but yeah, I don't know. It's a great movie. It's probably one of the best sequels there ever was for a horror franchise.
I'm with you.
The giant Freddy worm, dude. Like,
yeah, dude.
When he looks at Nancy, and he's
But
like,
if they did that nowadays, it would look so bad.
I know.
But
They
it
built
looks
a
so
giant
great
fucking
with
worm.
It looks so great. If you look at the behind the scenes photos, you're like, how are they going to make this work? But it works in the movie. But if they did it CG now, like they did in Freddy vs. Jason with that worm that crawls up,
I was going
it
to
was
tell you.
fucking horrible.
Picture.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah, and Chuck Russell's a good director. I mean, he did The Blob in '88, and that's a fantastic movie too. I actually had The Blob made my top 100. I think it was already mentioned, the '80s version.
It was mentioned. So that's the second one for Chuck Russell.
Yeah. Chuck Russell. There's always those directors that have like 2 or 3 great horror movies, but never get like remembered, like Fred Decker, Chuck Russell, Anthony Hickox. There's just like a handful of them. Brian Usna. They have like 2 or 3 great horror movies, and everybody's like, I don't know. They're not really ever get the appreciation they deserve. Tom Holland, you know.
You can't make a top 10 list, Dave.
Did you always watch the doc and video before you watched the movie? Because didn't they put the doc and video at the beginning of the VHS? Or was it at the end of the VHS? I thought it was at the beginning for some reason on the one I had.
Who were those guys?
What a nightmare.
That started the crap right there. But by part 5, we get the Fat Boys. It's like, are you ready for Freddy?
Ready for Freddy?
Yep. That is the worst thing ever.
Dude, the Fat Boys are awesome, bro.
Motif in this too.
The Fat Boys are awesome, but that song sucked.
No,
the best song ever with Freddy. It was when the very first one, which came out right after part 2 came out, the original version of fucking DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Nightmare on My Street,
bro.
It's fucking brilliant, dude.
Not a fan.
I love it. Yeah.
Oh, dude. That's
what were you saying, Christian?
I was going back to the movie. I mean, what was I thinking? Sorry, everybody. What about the Fat Boys?
I love the Fat Boys. But anyway, this movie.
Taking that out of context.
This movie is no Nightmare 2 Freddy's Revenge, but it's okay.
You and again Jerry's name comes up again. I love their Nightmare 2.
So do
Alex
Nightmare
Edwards.
2, I've always liked it, but it was always on my low end for me.
I love it too.
I liked it. I like it more now. That's a little dark, dude. You got a final boy in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elm Street 2 made
my
my top 50 as well.
I like this franchise is weird because I think they're all fun, but I just don't rewatch them at all.
Love them so much.
As a kid, I rewatched the series almost as much as Halloween and Friday the 13th. Like it was kind of on repeat. 3 and 4 for sure with the original. Those would be the 3 that I watched, and then it would be then I'd probably squeeze in 2 because Freddy's scary in 2, no question. It just looks scary, and you got the body, I got the brain, and everything else, and it just the 5 is
the darkest Freddy gets in the entire series.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's great. Now 2, 1, 2, and 3 was always it for me, but 3, I remember I was just talking about this the other night because I was with my friend who literally, him and I asked him, I said, Scott, do you remember where we saw this movie at when it came out? And he guessed the regular theaters. I said, no, it was none of them. It was the Riviera. Now, the Riviera Theater, it's like an old-timey theater. They have the Mighty Wurlitzer in there, which is the fucking organ. Because we have the plant right here. Yeah, exactly. I had the cigarettes.
And you saw part 2 or 3 there?
By Gene Packet. 3. Okay. Part 3 came out, and it was on a Friday night, and it was packed with fucking teenagers. And there I am, like fucking 15 years old. It's sitting up in the balcony, and it's a different theater. You know what I mean? But to this day, I remember that night. I remember the movie starting because 2 was kind of a detour if you think about it. I enjoyed 2. Don't get me wrong, but
and you
right
saw
off
2 in
the
the gay
bat,
theater.
I did. I snuck in. It was the only way to see it at the time. So now I'm watching.
I'm getting fucked from behind, but it's elevated my enjoyment of the film.
Oh, I was only 15. Stop. So.
Well, you just made my joke real creepy.
I know. He's creepy.
Don't worry, the guy fucking you was
racist.
30.
What's no, he was 13. He was 13. It was okay. It was no guy. It was a kid. So anyway,
Oh man.
I'm watching. I brought it back on me. So I'm in the theater watching. As soon as it started, I knew that this was a fucking going to be a next level film. The way the credits come out and everything else, and seeing her make that diorama, the thing of the original house, and she's sitting there doing it, and the Dokken song playing, the Into the Fire, and the way the thing happened. Dude, great stuff. But now, this is what it was. When we first saw the Freddy Worm come out, and then right after that, when we saw the kill of what's his name with the fucking tendons.
The marionette.
Okay, Philip.
Patrick,
The kid from Class of
Patrick,
1999, isn't he?
Philip.
Yeah, he is.
I remember.
Patrick, something like
It's
that.
Philip in the movie. That's all I know.
Yeah.
When we saw that and then followed up by Philip's death, I remember the feeling I had being that age and fucking like seeing something that I thought was next level. Like we're taking fucking these type of movies to another level, to something we've never. It had that much of an impact on me. Yes, in
I
'84.
felt the same way. But not
Nightmare
in
had
84.
that impact.
87.
Dude, yeah, in 84 it did have a huge impact because it was different from a regular slasher. But I remember seeing those two kills in this, or Freddy and then that first kill, and like fucking like my jaw hitting the floor and just being shocked at what I was seeing and the excitement I had that night to
The floor
this
was sticky
day.
because there's an old theater. So my jaw off this fucking floor.
It's
But
crazy
dude,
you mentioned the diorama
it's so
because
fun.
I feel like, did Hereditary take from that?
I know, right?
Maybe.
Sure.
Because I'm thinking of the first movie that used little miniatures like that. I know there's probably some before
Amityville
it. but,
Dollhouse
like,
did.
Yeah, Amityville
Yeah.
Dollhouse.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
But still, it's a perfectly paced movie, and Freddy was just the right amount of fun. All the one-liners, welcome to prime time, bitch. All the everything that happened. It wasn't a whole lot, dude. But the tongue-tied thing, it was so creative. It was. I'm telling you, it was next level fucking filmmaking of horror. I remember just holy fuck. And to this day, maybe I overrate it still because I've never changed. I still have that experience every time I watch that movie. But I see what I'm seeing on the screen and the kills and the special effects and Freddy at the top of his game. Just and this is what I said the other night. I want to say something because Lacey was talking about fucking. You guys know me. I want everyone to die, even the people we love. And she was saying Sid should never die, and I'm like, yes, Sid should die, and this one should die, and I think it's great. But this is what I said. I go, so Saturday morning, I said something online to her in that thread. I go, I want to reiterate on this. Last night I watched I watched Nightmare 3, and I still recall the feeling that I felt when he killed fucking Nancy. It was completely unexpected. It was a bait and switch because her father crossing over, this nice moment, and I remember watching this on the screen, and it just fucking another jaw-dropping moment. I'll never forget that, and I think that takes that movie and makes it even one step better because people are still talking about something like that. If you kill your fucking lead, your heroine, fucking in a movie, that's gonna be remembered.
Psycho.
Yeah, but if you do it every time, then it's not.
Well, it's not every
just
time.
expected.
Not every time. Sidney could
No,
have
but
died
that's
in part
why I'm
4.
saying Sidney shouldn't die.
Why? It never happens. It's happened in Nightmare, and when else has it happened? The fucking
Sidney,
the opening scene
it's
of
rare
Friday
in Scream though because
Texas
a
Chainsaw
character doesn't
Massacre.
return that much though typically. But as
I
far
know.
as Nightmare is concerned, they took time to develop the kids. So like I said, when the kids die, the kids who die even have one-liners. So you're like, when I keep going back to the girl with the heroin, that part is fucked. And her character is like,
dude.
she shouldn't have died. Like you think she's gonna live, because she has the good line. She's like, in my dreams, I'm beautiful and bad. Like that's one of the best lines of the whole movie. Like 4 kind of fucked up how they handled the deaths of Kincaid and Joey, especially Kincaid.
dude,
Because he was
that's
a fan
the worst
favorite.
part.
That was
It was
cheap.
cheap. Yeah.
It was cheap.
Poor.
It's just kill Kincaid halfway through the movie. Don't kill him in the beginning.
Well, they were
That was
racist.
horseshit. Yeah, they were. They
Yeah.
were. Rennie Harlan is Scandinavian. He's never seen a black person. He fucking had to kill him off.
Similar.
I mean,
Kincaid,
But seriously, though, literally, that was the crap. Because Kincaid's like the fan favorite, and he's just dead. And you're like, I don't know if I want to watch the rest of this movie. But 3 had well-developed characters, like I said, and it brings back characters you love and introduces new ones. It's probably one of the quintessential slasher or slasher-esque franchises you would ever have, a sequel-wise. Yeah, I mean, it's great.
Keeping with the tradition and the theme of this show, a handicap kid.
Yeah.
Who got his wish. I mean, back in the day, I wished I was him. I wish I could walk in. Wait, I can walk in my dreams.
Didn't Dave Z say he wishes he was in a wheelchair so we didn't have to walk?
That was
me.
fucking C.
That was
Christian
him.
said that because he wanted the silver
I
bullet.
wish I was
I wanted the
paralyzed.
silver bullet. Yeah,
I wish I could
I wish I was crippled, so I got a silver
That was a
bullet.
cool
Wait.
little chair.
I wish I could park in Walmart.
But you know what, guys? We probably should move on. So on delay.
Yeah, on delay. Yes.
I'm
Dude.
sorry. You
By
knew
the
that was
way-
coming. I apologize for that.
It was
In case I
amazing.
didn't say it,
Joke.
this is my number 14. I don't know if I said it or not, but that's
No.
was
That's good, man.
Number 14, Dave.
for me. Yeah.
Nice, bro.
Yeah. I
Should have
fucking,
been one of the choices for 87 instead of Near Dark.
I mean, I'm down.
I like
with
the-
that
I
for
love Near
sure.
Dark too,
no
I
question.
do love Near Dark too, but this one is rated higher.
I mean, I have like 5 or 6 movies I put over Near Dark for 87.
87 is a great year, and Near Dark is near perfect except for that ending.
Yeah,
I will just do a blood transfusion. That will
Isn't
solve all.
Hellraiser 87, bro?
yeah, Hellraiser's
Yep.
the best 87 for me.
Yeah, like
Ah,
come on,
yeah.
bro. Get out of here with that near dark shit when you got Hellraiser. and
Hellraiser's a
Elm Street
masterpiece.
3.
It's the best. It's like the cheap
Yeah,
gross
but-
masterpiece of all
We're
time.
also talking about the summer series.
This
Sorry,
is true.
Dave. I'll stop.
Okay.
I'll stop.
I wasn't on the 80s, or I would have cried.
What
like
are we
a
at?
baby.
Like number 20 now? It's been a while.
35.
30.
Let's get to 35 with 1,417 votes. The Descent. The Descent.
Nice.
Oh,
Nah,
that's
dog.
pretty
Man.
high on my list.
What a night and
Pretty
day
high?
reaction to this
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
What'd you have?
I
it,
had a
Kelly?
stick up my ass when I watched this
Uh.
movie in the theater. You tell while you're looking, I'll tell. And I hated it when I saw it in the theater. I thought there was like motifs or themes
Wow.
that weren't even
You
developed
talk all this
properly.
shit on it while I look.
That just I was so pissed, and I hated it. And then
Pissed?
finally, I think it was. I was just didn't like the movie at
Nuts.
all. Everybody was saying it was great. You remember this, Dave? Then Eric Webster, I think, was the one that said, "Rewatch it. I'm demanding you rewatch it for the show." And I did. And I'm like, I don't know what I was thinking because I love the movie. Love it. I think I
Number-
gave it a 9 out of 10, but I don't know if I actually ended up sticking it on my list or not. I'm going to check while Carly shoots it out.
16 on my list.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Holy
Awesome.
fuck. Well, I
That's
feel
great.
good that I rewatched this then.
Yeah. 41. 41 for me. Another 10 out of 10. Fucking.
I got it as a 10 out of 10. It didn't make my list. I'm trash again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that it would have been. I think it made like my number 9 of 2005, but yeah, not this list.
This is my number 2.
88.
Wow.
This move
That
just
was
gives
number
me the
2?
spooks. It's
Yeah.
spooky.
Scary
Sure
as shit.
is.
And like it's not
it's-
even the scary monsters. It's more so the heights and the claustrophobic that's scary.
The spelunking,
Right.
if you will.
Yeah.
and the
spunky,
idea of
if
losing
you
your
will.
fucking mind in there too, because you would.
Yeah.
Number
I was losing my
88
mind
for me.
anywhere.
Number 88, and Carly, this is good for both Carly and Dave because this was my original review, and it's not a good one. I'm never going to find it. But I said I was talking about how they're talking about that birthday theme, and for whatever reason, the theatrical cut didn't seem like it ever did a payoff of that birthday dream or whatever. It just felt like it went nowhere. And then I made a joke that the monsters weren't even scary; they looked like ghoulies that didn't go to college.
Calling it back, bringing it back.
Yeah.
Fucking-
I
And-
actually, I don't think the monsters are very scary either.
What?
They're Lovecraftian. They're unevolved creatures
Well,
or
I don't
evolved a
think
different way.
Lovecraftian monsters are usually scary either. I guess.
Well, maybe in movies, but you can't read, so.
No,
But
You
it's
look
like-
like vampires.
I-
dude.
No, no,
my
Lovecraft
biggest
stories.
thing
I've
with
read
the-
some. They're not easy to read. I'm not gonna lie. Lovecraft is one of the hardest authors to read for me, but I
Yeah.
love his books.
One of the things for me that always was like a difficulty with this movie that's not really I don't know if it's the movie's fault, but I can never tell anybody apart, and they're all just
I got them
they're
apart.
just all
myself.
What?
I
fucking-
felt that way at
Those girls?
first.
Yeah,
Rewatching-
dude.
Yeah, they're like
Oh,
it's
not
all
even
dark and shit, and
Yeah, they don't
everybody
look
got
alike
on
at all.
helmets.
like
I could
two-
tell
to
them
their hair.
apart.
Me
Holy
too.
shit.
There's the
They're
main
also
blonde
beautiful.
girl,
Huh.
and then there's like an Asian girl.
There's
like
Juno.
A dark, there's one with
Yeah,
like
There's
a
Juno.
dark.
Juno, there's
Oh.
Juno, there's the two
Oh,
sisters, and then there's another one, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
all
know.
look pretty
I don't know
different.
any of them.
What the hell?
Like the
Oh, I
only
can
two
tell
that
them all
look
apart.
similar is like there's like two blondes, but one of the blondes is the main girl. So
Yeah,
it's like,
JP
Right.
hates women. Let's move on.
Yeah.
I can't tell them apart.
It's
That
hard,
that
bro.
accident
They're
scene
all
when
the
they first
same, that's-
descend,
I love women. What's that?
that accident when I think she breaks her, like there's an exposed bone, something breaks,
Oh.
whether it be a leg or that's
Yes.
where it's like shocking. I remember I enjoyed that in the theater, but again depends on the mood. Sometimes I go in and I just have I had a stick in my ass. I admit it.
I've been
rewatched
that.
it, I
I've
loved
been a
it.
hater
Miserable
before.
prick.
You're just in a bad mood and you're just like
Yeah.
you're just fucking pissed off. You're like then you like go back and like why did I dislike this? Like
Yeah.
no.
I
but
feel like I don't ever do that ever. And you guys.
Well,
are-
and you're a better person.
just like you
than
never
JP.
lose your mind.
Yeah.
You're better than us.
yeah,
Is that what you want to hear?
that's what I'm trying to get at.
Maybe I should
Just trying to
sleep a little
fishing
bit.
compliments.
I mean,
What?
I probably have done stuff like that, but I think it happens more often with other
It's-
people than me.
It's when it gets that praise, best horror film in decades or whatever it will be. And so I'm going and going, I want to love this. Like I want to go in. I really try not to go in wanting to hate a movie, but obviously like you go in and you're just like, what's everybody seen in this that I'm not, or whatever it may
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
in that moment. And then as the movie progresses, I get more and more annoyed by it and pulled out instead of pulled in. And I can say that.
Sinister and Conjuring for me. I'm just like I don't like
Yeah. But did you
Conjuring's.
since?
No, I watched Conjuring 2 and liked it, but I didn't like part 1. Conjuring 1 is like
They're
Kids
very
Bop.
glossy movies.
It's Kids Bop of all the best horror movies you've already seen. It's like the PG version of every good horror movie. Like, oh, this is like Amityville Horror and The Changeling and The
And
Exorcist.
Poltergeist.
It's just not as good. It's Kids Bop, bro. Don't like Conjuring 1. And I like James Wan. Like, I don't, but The Conjuring is the Kids Bop of fucking classic ghost stories.
How do you feel about Insidious?
I haven't watched it. It's the only one I haven't seen by him, but I bet I'd like it. I like all his other ones. I'm fine with Saw. I like Dead Silence. I
What
like
was
Death
that,
Sentence.
Dave?
I like Malignant. I like fucking
can't-
Malignant. So
I
don't like
I
Conjuring.
can't believe that.
Kids
I want to
Bop,
make
bro.
you a fucking. I want you to be a recurring character on this show, and you have to watch Wreck. You have to watch fucking Insidious. What's the other one you said you
I've
hadn't
seen Wreck. I've seen Wreck.
But still,
You've never
it's been
seen Wreck
20
2,
years
though.
or some shit.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I haven't seen Wreck or Candyman in like 20 years. Whenever they came out.
We got to make you watch these movies or something.
Well, I want to do the Insidious franchise on.
I want
22
to,
Shots
too.
One day.
I do too.
Count me out. Fuck that franchise.
They're
Really?
bad. Like I want to. Like
I love one.
I like
That's,
Conjuring 2 a lot, and I was surprised. But I just like Patrick
Me
Wilson.
too.
I think.
that's my problem. Yeah. But anyway, The Descent. We don't want to start a Conjuring discussion.
just walk by. Cameo by Jeremy. He's gonna
That was
half naked
literally
guy.
like The Exorcist there. That was like a jump scare.
Exorcist 3.
Exorcist 3.
He like covered.
Yeah.
Hey, you just cameoed on Exploding Heads, Jeremy.
Was he walking or did he float by? Like I don't even know.
He works third shift, so I've been screaming in this room, waking his ass up the whole time.
Great.
Awesome.
I'm like, Ghoulies 2 is better because Ghoulies in there. There's more Ghoulies.
Anyway,
I
yeah,
watch,
the
I watch Full Moon in my basement.
The Sid won me over. Carly, it was so high. That's awesome to see. But I'm glad Eric Webster made me rewatch it because I was
Yeah.
hesitant to go back.
It's amazing.
Sometimes we're wrong.
It took
sometimes we're
time
wrong.
for me.
But having said that, because his first movie was Dog Soldiers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like Dog Soldiers. It was okay,
I like
but
it.
I don't
I-
love
It's a
it.
little overrated.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
Dog
I
Soldiers,
agree.
I have the problem with Dog Soldiers. I can't tell anyone apart, and I hate how it's edited. It's like, let me just fucking cut back
It-
wherever I fucking feel like it. I don't like how it's made. I like the movie, but I don't like how it's made, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, he had his new movie didn't it just come out, The Lair, last year? It wasn't
This
very
year.
well received.
This year.
Talk about a
It's
guy who fell off.
2023.
Shutter.
Yeah,
I haven't watched any of his movies since
Same.
Doomsday,
maybe.
Yeah.
wrong.
and I didn't love Doomsday.
Yeah. It's
Right.
unfortunate.
He had
Yeah.
another one that came out last year or the year
The
before that
Reckoning.
also wasn't well received.
The
Yeah.
Reckoning. Yeah.
I didn't see him.
I
And I'm
didn't
not going
see
to watch
it.
the other one. I'm not watching them at all. Unless someone convinces me, but I'm not gonna.
Unfortunate.
But The Descent, it's my number 41. So I love it. And I agree with what Carly said, that the first half is just as scary, if not scarier, than when the monsters show up. It's great. It's fucking being in that one scene when they're going in the cave, when she's gonna get stuck in the
Claustrophobic.
fucking dude.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit. That gets me.
Yeah.
That
There
just
was
like that
three
scene
cave movies in 2005. It's the only good
Yeah.
one.
The Cave,
I
the
saw
Cavern,
this
and
one.
the Descent, right?
Yeah. I didn't see those other
Ridiculous.
knockoffs. Yeah. Fuck that.
I don't
shit.
even know if they were knockoffs, honestly, but they sucked.
They just I'm not watching.
I didn't
it.
watch any
But
of
The
them.
Descent.
except
I'll watch
Descent.
it once a year. I fucking.
How's
it's
the
a favorite.
sequel? I haven't seen the sequel.
Never
Eh.
seen
I've
it.
never seen it.
Don't like it.
I'm curious
like
on it.
Nah, didn't like it at all. Actually.
Didn't have interest in that or the 30 Days a Night sequel. I was like, I'm good.
Yep.
Or Dark Days or whatever it was called.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably fine.
I
Yeah,
don't
no,
know.
I didn't see that either. But the
Not
one-
even a huge fan of the first 30 Days a Night, to be honest.
Me neither.
I like it.
Everyone loves
Fine.
You
it.
know, I like
It's
it
okay.
until they have the fucking vampires talk. if they just kept them
Oh, I
silent.
like that.
Why?
Don't
That's
like
the
Oh.
coolest part.
It
That's
is
the part I
cool.
hated.
The
don't-
ending annoyed
They
me.
talk in like a fucking made up language, and it's
Yeah,
Yeah.
voodoo. I think they're yelling out the same voodoo chants.
Charles
that,
Lee Ray. Charles
yeah.
Lee Ray language.
Dambala. Yeah.
No, but never mind. I'm not gonna talk about 30 Days a Night. It's not even on the
Dambala.
fucking list.
Oh, who knows? Maybe it'll show up.
Okay, speaking of what's showing up, 34. Here you go, JP. Perfect for you. 1,421 points. The Blair Witch Project.
My number 9.
Good.
Nice. Nice.
I love it. It's
Me too.
when we were talking about Saw and how, you know, the ending still gives you cold chills, it does with Blair Witch for me as well.
Yeah, me too. When I was a kid, I remember
too.
watching this with my mom and being so bored. And then I was like, what the fuck? I was like 6. I'm like, what the fuck was that? And then I went to bed and I remember being really
How old do I
freaked out.
feel now? I was 6 when I saw it. She said so.
Well, she would have been 3 when it came out.
I would've been
That's
2.
even creepier. That's
I
or
was-
even weirder. than me.
99 or 90 or 98.
99.
I was 13.
Yeah, I was 8.
Fucking youngins. I forgot
Yeah.
we've got like these. You're all my children.
I
now.
watch the movie now and it's like that little girl at the beginning when they're interviewing people, that mom's like holding that little girl, and I always think like that little girl's like my age now. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
That was so
Sounds like a
well
rip
done
of
because you
Cannibal
know that
Holocaust.
was. Sorry.
What?
Oh, I was just saying that was so well done because you think like obviously that wasn't scripted. She's no mom and covering her mom's
Yeah,
mouth.
like,
It was so perfect.
I thought this shit
Yeah.
was real when I was a kid, and it was just like so creepy. And then I was in bed like thinking about that guy standing in the corner that night, and it like gave me nightmares. So I thought the movie was boring when I was a kid, and then
Dude,
it, like,
when
stuck
I was
with
a
me.
kid, I like it scared me so much. It's the movie that scared me more than any other movie. Because I thought it was real. And if you're 8 years old and you think it's real, you haven't seen any of the news stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I knew this girl. They went and put posters around colleges like before the movie came out,
The
like
missing?
missing. Yeah. And I knew this girl who was like, oh my God, like, do you know Blair Witch Project? Like the posters of those kids was at WVU or whatever. And I would lay in bed, bro, and I'm like, Maryland's not that far from where I live. Like, and like, what if the witch could just come through the woods, like, and come out this way? And it was like fucking, I would like torture myself. It's so scary.
I like this.
Not
movie
seen
a
it since
lot.
it came out.
Dude, you
Wow.
Really?
suck.
Wow, dude,
So
this
it
is
came out
what
on my
happened.
birthday. I saw it, loved it.
Happy
But
birthday.
people came to the theater. I was much older than you. People came to the theater. I went with my buddy, and he's like, "Let's go see it." I'm like, "Yeah, great, no problem." And a girl he knew happened to be there with her boyfriend, and she thought it was real. She actually went to the theater as
too.
like
a lot
not
of people did,
6-year-old,
dude.
Yeah.
thinking it was real. The marketing behind this was genius. The film was great. It was one of my, I have 4 that didn't make my list: Cannibal Holocaust, Nosferatu, 1922, Blair Witch, and 7. Those are the 4 that should have been on my list.
That was like
weren't
5.
on my list.
Well,
Did
one
I
of the
say-
reasons that it's so
Oh.
great is because the acting is actual fear. Like these people, the way they filmed it is like they just gave them brief directions, like go out here and we're gonna mess with you guys, like go camping and we're gonna do things. And so like when they're getting woke up in the middle of the night, they're getting woke up in the middle of the night.
Which is
But-
great.
I do. I owe this a revisit. I truly do. I 100% do. Cannibal Holocaust is one of my favorite movies, and they share a lot of similarities from the opening and stuff. There's no reason why I shouldn't like this movie, to be honest. Like, I just was 13 years old, and I watched it with my family, and we're like, you know how you're like, here, it was hyped up big time. So we were just like, I'm 13. We're just like, what the fuck is this? You know, it was confusing. It was weird. It was different, you know?
Like skin to a rink. And again, it ended at the original ending. The last line was, "Who is the true witch here?"
I wonder who the real witch is.
yeah. That's sorry. I fucked it up. Thank you, Dave, for setting me
Yeah.
straight. I wonder who the real witch is.
Dave Z,
Oh.
what were you gonna say about this? You were starting to say
Okay. I found out about this movie because remember, this is the time when I was out of horror, when I was fed up. I was in my 20s. I was working at my pizzeria, and there was a girl that worked for us, and she was in high school. And I remember her telling me, she goes, "Did you hear that there's a new horror movie out that's actually at theaters right now, and it's a true thing. It's like someone videotapes some stuff happening. Somebody got killed and something, and it's playing at the theater. So naturally, I'm intrigued. I'm like, what? Holy shit!
Snuff
So
film.
of course,
Yeah.
by this time, I have the internet at my house. So, I go on the, but I got to, come on, this
Hi,
really be
Internet.
happening, So I go on and I research it, and
Stayed
sure
for dinner.
enough, I find out it's not a movie. So it's like, well, that it's not real, So I'm
It's
like,
right
well,
next to the skull with eyes.
Yeah.
I saw with eyes.
Good night, internet.
well,
Good
at
night,
the
skull with eyes.
time, that's what we called it, the internet. It was 1999. That's what people referred to it as. We got the internet, So that's I'm stepping back in time. That's what we were saying. So
The
we go
information
there.
highway.
We're on. Oh, remember that? Yeah, the World Wide Web. So anyway, the web, just for short, the web. Remember Web TV? Anyway, let me stop.
I had it.
So
Web TV.
I used to hook up with girls through Web TV. Holy shit, that's great. Fucking Web TV. I won't even get started. So anyway, I decided not to go see it. I'm like, oh well, this is a crock of shit. It's not real. They're putting it off as fucking, so it's not. So I'm not gonna bother. So sure enough, next year it comes out on video. It becomes huge. Everyone's fucking, making fun of it, and it's not making fun of it, but it becomes part of pop culture. They're referencing it in Scary Movie and everything else. Okay, so now I see it. I'm like, oh yeah, that was pretty good, and that was kind of it. I just kind of laid low for a while. Then my love for found footage came years later. After Paranormal Activity, a few years after that, when all these movies start coming out. So I'm watching all these found footage movies, and they're all so good that I'm into. And I start to think, I wonder what would happen if I went back and watched Blair Witch Project now. And I never had the desire to, because I'm like, it's going to be so tame by the standards of all these movies that I've seen now, like The Bay and Lake Mungo and everything. I can't imagine it's going to be scary. Well, I watched it by myself one night. I turned the fucking lights off, and I watched, and I got so sucked into the movie. I was like, holy shit. It got me in every way that movie was meant to get you. The sound design is fucking is perfect. And the scares all worked. I put myself in their shoes, and it totally sold me. I was like, boom.
So the
this is
movie
like a
blew
fucking-
you.
Yeah, and I blew it right
Yes.
back.
Was that around the time we were doing the show?
Yes.
When we did Blair Witch? I thought so.
Yes, it was. And I gave it like a 9.5. I was fucking floored. I was like, you know what? Great stuff. And ever since then, it's been in my top 5 for found footage. And I champion it. People shit on it now, and it's unfortunate. But obviously, not the listeners of this show, because it's number 34, so I'm happy. But you do hear a lot of negativity online about it. I know you'd notice, JP, since you're a defender of it. So
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of times it's like people don't know how to watch it. Like, you have to do what you did and put yourself in the situation.
With your eyes,
And-
silly ass.
And it's not about like what, because a lot of people say like, oh, all it is them like walking around and talking, and it's like, yeah, but that's like that's you putting yourself in this situation.
feels real.
Yeah.
And also, to be honest, it's one of those movies. There's a long list of movies. No matter how you personally feel about it, the book's been closed. It's over. Like, it's already made its place in history. No matter the naysayers are going to say anything, it's just over. It's done. It's already made its place. Like, if somebody came in and was like, Psycho's terrible, you'd be like, yeah, go away. We don't care. Like, it doesn't matter anymore. It's over. It's
Right.
already like it's written its place in history. Like, nobody's ever gonna Nightmare on Elm Street's not falling off. It's not ever
Right.
gonna. You know what I'm saying? Texas Chainsaw Massacre is not gonna never not be a classic. It's just there. It's already cemented itself in history. It's the argument's almost kind of null and void.
Yep.
You got to be on our show more often for that. Just for that.
I always
line of
want him
thinking.
on.
I just tired of it. Like, something we argue over years and years of the same shit. And it's just like, it's over. It doesn't matter. Let's talk. If you don't like it, look at it as a historical piece and an interesting way that way. You can talk
Right.
about almost any horror movie in some kind of special way. I've had to talk about some movies that there's nothing to talk about. So I have to find something to talk about. So either go historical standpoint or something else, or just like an actor in it that has been done. You know what I mean? You have to find something to talk about, a point in it.
Mm-hmm.
This came out in Toronto. They were doing a sneak preview, and we all zoomed down to see it. It was going to be a midnight show. This is before the release in the summer, and the lineup was crazy. I'm like, well, I was like dating Carrie, my wife at the time, and we were like, nah, we're not going to. Actually, I'm lying. I wasn't dating Carrie.
Uh-oh.
I just realized it wasn't her. So then.
It was some girl from
Gone.
Web TV.
She's gone. She can't
Okay.
hear shit. Yeah, it was a girl from Web TV. So then I went and I'm like, I'm not staying for this line. Like, I want to see this movie. There's no way we're getting into this theater. So I left. My buddy did end up seeing it, and he said it was great. But it came out on DVD. They rushed it. Like, so it was released in the summer, and it came out by Halloween. I think it was released Halloween 1999 on for DVD release and video and whatnot. Because I remember buying it to rewatch it that Halloween night. That I remember. And I
Well,
do
set
love
on
this
Halloween.
movie. Sorry?
And it's set around Halloween.
Yes.
So I guess that was the whole marketing genius behind this. The setup, the history. There's that documentary, the faux documentary
Yeah.
for the backstory. Fact,
I
the
gotta
Curse of the
watch
Blair
that,
Witch.
man.
Does the first half of the Blair Witch have interviews with people? Because I remember
Yeah.
seeing that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not
Yeah, so
even the
that's
first
like-
half. It's like the first
It's a
15
little,
minutes.
yeah, it's just like the
See,
beginning.
that stuff I remember being really great because that sets it up,
Mhm.
and that's some of the good
Yeah.
stuff in Cannibal Holocaust too. It's a really great setup device. Like, so you know who these people are, you know kind of the outline and the history and all that kind of stuff. That's like a genius script structure, to be honest, and it's only been done a couple times. Like, and I mean, obviously Blair Witch and Cannibal Holocaust are the quintessential ones of it, right?
And Wreck.
Wreck, yeah. Well, is there
And Paranormal
interviews?
Activity.
Yeah, Wreck
But it's
starts
different.
out with
It's different
interviewing
for
the
Wreck
fire
and Cannibal
department.
Holocaust because they're disappeared. The people that are in question have disappeared already.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
same thing with
No,
Last Broadcast. The Last
Yeah.
Broadcast is very similar, which came out around the same time as Blair Witch, and it's kind of
Same
like
here.
the one that no one talked about.
or
It got
the year
overshadowed.
before.
Yeah, all about the same time though. There's no way that either ripped each other off. But Last Broadcast is
Yeah.
also really good. It's a really good film.
It's great. I think the only quibble of the Last Broadcast is it abandons its found footage factor to go into its traditional storytelling for the climax.
Yeah,
If I'm
which
not
is
mistaken.
weird. The climax,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I like it or dislike it, or I'm just kind of lukewarm on it. But I like the movie a lot. I've seen it a few times. I like it.
Gotta watch it again.
Yeah.
But yeah, Blair Witch 34. Okay. Hey, I'm happy about this one. 1,475 points.
go.
Number 33, Creep Show.
Nice.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
My
yes,
19.
yes.
My 19.
19? I gotta see
My
where it is for me.
51. My 51 for me.
51. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I can live with that.
It didn't make my 50, but it would make my 100.
Yeah. Best anthology ever made.
Indeed. It's my number 9. There you go. Number
Oh,
fucking
wow.
9.
That's
Oh,
high,
yeah.
Dave. That's
Oh,
high
I
as
love it.
fuck.
I've always loved it. It's always been my jam. It's
I
incredible.
love
to
that
me.
movie.
I do. I love everything about this movie.
Well,
It's
well,
one of the
did it
most
make-
quotable movies ever. It really is, and people don't even realize it. Every one of the stories is great. It's so much, and the style of the filming, keeping it like a comic, and on top of it, the Suspiria lights, the fucking reds and the blues, and this, and it is such a clever gimmick to make a movie. Written by King, directed by Romero, with fucking effects by Savini, all at the fucking top of their game. Boom, that's a slice of fucking
Or royalty.
horror in 1983 royalty. Yeah, it's fucking. I love
it's so
it.
different for
Love it.
Romero. So different for Romero. Romero was always pegged as a certain kind of director, but when he branched out and did other things, they were different enough and good enough. And the idea that he can even do Creepshow, which is almost complete polar opposite of Day of the Dead or Night of the Living Dead, is amazing.
Yeah.
It does have some similarities to Dawn, but it's a brilliant movie. It's a lot of fun, and he grew up with those EC comics, and he shows his love for it big time. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the history of those too, because we have the old EC comics, and we have the Amicus movies, and then we have like the Creep Show, and then the TV series, and they all are almost the same. I really feel like Creep Show is kind of like the 80s Tales from the Crypt.
For sure.
I
You summed it
adore
up. It fantastic watch. It's so much fun. Colors are great. Pacing's good. I mean,
The soundtrack
you
is
could argue
fucking
that
John Harrison's score.
John Harrison.
there
Wow.
could be one segment probably taken out, but again, it's all of them have their charm. Like the one
Yep.
with Stephen King, he's great in it.
Yeah,
But you could.
That's my
easily
favorite
J
one.
Pig loves it.
It's funny. It's a,
I've
again,
grown
it's
to
a-
love it.
I love
That's
all
my
of them.
favorite.
I
The
have hard
only
choice
one I
picking.
don't like is the Father's Day one. I
What?
actively
You called me a bitch.
dislike that.
You called me a bitch.
I like all of them. My
Oh, it's
favorite
amazing.
is Something to Tide You Over, because Leslie
Same here.
Nielsen.
Yeah.
I love
Absolutely.
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah,
And when
that's
he
the
gets
best
to go
one.
nuts, like in that and Day of the Animals, it's just like the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Because he's so good. He's like, oh, I can hold my breath a long time.
Yeah.
Because he's just, oh man, he's so.
That's a
'cause we
great
have him-
line.
Oh,
And I
man,
do
I
have
love
the
that
gun.
movie. I
Not
might
Leslie
put it up
Nielsen.
higher.
I
I
think
love
I'm
it.
like
Telling you,
weird with Creepshow because I like I like them in a different order than everybody else. Like the Stephen King one's my favorite, then they're creeping up on you, then the Crate, then Something to Tide You Over, where it's usually not the case with anybody else.
Well, I love them all. Like
Me too.
I love that you like the Meteor one because that one's so fucking funny. Because the ending's
Meteor
great
shit.
too. He's like, they do the rain. They're like, oh, the forecast and the weather is going to be a lot of rain. You're like, fuck. It's so brilliant,
Yeah.
man. Like,
Which
everything.
that feels like a
It's fucking
straight up
nihilistic.
EC comic. Like
Hell
that
yeah.
Yes.
that ending. You would see that ending in an EC comic.
Totally.
Dude, it's so
I-
good. And then, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I even like the stuff that I always question is like, how are they gonna get that video equipment down to the beach? And you see
He
that he's
explains it.
got
There's a
all
cable.
these rolls of cable on the back. I love it. It's like,
An underrated thing is the wraparound, because Tom Atkins, God
Oh.
made fathers, babe. That's great. But Tom Savini, when him and his buddy are arguing, and he's like, "It's a comic book." He's like, "It's a comic book. It's a comic book."
comic
And his
book.
fucking face.
He
He's
hates
like,
that.
I heard you. Like, the people, I heard some people badmouth Tom Savini's acting. You're like, I actually would say that Savini's acting is underrated.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I think he's.
Yeah.
I think he's always good, even if it's a shit bomb like Children of the Living Dead. He's not great in that, but who could?
He's
be?
the best part of that movie.
I like the movie. It's terrible though. It's pure shit.
Well,
You
talk
have
about
Dave's got
Romero.
this too, right?
You know I got that. Yeah. Actually, I got that sent to me from Alex. It was a present. I got it hanging up. I got a whole creep show section. I wonder if you could see it. Can you see it over there?
No, I love it.
I can
man.
see
It's
your
so
Tumblr.
great.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
got the
can see the-
poster.
yeah.
I got this.
Yeah.
I got the
I
thing
even like the
hanging
new
up, I got
TV
the throne
series.
behind me. Got it
I like
all.
part 2. I like part 2. I like Tales from the Dark Side movie. I didn't watch Creepshow 3. It was obviously a cash-in garbage. And I love the
Yeah.
TV series too. I like all of it. I love Tales from the Crypt too. Big fan of the original movies. Multiple Tales from the Crypt, and I love the TV series. So I love the EC comic style stuff. It's
And
with my
you're
short
right.
attention span, I'm made for that.
Right.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
think I'd love anthologies even more so because of that exact same factor.
Yeah.
I can't. It's not that I can't watch longer movies because I do, and I've loved a
Me
lot
too.
of them.
Me
But
too.
I don't know what it is about those ones that can keep me entertained.
You're just like
and
moving
engaged.
move, go,
Most
you know
of the
what I
time,
mean?
I'm like that.
Yeah. And the anthologies deliver. I mean,
Like
every once in a
Carly's with
while,
this
like,
show.
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah, it's true. I'll say one thing about Romero, what you were saying, Dave, is I'll say this. Even though it's not typical Romero, still in this, you have people coming back from the dead, some even coming out of graves, and you have social commentary in some of them.
Yeah, he always
So-
has the commentary.
Yeah, so it is kind of, there are some Romero-isms, even though it's written by
Yeah.
King. But, you know, people just don't look at it that way, that it's a fucking Romero movie. Everyone
You
talks
could
about,
tell it is, but
yeah, I got to write it down, too. It's another fucking Stephen King vehicle. So
and
there
Romero.
you have
How
it.
many times has Romero popped up yet? Is that his
Oh,
first?
yeah. Oh, wait a minute.
No.
Is this his first?
This is his first.
He's gonna
I'm
have 4 then.
I'm assuming 3 more are
Yeah,
popping
there
up.
They
I
should.
would be utterly
But
shocked
also,
if there wasn't 3
E-
more Romero.
E.G.
Bruiser.
Marshall. Fuck off. Season of the Witch and There's Always Vanilla. Not a horror movie, but it made the list. I don't know why. But no, E.G. Marshall's totally underrated. He has the
Oh
most
my
cool
God.
lines I've ever. He's like, well, then you can take your family on the welfare check to Disneyland next
fucking
year.
welfare
And he's just like,
You can take your family to Disneyland on your fucking welfare check.
that guy's like such a good actor too. He's been in 2 Romero movies. He was in 2 Evil Eyes as well. But it's funny because that dude's like, he's in 12 Angry Men. And if you're like in 12 Angry Men, you're like acting royalty. Like if you made that movie and you're, you know what I mean, you're just gold.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Right on. Awesome. Carly, you didn't say much. Are you not a fan?
I don't think we'll give her a chance.
Well, I
No,
give her
I'm
a
not.
chance now.
I'm not a die-hard fan like everyone else. I think I prefer part 2, but I still give it like an 8 out of 10. But it's just I don't rewatch it a lot. Like I don't like you guys are like quoting scenes, and I'm just like I don't really remember.
Yeah.
That's
You didn't grow
A-okay.
up with it.
What, buddy?
I said you didn't grow up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't grow up
True.
with it.
You're negative 15 at this point. I don't even know what year you're born. I just guessed. So I don't. You do the
96.
math.
No, I wasn't, dude. 97.
Okay, fucking
I was
same
close
thing.
All right. Here we go. Number 32.
Here we go.
1,514 points. Black Christmas. There you go.
Nice.
Good
The
old
original.
Black Xmas.
It's
Yep.
between this and My Bloody Valentine, which already came up as being the best non-franchise, if you consider the fact that they've made 3 Black Christmases, and is that a franchise?
Yeah.
Since they're all different. If it is, then I guess
And
you can't call
22
this a
shots for what it
non-franchise.
is.
If we're saying
Yeah.
standalone slashers and like
Come on.
doesn't have a sequel, I think My Bloody Valentine's the best and Black Christmas is second.
This did make my list, surprisingly. Because I
Oh,
hadn't
yeah?
watched it in years, and I rewatched it recently, and I was like, that is so much better than I fucking remember. I was like, that is amazing. Like, It just hit me. All the characters were so well established, the kills, everything. I gave it 38 points. So it's towards the bottom, but it's still on the list. It's towards the middle, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was 32, and I'm at 10 out of 10, but it was 32.
Yeah.
It was your 32? It's my number
Yeah.
92. But it still made the list. A couple years ago, it may have not. I've taken a journey with this movie. I still have some issues. They haven't gone away, but I also still appreciate the great stuff that's great. So I just don't blow it the way some others do. But, I think honestly, where it is as number 32, I don't have a problem with that now. So, if it would end up in the top 10, then I would say,
It was 32, so it's exactly where I had it.
Wow, look at that. See, it's on point.
Is that the first time that's happened? I think so.
Maybe.
Twinsies
with the world. Yes.
I'm just giving
With
points.
the world, bro.
I'm just giving points, like, because I don't remember where the spots is. So like 38, what would that be? Like number 37 or some shit like that?
So 38 from the bottom, because your number 1
Yeah.
would be 90. So that would be your number 62.
Yeah, so that's not bad. That's a good ranking for that movie. It's a great movie.
I have mine at
Yes.
87, and I didn't like this movie too much at all when I first saw it, and it's grown on me over
Same.
every time I watch it, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
I'm kind of the same way where like I always liked it, but even when I made this list years ago, it didn't make my top 50, but it would now.
Oh, you got some iconic stuff. The voice on the phone, the shit that he says
Shit.
is fucking creepy as all
Makes
hell.
me sick.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's
Nice.
nuts. And again, the calls are coming from inside the house. Maybe it's a trope when you think about it back, but you had this and you had when a stranger calls, and it's effective in both films. It works great in both movies. And you got Margot Kidder. Her character is fantastic in this.
And the house mother is fucking hilarious. She's
Yeah.
gold. I could have swore that was Shelley Winters. Like, is that not Shelley Winters? Like, that should have been Shelley Winters, right? Am I wrong?
It's like
Totally.
alcohol. His alcohol hidden everywhere.
just in book, yeah.
A woman after my own heart.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
great.
reserve tank of the toilet was a little much, but hey.
Yes.
Hey.
You didn't have
And
to
that's
get
it's got to be John Saxon's made the list twice already, and there's going to be another one.
Oh,
He's made it. I think he's made it before. Because did we have Mario Bava?
But the one you made a mistake on, I remember I heard the first episode. You
Oh.
said Blood and Black Lace. He's not in Blood and Black Lace. Cameron Mitchell is. He's in The Girl Who Knew Too Much, aka The Evil Eye. He's in First Bava's Giallo.
We
not
fucked it up.
Blood and Black Lace. It's fine though. I mean, come on.
There we go.
See,
No,
But he
said
is
it,
in a
I
Bava
disagreed.
movie.
Right.
because we brought up The Girl Who Knew Too Much as being the first. Was that considered the first Giallo? And and it's funny because then I think we confused them. Oh, I did at least. Saying
Well,
he
yeah,
was
yeah.
in.
I
Blood and
disagreed,
Black Lace
though.
is
I
like
didn't know.
quintessential cemented first Giallo. But some people consider The Girl Who Knew Too Much. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm glad Blood and Black Lace made the list though. That's a great movie.
Well, Black
Cool.
Christmas has another excellent introduction. The first fucking 5 minutes of that movie with the crawling and everything else and getting up to the fucking thing, and just anytime you see him by himself, the killer is fucking great when he's flipping out and fucking doing all this shit, and then the kill with bagging the girl. All that stuff is my favorite. To me, like the first 30 minutes are like a 10 out of 10. And then I fall off a little bit, especially in the phone stuff in the third act, and some of the stuff in the cop shop is okay, but I
That's
kind of
funny.
lose a
It's
little
great.
bit of interest. It's fine. It's, just-
Fellatio. To do
Yeah.
Well,
it's fine.
it does one of my favorite things that horror movies do that scare me: hidden in plain sight. That should be a subtitle for a horror. She's in plain sight the whole time. Her fucking dead body is in there. But people are like, that's not realistic. It's like, dude, how many times has there been something fucked up in front of your eyes and you've not seen it? And that's why another movie I like so much, Noroi, is it's all hidden in plain sight. It's right in front of your fucking face. You can't put it together, but by the time you do, it's too late. And that's also True Detective had great reveals like that. Anytime they do reveals like that, where you're like, the fucking horror is hidden in front of you, right in plain sight, and you don't see it. That
Saw.
scares me. Yeah,
That's what I was
Saw.
thinking of the
No,
whole
it's
time.
brilliant there. It's brilliant. That's what made that movie come together. That stuff is very smart and it's very scary. If it was
And
a
John
snake, it
Saxon
would
has
have
been
bit
in
you.
3. Tenebrae, Dream Warriors, and Black Christmas. So he
Johnny
has
Saxon
been.
he might be the most actor. That's why he's such a beloved actor. He's in so many cult movies.
Yeah.
For sure. For sure.
His name is
Okay.
Johnny Sax, by the way. Now on.
Johnny Sachs.
Johnny Sax.
Johnny Six.
That's my gimmick.
It's definitely your.
Okay, number 31 with 1,524 points. Friday the 13th, the final chapter.
Woohoo!
You're
Here we
saying this is a
go.
Dave Z list, but I think it's a JP list.
Hey, it's a total Dave Z list because I don't know if you listened to the first part, but part 6 did not make it. Jason Lives did not make the fucking top 200, and so far the ones that have made it are part 5, part 3, and the final chapter. Rock and roll.
Those are all on my list. Number 11 for Friday 4 for me.
Wow. Oh, I gotta look and see where I
It's on my
am.
list and I can't even fucking find it. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble.
Probably your number 5 or something.
Oh,
It's Friday
no, it's
Fake
not.
Boy Show.
Everybody's gonna freak out. It's my number 71.
What? Wow.
I mean, Friday 4 is really not my favorite of the Fridays. I'm not gonna lie. I never.
Why you
I had
did-
I had 6 Fridays in the
Interesting.
top 50.
Can you do the rest of the show in that voice, Carly?
Yeah.
It did make my list, unfortunately. I'm gonna make a thing. I'm gonna be kicked off the show right now, and I'll save myself some time. Not any Fridays made my top 100.
You're okay.
That's sick.
Ish.
That's crazy.
But I will tell you this:
That
I
makes
think
me
it's
wanna
overall the
fly.
best franchise, and I can watch them anytime. While
That's
like the
fair.
first 6 I can watch, and I
Easily
don't love
digestible.
6. Yeah,
Yes.
but the first 5 I love. I'm like and 5's my
Right
favorite.
on.
I don't think it's the best. I think
I
1
can
and
watch
2 and 4 are the
any
best,
of them
but-
anytime except for X.
Well, you know what? Part 4
And-
didn't make
and
my list.
You're not
Wow.
you're not a true Friday fan then if you don't like Jason X.
And first of all, I like Jason X. I just can't watch it anytime. Like the others.
Part 8
So you
is
don't
Now,
on.
like
Jason
I
Goes
hate
to
Part
Hell.
8, dude.
I'll pop that
I
bitch
hate
in
Part 8.
right
I
now.
grew up with Part 8. Part 8 is very nostalgic.
First
for
one
me.
I saw in the theater, so I have that same nostalgia. I
had it on
dislike it.
VHS.
I know it's horrible, but I saw it in the theater.
Part 8
And
is
so I always
spooky
have that.
fucking of little creature movies. It's the same. They're the same. They're both bad. They're not good movies, but like you can. I won't even defend movies that are terrible that I like. I was like, yeah, it's dumb, but I can tell you why I like it, and
Yeah.
you can tell me why you don't like it. And I'm like, you're not wrong.
It's the same. I don't rate it high, but I have it holds a special place in my heart.
Yeah,
well,
I got a lot like
it's
And
my
it
number
didn't make
15.
Carly's list either. Number 15.
15, Dave?
Holy
15.
shit.
Yep.
What was it
15?
on yours, JP?
11.
Oh,
But it would
Nice.
probably be like looking at this list, it would definitely be 10. I would swap my number 10 and this one. But like I said, this 50 list I made like 4 years ago.
Right.
This
think
is
I-
a
I like-
quintessential slasher movie, really, right?
It is. But I do
Yeah.
like 1 and 2 more. So
Yeah.
It's
Good
my
director.
favorite Friday film.
Good director too. Zito.
I can't take that away from. Yeah, he's done a lot of good exploitation films.
On Scene. And then he did what was the other one? He did On Scene
Prowler.
and Blood
Fucking
Rage. Not
Prowler,
the other
but he
Blood
also-
Rage. The Prowler, yeah. Red
But
Scorpion.
he also did Invasion USA and Red Scorpion.
Yeah. He's good.
Red
He's good.
Scorpion. Is that what's her name?
Mean-spirited.
Oh, no, that's forget it.
He's mean spirited as fuck. Joe Zito. Wait, no. Joe Zito didn't do On Scene. He did. Danny Steinman did On Scene, who did part 5. My mistake.
Ah,
But
right.
he did Blood Rage and The Prowler, of course, 2 slashers. Blood Rage
Yeah.
is iffy slasher from 80.
I love Blood Rage.
No, that's the wrong Blood Rage.
Not Nightmare at Shadow Woods Blood Rage. I'm talking about the
The
weird
other
kind of
one.
like exploitation.
I'm talking about
slasher Blood
cranberry
Rage.
sauce Blood Rage.
Yeah, he's
That's a
not
different
talking
one.
about cranberry
Oh.
sauce. That's a different one.
Joe
Yeah,
Zito wouldn't
19
touch that. That's way too scoopy for Joe Zito.
Cranberry Blood Rage.
Well, this is the first one I saw in theaters too, and it's a memorable experience. It was a memorable night. It was so fucking amazing being in there, and everybody. You know, I was young. You know what I mean? I was younger. You know, and there was teenagers in there that were all into it. And every time Jason was killing, they were fucking applauding and going. It was such an event that I can't even fucking fathom going to a movie nowadays and having that experience that I had that time, being like 12 years old and being there. My father had to take me and being there and fucking everybody erupting every time somebody was killed. It was just so much fun. And then to see because you know at the time you thought it was over. It was called the final chapter. To see the demise of Jason and the mystique of Jason, the way they pimp him at the beginning of the movie, it's such a great fucking like a send off. Like, hey, this is Jason. This is what we've done for all these movies, and now. After tonight, it's over. It was just an experience to be at that theater, man. I'm so glad that was the first one I saw. I mean, part 1 would have been something as an amazing
Yeah.
experience,
Oh yeah.
of course. But I think after that one, as much as I love 2, I think that the experience of going to the final chapter, thinking it's the final chapter, it was just like, I don't know. It was just like a magic night for me. It was
Man,
amazing.
I seen these movies so out of order. Like you guys all got to see these in order.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't. I didn't see them in
No?
order. I saw
3
part
was first.
1,
And-
a scene from part 1 at my great aunt's or grandma's house when I was young. It was on TV, so it was when it first aired. It scared the shit out of me. We turned it on. I thought it was some Disney movie when we put it on. Pop it on. Kevin Bacon gets killed. I'm like, oh my god, I'm out. And it scared the shit out of me. And I'd only see the trailers or the TV ads for the movies as they come out because they would put those ads on when Scooby-Doo was playing after school. And you'd see these things. I get scared to shitless just from the ad. The first one I actually saw was my 13th birthday party, and we rented part 5 because it was, I think, the newest one out. And I'm like, why not start there? A new
Well,
beginning.
My
Genius.
first one
13th
was
birthday
part
party. You saw
7.
Friday the 13th, part 5.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And then,
Destiny.
yeah, and then
Right.
then it went all back, and then so I saw them all and then
Okay, so
when I was the first one in the theater was part 8, but I had seen the other ones leading up to that at that point, so I saw them all out of whack.
I seen 7, then 9.
What the fuck?
And then like I think like probably 4, 5. I know that I seen like 1 towards the end.
I've seen bits and pieces of them, and then I remember probably like 12 or 13, I decided just to start buying the VHSs, and I watched the first
That's the best way.
6 in order. I watched the first 6 in order, then I saw maybe first 7, and then like I always try to watch part 8. I always saw it on TV, and like I don't even know to this day if I watched part 8 100% through. I've seen it on TV 400 times, and I'm always like, fucking goddamn thing. I can't like that in Nightmare
Don't.
5.
Jason
I
punches
swear it's
someone's
like
head off.
30 fucking sittings to watch each of those movies, and that in Nightmare 5, I'm just like, the fucking thing sucks.
Oh.
Fucking terrible.
Catch a buzz.
Not
Don't do
even
it sober.
bad,
That's
bro.
the answer.
I just
do
don't
it
like them.
sober.
I don't like them. I don't know what it is
I don't
about
blame
those
you.
movies.
They're
I
not
just
very
they
good.
bore the fuck out of me. They put me to sleep.
And
Nightmare on
they're
Elm Street 5 puts me to sleep, which is the biggest insult to a
Oh.
nightmare movie because you should be scared to go to sleep.
Did you have a nightmare at least while you were asleep?
No, I dreamt that I wasn't watching Nightmare 5. It was a dream. It was a wonderful dream.
Well, I saw part 3 first of Friday the 13th. Then I rented part 1 and 2, and then since then, Friday the 13th, the final chapter, all the way up to the fucking last one, the remake. I saw every single one opening night. Never fucking missed the whole entire time. So, and that's the way it'll always be as long as they keep coming out. But I'm not going to say anything else about franchise
What do you
movies
mean
when they
keep
come up.
coming out?
As long as they keep coming out, as long as there's more Friday the 13th, there's got to be more someday. As long as they come out and
You
I'm
say
alive.
that, but
Hey.
it's been like 12 years.
There's a TV series coming. It'll happen. It'll happen.
Yeah,
Last
now I actually believe it is gonna happen.
I want a
be
fucking
positive.
Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Me too.
Yeah.
You
The,
can
How's
do
that
anything
the
with Nightmare on
perfect-
Elm Street.
Yeah.
That was the thing when I was watching the new both of them. The whole time I'm like, man, Elm Street would be so cool right now.
I
And
thought
they
that
fucked
too.
up not throwing
Yes.
Freddy in that, dude. It was so
know.
made for Freddy for it to
100%.
turn to Freddy. It
Because
pissed me
that
off.
movie was
kinda.
even out. They even
I know,
advertised it. Part
because he
5
turns
was
into the
out.
Wolfman in the
Yeah.
book, or
Right.
like the I Was a Teenage Werewolf, and it's set up perfect for him to turn into Freddy Krueger. And it's a new line. It's just like, wasn't it Warner
100%.
Brothers new line?
The planets align, and then someone was like, nah.
Yeah,
Someone was
it
like,
makes no sense.
Why give the fans what they want? Let's just
It was-
fuck up again.
It was Lynn Shay. What's next?
Okay, what's next? Here we go. Number 30 with 1,540 points. Trick or Treat, the anthology.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my favorite. I think that's the best anthology. That's my number 13.
Nice.
The anthology.
It's incredible. You know,
Number
it's-
53 for me. It's right up there too. Hey, this is the show you started with us on, right?
Yep.
JP, was it this one? Yeah.
Episode 22.
Yeah.
Episode 22. That was the one I said. It's my number 34. There you go.
I believe
So
on that show I said they would never make a Don't Breathe 2.
What you meant to say is they never make a Trick or Treat too.
I was just gonna yes. I was just gonna say, will they make a Trick or Treat too? I've been saying for years, I don't even know if I want one because I think it's lightning
Dave,
in a bottle.
I'm like the kid that loves sequels. I'm a big franchise guy. I'm kind of with you on that, bro. The
Yeah.
longer it goes by, the more I just want it to be its own thing forever.
they can't do it again. Lightning in a bottle. I mean, yes, if it's Doherty, okay, and it's
They
gonna
kind of
happen.
did it with Krampus again, but just not
Agreed.
with like anthology format or
Or if
Halloween.
it ends up like Sin City 2, where it's just like kind of okay, but also
Oh.
kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like it's barely good.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
want that.
barely.
Who wants that, right? This movie
Moods.
stands alone. It's
Moods
fucking
wants that.
incredible.
And Sam has become like super iconic with just one film too.
Like, yeah, it's crazy. All the
Thanks to
merchandise,
Spirit.
like Spirit Halloween.
Spirit
yeah,
Halloween,
it's
yeah.
all like
I have a mug. I have a Sam mug I drink out of. But didn't make my list. 10 out of 10. Another 10 out of 10 didn't make my list.
Damn.
I just like old movies.
Did it make your list,
I love
Carly?
it.
Did you say?
yeah. I don't know where it's at on the list, but it's there.
40.
Yeah. 13
I'm guessing
for me,
40.
man. Love it.
13.
Cool.
Wow. Awesome. It's an
But what-
incredible movie.
It's 50.
13 5 years ago. But you know, I'd probably be around the same.
Right. What, Carly?
It's 50.
Oh, I said 40.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Right on.
Cool.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it's fuck. The way everything comes together is the best part of it all. I love just about every story, but the way it all comes together in the end, it was just kind of fucking genius, honestly. For a guy's first
Fiction.
movie. Man,
Pulp Fiction of anthology movies, right?
well said. Yeah, shit. Definitely.
Animate. I even the animated credit sequence or.
Oh,
Yeah.
so cool. It's like a creep show tribute, that fucking animation, you know? With
Well, the very
comic
first
books.
Trick or Treat thing was a short Halloween
Yeah.
animated film.
animated thing. It's on YouTube, and
Yeah.
and it just came out of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of
Pretty
the best
awesome,
Halloween
man.
spirits ever captured, for sure.
Yeah.
It's hard
Wow.
to do, but it does it well. I think so.
A lot
like
of
Halloween.
people.
Too many
Yeah,
pumpkins.
Yeah.
No.
Too many pumpkins at Rhonda's house, yeah.
No, I mean
Um,
they set up the mythology really well too. Like she's like, "Don't blow out that candle." It's like it literally sets the
Yes.
rules for Halloween. It's really cool.
Yeah. It captures the spirit, man, so well.
And the
More than
story with
anything.
the mentally handicapped children,
Oh,
I
Yeah,
don't think
the
you can
best.
say that anymore.
straight up EC Comics.
Yeah, dude.
yeah.
they had the parking spots, and that bus
Great.
still decided to go over the cliff to find a better one.
All they had
How
to
much
do was
closer
make
can
a
you
stop
get?
at Walmart. They just did a stop at Walmart. The kids wanted to buy their candy at Walmart.
Oh man, big trouble. Whew. Okay, Trick or Treat. I'll say this: a lot of people watch this on Halloween night now, when they used to watch John Carpenter's Halloween. Think about that. That's from 1978 to 2007 or whenever this official
No,
release,
because
whatever
this
it was.
movie didn't even take off till like 3 years after that.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you almost have to do the standalones. You got to do this, and you got to do Halloween 3. Because if you're going to start with John Carpenter's Halloween, you're pretty much watching the series backwards.
I
there's
know.
like 12 of those movies, or 13,
Well, that's
whatever.
just
how
it.
many.
A lot of people, they only watch one movie. Not everyone's like us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So a lot of people, instead of just watching for years, they just watch Halloween. A lot of people are now just watching Trick or Treat as their fucking their feature presentation on
I
Halloween
throw
night. That
something
says
on in the
something.
background usually. You know, like if they
Oh.
when I used to have a lot of kids, I'd throw something on the background like Night of the Demons or Return of the Living Dead or Night of the Living Dead or something like that.
Yep.
Or you know, something
So
fun,
the
creepy.
kids open your door and see fucking Linnea Quigley dancing naked on it.
That's how I saw it.
What did
That's
she
what
do with that
happened to me.
lipstick? What did she do with that lipstick? Come on in, have a look.
If Leanna Quigley ain't naked on my TV, it ain't Halloween.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, you know what I want to have happen? When the kids open the door, I want them to see somebody in a hot dog costume butt fucking a pig. Like they do in Trick or Treat. You know, they go to that costume party. That's what they, you don't remember when they say that? They goes,
Yeah,
what was that?
yeah.
That
Yeah, the
was so and so.
Was
Yeah,
that Mr. like Kowalski?
something just up in a hot dog costume, butt fucking a pig. Could you imagine seeing that like an adult party? I'd love to throw an adult party like that.
It sounds like a
fucking-
scene from The Shining, cut scene from The Shining, like that dog man.
Right, exactly.
That part's so fucking weird. In the book, they go elaborate, and then it's like 2 seconds in the movie, and you're like, "The fuck was that?"
It's only the best fucking scene ever put on film, in my opinion. I'm telling you. Okay, number 29. Okay, here's one. People. I love this movie. 1,582 points. Reanimator.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Nah,
fuck.
not on
Favorite.
my list.
Not
Really?
on your list.
That's crazy.
Wow.
This would have been another one that I always say top 10, but then you realize how many you can't fit 20 movies in your top 10. It
Right.
just doesn't work. The math doesn't work, Carly.
Did
I
you
don't-
do the math?
Yeah, Brandon did it for me, actually. It's number 20 for me. 10 out of 10. I love this fucking movie. Always have, always will. Barbara Crampton naked on a table with a severed head going down on her. You like, it's fucking perfection.
Yeah.
It-
It's my number
Make my
38.
list. Oh, let me see where it's on my list. It was my number 72.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
it made my list as well, but I keep
Nice.
deleting my list. Hold on.
I love that. I love that for you.
Okay. Anyway,
Not happy. No, that's like a thing that a lot of gay people say. It's very annoying. They're like, I love that for you.
They do say
very
that.
backhanded. Like
Yeah, it's
Hey,
just
where
terrible.
it's somewhere
gonna
on,
get us
it's somewhere
to
on
the
there.
Well, this
Amazing.
was,
Oh,
I love this.
23.
Oh, wow. Nice. So very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
Wow.
And I love
What's
this for the gore when I was
23?
younger. 23 for Carly.
You're that high on it? I'm fucking so happy to hear that. Wow.
I made 4 lists though. That's
Yeah, I
impressive.
really enjoy it. It's a
Yeah.
fun
Yeah.
film.
Yeah.
Well, this
made
was
a
the
I like
best
show.
Jeffrey
Empire
Combs a lot.
movie, in my opinion. Stuart Gordon did the best
Sure.
of the Empire films.
Oh,
Like,
hands down.
no question. Like, with this and From Beyond and Dolls, I don't think there's a question in anybody's head. Although
There might only
maybe,
be 2 other good Empire movies after that, and that's probably
Well,
Ghoulies 2
Ghoulies
and
2.
fucking Prison. And Prison. No, seriously. Prison's good.
Yeah,
isn't TerraVision part of that? So I think
Oh,
Mood
yeah,
should
yeah,
probably have
that's a good
that
one, too.
on his list. No, not for me. Not for me.
Not for you.
TerraVision.
Most Empire movies they're actually pretty decent, while a lot of the Full Moon are really hit and miss.
Yeah, I like Ghost Town
Episodes.
as well, honestly.
Ghost Town's fine. No, but Reanimator's great, man. This is like put Stuart, this
man.
put H.P. Lovecraft like on the map for the 80s, and before that there was like a
Sure.
few handful of ones. There's Lovecraftian inspired, but not really based on them. And this story is actually one of the most least Lovecraft stories that he ever wrote. To be honest,
Definitely.
it was like 4
100%.
parts. It was in like
Right.
whole novel book, and he didn't even want to write it, but it turned out to be one of his best adaptations of all time as far as film is concerned. It's great.
It's a Frankenstein film. You know?
It's a Frankenstein film, but it's got an amazing cast. Dean
Cool.
Halsey's amazing, Jeffrey Combs, Barbara Crampton, and fucking David Gale steals the show for me. He's such a piece of shit. He's so great.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Combs, almost everything out of his mouth is quotable. You know,
No,
it really
He's a
is.
great actor.
Oh, isn't he? Yeah, he's
Unique.
one of my favorites. Yeah.
unique actor. He's nobody like him.
The only real quibble, if I had to nitpick on something, is the score from Richard Band is
Psycho.
very psycho ripoffy.
Of
It's
course.
derivative for sure. He says it's a homage, but hey, he's a band.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna? It is what it is. I love the bands. Like I love.
Homage is just a nice way to say ripoff.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Homage.
But no,
This is homage. Yeah,
respectable.
you rip my shit
The
off.
one thing I will say about Reanimator that's a negative necessarily, it is kind of a lot like a stage play, but that makes sense because Stuart Gordon directed stage plays. It has no outside shots. It's all interior shots. It's kind of, you could tell it's budget.
Dude,
You can.
that actually makes so much. I never thought of that and never heard anybody say that, but wow.
Yeah.
You're
That
right.
was my
I've
argument.
always noticed that
never
subconsciously.
thought
If I
about
ever got
that.
if I ever got stuck on 85 for summer series, I was going to try to argue Day of the Dead over Reanimator, because and I was going to say, Reanimator's kind of cheap looking, ain't it? No exterior, all stage play. Day of the Dead, I don't think it belongs, but that's just me. I love Reanimator.
Yeah.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
practiced how you would have went about the summer series.
I
Do that
in
critique
class.
everything.
And why am I allowing this to be said on our show? Nothing from Summer Series is allowed to be voiced on this show. ever again.
Okay,
You
it's
really
over.
It's
fucking
funny.
failed on
Okay,
that.
I'm just gonna call it SS. You
Yes,
should like that,
thank you.
Christian.
Well
Awesome.
played. Well
Well,
played. You
This is
son of a-
basically sometimes the summer series grievances that we have are coming out on this show. We never said them. We never got a chance to air them on the SS itself. So we get them together. Anyway, amazing. To me, I'll say just this. This is how you take comedy and put it into your horror. Like, it isn't over the top comical, but some of the gore gags in a sense are almost like Evil Dead 2, where it's not taken too far. And again, I was the right age for this at the time, and it's always going to be a favorite of mine. And it's great gore. The practical effects look fucking great. you don't see him this way anymore.
That cat
so it's just
cracks me up.
the cat.
The
Yeah.
dead cat.
That is so
Aw.
bad.
Cat
When
dead.
it's like attacking them and they're just holding them to its body,
Yes.
to their body. It's
And
funny.
that one in the Pet Cemetery one that's sticking to the ground are fucking horrible, man.
What?
Did-
That
Did
cat
somebody
looks
say
good in
cat
Pet
dead?
Sematary.
Details later. Did somebody
Yeah.
already say that?
Dan,
I just said
Yes.
cat dead. but I didn't say-
details later. You could have left a note on the fridge. Yeah, it's fucking great. Okay, number 28. Oh boy, another absolute classic. 1,757 votes for Hellraiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Man, all the heavy hitters are rearing their head now.
They are, and it's funny because we've done. I'm gonna say little because all these movies that are probably moving forward, we've done shows about on this podcast. We should just say go back in the library because I'll go all day because it's true. We have elaborated deeply on fucking most of these movies. You know.
Well, yeah, this was
Does
number.
anybody
This
have
is
a
the one
guess?
where
Good, Christian.
a guess of where it landed on yours.
Yeah, and I'll guess on yours. Seven.
I'm gonna
For you.
guess for you, Dave. 5.
Oh my God, I'm JP. I'm not kidding. I was going to say 5, so I'll go 4 just to be different.
It was number 9 for me. Still made my
Oh.
top 10 favorite horror movies of all time.
If you add us together.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Mine was 39 for Hellraiser, but it'd probably be higher now. I love Hellraiser.
27
Mine's
for me.
19.
Holy
27?
shit, we all 27 for me and 19 for you. Holy crap, that's all
Yeah.
good. And
What did
No,
you-
I mean 9.
yeah, 9.
What about Carly? Was it on hers?
She took off. She's tired.
I didn't.
She's tired of this shit.
We'll try to speed it up. But yeah,
I don't
mean-
think
I
it
mean,
made hers. She told me her whole list yesterday. It was very disappointing. There's
You're hard
one.
to please though, JP.
There's one film on there that caused domestic violence.
Did you have Hellraiser in your list, Curly? And you're muted, just so you know.
I was gonna piss myself, so sorry. I didn't know how to like.
We don't
Oh,
allow
yeah.
bio breaks on the show.
You guys don't have your bottles handy?
Yeah, I just shit my pants.
I can't do it on this show because I have the camera on me.
I like Hellraiser. It didn't make my list, but I do like it. It's one that I've not seen a ton. Like I haven't rewatched it a bunch, but I think it's a really good film and it's got very good effects and all that.
1 and 2 are the
bullshit.
perfect combo.
Yeah, they
Yes.
are. They really are.
Agreed.
Are you a Hellbound fan, Dave P? You're muted for some reason.
This is amateur hour, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we
No,
gonna fucking
I
work Zoom call?
disconnected my Bluetooth because I was getting weird static and I muted myself so I didn't fuck up the call. No, yeah, I love Hellbound.
didn't
Hellbound
work.
is my 14. It's my 14th. I'm sure it was already mentioned.
Yep.
So I adore both of them. I'm a huge Hellraiser fan, and the thing I like about Hellraiser, and that's why I didn't love one. I think it's the third best one probably made wise. It just doesn't follow suit with Hellraiser of picking your own destiny. It just doesn't. That's what I like about it, right? The idea that you're there, you're chosen, and I love how Frank hunts for it. Take it. It's yours. It always was. That line is brilliant. And then when
Mhm.
Chenard gets the box, all that kind of shit, you know, you had to see it and you wanted to know. It's just such. Yes,
Yeah.
it's not hands, it's fire. Like, and that's what I love about Hellraiser. And it's also a twisted, fucked up love story. It's so creepy and so
it's
gross.
fucking
And the idea of
crazy
bringing,
twisted. Yeah.
bringing them up to feed them, like to Frank and stuff. And when
Oh,
it's just a nasty gross movie, Jesus wept.
And god damn those practical effects.
Yeah.
Mm.
and it's cheap. It's cheap and dirty and gross, and it's perfect for what it is.
Yeah.
It's probably the best British horror movie ever made. Thinking about it, you know, you forget it's British, but yeah, it's the top
Yeah.
British one for me. And the next one that doesn't even come close. There's not even another British horror movie. fuck, maybe ever.
Wow. Wow.
No, I'm looking at the list, and there's just not that many British horror movies on my list. And the top, I mean, Wicker Man's there.
Yeah, Wicker
There's
Man.
other ones, you know, on my top 100, but that's the top British horror one for me. You know, my top 10.
Wow. I love the story. I love this movie more and more over the years. I used to love part 2 more, but
Same.
I've come around where I
had that
100%
For a bit.
prefer this now. Part 2
Same.
is great for what it is,
Me too.
but the story here, you know, with Frank and Julia and what's going on and her luring the men there and murdering them and bringing him back, maybe it's just a more adult story where it's just more. It just took me later on in life to get into that whole dynamic of the story, and her living with her husband and everything else, and then everything with the stepdaughter Kirsty, and then just keeping it in the background, just getting little hints of it, until like the last act when it becomes Cenobite mania. I think was smart. I think it was cool to make Julia the antagonist, and then at the end bringing the Cenobites in to do what they do. It also it almost makes them feel even more important that they're not there from jump, that they just come in.
Well, it's
and
Freddy
make this
too.
Appearance.
You don't overuse Freddy in the first movie; he's terrifying. You don't overuse
Right.
the Cenobites in the first movie; they're terrifying. And they leave a sense of mythos. The mythology's there with the Cenobites. You just don't know all the facts, and that's why I love the first one and the second one to a certain extent. But then that's again another one I had a problem with the new one. They're just like, hey, we're just gonna have a million exposition dumps. Like I don't need to know every rule, every little thing. I like the mystery of it. That's what I like so much about it. I need to know that the director knows what's going on. I just need to see hints of it.
Yeah,
That's
great. That's a great way to sum
Yeah.
it up. And soundtrack again, phenomenal.
Yeah, that's
Phenomenal.
Christopher Young?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dude.
Did the score for Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 as well. And he's an underrated composer of all the horror composers. His stuff very good stuff.
100%. He's amazing. Yes. 100. Oh, I love Christopher Young stuff. And you're right. He's underrated. A lot of people don't know half the stuff he's done.
They
honestly.
forget.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so that's how. Okay, here's another one that I also love myself. 1,759 points for number 27, Rosemary's Baby.
There it is.
Great
Yeah.
movie.
I've
Yeah.
watched it once, and it's a great film, and I liked it a lot. But I feel like I've never had a reason to really go back to it because it's very long.
What have you
I've-
done to his
is it-
eyes?
I thought it was under 2 hours. It's a 10 out of 10 for me, number 37. Again, Polanski's best. I know people will argue Repulsion or The Tenant, but
They won't
this
argue the
is-
tenant.
They won't. They will if you're on the 22 Shots episode I was on. That was everybody's number one of the fucking year, and I'm like, I didn't even watch
No,
it.
I had Carrie, dog. I had Carrie.
2 hours and
Same
16
with me.
minutes is Rosemary's Baby.
Carrie is the one. Carrie's the best horror movie of 76.
Yeah, I think me and
Yes,
Christian only
absolutely.
were like
Yeah.
the only two. Everybody else had
Yeah.
the
The Tenant.
Tenet.
Anyway, Rosemary's Baby, awesome. Creepy. It's not a dream. This is really happening. That line stays with me. I just love the introduction and how everybody's in on it as the story progresses, and you're like, holy shit, this is like much deeper than just where they are.
It's like the
And-
ending of The Invitation. That's how that same feeling you get.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Okay.
highly influential. One of the most influential horror films ever made. It's clearly a 10 out of 10. It didn't make my list because, again, white trash quote here. Enter that.
Yeah.
Ghoulies 2 needed to be on the list.
I just love the fact that Ghoulies
You didn't
2,
have room.
we could
for
keep going back to
Rosemary's Baby.
Ghoulies 2, but Rosemary's Baby didn't make it.
I'm not talking best. If I'm talking best, Ghoulies 2 is not in the top 500.
I love I'm glad we have Ghoulies 2 to reference constantly throughout this show. But this is Hall of Fame for a reason, because when we did it, it was the three of us, and I think we all gave it 10 out of 10s. And it sounds like everybody else is close to agreement. Carly, I don't know if you are a 10 out of 10.
It's in our Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I
too,
think-
so.
Oh, it is. Okay.
I think I gave it a 10 out of 10, but like I said, I only saw it one time, so it didn't make the list. But going
Okay.
for like best.
You also got my man John Cassavetes in here. Vic DeFranco from Dirty Dozen.
He's great.
Also
Mia
a famous
Farrow
director.
is fucking great in this too.
Everybody's good in
Oh,
it. The acting's
dude.
great.
She is. They're all great. This is
William
my number
Castle
13.
produced this, right? William Castle produced this one, right?
Yep.
Number 13.
Yeah, he
Dave. Wow,
wanted
nice.
to direct it.
Yep.
Yeah. They would have never gave him the credentials. I mean, like they would have laughed him out. They would have automatically said it was bad if he directed it.
It wouldn't have
Right.
looked like this.
Yeah, the cinematography wouldn't be there. Not like this.
Yeah, the Polanski just killed this movie.
Although I do think Straight Jacket
Incredible.
is a really great movie by Castle. I think it's an amazing movie. you know?
Yeah, I love Straight Jacket and a lot of his shit.
Yeah.
I didn't
This
realize
is
he
next
was up
level.
to direct this or
He
That's-
produced
that's-
it and wanted to direct it, but he just produced it. He took the back seat, which is smart of him. Kind of like how Mel Brooks did with The Fly.
I think he was pushed
took his
to
name off the
backseat.
movie, right?
Right. No, it's great. It's my number 13. I love it. Mia Farrow is fucking great. You're seeing the movie through her eyes. You know what I mean? You're experiencing what's going on. You're living it with her, and you're just like so uncomfortable for her through the entire movie. What the fuck is going on? And then just obviously where it goes, you just get that wow. And the soundtrack is also incredible with those horns and all that shit and that fucked up dream they have, which is maybe one of the best dreams you've ever seen in a horror movie. I mean, in a manner of speaking. I mean, it's not Freddy Krueger dream, but I mean, just it feels like a fucked up dream. It has that uncomfortable feeling where things are happening for no reason, and then you find out, oh my god, what are they doing? And devilish, and it gets so damn devilish towards the end. You're like, holy shit! It's that trilogy. This one and The Exorcist and The Omen are just, for me.
Yeah.
That's the fucking three. That's like, man.
To be honest, the Catholic and Christian churches should be sending a big fat paycheck to those 3 movies, because after those movies, they're like, I'm religious again, bro. I'm back in.
It's either that or the dipping sauces that we were trying to get them back into the pews. We're trying to get, this is a marketing campaign that Dave and I have been working on. Exploding Heads presents new dipping sauces, Body of Christ, Hoppin' Jalapeno.
You're right. It's delicious. Well, you're gonna have to compete with Cedar Creek, bro. They got Mountain Dew. You can't compete with Mountain Dew. Those hillbillies love the Mountain Dew.
You haven't tried my mesquite dip yet for Body of Christ.
Unbelievable.
I'm a big barbecue fan, so I'm in. I love it because it's delicious and my soul is saved.
And religious, yeah.
Delicious and religious. That's what it's about.
Oh, man.
Hey, have you been dipping your stuff in ranch? Sacrilegious. Come over and try the mesquite. It's delicious and religious.
It's
good enough to save Jesus.
I'm telling you, man. You sell that down Midwest, fucking we'll make $1 million.
Take those down Tornado Alley. You'll make a bundle.
Nothing brings me more pleasure than seeing Carly's face right now.
She's looking at us like a mom.
Yeah.
It's like she got drugged to see a school.
Fucking shit up.
She got drugged to see a school play, and her kids are just like fucking it up completely.
They're off screen right now. Or off stage.
We're all just trees in the background, like.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god.
What's next? And what's next, Dave? We'll keep it.
And what's next? All right. Here we go. 1,764 points for number 28, Poltergeist.
Nice.
Personal favorite of mine.
Is this a bunch of fan? What the fuck?
What the fuck? What? What's the matter?
I'm not seeing it on my list. I know. Oh, yeah. number 35. I got really freaked out there for a second.
I was gonna say, holy shit, you don't have Poltergeist. Well, then again, I don't know if anybody else here is going to have Poltergeist. It's my number 12. So there you go. How about my 13 and my 12?
I don't like movies. I've come to find during the course of this podcast, because I feel like I'm like I like this. I think this is a good movie, but it's not on my list, and like it's not one that I go back to all the time. Like it's one that I would probably never go back to unless I had a reason to.
We just watched this in the theater.
Yeah, and that gave me a reason to go back to it. But otherwise, I wouldn't.
It was a favorite as a kid, but I used to watch it all the time as a kid religiously, and then I had the mesquite dip, and I switched up. No, but no, I just kind of grew away from it for some reason. I don't know why. I still like it. I think it's great.
I feel like it feels like a kid.
Yeah, it does. It is.
When that goes downstairs, I always cringe. When they're like, they want to go home, I'm like, Spielberg in there producing a little bit too hard.
There's
I do think
Spielberg thumbprint.
This,
yeah,
but everything Spielberg touches has a thumbprint, from the Goonies to the fucking everything he touches. It's like MGM, like old MGM movies, like the certain lighting that means this guy directed. It's like, bro, that's how just MGM movies looked at that time.
Yeah,
you can't deny it, but yeah, there's Spielbergisms, but there's some creepy fucking moments, man. And I like the whimsical kind of suburban horror that we get, the introduction of the guy zooming down the street with his 2-4 beer or whatever, and he's trying to get to the party, the remote.
That's my favorite part of the movie. It's like that opening.
At the houses. Yeah, it's great, and it's got that whimsical Spielberg feel. But I'm not a conspiracy. I just assume Toby Hooper directed this too. I don't really fucking have a strong opinion about it. It's just interesting that that's popped up in conversation. Another one that just came out in 4K. It's a commercial 4K. I heard a little bit of. I told Dave about this. Well, we're texting back and forth that I heard people saying, "Oh, it's a shitty transfer." I thought it looked great. I thought it was a great 4K transfer. So I don't know what people were smoking.
I haven't watched it. I'm waiting for the big night to watch it with my family because, again, actually, this was one of my wife's favorites before we even got together, and so it was perfect. And now it's become a family favorite. My daughter loves it and everything else. So it's one of the. And you guys said it is kind of family friendly, of course, but there are still scares with it. So the guy ripping his face off and the fucking
The clown in the tree, nightmare
Dude.
fuel.
The clown is
To this
creepy.
day,
Tree,
the clown.
corpses popping out of everywhere. That's when you know it's a Spielberg movie.
Dude.
Fucking skeletons popping up all over the place.
No eyes, though. No eyes.
Yeah. Eyeless skeletons.
No, James
man.
Karen, too. We got James Karen.
Yes.
He's great in it, too. I
Oh,
love
he's
him.
great. Oh man, Cuesta
Craig T.
Verde.
Nelson's
You
great in it, too. The
Say the
acting's
line,
great in
Dave.
it.
You son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch! Yeah, you only move the headstones. He says, why? Why?
So I'm assuming this area, because I know that this is common in the States, that you don't have a basement.
No, I had a basement when I grew up, but and I've had 3 houses in Toledo.
Well, they don't put
And
basements.
2 out of 3 have house
typically
basements.
where there's earthquakes usually.
Yeah, it's California. There's no basements. You don't know that?
No. Why would I fucking care about California? Why do I care about anything south of the border?
Well,
It's just
I see,
geography.
that's the funny thing, though. That's the funny thing, though, is like Americans are like, you don't know every detail about every state, but you asked me to name the province in Canada. I'm like, I don't know, fucking Tim
Who the
Hortons.
fuck cares?
So I mean, like, you can't expect
On
anyone
average,
else to know
other
either.
people know more about America than we know about them.
Yeah.
Because
I
they
don't
were
know
educated.
shit.
Fucked up.
I just know the fucking in California they don't have basements. I don't know. I
I
can't.
didn't know that in
can't-
California. I thought it was Florida because of swamp.
That's
land.
fine. I don't come off
That I
like
do.
fucking Mr. Geography. I don't know where Kentucky is. I don't know where fucking anything is in this country, really.
That's right
I'm
next to
telling you.
Mr. Radar and Mr. Coffee, Mr. Geography.
I'm just saying. I don't know, but I know that California because of earthquakes. I thought
Yeah.
that was just something that people understood. You can't have basements because of the earthquake scenario. But whatever. I mean, we didn't have basements in Las Vegas either. So it's just I guess it's a West Coast thing. But
A lot of
yeah,
the
no
basements in
basements.
Ohio. Even though I
Yeah,
lived in
here
a flood
too.
zone, there was
Same here.
basements still even. They didn't even give a fuck. They're just
I
like,
think
No.
everybody. I think like it's. I don't even. Pretty much every house out this way has basements.
Yeah.
this house I live in now
And they have
doesn't, but it's
toilets in the basement.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a ranch
we have
style
showers
house.
in basements.
This house is clean.
It's-
That's what he said. This house. She's great too. Tangina. Holy fuck.
Zelda
She's
Rubinstein. She's
Yeah.
really hot too.
She's hot.
I like her bitter
What?
in anguish. I
like her better in my bed.
Dude.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
She was the most annoying part when I was a kid. She
Really?
grew on me. Yeah, her voice and just
It lies to her. It uses her. It tells her things only a child would understand.
you can do voices, everybody.
I
can
know,
do her.
apparently. We had this babysitter that lived down the street, and she looked like Zelda Rubinstein, but she was like 4 times fatter, and she was shaped like a plum. And then here's the kicker. Her name was Carol Ann.
Ooh.
So he's like,
What the
Carol
fuck?
Ann, Carol Ann.
Oh,
And
wow.
your first sexual experience.
No. She hated me and my brother. My brother locked her ass out of the house when she tried to babysit her and stuff. My brother was just a piece of shit. Stole money from her purse and stuff. There's that white trash background coming in.
Nice. Dude, I won't even say anything. There's so much I could say about this movie. That third act is just fucking incredible. When the shit hits the fan and everything's going on at once, you think it's over and then it's not. And it's so sad as a parent to say. Since I became a parent, this movie got even better for me because I'm picturing having my daughter lost in the fucking house. I can hear her, but I can't fucking see her, and she's there someplace else, and I know that there's an evil force fucking holding her. It's a fucking scary thought. Like
TV whore, too.
Dude.
Way ahead of time, TV whore. Thank you. Ring owes it Poltergeist, guaranteed.
right, man. Yeah, it's
Best joke, or I love the TV being wheeled out of the hotel room at the end.
Yeah.
But remember Eddie Murphy and Delirious? He has his own little piece about Poltergeist. He's like, she was only 6 years old. They couldn't have gotten that attached to her.
right.
I like
I
that they
love
smoke
that.
weed, too. That's a little Hooper in there being like, who cares? Let him have a joint.
Yeah.
Parents, yeah.
Right. Of course.
But
Yeah, they do
Spielberg
smoke
didn't like
weed.
that.
Yep.
I bet he didn't.
And they're a great family. You like everybody in the family. And they seem like a real family. It works. It
And
just
part
works.
2 sucks.
It doesn't suck,
I've
but
never seen the sequel.
Great
like it
special
better
effects.
be-
It sucks.
oh, it's okay.
I hate
mean,
2, bro. I like 3.
Wow.
3's a mess though.
I want
want-
to like 3 and I don't. I keep trying to like it.
I want to like 2, but I don't. I like the old guy.
Yeah,
He's
yep.
also hot.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yep. The
It
native
ends,
guy
it
from
ends after 1 for me. I could try to, but it always just falls flat. The
Are we still
effects
on
are brutal and
Poltergeist?
well,
Yeah, how's the
that.
remake?
Jesus.
I'm okay with it.
It's like
watchable.
just it's
It's
average.
forgettable.
It's an average remake.
So don't
Yeah.
bother.
Basic.
Pretty
no
much.
point.
Okay.
I don't hate it, but I'm okay with it. What are you? I'm never gonna watch it though.
Give it like a
But I
7.
watch. I do.
I would only ever rewatch it for a show.
Yeah, probably.
I'll just wait for that then.
Next.
Sure. Okay, next. All right. Oh, but Reverend Kane in part 2 is fucking worth watching.
He's great.
I'll say that. Yeah, he makes the movie worth watching and the family.
And the
Okay.
effects are great, like I said.
Oh, for sure. Number 25. We're halfway home. Okay. 1,776 points. Midsommar.
There it
Yeah.
is.
You know I love that.
Didn't make
Yeah.
the list.
My number 9.
Number 9. Really?
Yeah, well, I put there's a couple of modern films that cracked the top 10, and funny enough, yeah.
Wow.
See, this movie wasn't
There you
out
go.
yet when I made my list.
There you go. It's my number 30. 30.
It's
It's a
my number
great
86.
Is it really?
Really,
Wow.
it made your list.
One of the 5 post 2000 made my list.
That's fucking
And
great.
and there's a good example of a long ass movie that somehow I embrace and I love. And I have the attention deficit factor with films that I'm always like 80 minutes in and out.
Yeah.
Ideally.
Carly, were you gonna say something? I cut you off. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
That's all
Carly.
right. It's my life. No, it's
Aw.
no, I do. I like this movie. But I find Hereditary more rewatchable. But I think this is a great film. But it did not make my list.
This one's more
Fair enough.
rewatchable for me.
No,
Me too.
I rewatched it like once or twice, and like I kind of like it felt long.
It is
watching
long.
Well, it
There's
is.
a
I
longer
know,
cut
but like
too.
it felt
Director's cut
long.
is even
The longer
better.
cut's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not watching no longer cut.
No, I think the longer cut's better, honestly.
I don't. I
definitely.
hate when
It
people
adds
say,
to
like,
it.
oh yeah, you have to waste 4 hours of your life instead of.
It's only
Yeah,
3.
yeah.
It's 2 hours and 20 or whatever,
Yeah.
2 hours and a half to 3. So
It's
A
not
little
too
bit
Like,
more
what's the
investment,
difference? There's like one scene in it
No, it
that's
adds
like
more
them
character.
throwing-
No, you
Yeah.
didn't listen to the podcast we did. I went into depth on
Probably,
every
like,
fucking thing and what it meant. It was all character shit. I'm telling you, it
Yeah.
was so good. It explained why she wanted to
our
leave so
show
badly.
is so good.
No, I'm not saying our
The
show
way
is
I
so
did,
good.
I did a
But that
great job.
review and what we talked about with the fucking the extended cut was so good because of what it added. But everything that happened explained better why she wanted to leave so badly and why he was okay with staying. And just it showed more of the dynamic of their relationship, like even more so. That's what was good about it. That is a relationship movie. People say I like this because it's a relationship horror movie. I like this. This is almost fucking quintessential. Fucking,
Great
you want to
date
look at
movie.
relationships? Oh boy. And I'm not going to say anything else because we did a show on it,
Well,
and like I
we
said,
did.
we went deep. Here we go. Okay, we're down to the last 24. I could say it now because we're bringing back the show. Here we go. Here we go, yo. Okay, so
Justifying it.
It's a
Yeah.
scenario.
well, I repeated it because he said it. I'm just trying to be funny. All right.
Let's try.
All righty now. So, what a great way to come back. I'm not going to be able to say anything. Okay. Number 24 with 1,792 points. I'm so happy it's in the top 25. Friday the 13th, part 2. Boom.
Of
There
course
you
it's
go.
in. With JP,
Yeah.
you, myself. How's it not going to get in there?
I didn't submit a list.
You didn't
Go
submit a
fuck
list.
yourself, JP.
What about me? I'm a
What about Carly? She's a Friday. Talk
Yeah.
about it.
I
Sorry,
had every
Carly, I can
Friday
believe you.
film on my list that
Oh.
up to part 8 besides part 4. And I had Freddy versus Jason.
Wow. You
Yeah.
might
Wow.
be a bigger Friday fan than me.
I
Yeah,
know.
or
It's
both
nostalgic.
Dave and I.
This is what I watched growing up. Like you
I
guys
had
are
In my top 50, but I didn't do 100. See, if I did 100, I'd probably have as many as you. But I had 6 in my top 50, bro.
Holy fuck, man! And I thought I was the fanboy here, but I'm more realistic, I guess is how I look at it.
See, that's the difference.
Friday 2, my number 16.
My number 5.
Wow, my number 10.
We know it's not on Dave's list.
We know it's not.
Oh, it's not. I think it's
somewhere.
great.
My number 20.
I think it's one of the best slasher movies ever made, but it's not on my list because I did
Trash.
You know, yeah.
I
Well,
need-
no, this one actually is very white trash caliber.
It
This
is.
should be on a white trash list.
Dave, I want to see your list because I feel like it's like garbage.
Whoa!
I need to see what's actually on it.
Wow, there was no mixing of words there.
After I submitted my list, there was like 50 movies. Like, those should be on the list, but they're not. No, my list.
Well.
Right when you get to the top, you'll be like, there's some garbage on here. There's some real hardcore garbage, like Redneck Zombies. It's on the list.
Oh wow! See, anything shot on video automatically, I just smashed.
There's only 2. That and Shatter Dead. It's only that and Shatter Dead.
Yeah.
I like Redneck Zombies as well.
I like Redneck Zombies too. The score is its worst component. If that score was a little bit more involving, they have a joke that outdid Shaun of the Dead, where the guy's like surrounded by zombies. They all look at him, and he pretends to be a zombie, and then he goes, and like that's comedy genius, because no one's ever tried to like. How do they know? They allude to it in other movies where they can maybe smell that you're alive or whatever, but how would you know otherwise? So he just pretended to be a zombie and got away with it. Gold.
Redneck Zombies is basically just South Park before South Park.
There's
Slim Jam.
Friday
and they didn't
2,
make
though.
it; they just distributed it, right?
Pretzel.
Redneck Zombies.
So
Pretzel.
anyway.
Oh, I thought it was a giant Slim Jam.
Friday
We
2 is
talked
genuinely a
about-
scary
Pretzel
Friday movie for sure.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we've talked about
Yeah,
Friday
Friday
till
2's
we're
creepy.
all bleeding and whatever. I mean, it has the most survivors of any of the series.
Somehow.
I mean, there's things that we don't talk about, like, the cop was killed. No one ever came to find him, or the fact that his car was parked out front. They were all how many roads out of this place were there? You don't think about that.
Yeah, but
shit
it's
back
only
in the
like
day.
Nobody
a
likes
couple
cops,
hours,
bro.
though, right?
The next morning they find it. They're there the next morning. You see it in part 3.
And
No,
also,
they would have to drive by it to get to the bar that they're going to that night.
the
How do
Well,
you-
there's
second best
multiple roads out.
How many roads
second
are there?
best handicap kill of all time after Franklin. It might even be comparable, better than Franklin,
Oh,
because
It
dude,
is better than
It's
Franklin.
way better than
Right down the
Franklin.
fucking
This
hill.
guy was
Dude,
about to
back
get
off
laid.
Dude, I
and
love that
it's
scene.
fucking
That's my
murdered
favorite
that.
kill, I think, because it's
It's
so
awesome.
brutal.
And he flies down
Oh,
the
it's
stairs.
so mean.
Right to the face.
It's so great
Yeah.
that they fucking accentuate when he gets hit in the head and they make it go, hoo, hoo, hoo.
I love the music stings too. It's like
amazing.
when it
Now,
goes down.
what if instead of freeze frame and fade to white, what if he just flew down the stairs and backed into a parking spot that was for handicap parking?
Right in the Walmart. No, but the funny thing about that is, even when I was
No,
real, I would always talk about horror movies with my brother's older friends, and then he'd be like, "I remember there's this one Friday the 13th where there's this fucking guy in a wheelchair." I'm like, "That guy's fucked." So he says, "That guy's fucked."
Well,
Like,
no, I think Sandra, who went looking for him upstairs, I'm like, how fucking mean spirited are you, Mark? Mark,
Up here.
That was
I know. It's Vicky. I fucked him up. Sandra's.
Steph and Sandra are the couple.
She starts calling for Sandra because that was her reason to go upstairs when she couldn't find Mark.
You like
But-
the people in movies. The first
You
4
do.
and 5 of them, I enjoy the characters. So, like, I don't want them to bite it. And they had that little scene where she's getting ready, and you're like, oh, this is actually genuinely cute. And I want these to be happy the little bit of time you're with them. And then they just get brutally murdered, and you're like, that's unpleasant. But I still love it.
Yeah, I really wanted her to fuck the guy in the wheelchair before. I always felt bad about that because I always thought, like, what if in his last moments he thought that she was just fucking with him and she didn't want to have sex with his
Oh, dude,
paralyzed
you just
penis.
made it too deep.
And
I
he
always
says
think
maybe,
that. That's how.
Maybe he goes, I get by, meaning maybe he could just eat her out. Like I wanted to go. I
Hey.
wanted a deep dive.
I stopped myself
So
from
did
saying
he.
an awful joke.
monkey
But by
shots.
saying that, I have to say it. She probably would. Never mind. I didn't want to say it because that guy died of HIV, right? The guy.
What?
Yeah.
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 he was-
So maybe it's best they didn't have sex.
Did he really? In real
Yeah,
life?
he
Yeah,
did.
in real
Yeah.
life.
There's a lot of people
Yeah.
like that. You look in the 80s war movies and stuff, and they all like died of HIV. Like, I don't know, I'm bringing this up. Night of the Creeps, the guy with the unibrow who's like a dickhead at that party, who
Oh,
like
yeah.
he died of HIV.
If-
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
What's your name?
It was a sad
Steve?
time.
Biff.
Yeah.
yeah. JP, I don't know if you know this too, but that actor can actually walk in real life too. Sometimes it's funny they act in these films, so like they didn't actually get someone that was crippled for that scene.
That's
Shouldn't
racist.
say that.
I fucking
Shouldn't say that.
a straight face.
I'm sorry.
I was like,
I
is
don't
he
understand
is he
you.
dumb or is he just being dumb?
I give up, man.
I'm being dumb.
I don't know what to say. I'll tell you this: Ginny is my favorite final girl. Everyone knows this. Go back and listen to our Friday the 13th retro, whatever episode it is. We go so deep into these movies that
Another
there's
7
nothing
hours.
else. Sackhead Jason
we're
is
good.
scary. Yeah, Sackhead Jason is scary as fuck. Ginny's my favorite final girl. There are so many excellent jump scares executed in this movie, and it's, in my opinion, the best slasher movie of the 1980s. So, period. And I
honestly,
love it.
go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
I thought Carly was going to say something after that.
No.
Oh.
No.
Carly said it's for number 20, and I don't know if everybody heard it.
I was
She
just
said
going to say,
20.
honestly, if I was going to take like this, like as far as like if I had to ask some people to make the best slasher list, like I have my personal favorites, but I'm not going to have. I don't want to be on the thing for best slasher movies ever. I would fight for being on the best zombie movies ever because I think my knowledge on zombies is really high, and I watch a lot of slashers. It's just I'm not. I love them, but you know, like I said, if there's not a Friday movie in my top 100, that I don't really have any business talking top slasher movies, to be honest.
You're right.
You know?
I
Right,
think
so
that
that-
slashers are my favorite, especially like the Friday films and
Sure.
Elm Streets and stuff like that. Friday 2 is my second favorite Friday, and I love it just as much as Part 4, really. It's so scary. I love Sackhead Jason. It's like a perfect slasher. in
I
my
feel
opinion.
sorry for Jason a little bit in this one too. He
Yeah.
lives in that shitty
Yes.
shack.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have
That
shit buckets or
shack is
something
cool,
that was
by
this
the
one?
way.
There are a bunch of shit buckets. Also, I love that Crazy Ralph comes back because I love Crazy Ralph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy,
I wish
Crazy
they did
Ralph
a little
is
bit more with
the
them.
Doomsayer.
Me too. Yeah. The
Yeah,
best
I wish
doomsayer
they
of all
would've been
time is
around.
Crazy Ralph.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a 10 out of 10. It's my number 10. But it's so weird that they could have played with him as a red herring more.
I
But
agree.
he shows up and he gets killed like immediately. Like it's so crazy. Ralph.
I think in our 1980s group, Dave, I don't know if Dave knows his name, but I named everybody after 80s characters and I named him Crazy Ralph for like fucking 6 months. I was like, Dave's got to be Crazy Ralph.
You changed it? I thought I was still Crazy Ralph. It's been
I don't
changed.
know. It's
Oh,
probably
I
been
I
changed.
think you are. I don't know.
I'm fine with being Crazy Ralph.
Or you're like toilet paper roll boy.
Oh shit.
Toilet paper
We're
Ralph.
We've cupped this balls of this series and this movie in particular for so long. It's a favorite. I mean, no one can deny it.
What was it on your list, Christian?
10.
10.
For 10.
Yep. 10, 5, 10, and 20. And where'd you say you were, JP?
16.
5, 10, 16, and 20. Interesting. How about that?
That's pretty high.
Yeah.
It would if I
It's
actually
a
submitted
fucking
a
great
list,
movie.
it might have even been way higher.
Well,
It would
And-
make my
oh.
top 10 at 81, and 81's an amazing year.
And I didn't like this one as
Well,
much when I was a kid. I thought this was a little slower. I didn't like the fact that it felt cut to shit, as we well know it was. It didn't resonate for me. Like it was 4, 5, and 6 when I was younger. And 1 and 2 I'd have on more 1, 2, and 3 I'd have more in the back burner and watch them and like them. But then those ones sort of eclipse over the time. That's all I'll add. And I'll stop.
see,
talking.
dude, that speaks volumes, though. It was cut, and it was still excellent and rated high in Friday fans' ratings and everything. People love the movie. That's number, what is it on this? 24? And it's cut. I wish they can restore the gore, and then, I mean, a great movie even greater. That's so cool. And, of course, the final confrontation. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Everything that happens in the shack is just legend shit. It's amazing.
Steve Miner. Oh, sorry. Also underrated
I'm
director.
done.
Friday 2, Friday 3, House. Yeah, so he had a handful. Lake Placid,
Warlock.
I'm not the hugest fan of. Which one?
H2O?
H2O, yeah. Which one did you say, Christian?
Warlock.
He did do
the first
Warlock.
Dude,
one.
I
Yeah,
love
yeah, yeah.
Warlock. That would
Yeah.
probably make
No,
it
he's got a good solid list. Like he's got 4 or 5 decent
Soul
movies.
Man.
That's
Sorry.
I said 4 or 5 decent movies. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, number 23. With 1,820 points, The Return of the Living Dead.
Oh,
There you go.
fan-fucking-tastic.
Yeah. Have
I
Yeah,
at it.
had
that has to be. I imagine it's on everyone's list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta see where.
I've sometimes said this was my favorite, and somehow it's a 10 out of 10 and in the number 11th spot on my list.
It's my number.
It's my 25.
It's my number
What'd you
2.
say? Your number
Yes,
2?
number 2.
And
This
it's my
one-
number
wow.
4, but it this list is old. Obviously, it would still be in the top 5, but just in different order now.
Mine's at
Yeah.
28.
Okay, but still.
20. I mean, it made everyone's list.
28. What do you see?
11.
11 and 25.
And I'm even surprised.
Huh.
Like, there's 2 movies that I'm looking. My 11 and 12 were always in my top 10. Actually, my 11 to 14 were always in my top 10, and they just suddenly got pushed down. But I can't, other than Midsommar and one other one, I don't understand how I can fit them all in. There's just too many great movies at that time.
Hey,
Be
we'll
honest,
find a way.
like,
You know you like Return of the Living Dead more than Midsommar. Don't lie.
Yeah. It's so watchable. This is the most watchable, quotable movie ever made. Like, the thing about Return of the Living Dead is it's a brilliant movie that uses an older film to make the older film Night of the Living Dead better and itself better.
Mhm.
And it's self-aware and it's meta, which is genius. And it's a comedy, but it's a comedy in the fact that the characters are not laughing about the situation, but you
No.
watching them freak out makes you laugh. But in reality, it's terrifying at the same time. It's got one of the best cast of its time, best music. It's the ultimate punk movie. It's, like I said, the most quotable film of all time. Highly well acted, good special effects, and it has
Great
the
ending.
mythology of the great ending of the zombies eating the brains. Before that, they didn't really eat brains, and then that's like basically parodied in the Simpsons and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a brilliant movie, and it's like they changed all the facts around, you see, and that's just brilliant. It plays on a pre-established movie, making both of them better, and that's hard to do.
Great summary. I got to ask you a question. I'm a huge fan of this, as we all are. What do you think of part 2? Because part 2 is universally hated.
I love
part
to.
2.
It's a kids
People
movie,
love it.
but I love it.
Yeah,
Same.
kids
Okay.
me and
Hey,
Dave.
flesh
both
to
came
flesh,
high on
and
part
it's
2.
gonna be
Yeah.
wild tonight.
Yes.
Everybody
Flesh to
likes
flesh
it. I'm in the
and bite
minority.
to
It's
bite.
fun. It's
Oh,
it's
no,
Return of the Living
yeah.
Dead.
It's a kids
like-
movie, man. It's a kids movie.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have never been rated R. It's straight up a kids movie with good special effects. I don't know
Too
why it's rated
comical
R.
for my
Yeah,
taste.
it almost feels
The damn
Spielberg.
screwdriver out of the head.
The Michael
Well, the
Jackson
comedy-
zombie.
Yeah.
Oh, horrible.
So
horrible.
bad, but so
See?
great.
See, that's what
Um,
I'm saying. Like part 1, this movie here, the comedy in this movie.
It's
This
perfect.
is fucking. This is comedy.
This is on my
this is
top
way better than
100.
the
This is
reason
number
that
11.
more.
Part
It
2 is
is
not on my
com-
top. It's not there.
It's
Sorry,
not trying
Vicky.
too hard. It's not
You
trying.
can
too
watch it and not even realize it's a comedy, like I did
You're
when
right.
I was a kid. You know what I mean?
Oh.
I didn't
Oh.
get all that stuff until I was older.
And the
Well-
details in the background are astonishing. There's so much detail, like from the Ava Braun poster, which Christian loves.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you got Bert as a slave driver. Also, Christian loves that. But just so many little details that they put in the movie that are just amazingly detailed and lived in. And it's just great. And like I said, endlessly quotable. And I love the friendship between Bert and Ernie. Obviously, the funny Frank and Freddie, Bert and Ernie, Tom and Jerry. They do that a lot. But he's just like 25 years, give or take. And it's just like, and then like Frank will be like, I don't know, can you trust the bastard? He just said he was
Yeah.
friends with them for 25 years. Like they're clearly.
Can you trust the bastard? And then all of those interactions are top fucking notch.
Yeah.
And the interactions with the punks, whatever too. Like they make you care
Yeah.
about these characters. What is it, you
They're
think
all
this is a
great
fucking
except for
costume?
Scuzz.
Suicide's the best, bro. And I hate that he dies first, but somebody's
I
got
know.
to, and he's
Yeah.
so good too.
think this is a
Yeah.
costume.
He's also the best
Real
part.
life.
One of the best parts of part 5.
Yeah.
Well,
Forget it,
dude,
man.
they also just
Yeah.
like use him, bro. Like you kind of
Right.
feel, but if you actually like,
Yeah, like he's
look at
actually
it,
the
like,
nicest of the bunch.
yeah,
They just
he's
use
like he's like a good friend, man.
How come
He
you only
is.
call me when you arrive? Because you're fucking spooky. And he turns around to us.
Oh, let's do that. Yeah, it's
Oh,
fucking amazing.
Everybody. And this, I don't care if you're gay, straight, whatever you want. Leanna Quigley stripping on a tombstone is enough to get anyone the dead back to life, guaranteed. It's make
Yeah.
a skeleton pop out of the grave with both eyes.
It does happen.
Yep, it's bone.
There is a
That's
skeleton
long.
with both eyes in this movie.
I know, that's exactly what I said.
There's a
Right.
skeleton with both eyes.
At the very end, right? When he opens his mouth,
Yeah.
does he have eyes or no?
Yeah.
No,
in the
when he
beginning,
comes out,
he's in
the
beginning.
first one that comes out of the grave.
And they redo it at the end too. And you know what was really smart
Yeah.
about this movie? is they
Everything.
put the end. Well, everything, but the quotes at the end, they do it over the quotes over this.
Oh.
So all those quotes get stuck in your head because it comes back, and then before you know it,
Yeah.
they remix it too. He's like, "How are you gonna burn all this? There's 100 of those things. 100? That's so great. That recurring joke happens 3 times when they say 100, and they all say 100, and like even the
Yeah.
colonel, who's all well reserved when he's on the phone, and they're saying 100, and he's like, "How many did you say?" Like he's saying 100.
Yeah.
It's just a
Yeah,
brilliant
yeah,
movie.
dude, it's brilliant. Dude, me and Dave literally talked. Like that was the only time Moods didn't get a word in for like.
There's
I
a reason it's
remember.
my number 2. It's my number 2 favorite horror film. It's my number 2 favorite movie of all time.
Damn.
dude.
Damn.
Awesome.
And
You mean the
this
movie
was
lied?
this was much higher for me way back
Movie
in the day,
lied.
like top 5, no question. Like, but hey, it's still there. It's phenomenal. I mean, what more can be said? You have the
I'll just say
4K?
this.
Oh yeah, that's one of the
Not
ones I
yet.
bought. That was a day one buy for me, but
Yeah.
not from Scream Factory, not from Scam Factory. I bought it on Amazon.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't have it yet, but I will.
I actually don't
They
have
piss
it
me
yet,
off, man.
but
I don't even know
will.
if I'm gonna get it or not. I don't know. But to me,
Wait
the
for a
best
sale. Just
comedy.
pay like $20.
That's the way.
It ain't
Correct.
going
That's how I
nowhere.
do it. No, the best comedy of all of it to me, and always has been, is James Cameron's reactions, which may not be
Oh,
funny to
100%.
everybody,
Oh,
even
they
the
are.
way he pukes. Ah! And he runs.
Yeah.
I've been laughing at that shit for fucking years.
What's that? The cadaver sounds sore.
Yeah.
The brain. I hit the fucking brain. Dude, Bert is my spirit animal. I know that's a dumb
Oh.
saying, but he is. I feel like Bert 90% of that movie, just like freaking out and yelling the whole time. He's like, I may become very famous, Frank. I may lose my job. I may lose my business. I may even go to jail.
Bert, when he calls him.
I'm Frank. Have a bit of a pop.
Also, like how he pats down his
Yes. And he's like, he does this. He's like, that's the second time James Cameron made the list.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Two
call
for James
Carly
Cameron.
Moods for this particular
Okay.
segment of the show.
Yeah, right.
No, it's like I said, it's comfort food for me. Anytime, anywhere, that movie.
Indeed.
If they told me I had
let's go.
cancer, I'd pop it in.
Wow.
Yeah, why not? And I'd be puking along with fucking James Cameron. Like I'm gonna puke just like that for comic
Rigor
effect.
mortis. What do you mean, rigor mortis?
Oh,
Okay,
So good.
number 22. Oh, of course, just like fucking 22 shots. 1,906 points for number 22, Day of the Dead. Here we go. Let's just sit back and watch these two go again. Just like these.
One. It's my number 1. It's my favorite movie.
It
ever
is your
made.
number one.
My
Yes.
number-
Yeah.
Here we go.
Matter of fact,
I mean,
number one.
who is it for? So it's Dave Parker's number 1. Someone else had it number 1.
And more. Hold on.
It's my one.
Number 1 for Dave, number 1 for Adolfo, and number 1 for, hold on, I know it was a third. Oh, DMG. Yep. 3 people with fucking
Yeah.
DMG.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Ultimate Romero.
Machine Gun Kelly got his
Machine Gun
list.
Kelly.
Oh,
Machine
DMG.
Gun Kelly.
Sorry.
David Michigan Garrett. DMG.
Oh, it's
Wasn't
his number
it
one,
all
too.
the initials?
Yep.
I hope that me and him are on the 05 show, because we're definitely we'll make it through in the 05
Boom.
show for Summer Series. I hope it's me,
Yeah.
you, and Dave Z. To be honest, we'll
That'd be
we'll
fucking
be on
awesome.
the same page. We'll be on the same page.
Well, it's a 10 out of 10. It's my number 26 though, and I can't say anything bad about any of those first 3 fucking. Like they're just fantastic zombie films and fantastic movies. This one, I know it's the more talky of the 3, but holy shit, the setting, the gore again, just everything hits. And you're talking about quoting. This one is as it's in a different way, very quotable.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
Salute my ass. No, like, yes, sir. Fuck you, sir. It's Ultimate Romero. It's about miscommunication and mental illness. It just has so many Romeroisms in it. It's a brilliant movie. It's brilliantly cast. You see all the different outlooks on people losing their minds and society crumbles, from the scientist to the soldier to the people caught in the middle. It's a brilliant movie. I mean, the gore is fantastic. The acting's really good, and it's got a sense of hope, even though it's in a world of hopelessness. And the score fits the mood. It's like a musical,
yeah.
right? I mean, it's like a play because everybody has their motifs, the military motifs, the kind of like Caribbean motif, and it just all mixes it together really, really fluid. And it's an underrated score, I'd say. John Harrison again, Second time
Awesome.
he's on here after
Yep.
Creepshow. Underrated
Yep.
composer again, along with Christopher Young. We have so many of the same
100%.
people brought up over and over again, and people just forget a lot of these really good filmmakers.
Or don't realize it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And fucking when he gets ripped apart at the end, that choke on him, fucking awesome. Awesome. Again, in my mind, my only problem with that is when they drag the legs out,
They're thin.
it looks like
Oh,
really
boy.
really badly padded legs. That's the only quibble I've got. I'm sorry.
I think this is Tom Savini's best work as well.
I agree.
In
Yeah,
his
Agreed.
entire
Really is.
career.
When that one zombie, I think they do it twice in it, when he sits up and his guts just fall out.
Yep.
Because it's
Yep.
done
That's
in real time when it's a zombie, and they give him
dream.
the old lobotomy, and then they do it in the dream sequence one.
With
Yeah,
Miguel
right.
Salazar,
Yeah.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
There's so many. And Steele is the ultimate goon. And
Oh,
the good
dude.
thing about this
Yeah.
movie is he gives this two-dimensional characters, like the side characters, these little moments to make them full-dimensional. Like I always bring this up. When Steele has to kill Miller, you see him snap. You see him lose his
Right.
mind there completely. And you see the tears in his eyes. And you're like, why would you give this asshole this moment? And it's just like, oh, because he's making these characters well established and giving them motive for what they do. And like you see every character snap in the movie. Like it's so
And
weird.
he was gay.
Like,
I think
yeah,
his character
Miguel
was gay.
Salazar was gay.
Yeah.
No, Miguel Salazar was gay for sure, and he
Yeah,
was
real-
played by a gay guy. Yeah, for sure, and that's why they kind of cast him in that role to be the outsider, the soldier, to make him like ridiculed by everyone. And it's perfect casting, and you could tell he's very flamboyant. I always make a joke when like me and friends are together. I'm like, "You bitch," how he says it. Like I always say, "You bitch," because he says it like that. It's just a thing. Like,
He
and he's
does.
great. He's great in it because he's the outcast. He's the one who loses his mind. The soldiers pick on him because he's more effeminate. It's really smart casting, and too. And that was one of Romero's best friends. That guy. So like Romero always was above like the board on casting people and smart in his casting. And I think that, it didn't always work later on. Of course, I don't think so. I mean, when he had to pick people, but the first 3 Dead films, the casting's always amazing. Like everybody in the movie's great. I mean, this is my favorite movie. I probably won't talk a lot later about as many movies, but like I love this movie. I think it's brilliant. I think that it gets better with age, like all Romero's classics do.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's a sign of a great movie, right? Like that
Yeah.
with age, and you could pull something out of it even more
Yeah.
so.
That's like Carpenter, Romero, those guys. They get better with age. Not everyone does.
That's for
Craven.
sure.
Craven sometimes does, sometimes he doesn't. Craven's a hit and miss director if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
But when he knocks it out of the park, man, he sure gets home runs.
Very well put. Exactly.
Yep.
He
Well,
gets
it's
a
my
lot
number
of foul
16.
balls too, but he gets some home runs.
Yeah.
Your number what?
It's my number 16. And
And
it's-
Carly, did you
Fine.
get to say anything yet?
No, let her speak.
I give it a 10 out of 10, but it didn't make my list.
Yeah, it's
I don't like zombie movies.
on this
True.
list.
Yeah.
I gave it a
You're a
7.
Dave.
It's at number 7.
Oh,
But it
7
would
out of
be
10,
it would be my no, it would be in my top 5 now. I love Day of the Dead. It's one of those movies just like Return of the Living Dead I could watch anytime, and I pretty much agree with like every little thing Dave said. He gets the movie 100%.
Yep. And
See,
Rhodes
what I-
is awesome.
I
Everything
like in
Rhodes
this-
says is great.
Best villain of all time for me.
Yeah.
Dave keeps saying that this is a Dave Z list, but as we're trickling down these numbers here, I'm realizing that only 2 of mine in my top 10. Well, actually, no. I guess 3 of my top 10 have been said already, and then in my top 15, there's so many that I just know are popping up. They're going to round this list up, and if they don't, they'll be so hell to pay because we're gonna have to choke the shit out of a lot of list makers.
There's been so
Listen.
many. There's been so many that have been on my list in this.
Yeah,
Did you just say
when we get towards the top, you know what I mean? Like the list is going to
Right.
be pretty close. We're going to have a lot of the same movies.
for sure? Christian, did you just say there's 2 that have been set out of your top 10?
3 I just found out. 3. I corrected
Oh,
myself.
only 2 for me. All right.
Are you talking total top 200 or
No. Just this is just our top 10 of what we have on our top 10 lists. Only
What
2
showed
or
up.
3 have been mentioned so far. Out
Yeah,
of
for me.
200. Yeah, Dave. Sorry.
No, it's the
But-
feed.
yeah.
It's Creep Show
Okay.
has shown up and Friday 2 have shown up.
I had
Everything else
5.
on my top 10 is still there. 5 have been said for you already?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mine's Videodrome, Midsummer, and Friday the 13th Part 2. Those are the 3 that have been said. That were in
Okay,
my top
well, let's
10.
see what's next.
out of my top
Maybe-
10? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry,
go,
Dave.
go.
What's your
I was
top
going to
10?
say Zombie, Hellraiser, The Beyond, Henry, and Cannibal Holocaust have already been said. Those are all my top 10.
Okay. What about you, Carly?
Out of all the movies, I mean, I don't know. I have Phantasm up in there, and
Oh, and Day of the Dead and Return of the Living Dead have also been said. So there we go.
Right.
Phantasm's the only one I can think of.
Oh
right
wow.
now.
Maybe you're lining up with everybody, or
Maybe.
your tastes are way out. So it's gonna be interesting.
Or she's got the faculty up there probably.
No.
Didn't make my
Okay.
list. Didn't make my list.
No. Oh, it did? Faculty made your list,
Did not.
Dave?
No,
Oh, they
no,
said
it didn't
did.
make.
Oh,
No,
no.
From
no.
Dusk Till Dawn made my list, but not the faculty.
Makes sense. Same here. Okay, number 21. I have a feeling this is gonna make everybody's list. Maybe I'm wrong. 1,940 points. Carrie.
Oh yeah, man, that should be it's my number 14. 10 out of 10. Fantastic fucking film.
It's definitely up there for me.
My number 20.
My number
43.
Oh, it's my number 27,
It
actually.
made everybody's list.
I have
Yeah,
a feeling
it would be higher for me now, but 22 at the time.
Okay, right
I
on.
love
I mean,
Carrie.
Brian Palmer's a director. Right? He's a director. He knows how to direct shit. And again, if you do not like manipulation of time, if you don't like cinematic, you're not going to like this. And I say that because a lot of people shit on that stuff, but that's what makes a movie great is that whole scene with the pig's blood, the lead up to it, till it pays off. And then, of course, the whole massacre sequence. You're talking about a fantastic buildup where
Suspense.
that scene, yeah, is directed. He directed the shit out of it. And it just is so well done. Oh, man. Not that the rest of the movie isn't. It's just that's a perfect snapshot of why this movie's so great.
It's
And I love
movie.
his use of split screen. I'm a big sucker for split screen, and De Palma does that a lot in his films.
Split diameters too. He does that shit. Diafter shots or whatever. He does that really well. And also the score by Pino Donaggio is wonderful.
Yes.
And I've never felt so bad for a lead character in Carrie. Like I cry. Like I almost cry when I feel how bad and how they treat Carrie and like her
Yeah,
mom
Brandon-
and everything.
Brandon used to say that, like, she's most like just a devastating. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we all agree with that. But that was, I remember Brandon made the specific point of saying just tragic.
Yeah, and the way they mix the score in the beginning, the opening, and they go through the girl's shower and they have the score playing, and that whole scene is just really depressing and just feels awful.
The
I love
sad
the
part
music.
to me is that Carrie doesn't know that there were genuine people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she just thinks, you know, because she doesn't see everything we see, that there were some people that were genuinely trying to be nice to her. And
And
it's
that's
it's also
movie ever.
sad when someone lets down their guard when they think they shouldn't and they're told they shouldn't, and then it's a I told you so thing. You know, that's the whole they're all gonna laugh at you thing. It's really fucked up.
Yeah.
Might be King's best. One of them. Top
Another
two.
King.
I don't really like the book of Carrie. I don't like
The
that they
movie's
make her like
better.
this fat, simply gross, like like I know it's fucked up, but I don't care about her as much in the book because of how ugly they make her seem. And I like how in the movie she's just kind of like this plain girl type that's like quiet and could be pretty if she tried. Or I don't know. I don't like his. I've tried to read Carrie like twice. Once when I was younger, and then once a few years ago, and I
The
just
one
don't
thing
like
that
it.
sticks out
like
to
it's
me
supposed to
is that a tampon lands in her pubic hair. In the book.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna take some shit. Stephen King is lucky he got some of the directors he did to make his movies, and
Yeah.
he's very approachable for the masses. But Stephen King is not nearly the great writer that everyone. He's a great writer, but he's not the best. He's not the best technical writer at all. He's not even.
Yeah,
I
like
think he's the best
story
character
lines
writer.
are good.
Yeah, he's just good. He's
yeah.
great. He's got
And
good
he's
ideas.
smart.
He's
knows
great
a
at
lot
what he
about
does.
everything.
And they
Yes.
run with them. You know what I mean? Like, I think The Shining's a better movie than a book. I think Christine's a better movie than a book. And from what I'm hearing, Carrie sounds like it too.
Carrie is laid out weird. Like it's orchestrated. It's like the newspaper clippings, and it's. Remember how they did the movie? I think that was the one with Angela Bettis. I think that they were trying to model.
They did.
Yeah,
they did. That's
it's
what they
right.
were going for.
Yeah. The book always
Yeah.
like because I've tried to read it when I was like 14 and I was like or even younger, like probably 12, and I was like really confused by it. It was like 2 and then so then
That
I
was
tried-
also his first book.
Yeah, I know.
True.
that's-
True.
Yeah, I mean, he's great. He's great. Like, he's the most approachable writer of all time. And without Stephen King, horror is completely different. Like, Stephen King is horror royalty.
Wow.
If you had to put a Mount
Right.
Rushmore, just horror icons, not just like directors, Stephen King's got to be one of the four.
Yeah.
No matter how
Just based on what has shown up on this list.
Yeah.
Again, just from a source material standpoint, whether the movie's better or not, came from the mind of Stephen King. So yeah, absolutely, Mount Rushmore-esque for no question.
Yeah. Sure. But I
should
mean,
be
like
top of the actual other monuments on the.
Also,
his
love
cock
the
and
cast.
balls should be hanging over the rest of the
hanging over Dean Koontz' face, but
royal helmet
hanging over Dean Koontz' face and the skull with eyes.
Yeah.
But no, honestly, like the cast is great too. Sissy Spacek's an amazing character actor, really, and I would say she's the character actor because a lot of females don't really do the performances she does, from Badlands to whatever. And like Sidney Lastik's great in there, Piper Laurie, William Catt, PJ Souls, fucking Karen Allen, underrated actress.
Cat Williams.
Totally.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then of course John Travolta too. So J Trop, you got a lot of good people in this movie. It's a great cast.
Nancy, you said Nancy Allen, did you?
Yeah, she's amazing. I love Nancy Allen.
Yeah. I do too.
Underrated actress, one of the best.
Oh, I love her. Now, the thing I noticed, actually, I didn't notice. I'm not going to take credit. I was watching a documentary the other day. It was the Fangoria, the Shudder Top 100 Scary Moments. And they were talking about Carrie, and somebody brought up something that was so simple. Well, first and foremost, that scene in the beginning with the shower, that is like traumatic for me when I was young. The first time I saw it, I remember being at a really young age and watching that scene. And I believe it's the first time that I felt empathy for somebody else in a fictional thing, where I was watching it and seeing what happened with her. And of course, keep this in mind now. Keep this in mind. I didn't know why she was bleeding. I was too young to understand it was menstruation.
What does she have to plug up?
Well, but the thing is this: she starts bleeding for no reason. So I was a hypochondriac when I was young. So I was so to see this girl getting sick and bleeding and then getting teased for it, it fucking fucked me up in a way that I was a kid that I remember being like fucking, I don't know, like nervous and shaky and like feeling like sick to my stomach all night long after I saw that shot. It was just a weird thing, and I forget about it until I talk about it here. And I talked about it once before, I think when we reviewed the movie. But so that's one thing that stuck out for me. But somebody said on this documentary that, and go ahead, maybe it's something that's really obvious, but I just never made the connection. The beginning with her bleeding in the shower with the blood and the menstruation, and then ties in with the end with her getting blood dumped on her. So two instances of blood, one at the beginning of our journey with her and one at the end. And I don't believe we've ever brought that up in a conversation. And I thought that was interesting.
And I don't think it's I think that's exactly what the intent was. It's like the foreshadowing or like a
it's like
thematic
symbolic
motif.
It's kind of look at it this way. She's kind of moving on to her next cycle in life when she has her first period, and now she's moving into her next cycle when she embraces the power she has when she gets covered in blood.
Yeah.
So boom. Deep.
Wow.
We talked about the penis imagery. That's what we brought up on the show. I can't not see penises throughout the whole opening, from the faucet nozzles to the lines of the volleyball court. And
the score should have been done by Penis DiNaggio instead of Penis DiNaggio. Penis DiNaggio. Or Peen DiNaggio. Peen DiNaggio.
Oh, fuck. Awesome. Okay, let's move. Number 20. Here we go.
Top 20.
Top 20. All right, 1,977 points for this movie from 1981. An American Werewolf in London.
Beautiful.
Didn't make my list.
It made my list, but that doesn't mean that I like John Landis.
You love John Landis.
Fuck him. He's a murderer, and I stand by it.
Oh, man.
It's my 64. I think it's the best werewolf movie ever made.
It's my
number
49.
12.
49.
Oh, my God. 49, 64, didn't make it. Carly, I don't know what you said.
85.
85, and I'm 12. So I'm the highest on this. This used to be in my top 10 with Return of the Living Dead. No question. It just get pushed down a little bit. Fucking love this movie. We talked about The Howling earlier. This was always my preference. I thought this was more relatable. I liked the introduction of the friends. I was terrified as a kid when I saw this because the guy that rented it to my father said it was a comedy, which there's comedic elements.
I would say horror first.
Yeah.
Definitely not a comedy first.
I had a buddy sleeping over. We're watching it, and we got terrified when he got attacked. And then there's that dream sequence where he's covered in makeup and he goes, "Pah!" to the camera. and we're like,
How does he go?
Click. Shut up, JP.
And then there's the other dream
the
sequence
fuck up.
that you loved that brought you back into the movie.
The penis.
No, with the Nazi soldiers.
Yeah, that one. I thought you meant the penis running, but the Nazi soldiers, yeah, that scared the shit out of me too.
That's
just like a
horrifying.
good jump scares there. Love it. I guess it is my favorite werewolf movie because it's my highest rated werewolf movie. So that 2 and 2, I love it. Absolutely love
Brilliant. How it plays to the Hammer horror movies too in the beginning when they go to the what's the place, the Wolf's Head, with the bar. I love the pub because every time you watch those Hammer movies, which I love,
Slaughtered
they're always
Lamb.
going to a
Slaughtered
Slaughtered Lamb. They're going to a
Instead of the
fucking pub.
Moors.
They're always going to a pub, and there's just all these like the one hit on this movie is they should have had 3 or 4 Hammer actors in that pub. Like classic Hammer actors, it would have been perfect. Like just those, like Michael Ripper. If you'd have thrown Michael Ripper in there from all the Hammer movies, it would have been dead on. But I love the movie. I think it's great. I think it's really clever. I love that the doctor is trying to figure out the mystery of it, and everybody acts realistic, like in a lot of ways. Like they're like, that doesn't seem right, but he's also not jumping to conclusions. Oh yeah, that's a little bit iffy, but hey, I do like though that John Landis is like has the Jewish like look, and that's why he has like the werewolf Nazis coming in. It's just like a lot of good moments in there that a lot of other voices wouldn't have done, like John Landis, and it's a great movie. And what is it? Griffin Dunn is fantastic in it too. I mean, special effects are fantastic. I love all the characters that get killed. Like the murder scenes are terrifying. It's gory as fuck. When that cop's head gets knocked off in the fucking downtown.
The Porto movie's funny.
Oh, the Porto movie's great.
I've never seen you before in my life. Okay, yes, yeah. I don't know if that's the movie or if that's the. I know they have the advertisements for it.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah,
I love it. It's a great movie.
It is great. It's just the right amount of humor in there. The transformation is iconic, as we all know. Easy story. As soon as it starts, you're right into their place. Boom. Okay, these guys are going overseas. Let's get into some shit. And the sound the werewolf makes. The fucking it's a fucking scary ass sound, man. Like I don't know, there's something haunting about it. It's seriously creepy.
Sounds like it's in pain.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. And then I love the relationship with him and Nurse Alex. I just happen to love Jenny Agutter, and she's very sexy. And that scene in the shower and everything here.
She is.
Yeah, man. So I mean, what are you gonna say? It's my 49. It's outstanding. Love this movie.
Tragic too. Tragic like werewolf
movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
David Naughton, man, that guy should have been a star. I don't know what the fuck he did. Maybe he was a weirdo or something. He should have been a star.
Hot Dog the movie. He did Hot Dog.
I remember Hot Dog the movie, and he's also in Brutal Massacre, a comedy, which is pretty funny because of him.
Well, and he has that bit role in the first segment of Body Bags.
Yeah.
He comes back, but yeah, he should have had a bigger career for sure.
Oh dear.
That's my wake up alarm.
I don't wanna.
You all right, buddy?
That's the wake up for work.
Okay, let's get moving then. He's got to go to work.
No, I don't have to work today, but if I
you're going to work whether you like it or not.
Working the
just retire. Just retire from work.
Yeah,
like you are from podcasting every day.
And podcasting, yes.
Can't come into work today. I'm depressed. I retired from podcasting. What?
Get your ass in here.
Oh shit. Well, here we go. Number 19.
Here we go.
With 2,003 points. Dario Argento's masterpiece, Suspiria.
Yeah.
There you have it.
I mean, it had to show up at some point. I didn't think it was going to break the top 10 because, hey, again, there's only so much space.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little disappointed. I'm glad it's here. I'm a little disappointed at its place, but it's still top 20. So what can I say? For me, it's my number 4. So what am I going to say? I absolutely love it. We've talked about it on the show. We reviewed it. I've probably talked about it ad nauseum between this show, when we talked about it on 22 Shots, and when I did it with fucking Jay of the Dead, when I was trying to convince him to love it. And it's incredible. The gore is incredible. The soundtrack is just outstanding, beginning to end. The sights, the colors, the way it's used, everything. Everybody knows what Suspiria is, and if you don't and you haven't seen it, go and see it. And there's a good chance you'll love it. Of course, there's a chance you're gonna hate it. It's that kind of movie, but luckily enough people love it, and I love it. So.
And if you're gonna get one 4K, make it that one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, JP. Phenomenal. Sir. Synapse, right? It's fantastic. It's a fantastic transfer. 10 out of 10. My number 24. And we've done a review of it, so I won't talk anymore. You guys go.
Love Suspiria. Highly influential when it comes to Italian horror movies. And my second favorite director is Fulci. Dario's after him at like 4. But without Suspiria, I don't think Fulci had some of the movies he made. Like, I definitely think that Suspiria directly influenced every horror movie in Italy afterwards. It's my number 31. Love Suspiria. Respect the shit out of Suspiria even more. So it's a masterpiece for what it is. I mean, there's never been a movie with more brightly lit, amazing colors and atmosphere. It's the best witch movie, I'll tell you that. My favorite witch movie.
I love witch movies. Yeah.
I guess I agree. Based on my list there as well.
So wait,
Well,
whose list is it on?
Wait, I got two
It's
that
my
I
number
guess you could.
69.
Ooh.
Yay!
Nice.
Yeah, this is
Awesome.
like I said, I watched this one along with Phantasm when I was 13, and I really liked it.
That's
And
early.
it made me want to watch more Italian movies. And then I realized most Italian movies are giallo, and I was like, oh, well, this sucks. But no, Suspiria is a great film. It was just very mesmerizing the first time I saw it, and I still really enjoy it. It feels very one of a kind.
It's sure. I'll say this. Speaking of Giallo, this movie is kind of Giallo. It's half
It has
Giallo.
Giallo
really.
influences.
You know
big
what
time.
this is?
Yeah,
What this movie did.
It's half Giallo.
Well, it is.
Like,
It feels.
It's biracial.
You know,
it's half Mexican. Yeah, it's half Giallo. I know what you mean, though. I just the way you said it.
It's
what
half
this
Jello
movie-
and half whipped cream. It's like that weird, gross cocktail thing to me.
Oh, fuck that shit. No, basically, what Suspiria did for the Giallo is what fucking Nightmare on Elm Street did for the slasher. That's my comparison.
Nightmare's not really a slasher,
I
but
see.
it has the influences. Suspiria has like the black gloves. It has the point of view, but it also has a supernatural element to it. And I would say Dario had supernatural elements of Deep Red with the psychic shit, the Sixth Sense stuff. But I would say that Deep Red is a horror movie, but a giallo. Sometimes giallos aren't horror films. You know what I mean? Sometimes they're like crime like cop things, but Suspiria is a horror film. I don't call it a giallo first, but I say there's
No.
giallo influences in there. I say Black Christmas has giallo influences as well, and lots of movies do. But I would say this is a horror first and foremost, and I would just say supernatural horror, but it has tons of giallo elements in it.
It's an experience. Not many movies do I consider an experience. I consider this one that. You know.
Wasn't it the last movie to be shot on the type of film it was shot on too? So it's got
Technicolor.
it's got an amazing look
Wow.
to it. And what's the
But
tagline on?
wasn't Pearl
The only
just
thing
done
more
on
frightening in
Technicolor?
the first 15 minutes of Suspiria is the last 142 or some bullshit like that. It's a weird tagline.
Oh yeah.
You're like,
Pearl
what?
might have been Technicolor.
I
Actually.
think they did do Technicolor.
That's the intent to
Pearl.
make it look like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah.
it is, but that's.
I think they did. Because
Pearl
I
actually
think
shot
I
on film?
remember he wanted to do it in black and white, but they wouldn't
Right.
let him, so he did it in Technicolor.
I
Is
think
Pearl
so.
shot on film?
Yeah.
That's fucking
I mean-
great. So
I tend to drift towards movies that are shot in film and don't even know it. Like you'll look at it and you're like, oh, a lot of these movies were shot in film this year. That's why, and they just look better. They look better. I'm sorry, they do.
definitely. Is this Suspiria on
number
everyone's
one?
list? Or
Yeah.
not?
So the original list that I made 5 years ago did not have it in the top 50, but it would be now for sure.
I'll accept that. Okay. Good. Yeah, because you didn't see it yet.
No, I think I had seen it, but I'd only seen it like when we did it on that show and like maybe
Oh.
one other time before that. But since then I've watched it on 4K and again and multiple times since then, and I love it. It's and I've became like a massive Argento fan since then as well. So
Sweet. Okay.
Cool.
Moving right along. Number 18. Oh, speaking of witches, 2,028 points. The Witch. There we go.
Speaking
the
of which,
witch.
Clickety clackety. Yes, indeed. Oh, man.
The
love
witch
it.
was my number. Where the hell was it even? I don't remember. I have to look.
It's my 18.
It's my number 88.
Made
the
38.
list.
But it would be higher now, probably. Like I said when I was talking to you guys in the chat, it's out of all the movies from like 2010 to like now, The Witch is probably the one that stands out the most to me. And I've liked it more and more and more and more every time I've watched it. I talked a lot about it on the SS, and I felt like that particular show, I was able to get my true like feelings on everything I loved about it out.
yeah, The Witch did not make my list, but it is one of the only movies where it was a 6 out of 10 when I saw it in the theater, and it went up to a 10 out of 10 when I saw it years later at home.
It was the damn
Wow.
dialogue.
Holy
It was
fuck,
hard. It
Carly.
was hard to hear. In
Yeah,
the
I didn't know what
theater.
the fuck was going on in that
I,
movie.
Yeah.
it's
so
subtitles
thick.
help.
very similar experience to Carly. I was a 7 out of 10 when I saw it in the theater, and it's not on my list, but upon rewatch, I think I'm up to like an 8.59, but it's not on my list because it just based on that rating, even at 9. That's the one movie that is of recent years. I can see why people like it. I'm shocked at how much people love it. Personally.
That's fair.
Yeah, to each their own, as we say.
Hey,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
dude,
think it's great.
It's on
I'm
Terrifying.
in the
your list?
minority. I think I'm in the minority. Most people do, and it's well represented on this list. Fucking high in my opinion, but it's well
A
represented.
perfect.
I think it's
piece.
perfect.
Like,
yeah. Dave, is it on your list or no? I don't know if.
Yeah, it's 88.
Okay.
It's low because
Oh,
it's a
that's
newer
right.
movie, man. I haven't had the
Right, I
time to
know.
be with it forever, but it made the first time I saw it, and usually the best movies that are more modern, I'll walk out of the theater and be like, did I like that or didn't I like that? I don't fucking know. And then like you'll think back, you'll keep thinking about it, and you're like, no, that's probably a masterpiece. I'm just too dumb to register things. You start putting things together, and you come away from it thinking that was really smart. Any movie that opens up with the first 10 minutes of a baby being ground in the goo, that's got to be worth something. And that's why when people are like, it's not a horror movie, I'm like, what? If this isn't a horror movie, no Hammer movies are horror movies. Not one of them.
Right.
Yeah,
Not
but
one,
I
not
mean,
a one of them.
If this isn't a horror movie, there ain't any horror movies.
I would agree.
But I don't understand what this argument. Like, I mean, we were seeing it, and again, there are people that were on the show saying, yeah, I can understand it. Why not be infringed? Like, I saw The Devil. I have no ifs, ands, or buts that that's a horror film. But I actually find that there's a lot of people that say that's not a horror film. I'm like, what?
It could be fringe, but there's a lot of serial killer moments in there. But The Witch to me is just clear cut. There's not even an argument. I
100%.
don't get it.
So,
I
don't
see,
get it.
that's my thought process on it.
Yeah.
I never thought of I saw The Devil of anything but a horror film.
I mean, the
Like, it's
murders are real
weird.
brutal. Like I'm
Yeah,
thinking of that they dig that lady out of the water in her fucking head. That's nasty shit.
So I know that to switch it up but I'm just saying
Yeah.
that's the feeling I've got when people describe that film and whatever. Yeah, The Witch is about a witch. So fuck. I mean, it's right there in the title,
So,
for
yeah.
Christ's sake.
It's supernatural, brutal, fucking isolated horror. Like psychological horror. It's like 5 different kinds of horror movie. It literally is a quintessential horror movie without any humor.
Filmed in Ontario.
Yep.
Ugh. I say 88. I meant 98. Take it down to 98.
He does hate Canada. It's true.
Yeah.
The only thing I like from Canada is John Candy.
This is only my.
I didn't know
18.
that about you.
So
I changed
yeah,
my get him off the phone. Who invited this guy?
hey, you got to deal with moods every week. You know, it's the same
Yeah.
thing. He's fucking. You know, he hates
Perfect.
Canada. So it's only my 18. And I feel weird saying that, but like he said, it's only his 80. I keep feeling it should be higher, but even though I've seen it like a dozen times, because I do
fuck it.
love it so much, it's my favorite thing I've seen. Period. Since the 2000s at all. So there's nothing I like more. So I want to make it go higher. I just can't because I spent more time with the other ones. I keep saying it, and that's what it is. But I will say this: when I saw it at the movies the first time, I only understood about 70% about what they were saying with the dialogue and everything else and the accents. But when the movie ended, I still had that feeling. I was like, I'm fucking in love with this movie. And if it didn't end exactly the way it did, I don't know if it would have put me there. But when it was going up and she's rising up and they're playing that music and the fucking it cuts and I'm thinking, please end here. Please let this be the end. And it did. I was like, I just sat there for like a minute. I was like, I'm in love with this movie. And that's what I said to myself right there, just in the first time in theater. Then I saw it again and it's just been that way
You
ever
said it
since.
out loud.
Yeah, that's what I was
in love with
thinking.
this movie.
No, I didn't.
And you were in the
just
theater
saw
by
somebody
yourself.
turning around
Some
and
guys
like,
like,
who let the
Mister,
weirdo
I don't
in
even
here?
know you.
No, I didn't say it. I might have said it when I got home though. I might have told my
You're
People
like,
were
and
laughing.
that's whore. You're like, now that's whore.
People were actually
Right
saying,
up in
"Is
the
this
theater.
horror?" in the theater when I was watching it. There's
Really?
I was shocked at how many like naysayers
Whatever.
there were in the theater that night.
I don't think people have seen any horror movies before 1980. That's why they keep saying that. They've never seen a 60s or 70s horror film.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
They could
Okay,
have.
let's go. Number 17, 2,064 votes. We've talked about the sequel, but not this one yet. The Evil Dead.
Nice.
Now that's horror.
There we go. That's weird.
It
I
is
know.
weird.
Yeah. No, that's horror. The Evil Dead. Pretty high on my list, exactly. I gotta look, but
44
fucking-
for me. 10 out of 10. No.
I have it
22.
at 89.
89, 44, 22. You guys?
Yeah, I
I'm
made a
looking.
mistake. It's not there, but it's a 10 out of 10.
Oh,
I
it's
think
supposed
I
to
made
be
a
there.
deal with myself to only put one of the Rami Evil Deads on the list, and I put Army of Darkness because, again, the white trash motif
put all three.
coming back.
I had it.
I almost had one. I had one and Phantasm and like 2 or 3 other movies back and forth. You guys are gonna be mad when you find out what's not on my list. There's one movie that's not on my list that people are gonna be like, bro, are you serious? I'm gonna be like,
Halloween.
yeah, Halloween's not on my list.
I know.
Nor
It
is
was,
Scream, but I don't feel bad about Scream. I feel bad about Halloween.
It was my number
I do like
49.
Halloween.
Your number what? Sorry.
49.
Oh, right
So
on.
we're very close. Yeah,
This is
44,
a number
49.
one too. This is John Rhodes' number one. There's no. I don't even have to look it
Wow.
up to know.
Rocky
Oh yeah.
Roads.
I don't even have to look it up to know, but I'm still going to. But just
Is
in
it
case
Watson's
I'm wrong.
number
but
one? Did Watson turn in a list? I bet it's Watson's one.
He did
didn't
not
turn
turn
in
in
a
a
list.
list.
He did not.
It would have been his one, right?
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean,
This
that's a
one
good
can't-
number one.
That or Soul Man, because he's a big Soul Man fan.
I'm a soul man.
Isn't that weird? An Evil Dead 2 and an Evil Dead 1 on this list.
I mean,
Those
they're
number
very
ones.
popular
Random.
movies. That'd be like having a
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead. I mean, you know what I
Well,
mean?
Was an Army of Darkness on the top 200 as well?
Yeah.
I think all 3 were represented. And all 4 have been
Yeah.
represented in the top 200.
What
That's
about
pretty
the
intense.
fifth one?
So he's going to be up there.
Yeah.
He's one of those directors. Yeah, isn't it? Well, deservingly
Well,
so. Thanks
he
to
didn't
this.
direct the 4th one, but I mean, I'm just saying the franchise was on there.
And Sam, did you guys have Drag Me to Hell on the top 200?
Yes, it was.
4
That's the
Raimis.
one.
And he only really did 4 horror movies.
There you have it. That's
Evil Dead
impressive.
is
The
spooky.
gift, I guess would be
Yeah.
good.
I never watched The Gift. I have it, though. It looks good.
It's good. It's a good one.
I need to watch A Simple Plan still. I don't know why I never
Oh, that's
saw
great.
Oh, that was.
it. I
a
know I
great
love it. I
film.
love Billy Bob and I love Bill Paxton. And who's is it Bridget Fonda?
Yeah.
Yeah, going by memory, but yeah. But yeah, this is Evil Dead. I mean, we did a whole franchise show on this as well.
We did way back,
So
but we
did
did.
We
It's
had
scary.
It's
It's
a
scary.
Yeah, it's still scary even now
Gritty.
because just the look of the people is really creepy. Like that really creeps me out, and the atmosphere.
Yes.
And yeah, all that.
Ultimate
Sound.
Cabin in the Woods movie, man. The Ultimate
Yeah.
Cabin in the Woods movie. It
Yeah.
basically started a subgenre. It's been ripped off more times than anything. It's part Equinox,
Yeah, I just
part
saw one. I
Hausu, but
saw a new Cabin in the Woods movie
Perfect.
last night.
yeah, I mean, like I said, man,
Fuck
without
that.
this, you don't have that. I mean, it's not you. It
Right.
basically established the Cabin in the Woods genre.
Yeah.
And there's so
Fuck
many of the
the Cabin
ripoffs.
in the Woods.
Even if you look at something like Demons, as much as I adore Demons, kind of a ripoff of Evil Dead.
Oh yeah.
Demon Knight,
but-
kind
Yeah,
of a
there's a lot
ripoff
of
of Evil
similar.
Dead.
Yeah.
I just want to know
This is Demons.
why was this like if this was an Airbnb, who would pick this fucking cabin? It's like a decrepit piece of shit cabin in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, well, when you're a
but
kid.
it has the Hills Have Eyes poster.
Yeah, well, that's the funny
Yes.
thing between Rami and Craven, going back and forth, didn't even know each other, but then they got to be in Body Bags together by John Carpenter.
Yep.
I wonder they obviously were friendly with each other. It was a good back and forth. They didn't even know each other before that though.
That's funny.
Definitely. Yep, and it kicked off a iconic character in Ash. You know, didn't know it at the time, but now look at him.
And
Look
an
at Bruce
iconic
Campbell.
actor in Bruce Campbell.
Right.
Yep.
It's out of control. Who would have guessed watching this movie when it first came out that what was
Yeah.
going to lead to? You know, seriously.
The card scene's great. Queen of Hearts.
Oh,
that part's
my
scary
God.
as fuck. That's a scary part.
Ah, oh my god.
And
the
then-
girl.
And it's
oh,
the gore is perfect. It's low budget. This is one of like 3 American horror films that I consider the ultimate lightning in a bottle movies. Perfect time placement. Night of the Living Dead, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Evil Dead. I think they're all like American low budget royalty. I think they're lightning in a bottle, and I think they're all regional qualities, and they're perfect. They're all perfect for what they are. And Evil Dead should be on my list. I fucked up. If I redo this list, I would put Evil Dead on my list. That was a mistake. That's stupid.
fair enough. Yeah, hey,
That's okay.
That's
Hey,
all right.
you admit it. You admit it.
fair
damn it.
enough. It's all right.
Ghoulies 2 had to be on the list.
Comes
I,
back to
keep,
that.
I do forget about that part. I'm trying to. As well.
That's embarrassing, but it is what it is.
It happens. Okay, number 16.
I like Ghoulies too, so fuck the haters.
And you like this movie too, and you're going to say fuck the haters. Number 16 with 2,081 votes. I'm really sad that it beat The Witch in Suspiria, I got to say. But Scream. There you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My number
We knew it was
3.
going to be there.
That's a quality.
Yeah.
movie. It's Yes.
That's your number
It's a
3?
great. It's a great movie.
My
It's a
number
great
8.
movie.
My number
Your number 8?
39.
Yeah.
I do love it as well.
My
My
number
number
24.
375. I'm just kidding.
I just think it's genius, man. So
Yeah,
smart.
I
It
mean
is.
that's the one that got me into horror, and here I am, still into horror all these years later.
Yeah, it was super, super influential for anybody born in the 90s in terms of them becoming a horror fan.
Yeah.
It's
Certainly.
ungodly influential and important, and no arguments. Again, the book's closed on Scream no matter what you feel. Null and void. It's over. You know what I mean? It's
You're right.
There's a lot of haters, but it doesn't matter because Scream it's in the history books.
Yeah, I don't know why there's haters. I don't hate it at all. Like I said, it's my number 22 or whatever, the 24, whatever it is.
You
think
hate
that
the fans. Don't
The,
lie.
the fans are
The
a little
fanboys.
bit
Fans
too
are
loud.
fucking worse than Halloween fanboys.
No,
Well,
nobody's
they're
worse
not
than
Halloween.
Halloween. Nobody's worse than Halloween.
No.
Halloween
I
fans
don't
are
know.
the worst.
I don't
Me and
know.
Boo told us what we would be. They're like, you would be mad if they did that. I'm like, how do you know, man? Like, I just told you I wouldn't care. You it's like, you're mad at me for telling me how I should feel. Like, are you insane?
Well, when it came out, it was what slashers needed. That's what we needed to get something, because everything else that was going by that time, the old formula was dead. Thanks, Freddie, because everything got comical and this and that, and it ran its fucking course. And then it got to, you saw one or two maybe in the early '90s, and then of course you had Candyman, you had Popcorn, you did have a couple hanging in there, but then they just kind of vanished completely by like '93.
Dr.
It was just
Giggles.
like, yeah, Dr.
Class
Giggles,
act.
which I like
Class
actually.
You mean
But-
cutting class?
Yeah, that too. But when this came out,
I don't know.
Brad Pitt.
it changed things. You know what I mean? They did a smart thing, and they referenced the old slashers. They were old enough at that point that you can reference Halloween and Prom Night and whatever the hell they were talking about, and set up their rules, which, like them or not, they're not really completely accurate, but for what they were going for, the writing is good.
It's not necessarily that they are accurate. It's that that's how they were perceived. You know what I mean?
Right, but people in real life hold that up as something because they saw it on screen. They think it's because of the effect that it's had. People believe that to this day.
But,
That's
Just
no,
like
but
people
the
think,
point is people believed that before Scream, even if it wasn't accurate. You know what I mean? That it's just
only
the,
people that were
the
forced
finger on
writing
the
stuff like
pulse.
they have to write college papers. We've all had to write a college paper, and we kind of shoehorn bullshit in just to fucking get it done. We've all done it. And that's kind of what they did
I've
with
never
the
been to
slasher
college.
genre. and like,
Rope
and
bullshit.
honestly, it eventually just becomes like fact. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, Scream's. It's not Scream's fault. A bunch of shitty movies ripped it off. And I'm not even
No.
talking about the initial ones that came afterwards. I'm talking about the ones 20 years later where they've only seen Scream and they're obsessed with Scream, so they go ahead and make their slasher movie, and it's a bad version of Scream. Those are the worst movies I've ever seen in the independent scene. If your number one influence is Scream to make a movie, bro, you're not going to be able to recapture Scream. Don't do it. Please stop. Please stop. Stop it! Fucking insert Halloween 3 here, Tom Atkins.
Right.
Stop it!
I'm not going to do
but
that.
it's a great film. It's a great
Thank you.
casted.
I wouldn't either.
I won't say anything else about it because I'm far from the biggest fan. But like I said, it's my 24, so I do love the movie, but other people here love it more. So I'll peace out on that. It's a great movie. I mean, it's changed the face of fucking horror. I'll say that it has, and it did a lot of things for a while that the genre needed for a slasher. So there you have it.
And it's still going today. The
Yeah,
first
well, we'll see. Hopefully 6 is. I was not a fan of the last year's 5. I'm hoping for better things for 6, but we'll see.
Yeah, that we will.
I mean, last
Okay.
year, that was my favorite sequel. Just saying.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, she liked it a lot. JP liked it a lot. A lot of
yeah,
people did.
made my top 10.
Shit.
Big fan. But I don't think I still like 4 more. But
Oh yeah.
and I'm not like the weirdest thing is like I don't love Scream 2 and 3. Like I don't
Me neither.
consider them my
I
favorite
used
movies. Like
to.
they would be nowhere
like
near on
Scream
these
2.
lists.
I don't like any of the
Scream
other.
2's
I like 1,
Yeah.
4, and
Scream
5.
3 was awful. Scream 3 is awful.
Yeah.
I used to
Scream
like
3 is
2 and 3 a
awful.
lot. and-
4, I hate that beginning. Oh my god.
I love it. I love
Oh.
everything about 4.
I think I just like Scream 2's theme music, Dewey's theme music that he used from Broken Arrow. I just like Dewey. I think I just like Dewey.
I love Dewey.
That's why I
man.
like part 2. Like, I think I just like Dewey. Like, as I got older, Randy became annoying. Like, I just don't like Randy at all. I'm like, I just don't like Jamie Kennedy. I fucking hate him. Sucks.
Dewey's like the most like kind-hearted out of everybody. Like he's like the most genuine.
Yeah.
I just like Dewey. I just think I like David Arquette to a certain extent. I don't care much for the other, I don't mind Nev Campbell or Courtney Cox. I just like, and I like Life Schreiber, some of the people like that. Yeah.
Stu is the best character in the entire series for me.
Matthew Lillard. Yeah, he's fun.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I love
Oh, you mean the new killer in the next one?
No.
I hope not.
the TV on his face.
Well, how can it be something
Yeah.
different? Tell me, what does something different mean? Because otherwise, he's the exact same thing as everybody else.
I've always wanted them to have like 4 killers. Like so. Just
Here's the
something
twist.
crazy.
Yeah, I feel like they're
Here's
gonna
the
have
twist.
everyone killing.
Nev Campbell's the killer. They got her to be in the movie, and they're keeping
Right.
it under wraps. She's going to be revealed as the killer.
Can't happen.
That would
Cannot
be
happen.
awesome.
Awesome. That would be awesome.
No,
I agree with
being
you.
awesome with her being the
No.
opening death. That would be awesome.
Why
That they
does
kept it under
everybody
wraps.
want to
Death.
kill
She fakes
fucking
her death
Nev?
because she's the killer.
Because it's cool. It's memorable.
And she
Why
gets
would
away
she
with
be the
it.
killer,
She gets
though?
away
It's a
with it.
waste.
She has a family though. And like part 5, like I could see if her life went nowhere, but in part 5 you see
See?
her with a fucking stroller.
Dennis Rader had a family.
Worst at Halloween fans. Worst at Hall of fucking Ween fans.
Like
I hope
every
I hope
main
it's Corey
franchise
Cunningham.
character
I hope they
has
pull the
been,
mask off and it's like,
has been
who the
killed
fuck is
off,
this
Same
Corey?
actor.
and we can't have one.
I hope
that
it's a
stays-
ghoulie from Ghoulies 2, and he's like, "Meh," and he comes with it nice. He's like,
Well, number one of the year then. If it's a Ghoulie or Corey Cunningham, my number one of the year.
it's a ghoulie Muppet.
Dude, Scream 3, as bad as it is and everything else, that would have been the perfect way to end the chapter on Sydney. At the end of that movie, you felt,
It felt like
bravo.
the end.
You fucking did it. You moved on. Here you are. You're finally at peace. I almost wish she didn't come back for 4 and 5. That would have been a perfect ending for that character.
But
at the
she
end of
is.
3.
She is like. It screams different though. That's like how you end a different franchise.
I don't know. It just
But I
Scream's
mean,
just
now-
different.
now
She's not
here
in
we
the next
are.
one.
well now
Now-
look at
yeah,
it.
now here
Yeah,
we
but
like
that
this.
doesn't mean that she's.
I hope
dead.
the next one's just so stupid. It's just so I haven't even. You know what's funny is I'm gonna have all these opinions about Scream. I haven't even watched 4 and 5. I didn't like 3 that much. And I was like, I'm good. I do that with
That's
franchises. I just don't watch after a certain point.
Yeah.
It
They're not
happens.
going to win you over.
If it was Ghoulies 5 though, you'd be there.
No, Ghoulies 4 was pretty rough, man. If it's anything like the Ouija's, I don't need Full Moon or whatever touching Ghoulies ever again. The Ouija's was fucking trash. It's the Ouija's, man. I was like, what's number 15?
Okay, number 15. This is what it is. 2,153 points for the original Night of the Living Dead.
Yay.
you
We
go.
knew it
Beating
was going to be
Scream.
up here.
I'm glad.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. As well it should be. I mean, come on. Get the fuck out of here. Night of
Guys
the
are
Living Dead is
Scream
my
haters.
it's my number 23, right below Scream. How about that? 24 and 23. So I had there you go.
It's my number 36. Probably be higher.
My number
now.
47.
It
Seven
is
to
my
10,
number
though.
4. My number 4.
You love zombie movies, and I love hearing this, man. Like you just love
Romero's
zombie
my
films.
guy.
Yeah.
My top 4 movies are all zombie movies, by the way.
Yeah.
Ah, there you have it.
Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up. Oh man, this movie's brilliant. No, it is. It is. It's because Romero came from that background of making like the stuff on the news, so it just feels so genuine and creepy. And it's the miscommunication again, the Romero themes, and just people not knowing what the fuck's going on, and it just ends in the worst possible way it could. Brilliant.
It's amazing. All the stuff going on inside, and it took me years to realize this. This is the one I grown to love. I didn't love it when I was young. First and foremost, I wasn't into black and white, so I had to get over that hurdle.
So you watch the
And then-
colorized version. He loves it.
I do.
The
love
colorized
it.
version's bad.
I don't give a fuck. It looks fine to me. It's like watching dawn. It just happens to be night. That's the way the zombies look. They look like
The
dawn
zombies are
zombies.
just bright green. They're like.
They look like dawn zombies. I'm telling you. But either way, I got over it. I watch black and white. I don't watch the color. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I watch the Blu-ray, the good ones for night. And it's awesome. But everything that's going on inside, the turmoil behind the fucking characters, is what really sells it for me now. I think it's great. When I was younger, I was like, fuck this. Let me get back to I want some gore. I want to get back to the zombie action. But now that I'm older and I'm just a different type of viewer, I appreciate everything going on in the house and everything that happens with the little girl. is fucking probably the best sequence in the whole movie. I love it, the way it sounds, the way she looks, what she does. I think is great. You don't hear a lot about it, but that's my take on Night of the Living Dead. It's amazing. 10 out
The
of 10.
sound effect.
Yeah.
Hey, definitely
awesome.
Texas Chainsaw took from that with the camera. For sure.
Right?
No question.
I mean, both those are two of the best movies ever made to me, personally. So
I'm
fair.
still shocked at how many of my top 10 have not been. It's crazy.
I'm with
Carly,
you still.
did you have it? Did you have it on your list?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I mean, it is.
Carly
what it is.
doesn't like moves.
No, I
No,
don't
she
like
doesn't like
zombie
zombies.
moves. I just
Look
don't
at
like
me.
zombie moves. I don't like hammer moves. I don't like giallo moves. I don't like period moves. I don't like horror moves.
So you don't like Carrie if you don't like period moves.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah,
That's definitely a period. In the
Yeah, that
shower
was-
right there.
Yeah. Yeah, Night of the Living Dead.
You never mean
That's
it.
a movie
Ugh.
you could literally put on at any time too. I mean, it's public domain and stuff, so it's super easily accessible. Every horror host in the history of horror hosts have shown it. It's
I would like to see every
this
movie that plays this in the
Yeah,
background
for
of their
sure.
movie,
Every movie
and thinks
does.
they're being artsy and being like, "Oh, look, we're cool."
Oh, they just know it's free.
I know,
Yeah,
but like,
they're
And
not
that's the
gonna
only
get-
good movie that's free. It's the only good one.
yeah,
The only one.
Besides maybe Messiah of Evil, which I think was public domain somehow.
There's
or
a
people thought it
couple
was.
other good
There's-
free ones, but they're House on Haunted Hill.
Another good one, yeah.
Yeah.
that one's. Oh, I didn't know that.
It's also regional gold. It's so Pennsylvania. It feels like October. It's just a perfect Halloween movie too. You know,
Yeah.
it's quotable, even though it's dated in its dialogue, but it
But-
has a huge, unique sci-fi feel to it too. It's
I
a
do
great
wanna-
mixture, transitional horror film that
I-
really is one of the peak ones that changed from old school horror to incredibly violent horror in the 70s.
I do want to correct you,
Nihilism,
though.
man.
It's so Pittsburgh, not
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
yeah. Well, you know what I mean. Definitely
Yeah, so
Pittsburgh.
Dave probably hates it.
Yeah, because
No.
like out in Philly
I love
area,
Pittsburgh
bro.
movies.
You could feel the potholes.
Well, that's
and
Rocky
shit
territory there.
cars.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Rocky. Yeah.
All right,
Um,
let's keep this ball rolling. And unless you need to say something more about it, but I'm just trying to keep us on track.
Let's do it. No, now you're trying to keep
Here
us on
comes
track.
Christian.
Okay,
and
let's
no-
go.
Yeah.
You're a little fucking
Act-
late, bro.
Yeah,
We
I
got an hour
try.
and 14 movies.
I try. He's over here talking about fucking, I don't know. I saw the devil. I don't know. Okay, number 14. This will get you right back on track, C. 2,165 points. Number 14, not 13, unfortunately. It's Friday the 13th. There we go.
Nice. Okay.
The
I
fucking
can,
one
yeah.
that
I
started
got it.
it all.
Is it?
It's my number 5, 10 out of 10. My favorite slasher.
It's my number 6.
It's
10
my
out of 10.
number 2.
Woohoo! Yeah.
I lied. I'm so sorry. I was looking at a different. It's my number 6. I apologize. I was
Oh,
looking at
wow.
something different. Yeah.
Twinsies.
Twinsies.
Wow. Indeed.
Twinsies.
Number 2. Hi, Carly. That's fucking.
I was-
I love the original.
she's
I
a-
rewatch it all the time.
She's the Friday the 13th fangirl.
I love it. I love it.
Like the
Man.
original, it doesn't have Jason, but I love the atmosphere, the rainy atmosphere, and
Yeah.
just that's what really
That's
sells it for
it's a
me.
slasher film, man. Yeah, it's great.
It's the slasher film. It's the quintessential fucking slasher film that started it all. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. It did.
Hard pressed.
The ending
find a-
scared the shit out of me when I was a kid with old
Ooh.
fresh Jason popping out.
Oh, yeah. Hard pressed
Yeah.
to find a better 20-minute opening for a slasher movie. The way it's set up and everything's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
For me, seeing it on the big screen was the eye opener for me. Like I've always liked it, but it was never like in my top half of the Friday films. Until I saw it on the big screen, it like changed it for me.
Ah, really? That took
Yeah.
it, huh? The
Yeah.
big that's awesome, man.
Honestly, the same thing happened with American Werewolf in London. There's a lot of films that seeing on the big screen is truly like I cannot undervalue that or overstate that. Like it really does change something.
Let me ask you
Yep.
this. Is it because it's on the big screen, or is it because if you watch things at home, you can be distracted by a phone or getting up or this or that or talking to somebody else that you're around? When you're at the movies, you just shut the fuck up and your eyes stay on the screen.
It's
Do you
partially
think that's
that.
it?
It's
Mhm.
partially that, but it also has to do with being able to see everything at once and see it in
You
great
can see
detail.
little details and
Yeah,
stuff.
you
that
can
never
like
do.
and the way the sound is, and because you're in a big room, like the atmosphere of like the rain and like the camp and like that whole thing never hit me before. Like I never really felt that until I saw it on the big screen. And whenever, they have some of the shots outside when things are about to just start popping off, where everybody's about to start getting picked off, and it's all rainy and stuff, and it just, for me, it does something. Honestly, also just seeing it so big, that really does factor in. You can see everything in the film better. I mean, you can on a TV too, but it's not the same.
With the right
Yeah.
sound bar and the sound equipment.
It's great at it. Like these movies all the Friday movies are great at the drive-in too.
Yeah,
Like-
drive-in. I think we've seen almost all of them now on the big
Nice.
screen. I think oddly enough, part 2 we still haven't seen.
Jason X.
Yeah. No, all the good ones.
We actually
I don't
left
want to
before
see
they
Jason
showed
X,
Jason
at a
X.
drive-in. Doesn't seem right to me. I don't know.
Yeah, sans that.
That's
one.
straight
Not those
DVD.
later ones.
Only on DVD, not even Blu-ray for Jason X.
That's where it stays. DVD.
It just seems like a DVD movie. I don't know.
I have it on VHS.
So do I.
Oh, I guess I have it in the box set too.
The last
Oh,
one they made, I think, in VHS. Yeah.
Probably.
Oh no, they did Freddy versus Jason. I forgot.
Yeah.
Anyway, what more can we say? We did a 7-hour extravaganza on
We
it.
sure
It
did.
is the one that's. It looks amazing. I love Pamela Voorhees as a fucking killer.
Great kills.
Yeah.
Great kills too.
Yeah.
Great sound, great score.
Fantastic.
POV. They fucking did everything they were supposed to do. They took what they started in other slasher movies and perfected the art in 1980. And without that movie, we don't get fucking what we have in the 1980s period. Not just slashers. We don't get the horror boom and the fucking direct-to-video stuff that we saw, and people taking chances on low-budget movies in the 80s. It's
We don't get
because
the
of that
gore
movie.
in American films either.
No.
Thanks to that and Maniac, we wouldn't get the gore in American films. Because in
Right.
Europe they were doing it, but America was kind of a little behind on the gore, I would say, somewhat. I mean, Dawn of the Dead. I mean, you could almost single-handedly thank Tom Savini for gore.
Yeah.
in
I was just gonna say.
Yeah,
Really?
Savini.
The three you mentioned. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why he probably became the household name. Shockingly, and when you really realize, he was making Letterman appearances, like he
Remember
was
that? Yeah.
the special effects guy that everybody knew. Him and Rick Baker, those are the names you kind of knew. And Rick
And he's
Baker's for winning the
still-
Academy Award.
He's still, shaping the industry with his school.
Yeah.
Right. Has been for a while. I wanted to go. I'm so fucking. That was what I wanted to do when I went to college.
We would have been like neighbors, bro.
I know.
That
Yeah.
Fuck, I
school,
wish I would.
Oh,
that
if you
school was
saw
like,
the shitball town that this school is in,
yeah.
I know.
you
The
have a
shitball
diarrhea.
town.
Dude, I'm not
Isn't it
kidding.
like
It's like
isn't it any town in America?
No, like
Aw.
it's like
That's-
10 times worse than any place we took Dave when he was here.
Yeah.
like every building that's not part of the campus is abandoned, and there's like
Yeah.
dark alleys.
Where are you, Dave? Where are you living?
Me?
Toledo.
I live in Toledo, Ohio. It's not great.
Toledo, Ohio.
Yeah.
Holy Toledo.
I wish it was Toledo, Spain, but here we are.
Nice. Okay, let's go.
And
Number
you're
13.
saying, yeah, number 13.
Yeah,
Sorry.
all right, 13. Woo,
Which
here
one
we
go?
go. Here we go. I'm saying that again, but I've done pretty well. Okay. 2,184 points for number 13, The Silence of the Lambs.
We knew it was coming at some point. It had to.
Yes.
Didn't
yes, we
make
fucking
mine.
did. Didn't make
Number
it,
36. Number
Oh.
36. This was the controversies. I had this one on my list, but I love 7 just as much, and I kept 7 off. And what was
Me
the thought
too.
process? Yeah,
Well, I don't love it as much. This is my number 26. It's a 10 out of 10. For me, 7 gets a 9. So it didn't make. It's one of those 9s that got left off. But this one here, every time I watch this movie, it's another one. I love it more. I just think it's fucking a masterpiece. I think it's incredible. And it just took me a little time to get to that point. But the last like 3 or 4 times I've watched it, I can't say one negative thing about the movie. I can't find one fucking thing wrong with it. And it's horror. I don't care what anybody says. That's just my opinion. But I think it's fantastic. And obviously, Hannibal Lecter, Anthony Hopkins, and Jodie Foster and their performances and everything, Buffalo Bill, and fucking how crazy it gets. And you're engaged in the story, fucking from
Super
start to
engaged.
finish.
Yeah,
Man, it's great.
Great movie. 10 out of 10. Didn't make the list. Had to have room for Basket Case and TerraVision and Class of Nukem High.
Yeah. Of course you did.
This is
Of
actually
course.
another local.
And the Toxic Avenger,
Thank
Christian. It made my
So did I. It's on
10
my
out of
list
10.
too. And I'm noticing it's not getting fucking mentioned. One trauma representation.
I know.
That's a shame.
Is it?
Well, it's not a shame, but Toxic Avenger, I think, deserves the honor of not even being in the top 200.
Yeah,
It's
it's,
a
I'm with
horror
you.
fucking movie.
it is.
Oh, but the Terminator's on the fucking list.
More of a horror
Yeah.
film than Toxic
Oh,
Avenger.
No.
I'm gonna reach
Oh,
to the fucking
no,
screen. Can you
no,
bitch slap him later for me, Carly?
Yeah.
I want you
I'll
to
go-
order
when
pizza
I go
and
Oh
to
yeah,
slap
when you
him
bring
with
the
it.
pizza.
when I bring his $30 pizza. that one
No,
of you
there's
guys
deals
told me-
today, bro. It's Super Bowl Sunday.
Dude, if you order a pizza
You'll
yourself,
pick it up. Thanks.
You better order now. You better put the order in now. That's all I can
Oh
say.
yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, no shit,
we-
indeed.
I mean, we love this. Just made our Hall of Fame as well.
Yes, it did. We did.
Everything about it. It's top notch. Performances, direction, everything. A couple of great scary moments. Some good switcheroos when he, kills the cop and he escapes.
Takes his face
Oh,
off.
yeah.
man. And the way he kills him.
Amazing. Yeah.
Oh,
And
I
it's
love
got a cameo by George Romero. So George Romero made the list again.
it.
Yeah,
Wait
I
a
didn't
minute.
notice that till
What's
some
his
random
cameo?
posted it on Facebook.
Yeah,
Nobody
Romero's
told me
in
about
there.
this.
And so is David Early from Dawn of the Dead. One of the guy in the beginning who he's arguing. The two guys are arguing. And the guy's like, "You're not running a
Oh.
talk show, Mr. Berman. It's Mr. Berman
Yeah.
is in here.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
plays a cop." And Romero is walking by as like an FBI agent or something. This was made in Pittsburgh, right?
Fuck.
JP?
Well,
Yeah,
part of it was.
The
Yeah,
house.
so, yeah,
is
they
in
definitely got those
Terriopolis,
guys.
Which is
Yeah. So
town
and
over
also
from us.
Buffalo Bill, man, he's so good in this. I think
Oh.
his performance is underrated. And I would say that
Oh.
Hopkins is great, but I think Buffalo Bill steals the show. He scares me. And like I love how he gets caught because he can walk away with it, but he can't help himself. And he's like, "Was she a great big fat person?" That gives him away right there. Because it's like, why would you say that, you weirdo? And then boom, she knows it's him. That's just smart. That's how those killers get caught, man. They get overconfident.
Yeah.
They get a god complex where they don't think they're going to ever get caught because they got away with so much, but then they just slip up and say something stupid.
You're right. So wait, my list and C's list, and that's it?
Yeah, it didn't make my list, but it is a great movie.
Number one of 1991. That means not one 1991 movie made my top 100. That means 1991. I gave it a 10 out of 10. It was my number one in 1991. It's not good.
We'll see.
Not one.
We'll see. Well, it's the 90s. We'll see how many 90s movies made the top 200 when we get to the end.
All right.
So let's move on and see. Okay, number 12, 2,194 points for Hereditary.
I knew it. I was here to say Hereditary. My number 7, 10 out of 10. Another one we did a nice, I don't want to say deep dive, but I'll say it, deep dive review for, I think it was Wednesday into our Creepshow show. We did Creepshow 1 and 2 and Hereditary because it was a new release at the time and we wanted to make sure we covered it. I mean, this is again, with this Midsommar, two of the more modern horror films that I've watched over and over and over again.
It's my number 90.
Oh, nice. It's there. It's number
Yeah, it is
55. 55 for me.
Woo, 55. So
Because I don't give it a 10. Because I don't give it a 10. So it's, remember I had the illustrious 54, but it's my highest rated 9.5. So that's saying something.
10 out of 10. Not on my list. I put Midsommar instead. I don't know. I just like Midsommar a little bit better.
As do I.
But this movie's great. Midsommar I relate more to, but I mean, Ari Aster's the best at doing grief for me. Makes it real. He makes me hurt. He makes me sad. He's just, I feel like every time I watch one of his movies, it's like, bro, quit trying to fucking actively hurt me. Like, I feel like he does that shit on purpose. Does that make sense? He's like, this guy.
This guy.
This guy
here.
He's like, hey, you got trauma, right?
This
Let's
guy.
bring that back in this movie. Come on. He's breaking my balls. I'll tell you. That's
JP,
the only quibble I've got is
sorry.
her floating by at the top. That's the only quibble I've got. I love her sawing her own fucking head off at the piano wire, but her like sort of floating or going across the ceiling at the back.
Crawling.
Oh, like the
Yeah.
Exorcist
Weird.
crawl? I don't like it
Like-
either. I think it's cheap. I think it's
Yeah.
like a scare for like the everyday people. Like, you guys remember The Exorcist, right?
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, I that was the only thing I can really think of that I was like, I could have done without that, but still 10 out of 10
Yeah.
in my top 10.
Yeah. JP, did you say did it make
No,
probably not
it's
your
on
50?
my
So
list.
no.
It wouldn't
Okay.
be in my top 100 either.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure. I knew you liked it. I just
I
didn't know.
love it. It's just
Right.
there's move that like gotta have goalies too, bro.
Gotta have it. They're
Priority.
in
have
this
a-
place called Satan's Den. I mean, Ghoulies 2 hasn't popped up
Ghoul-
yet, but I expect it.
Yes, Ghoulies 2 would probably be on my 100.
To. Are you serious?
What?
Yeah, dude.
Another
I
guy?
grew up watching
Another-
Ghoulies 2. I love it.
Dude, I made 2 Ghoulies 2 ripoffs, bro. It's got. It's my 74, by the way, if anybody wanted to know.
There
Yeah,
it is.
Just
The
like
infamous-
Leprechaun 3 is in my top
I was gonna
50.
say that. I was gonna say Lep 3 is your Ghoulies 2, but you said it there. So.
Ghoulies 2 is my Ghoulies 2 too.
Amazing. Okay, number 11, getting
I'm
closer.
ashamed for you.
This is somebody's number 1. I will tell you that. I'll let you know in a second, but I know it's someone's number 1. 2,276 points for The Fly, 1986. There you have it.
All the usual, so everything I expected to be the last batch on the list is coming through. It's a Christian
Coming
Luciani
in
list.
I'm actually
Yeah,
shocked
that's
that
what it-
people like to fly this much.
Me too. I'm so happy
Yeah.
about it. I
Oh,
love
this
it.
is great.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
love the fly as well, but I just didn't expect it to be that high.
I know. It was quite
Number
surprising.
45 for me, 10 out of 10. We just did this, Dave, like in the last 6 months or so, and I said it was my favorite view. I've always given it a 9 out of 10 or whatever. I'm like, why?
Right.
Why? It's flawless. 10 out of 10.
It's
And that became my
flyless.
first. Honestly, don't speak again for the rest of the show because that was your best moment.
No, it made my list too. It's my
That was
number
awesome.
68. It's my
My number
68.
65.
Yeah, we all love the Fly.
65. Okay, I'm 47. Am I the
Oh.
highest? Is
Yeah.
47 the highest?
Yeah,
How
because
about
it
that?
didn't. It wouldn't make my 50, but it would
45.
make
This is
100.
45. Yours is 47.
Okay. But how about that? This is a movie that ended up on enough people's lists that it was this high. Think about that. And only one
honest-
person.
The most accessible Cronenberg, though. I kind of expected this, to be honest.
I did not
I-
expect it to be this high. I figured it'd be in the top 50 probably, but number 11, no. Number 1 for the homie For Real. Number 1. So pretty
Be
fucking
afraid.
great.
Be very afraid. Come on,
That's
man.
correct.
Like,
Right.
and Jeff
Yeah.
Goldblum, Gina Davis, the love story's great. The special effects are great.
Oh my
It's brilliant.
top
This-
notch.
It's just well acted too. I mean, and it's the rare time that Cronenberg has some emotional. I don't want to say he doesn't have emotional value because his movies hurt. They're cold, but I attach to them like Rabbit. I attach to. I'm sad at the end of Rabbit. I feel like it's there. But this one has the best love story he ever did, and he doesn't typically do love stories to me.
Not traditionally, anyway.
No,
No.
not traditional love stories. I mean, Dead Ringers. There ain't no love in Dead
Crash.
Ringers.
Crash.
That fucking movie.
When I realized that fucking Elias Cotes and fucking James Spader were fucking, I was like, that is ballsy. I was like, I did not expect that.
I don't remember that.
I was kind of disturbed because he's all scarred up and shit. I was just like, what the fuck?
Wow, that was a weird one. But
Awesome.
The Fly hits the ground running. We just reviewed it not too long ago. It's just fucking great paced, and I tell you, it's one of those perfectly paced fucking films. It really is. You can't say that about many, but this one is that. The effects are amazing, and what a sad fucking tragic ending. And this movie is more like an old school horror movie than the original Fly was. That has that feel. of a
I love
fucking
the
old
original
school movie.
too. And this
too.
has got to be,
Yeah.
This is a great remake because it's different, but it's the same. It's perfect. It's really perfect. It's a great, update to the story. And I got to give a shout out to the special effects artist, Chris Wallace, Walas, because he never gets brought up. And like everybody's like, that's got to be a Rob Bottin or a fucking somebody like that. But no,
Right.
it's this guy named Chris Wallace or something like that. And he did the special. He went on to direct a movie called The Vagrant from '92,
Yeah.
which is really fun. Bill Paxton movie,
With
which is
Bill
absolutely
Paxton,
hilarious.
yeah.
It's very
Huh.
zany and weird. Dave, you would hate it. No, actually, Dave still might like it because it's got a weird quality about it that's quirky, not exactly
I
stupid.
think it's on
Okay.
Tubi.
It's
on
a fun
Tubi.
movie. But he directed it, and there's really good special effects in that. Now, it's not like The Fly special effects, but no, he's He's
Or The Fly
underrated
2.
work here. Yeah, I
Fly
haven't
2's
watched The
good,
Fly
too.
2 in years. Yeah, I need
Yeah,
to
it's not
rewatch
bad.
that.
Great special effects. The story's not so great, but a great special effects in that one. But this is hits everything, and it's like 90 minutes in, out, done.
So
Yep.
fast paced. I don't understand how Cronenberg and Romero and a lot of these guys and Carpenter could get their movies done in like 100 minutes, say a million different things, and then be out without being ham-fisted and just also not come across pretentious. Like they're just so good at it, and you're just like, bro, they need to go back to that. Like you're not ham-fisted, you're not pretentious, but you get all your messages across in beautiful ways.
No shit, dude. Totally. That's a talent right there.
Hell yeah, it's
You're
a
right.
talent. I don't even know how they did it.
Right. It's crazy. Hey, Carly, is that Danny Torrance behind you, or is that Chucky?
That's Danny Torrance.
It is Danny. Look, peeking over his shoulder. I see him now. Okay.
Yeah.
And who's in your lap?
Oh, Esther.
Esther.
So
Nice.
much
Well,
fucking
we no, we acknowledge every cat that we see on this show.
Oh, I have
all
Chucky
there
on
is
my
to it.
shirt actually.
Oh yeah, that is Chucky. Some bitch. All right, Esther. Nice. I gotta send you a song. It's called Esther. So
Okay.
maybe you'll like it. It's a fish song, so you might not like it. I don't know.
You're trying to turn me on to fish.
Of course I am. I'm trying to turn the world on to fish. Right. But anyway.
It's good for your skin.
Yeah, fish oil. Yes. Number
Omega
10,
3?
top 10. We finally made it to the top 10. Here we go. 2,337 votes. Number 10, Dawn of the Dead.
Number 10.
Number 10. That's correct.
Wow.
Where you get?
Number 10. Wow.
Well, it's my number 17, if that helps you.
It's my number 2, but it honestly could be 1 or 2 for me. It can flip flop. This is my favorite Romero. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm shocked. This is the Gone. This is the Gone with the Wind of zombie movies. This is Dawn of the Dead.
It's
The
the
best of
epic
the
zombie
best.
movie. It's my number 3. It could easily be my number 2. That or Return of the Dead switch back and forth. I love this movie to death. It is one of the most quotable, amazing movies ever. And it was one of the most influential movies for European horror. Without this, you don't have zombie. You don't have any of those Italian ripoffs. You don't even have the cannibal craze or the zombie craze in Europe. You don't have so many zombie movies in America because this basically kickstarted it. Because if you look at the zombie movies from Night to Dawn, there isn't that many. But after Dawn, they're everywhere. And Dawn is so brilliant. And the arguments, like there's so many great moments. The arguments it's just the way it opens up. It opens up. She's having a nightmare. You see her have a nightmare. She wakes up from the nightmare to be even in a worse nightmare, to be in a real life nightmare. And the argument, the miscommunication, it's fact. The stuff on the news is perfect. The bikers, the gore, the mall. It's so good.
It's so
good.
It's so busy. It's so crazy that you feel that tension. Just like the disarray of the news place and everything else, and with them saying we got a helicopter, we're going to get going and everything else. And I just love that introduction. It's crazy. That whole attack of the building. It's
the way they bring up racism.
Dropping gore. The way the integrated there. It's so matter of fact. But
like it happens like that in real life. You just see somebody flip out and say something racist and everyone's like this. They just kind of are silent, look at like themselves like, oh my God, like they don't want to say anything, but they're scared. And that whole Wooly situation, that just feels how it felt so real and just so matter of fact, but also so realistic in the most crazy ways, like so real, like, and the quotes and everything.
Exploded head.
Oh, the best.
You got the exploded head. You got that the guy biting the chunk out of his wife's like right here, like right between the neck and the shoulder, and that was the jaw-dropping moment. I'm like, this is different. What we're seeing now is
next level shit, man. Next level shit. And quotable too. One of the best 70s lines of all time is like, "Ain't it a crime? The only person who can miss with this gun would be the sucker with the bread to buy it." I'm like, yeah, it's so fucking everything, man. I was just like, is that a comb? Like, I could quote this whole movie like a million fucking times. And honestly, Millard Rauch in the beginning, he's so good. I mean, in that scene where he's like, do not be lulled by the concept of your family or friends. They will not reply to such emotions. They must be destroyed on sight. You're just like, oh, dude, like, it's so realistic how people would act. It's so dead on, and it gets better with age because nothing ever changes, man. We never change.
No, you realize it. It's just as timely now.
Fuck.
Yeah. I do love the beginning when they're flipping the fuck out and everything, watching everything fall apart before they get to the mall is probably some of my favorite stuff. And then once you get to the mall, it slows down for a bit, not in a bad way. I character
No.
stuff and I love it, but then it gets all crazy towards the end with fucking gore gag after gore gag and this and that and fucking different kills. Oh, it's so much fun. I'll tell you
Hey,
this,
goodbye,
Christian.
creep.
Awesome. Maybe this is one of the reasons it didn't make higher than 10. Only one person had it as their number one. Wait, who had it as their number one? Just one person. Oh, Brandon Young, number one. And I made a mistake
Good on you,
earlier.
Brandon Young.
Yep, I
Good
made a
man.
mistake.
He works out a lot. Good guy.
Billy D had Night of the Living Dead as his number one, and we already went, so I forgot to mention that. So
Did our Brandon submit a list?
no, he did not. But his number one would have been Silence of the Lambs, unless he's changed.
Yeah.
But
Or a girl
Dave,
watching
I
Home Alone at the night or something.
It didn't even make his number one of the year. It came
A
out.
girl walks home to get McDonald's. I don't remember what it's called.
Like I said, my number 1 and 2 can flip flop. I guess 10 is fine. I forgot there's some heavy hitters that people put a little bit more weight on, like a handful of those other ones that I can't disagree with. I get it.
keep
That
in
haven't
mind,
shown up
I
yet.
think 10 is a great spot for it.
Yeah.
There's some better
Zombies.
movies.
zombie movies are not everybody's cup of tea. It's
Like
a
Carly.
fact. Like Carly, there you go.
But I
And
did have
me,
a spiritual awakening, and I did like this movie because we saw it in the theater.
Boom.
The 3D.
Like Dave's second view, Dave, the theatrical view, JP, is the way to go.
there it is. Nice.
No,
I'm
seriously,
gonna
because
I am
we
cutting
went
that
in.
out.
She didn't want. Shut up. She didn't. She wasn't hot. She didn't really care for Dawn of the Dead. I used to make fun of her, point and laugh, like I do with a lot of things. And we went and seen it. And what happened, Carly?
I enjoyed it.
You loved it.
I liked
I'm
it.
so
a lot
mad that
more.
this wasn't playing in 3D by me.
Honestly,
up and
bro,
didn't
the
see it.
wasn't
3D
that
was
great.
not that impressive. We watched Jaws also, and that blew my fucking socks off.
Yeah,
But Dawn
I
of the
heard
Dead-
that was great.
Yeah, Dawn of the
Dawn,
Dead
you
really,
couldn't
it didn't really affect it much.
Yeah.
So- Also, the editing here, like one of the best edited scenes is besides the ending, it's done like military style, like the fast cuts. And
Oh.
Romero said that he wasn't a big fan of slow motion. And Peckinpah is one of my favorites. So like it's weird that Romero and Peckinpah are like my two favorite directors, and they're complete opposites in the way
Different
they shoot
styles, yeah.
action. And like Romero's fast paced and matter of fact. It's just like boom, 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 something like boom, all those people getting shot. It's very
His wife
intense.
edited it, right?
Oh,
his wife
he
edit?
edited a lot of his own movies. I'm sure his wife helped him, but then to a certain point he didn't edit anymore. So, like his latter ones. But I believe he edited this one. There's always footage of him sitting there cutting them with cigarette in his mouth, cutting the footage himself like a
Yeah,
madman.
it's true. I remember those. I remember seeing that footage too. But for whatever reason, I thought Christine Romero edited.
She probably
this,
helped
but I
him.
could be
Maybe
wrong.
she edited parts of it, but I'm pretty sure Romero edited this. But no, like anyways, also that scene where Roger, like it's so depressing. Like Roger's so
Oh.
good how he snaps. Again, mental illness, losing your cool in the apocalypse. Like they showed Day of the Dead went further with it. Night was Barbara. And again, as the movie progresses, his Dead trilogy, you see the lead female character change dramatically throughout the films as the lead African-American character, and you see the zombies progress. So you see all these progressions of things, and you see a progression of the zombie outbreak, and they reflect the current times they're in, as they are basically, but they're a continuation of the zombie epidemic. It's pretty weird how they were done and interesting too. But that scene when Roger's dying and you have the Millard Rausch on TV and he's like, "We are down to the line, folks, down to the line." And Fran's like, "It really is all over." And then boom, the gun. And you're just like, oh, that's such a good scene.
Yeah, it was him that edited it. Him, and then Argento did his own recut.
Yeah, of course. Which
But no,
inspired
it wasn't.
Zombie
It
and
wasn't
everything else.
her. For whatever reason, I thought
Yeah.
she had some credit on this as well. But
I was pretty sure, but I mean, like his wife and stuff had a big part. She's in there, of course. She's her and Romero have the cameo in the beginning when they're sitting at the news station. Give me another list, sure. I'll just pull it right on my ass. That's her and Romero right there. So.
yeah,
Nice.
Foster Stray, I think
That's-
we're
and
losing.
that
We're blowing it ourselves.
sums up fucking marriage there too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's just so dead on, too. The guy's like, are you willing to kill people by sending them to a rescue station that's shut down? It's like, you know what I mean? It's like every moment that list is not on the news, people will tune out. People are still worried about fucking ratings during the end of the world.
Yeah,
It's
I
true.
know.
They would be, man. We're fucking. Romero's just telling you like it is, man. It's rough.
Yeah, man. That's true. That's fucked up.
All right,
All right.
I'll accept the 10th spot, I guess. Number 9.
What can you do? Number 9, 2,654 points. Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. There you go.
I knew it was going to be there.
Yes.
That's
My number
10.
4. Oh, really? Nice.
You're 4, you're
Okay.
10. What about the
My
rest of you?
4.
That's my number 13.
My number 11.
Oh, I got it way too low. It's 45. It's the most important
Hey.
horror film ever, probably.
Holy
But it's not my
fool.
45.
But Ghoulies 2 is number 38.
No.
Number was it?
I think Psycho's the most important horror film ever. Without Psycho, there ain't shit.
The modern change. It was the old switcheroo. I think that went from like what we were starting to get from the classic Universals that morphed into like I guess the early Hammer ones that then turned to this sort of real life killer. This and of course now with retrospect, you always get these things with retrospect. Peeping Tom gets brought up a lot. And I'm not
Great movie,
trying to take anything away from it. It's a great movie, but I think at the time everything was on Psycho.
Eyes Without a Face the same year.
This last week.
Eyes Without a Face is the same year too. So I mean, like
that
one, I think it affected more 60s, 70s horror than 80s, 90s for sure. Because I mean, like Dr. Fives is Eyes Without a Face. So many movies are Eyes Without a Face if you look at it. You know.
Well, this movie here,
Great fucking movie.
shit. I mean, it's got everything. It's got everything you want in a movie. It's got a great story that you're hooked on from jump because you're following, you're following Janet Leigh's character for all this time in the beginning, and then she gets over to the hotel, and then we're following her along with what's going on with this guy Norman Bates, and the next thing you know, we're following the sister looking for her and the boyfriend and everything, and then it's perfectly paced again because you're following the characters in the right order. It's just the way it's constructed. The performances are all really good. There's a couple absolutely classic scenes. The one with the conversation between Norman Bates and why am I forgetting Janet? Marion Crane. Thank you. And her character in the back room. And then later on when he's having that discussion. David. The parlor, right? That sure as hell is with the birds. He's as harmless as one of those stuffed birds. And
everybody says he was miscast. Everybody says he was miscast, but Vince Vaughn is great. He's absolutely perfect.
You gotta go.
Come on.
That's it.
You fucked me up for a second. I know.
I mean, Perkins is amazing in this. Like, Perkins is like the first real sympathetic killer like you have, besides like probably from film noir and stuff. There's a lot of sympathy in there somewhat. But I mean, he's so sympathetic. Like you like him.
Yeah, you want him to get away with all the stuff.
Yeah, well, the first time you watch it, you feel like he's just protecting his mother.
Right.
I didn't have that effect. I think my mom told me
that's the problem nowadays. Too many people know.
Yeah.
I feel like my mom like always just told me like, yeah, and at the end it's not even Jason killing everybody. Like she always just told me like ruined the movies for me when I was a kid.
Dude,
I don't know why that's happening.
It's so funny because watching when Bates Motel was out, bro, and like listening to people talk about it like at work and stuff, but like nobody even knew that it was based on a movie from 1960. Like called Psycho, and I'm like, you guys know that this is like they're like speculating on where it's gonna go and stuff, and I'm like, you guys know this like story's been told a couple times now.
Dude, it's crazy. My own fucking brother, didn't know what Bates Motel was. I couldn't believe that I said you should watch the show Bates Motel, and I forgot how the discussion went, but at one point he didn't understand that the Bates Motel was relevant to Psycho. I was like, how the fuck do you not know this?
Dude.
Yeah, you would think, like, I understand never seeing this stuff before, but I hate when people don't even know.
It's weird, isn't it?
It's pop culture.
Right. You think that everybody knows.
It's been parodied.
I would only get annoyed if they were into horror movies and they didn't know. Like, I mean, if you're just an average Joe and
but I mean.
However, there's certain things that popped out that are so. How did I miss it? Like the I'm Norma Bates. Like, I don't remember hearing that when I was a kid or growing up. I don't remember my dad ever mentioning it to me or whatever. I just caught this when we started, I think, did the retro, right?
Because I told you about it.
Yeah. Doesn't even Randy make fun of that? Somebody makes fun of that in a modern horror film, like a 90s horror film.
What? I didn't know that.
Makes fun of
I never heard anyone bring that up until I said it.
Let me see.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
What's the quote?
I'm Norma Bates.
I'm Norma Bates.
I'm Norma Bates? That's how it's like said.
You can't not.
I don't
hear it.
think
Like,
I've
I mean,
ever
it's
heard
there.
this before. Where's
like-
this happening?
it's like-
At the end of the movie, when he comes down dressed as Norma Bates and he's
He
holding
says
up the
that?
knife, and Sam,
Yeah.
it sounds ish
Dude.
like it. I don't even know. Is that even true that that's what
Dude,
he
yes,
says?
I even played the isolated part when there was no music.
Yeah, he does.
There's
it
a fucking
happens.
bell. Yeah.
Ah,
It doesn't sound.
Norma Bates.
I mean, that and Leroy. No, not Leroy. What's his name?
Levi.
Levi. Those are the two best war cries of the fucking since 1960.
I don't
Lot of
think I've
people,
ever
right.
heard this.
Buddy, like
Unbelievable.
you know what it
You watch
is.
What are you talking about? How do I know?
We talked about
School
this
me
fucking
later.
5 years ago.
You know
Yeah.
it.
I don't know shit.
Have you
Didn't
ever
you hear
seen
this in the
Psycho
audiobook?
from 1960?
In the audio book.
There is an audiobook.
I know. Anyway, let's move on. We can find
Yeah.
Norma Bates. We'll be here forever.
Great fucking movie.
Great fucking movie is right. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 8. Oh, wow. This is a great fucking movie right here. This is a movie that
Hey.
I love and love and love more and more. And it's 2,780 points for number 8, A Nightmare on Elm Street.
God damn.
I fucking love that it's here. I love that it's so
Wow.
high.
Well, it had to be in the
Like
top
that.
10. It hadn't been mentioned yet. If
The
it didn't
fucking
show
bomb.
up, there would have been a problem.
Yeah, but I couldn't
mean, come
remember.
on.
Yeah, no doubt.
There's like 200 movies.
It's my number
Uh,
10. It's my number 10. I fucking love it. Every time I
This is my
watch it,
number 12.
there you go.
My number 13.
My number 27.
Poo.
Carly.
Carly's looking for Norma Bates.
Carly don't like that.
I did find Norma Bates, but you guys all started going to the next movie, so I was like, I'm not going to be that guy. I
No,
didn't
no,
put
no, we
Nightmare on
wanna
Elm
hear it.
Street on my list.
You
Move
can't
on.
be.
Oh, well,
You
there
don't?
go.
She doesn't have it?
No,
So let's
I
hear
have
about
part
Norma
two.
Bates.
Okay. All right.
Wait,
That sounds,
You
that's
can make
okay.
up for it by playing Norma Bates.
Oh, yeah, you're a
Hold on.
part 2 fan, girl. I forgot.
Don't
Yeah.
have part
I
one,
don't know
huh?
if this is it.
Oh, okay. It's okay if it's not.
Just go on. Hold on. I'm going to mute.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So
Yeah, you check
anyway.
it out. Oh, my God.
Oh.
Like, that nightmare scene when Tina has that nightmare is stuff that I saw that too young. I saw that at that turning point where I was just starting to have a liking to want to check out some horror. But when he rips Freddy's face off and it's that skeleton face, you hear that
Whoa.
maniacal laugh, and then she gets pulled up the wall and everything else, other than the fact that we made those comparisons to Poltergeist, Dave, where with
Right.
the pulling up
Yeah.
the wall sequence and the hair turning white. Like, there's
Yeah.
so many parallels to those two movies, which is kind of funny, but it's terrifying. The 4 slits and the gore there. Oh,
Dude.
man. It's just one amazing sequence.
I think
of the
from
most-
the opening of the movie to
Yes.
Tina's death is
That's it.
the
Unparalleled.
greatest stretch in horror history
Yes.
in any movie.
Fucking incredible. I don't know if it's 25 minutes or what it is, but from that to that, I say that every time we talk about it. And I'll even go a step further. Every time I watch this movie, I love it more and more. Now, like over the last 5 years, this would not have been in my top 10. Just a few, it would have been like around the 15 or 16. I just keep loving it more and more. But now it's like I timed it last time I watched it. I want to say an average of every 12 minutes, something substantial or memorable or something that is known by horror fans happens in that movie. There is not another movie that has that many clips where something memorable happens, like every 12 minutes, something that you see on the screen, like a shot from it or something. It doesn't really get the credit it deserves, this movie. I really don't think it does.
It does have the credit, I think, to a lot of the mainstream fans too. I mean, Nightmare on Elm Street is hands down one of the scariest horror movies. And Wes Craven, no matter if his movies were hit or miss, he was one of the deals. Wes Craven always had great concepts. They don't always execute the best. Nightmare on Elm Street was amazing. And there's 2 underrated things that people do not bring up. They do, but it doesn't hold the same weight as it should. The opening montage of Freddy making his glove is hands down one of the most terrifying things ever. It's brilliant. The way it's shot in a square, the New Line logo popping up, wonderful. And the score. People always bring up Friday.
Charles
They always bring up
Bernstein, yeah.
Halloween. But the score, to me, is the scarier one. Bang, dang, dang. It sounds so suburban, kind of
Yeah.
walking down a dark alley. You're coming
Yeah.
home at 6 o'clock and the street lights come on, and you just know Freddy Krueger's right around that corner. You
Yep.
hear that music. I mean, that's
Yeah.
how it feels to me. I mean, it's suburban horror, man. And I grew up in the suburbs. I mean, this movie, when I was growing up out of the franchises, I was a Nightmare on Elm Street kid. That's what I liked. I was drawn to him the most because I liked Freddy. But I just mean, there's just something special about this movie. The ending to me is a little shaky, but there's so many good moments in here that I don't give a fuck.
The ending of her overcoming the evil, or the ending of it all being a nightmare and the mum getting pulled out.
I'm just not sure how to interpret it 100%, and I'm
It's
not
all a
sure if
dream.
even Craven knows. I know you
entire
say that,
movie
but
is-
yeah, that's a
So look at it.
I say it too, is to explain it, but I even
Explain it.
you still need to have the actual movie make sense. So like that whole, I know they talk about it. Her and Johnny Depp have that conversation on the bridge to kind of foreshadow or give her that ending of take all the power away from me. You're nothing. You're shit. Her big victory speech. But
And
I
then
don't
the
know.
dream ends.
Yeah.
Then the dream ends. Then she wakes up after that and starts a new day, or what she thinks is a new day. Little does she know that, yes, she survived Freddy in that dream, but that doesn't mean that she is going to stop him in the next one. He could still come back because it's something in your imagination. So that's the beginning of her next dream.
well, and I guess that
That's what's
sets up
brilliant.
the series is because Freddy lives off fear, and when people start to fear Freddy again, he always comes back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And honestly, just the whole idea of it is like, yeah, we've seen stuff like that since, but at the time, it was one of the most ingenious like concepts ever. And then
Yeah.
even if you didn't have just the idea, everything else worked too. The sweater, the glove, the hat, the burn, scars.
He put a lot of personal things in this.
Oh yeah.
And it shows. It shows.
But like how all of it came together is masterful and lucky, honestly, because
no one wanted to touch this.
yeah,
Funny enough, at the beginning,
yeah,
like they fished it around. No one wanted anything to do with it, which compared, like, just based on what you said, is shocking. It's shocking.
It's
Yeah.
insane.
What's more shocking is, like, so Carly, you don't find this scary? What is it that just
it's because
part
Jerry
two more.
Herring mentioned that
it's not because
Nancy
of
holds her
that.
mouth open the whole movie, so
That's
now
not
she
at
can't
all
unsee
what
it.
I just never, I don't know. I didn't grow up with it. I didn't grow up with the whole franchise, so it doesn't like have a nostalgic factor to me, and it's just not something that I'm always like, yay, I want to go back to it. And Nancy does kind of get on my nerves, not gonna lie. But like that's not, I just don't really like, I don't know what it is really.
That's okay. Hey,
It's not okay.
I wish
Fuck
you felt
her.
it. Hey, I feel bad that she doesn't have that experience that I had when I watched it now.
Jesus Christ. Yeah,
I guess he does say that.
Yes.
I'm on the bait, and you scared the
Namaste.
fucking pulp
Good.
out of me.
I don't.
Good.
But
Awesome.
honestly, like the whole Nancy has her mouth open. Yeah, it's a funny little like notice. Like, yeah, that's funny. She does
turns
have her
me
mouth
on.
open.
What
But
can I
to
say?
be brutally honest, like that's also a nitpick. That's the definition of a nitpick. To dislike a movie
Indeed.
for that is just some shit. Like you clearly didn't like the movie before, and now you're looking for a reason.
That's not the reason I don't like
Nitpick.
I know.
No, I'm not
Are
saying
you
you.
coming at me
I'm not saying you.
sideways right now?
But
he's not
JP
talking
just
of
made
you.
fun of you for that. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Like I
no.
honestly, if somebody was like, the ending doesn't make any sense and it's really messy, I'd be like, not gonna lie, you're not wrong.
Fair enough.
Like,
Well,
That
there's a timing.
The ending
standpoint.
has-
If it's not a nightmare, there is a major timing. That's why it has to be a nightmare, because she's like,
Great.
Dad, come in and see me in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, again, I know that this is talked about. She does all that booby trap setup, then sets something up, makes a pot of coffee, goes and has a discussion with her mom,
You're right.
and then goes to bed. It just doesn't. That could have easily been fit. Dad, come and see me in an hour.
I could do all
Come
that
over
in
here in
20
an hour.
minutes. What the fuck
No,
are you
you-
talking about? Yes, I
Dude,
could.
you would have to
You
take,
can't even
like,
wake up.
Yeah.
he can't even make. He makes his top 10 in 20 minutes. I'll be honest. Like 20 minutes before we start our podcast every year, he makes his top 10 list. So he may be telling the truth.
Yeah, I could do a lot of shit in 20 minutes. Dude, I would like literally get ready in 5 minutes, bro. Like, I don't even fuck
That
around.
explains your
Yeah.
greasy hair.
That's
Yeah.
why you don't have your stuff on camera right now.
No, nobody's on camera right now for me.
What?
Now,
We're
that's
all on
just for
camera.
you.
For him, but yeah.
Yeah, nobody.
We don't want you
is.
jerking off while we do this.
Yeah.
Too bad.
You see any of us?
To the sound of Eric Webster's voice.
Oh, stop.
But
Sorry,
yeah,
is that
Elm
just me?
Street is amazing. I love it.
Fuck yeah. And
It
the end of the movie when fucking you see the girls jump roping and it just goes to silence except for the fucking the girls doing the 1, 2
Even
and the credits
that's
rolling.
another thing.
Dude,
It's
amazing.
fucking amazing.
And
That's
you
where
know
it should
that
have
those-
ended.
Orgasmic.
That
That
should
is
have
how
been
it
the end.
ended.
And you
No,
know
then
how
she gets
those
pulled through the fucking window.
Oh, but
And
then the
mom gets
music-
pulled through
and the
window.
most realistic special effect of all time. You could like I never like put 2 and 2 together just watching the girls do jump rope like, oh, those are victims of Freddy Krueger and they're stuck in his dream world. And like you're like that's fucked. Like
Yeah,
and
'cause he's
they
a
kind of
child
elaborate
killer.
on a little they elaborate a little bit on like a lot of the details and stuff in the sequels, but they kind of did fuck up with the second one. As much as I like the second one, it's not the way to take the series.
They
It was
took a left turn when
They
they shouldn't.
did
They
not
should have
fuck
waited.
No, you guys were right. I think that you guys I
enjoy
like the
it.
second one, but the
Right.
number 2 should have been like the 5th movie.
Right.
It would have
3
fit
was
perfect as the 5th. Like if it was 1, 3, and then like 4, 5, and then they came back to 2, you'd be like, this is really good. You'd be very happy.
Wow.
It would be.
I think it would be
that's what
more
you and-
jarring because you'd be like, "What the fuck? This is not how
Yeah, because
Freddy
then
is."
they'd really be breaking the rules, like they say.
Well, they already broke the rules in every movie. I mean,
Yeah.
this is what cracks me up about when people try to explain like it or Nightmare on Elm Street. They try to like bring in science with Freddy Krueger. It's like it's dream logic, bro. You don't do that with the Phantasm movies. Like, I mean, they're dream logic or beyond. Like, it's just it's absurdity. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to that. Like, I always made a joke with the science of Freddy Krueger. I'm gonna write a book about it. It's gonna be complete bullshit. Shit. Like, it's I don't know how to explain this shit.
No, he has
Wait a
rules.
second. This is just a book of dick shots. What's
These are just burn victims. What
Yeah.
the fuck is this?
Dude.
Why is JP listening to the audio version of this? It was a long 10-inch cock.
It was veiny.
But dude, even the stuff, the cover up of the parents, that part of the story is fucking great. And that has to come out that they torched him and everything else. And then he happens to be the police chief. So why would he not be the one that would have saved the
definitely
clubs
did.
and all that stuff? It makes fucking perfect sense. There's so much about this movie that is
Yeah,
just
and then there's
so
like the
fucking
deleted
wild.
scene where you
John
find
Saxon
out that
again.
Nancy had a sister. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
A brother.
Was it a brother?
Yeah.
It was a brother, I believe.
I thought it was. a
That got
sister.
killed by. I think it's a brother, isn't it?
I
I
can't
thought it was
remember.
a sister.
I can't-
Younger
I
sister.
I think it's
I
a
think
brother.
it was a
Either.
brother.
That was a victim
But,
of Freddy's, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
correct.
that's cool because and then Stephen King would rip this off with it 110% because how the
Yeah.
people of Derry forget everything. The parents don't want to remember, just like the parents in Nightmare on Elm Street refuse to remember Freddy Krueger and the people that he killed. They almost put it in the back of their mind where they forget, almost like Freddy Krueger has a curse over the town, similar to Pennywise.
Boom.
Well, it's also that like because it's like this suburban town and stuff like that. Like once he's gone, they all just like it choose not to acknowledge it ever again.
Yeah, of course. Like, just like how the parents would. I mean, like the parents are like the Charlie Brown parents. They're just fucking ineffectual for sure. And in Wes
Right.
Craven, adults are rarely, like, they're mostly always ineffectual. Like, where are they at in Scream? They're all worthless. In Nightmare on Elm Street, they're worthless. They're drunk.
And people under the stairs, they're worthless.
They're worthless. Like, they're drunks. They don't want to get involved. Or they're just not there.
Also,
Hills
from a
Have
visual
Eyes, they're
standpoint,
worthless.
Tina in a body bag. Every
That's what I'm
sequence she's
saying.
in a body bag. If you said that already, I agree.
No.
That whole scene where they go into the dream sequence in the school room and he's reading Macbeth or whatever he's reading, King Lear, what something Shakespearean.
Yes.
And then it turns all dark when
Yep.
it goes into the nightmare realm and she falls asleep and then she gets dragged down. Oh, there's
How
so
about Rod?
so many.
Rod getting killed. Dude, I'm telling you, every 12
Nightmare
minutes there's
imagery.
something.
Brilliant.
fucking amazing.
Especially in the school, the boiler room. I mean, it's fucking Nightmare on Elm Street. We should probably
Yeah.
move on, right?
It's amazing. Yeah, let's
Let's
move
go.
on. You're right. You're right. Okay, number 7, 2,955 points. Yes. A little surprised. I know it's a classic. I love it, but
Texas
I did
Chainsaw
not
Massacre.
think it would be in the top 10. No, it's Alien.
It's there's so many more that have to be said, so that one doesn't surprise me either. We
Yeah,
had
but
Aliens. We knew
at
that
the
had
beginning,
to come.
at the beginning of this, when we knew we were making the top 200, did you think Alien was going to be in the top 10? I did
I
not.
did.
No,
It's always in
Did
the
you?
top 10. It
Yeah,
always
it's
is.
always in
If
the
I
top
look at
10,
any
yeah.
master list of the best horror, Alien's always there.
It's
You
number
think
16
from-
for me.
Yeah, I got to
Number
look and see
23
what
for me.
it is.
It's 23 for me.
I got to see what it is for me.
I'm
And I
maybe a
love
little
it.
surprised. I mean, it's high for me, but
27. 27 for me.
Actually, I
Okay.
might have thought Aliens might been there.
See what I'm saying? And here's what I see, Dave. Dude, when I see a list for it, they're mostly like it would be like by Rolling Stone magazine or this or that. I'm talking about horror fans, the people that voted on this, people like us and the listeners and podcast hosts.
Well, we love it too.
I know they love it, but I just didn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucked up. I just didn't think it was going to be in the top 10. I'm glad it is. Did you? Okay.
I knew Psycho would be. I knew Alien would be. I know The Shining and Halloween will be, and I know The Exorcist and stuff like that will make it too. Like,
well, I've got where that was number 7, right?
Yeah.
Are we on?
I've
7?
got 6 more. I've got 6 more that if they're not them, there's a flaw in the list. No, I mean I'm dead serious. There's just
Maybe
no way
there's a flaw on your list, dog.
They can't though. Okay, hear me out. Here are my predictions. I don't know anything more.
No, don't say anything.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
We've already said too much.
Just shut up.
It's just my guess.
Shut up.
I don't know.
Yeah, but people are listening to the show. They want to hear the fucking list.
Yeah.
They might have forgotten.
All right.
Now we're spoiling everything.
Those listeners are assholes.
Yeah.
They're 22 shot fanboys.
Why? We don't spoil our list.
Our
Dude,
fans
nobody
hate us,
ever
by the way.
talks-
They don't even like us. They just fucking like we have like half the fans like us, then half the fans like get mad at us for something, and then they go off on like a laundry list of reasons why they hated us since the beginning.
I don't think anybody's ever liked me.
That happened. Like that one
You know
guy got
what? I have
mad,
a new
and then
respect
like
for
he
your fan
got
base.
mad at Moods, and then he started talking shit to like about all of us, and I was like, I didn't do anything to you, bro. Like I never said that word to you. I mean, aliens. Space
Nobody ever
slashers.
talks about it. Nobody ever
I love
talks
it.
about
I mean,
it.
I always talk.
I love
I
it
mean, I
too.
think this movie's a masterpiece. Like, and the
It
thing I
is.
like and I gravitate towards Alien in the number 1 spot is like Harry Dean Stanton and Yaphet Kotto. Like, that's me in the movie. Like, I'm that guy that's like the fucking blue collar worker, and it's so rare to see blue collar
the black guy?
guys working. Yaphet Kotto's black guy. Harry Dean Stanton's the other guy. They're like the grunts. They're the ones that are like, how long is it gonna be? They're like, he's like 20 minutes. He's like 45 minutes. He's like 20 minutes. Like 45 minutes. Like, I'm like, that's fucking Union 101 right there, baby. I know these guys. I work with these
Awesome.
guys.
Right.
Well,
I just love it. The characters are
My-
great, man. The acting's great. It's perfect.
Oh, the effects are great. The
I was
kills.
at a friend's house growing up, and then we asked our parents, what is the scariest movie ever? And this is before I got no. They said Alien. So I was always terrified to see this particular movie because my parents and his parents said Alien was the scariest movie ever. I don't know why they picked that one, but so when I saw it, I agreed. It just resonated. And I love Aliens too. Like when Aliens hit, total different tone, but I love the movie. It was like just two different. One was more sci-fi horror, and one was more sci-fi action with a bit of horror, and both are fantastic. But this is, it gets, it only surprises me because I would have thought the top 15, maybe not the top 10, but I'm happy once it wasn't announced and I knew Aliens had been. I'm like, it's going to be on this list. And now let's spoil the list since Dave's not here. I'm just kidding.
hurry, come on.
Yeah, I got Dave Z's list right here.
Yeah.
Number 1
So I
is
don't
Suspiria.
know them all. Yeah, I don't know any of the other ones. He never shared it with me. I'm surprised, just like with you guys.
I got
But
a secret to tell you guys.
Yeah.
Miss Lippy's car is green. It's Billy Madison. It's a rare.
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, word. I kind of remembered that, but I would have never guessed the movie ever.
Dave, you got anybody got
man.
something to say about Alien? I'm good. I'm
Good.
I don't
move.
really have anything to say. What do I care about it?
Kind of a disappointed 4K, but other than that,
Did it make your list, Carly?
No.
JP?
I don't like space
Yeah,
moves.
I forget where, but it made it.
not even Jason X.
Yeah, no, I don't like space moves.
Whoa.
I don't like hammer moves. I don't
Oh yeah,
like
Carly
house moves.
hates space
I
moves.
don't like I
She
do.
hates
You know
space
what?
moves
You
so
like
much.
slashers and ghost stories. Is that
What
we're
was
getting
there a
at?
move that I was trying
Yeah.
to get you to watch that you thought it was a space move and so you
Shut
didn't
up! No, no,
watch
no,
it?
no. I don't want to
No,
talk.
What was it?
Say
What
it.
was it?
It
Seriously.
was like, what's that movie called? Subspecies.
Subspecies. I was like, watch Subspecies.
I could see
sounded
that.
like
I
a-
hate space
That
moves.
does sound like a space movie, Subspecies.
Thank you.
What?
About that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I'll
because
tell
you're
you
thinking,
why.
of that, you're thinking of that movie Species, or what was it?
Yeah.
Aliens.
This is the sub
Species. It's
version.
the vampire movies from Full Moon.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
does sound it though. I
Shipwreckers.
100% would think that.
I
forgot-
That's definitely a movie that made the title before and the poster before they had the movie. Down, hands down. They
You
didn't
want
know
to
it
see
was gonna be.
Carly purely miserable? Take her to see Dune 2.
Fuck Dune.
No.
What do I care about fucking sand?
Dude,
That's
what
what
they're
she
just
said.
walking- Yeah.
Yeah,
they just
that's how I
walk-
feel about it. That's why I
I
never
don't
saw
watch
it.
Dune in the
Fuck
theaters,
Dunes.
man. Like, they better have an intermission because those movies are like 4 hours long, and I'm gonna be have to
Dude,
pee.
she hated me after that. Like,
we like get in
legitimately.
fights, literally.
Yeah,
but
she,
I was,
like,
like
gets
in such a
mad.
bad mood watching.
She gets a
movies,
heavy
like,
case of the cranks.
Yeah, I get
That-
cranky.
It happens.
I'll just want to add the chest burster scene is fucking cinematic history right there.
Oh, dude.
That's
Yeah.
just a great moment in
Even
film.
better in Spaceballs.
Hello, baby. Hello, my darling.
What'd he order? The special. No, I'll have the soup. The soup. Whatever
I
it
forgot
is.
to say something because we talked about Nightmare on Elm Street.
Fuck, here you go.
No, number one. This was
I know.
this was Liz's number one, A Nightmare on Elm
Liz-
Street.
Liz, smart gal.
Yes, she is. I also forgot to say way back when Marco's number one was Deep Red. So that's a
Marco's
couple
an
shows
idiot.
back.
Oh, sorry, Marco. Yeah.
Um,
Dude,
He's
a couple
Finland, he's just
shows
catching up
back.
now. It's so delayed there. He's probably catching up to it now.
Suspiria was Tony T and Denise. It was their number one. So
Nice.
there you go. I forgot there's a couple things I missed I wanted to put up there. So anyway,
Well, we're
Alien,
rushing.
yeah, incredible. You got fucking, the performance of fucking, Sigourney Weaver's Ripley's great acting throughout it. Scary, great soundtrack that nobody ever talks about. And fucking, I love the, the Alien itself is fucking amazing. And who could forget Jonesy? I'm gonna talk
Fuck
about a
that
cat.
cat.
Oh,
Not as good
Come
as
on.
Clovis, but
Is that from
But-
Sleepwalkers?
yeah, it's my favorite movie. Cat.
What a fucking obscure reference. The cat named Church.
The
Could've
bad
done
guy.
church.
Get the
Could've done
bad
church.
guy.
So anyway, okay, let's go. Number six. Here you go, JP. Get ready. 2,999 points for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. There you have it.
Nice.
There you go, little guy.
That
It
is
had to
my
come in.
number. Let me see here. That's
One.
my number. Oh
Boy,
yeah.
I know. I would have
What the
laughed.
fuck?
That's
Even
my
I know
number
this.
one.
Actually, super happy to see it make the top 10. I'm always worried that it's not going to. Like when Carly was telling me where it was on her list, like I had to lay the. Never mind.
Okay, where?
Oh.
Where is
Where's it
it?
at, Carly?
Where is it?
37.
37. Okay, well, it's eight.
okay.
8 for me.
Yeah,
Wait
so
till
I
you see
gave
what
her
the shininess
37
for me.
slaps.
Shut up.
Mine's
You
low.
tell me not to tell people this stuff about you.
It should be higher. Mine's 18.
18. See?
I have part 2 at my number. Hold on. I swear.
That's great. I don't know if anybody asked.
I have part 2 at my number 6.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, hey,
nice.
cool.
That's
I
cool.
came
I
up
love
earlier.
two. Didn't make my list. I mean, one is one of the most important American horror films ever made. I think that and Night of the Living Dead are for me most important. Like,
Yep.
I mean, if you put a gun to my head and say what's the best horror movie ever, I'd either tell you Night of the Living Dead or Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Not personal preference aside.
Well,
Number
you
5
have
for
to-
me.
You'd get
I would
shot
say
because
The
you
Thing,
gave them
but-
2 options. I feel like if they would want.
I just say one of them if I had the
Oh,
choice.
okay.
It depends what
Yeah.
Like, you
if
were
I'm
like,
in Texas, if
I'd
I'm
be
down
like-
south, it's Texas Chainsaw. If I'm up north, it's Night of the Living Dead. I'm gonna play. I know how them damn rebels, they don't like anything the Yankees like, so I'd switch it.
Yeah, good. That's smart thinking.
This was number 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was my
What-
5. It was
Your
number
5?
for me.
So it's everybody's list as it should be. As it should be.
So we know what this top 5 is gonna be. We all know it. It's just what
Do we?
order.
I don't even know.
do we? I don't fucking.
Well,
I have no clue.
Oh, my lord.
I haven't been
I
here
know.
the whole time for all
That's
3
true.
shows.
You've
well,
seen the list,
forgive
though.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
Yeah,
seen
but
the
fine.
list.
dude, I didn't like memorize the list.
I didn't see
Yeah,
the top list.
because we know every.
It's like you should know the list. Yeah, I
Yeah.
showed it
I
to
just
you.
done it
Yeah, I
last
just
night.
don't have photographic memory.
Well, Texas Chainsaw, we've reviewed it. I mean, they can go back and listen. What am I going to say? It's
We
fucking-
reviewed it too, so you can go back and listen to that.
It's incredible.
What-
That's all. We all
discretion.
love it.
On that one.
I mean, it's so funny, even though it's not supposed to be. But the dialogue between the characters is
Yeah.
fucking priceless in the third act. Everything yes, it's scary, and yes, the dinner scene is tough to watch, and the eyeballs and everything else. But damn, it is fucking
Say that
brilliant.
line. Say the line.
Which one? Look what
look
your
what-
brother did to the door. Great, man.
Yeah, they're great.
That's the
Oh,
one.
Yeah,
Also,
he's the
Gunner
best.
Hansen,
Oh.
no one ever did a great job as Leatherface as him. In fact,
Agreed.
all the other ones, as far as I'm concerned, were just cosplay. or just fan films. Tried to do. I mean, they couldn't because this is such a genuinely creepy, unnerving performance. I liked some of the other performances. They're just not right. They're just,
Me too.
This isn't right.
I agree. And the Hitchhiker is fucking amazing. And
Oh, he's great.
Sally
He
is
scared
great.
the shit out of me, dude.
The Hitchhiker's scarier
scared
than
me,
Leatherface, man.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
way scarier.
Totally. Oh, for sure. And
Team Franklin, by the way.
I love Franklin. He fucking
Me too.
cracks me up the whole
Yeah,
time.
I know.
Everything
I hate people that
Yes.
hate Franklin.
I know.
Dude,
They hate
I don't know
Franklin,
how.
Bro, they took a guy in a wheelchair for a swimming hole. It's 110 degrees. Fuck off. You think he's gonna be happy, bro? He's in a wheelchair, and he's like, "Let's go swimming." He's like, "Oh, this is great."
Yeah, right.
And then he
Poor
gets
guy.
cut in the fucking van, and they're mad at him for complaining. If some strange guy
Right.
cut me, pissed I'd be, I'm like, take me to the fucking hospital. I want to get hepatitis shot. I don't know this fucking guy. Get tetanus shot over here.
Well, he's just funny because he's uptight. Uptight people are funny to me. Oh, what's gonna happen next? I'm worried about this. He's worried, especially.
Well, dude,
the best part is the
to be
picture.
worried everybody else can run the fuck away.
And also,
He's got
talking about
wheels.
me.
He's got an advantage in my case.
Some
Like,
dude-
you know how fast you can
some
go?
gross crazy person cut his arm and then cut him. Tell me to not be like, I want to go get a fucking check for hepatitis right now in 1974.
I guarantee they could park up front.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna just bury that joke into the ground.
Terrible. I'm trying to forget.
bury it along with our reputations.
Yeah.
I know, right? Our biggest show ever coming out, and that's what they're gonna hear. Sons of bitches. So, he's funny. He's funny. When he burns the picture, I think is the best part though, because his reaction, he's like moving around, and he's bugged out because he burned his picture. He goes, "I think that meant something." That is
He
so
did mark
funny.
the van though. That he was right.
I know.
Franklin was right the whole time. He marked the fucking van. So when they pull up that place, they were gonna kill him.
See, I gave him your address. I gave him all your information. He told him. That's so funny. Anyway, and the final chase scene is fucking just incredible. I mean, it just, oh my
Yeah.
god.
And
the
you guys
very
remember,
end-
we joke about this with the VHS days where you couldn't see fucking shit. The last act of the movie was pitch black.
Oh,
You're like sitting this close to the TV trying to hear a chainsaw. Like,
Yeah.
think he's got a chainsaw.
Oh,
now.
that.
Yeah.
Finally.
right when they're in
think
the
someone's
dark,
getting cut.
he pushed down. He tells
I had
you.
to wait until the
He's
sequel to
pushing-
find out what happened to Franklin.
But those batteries must have been energizers.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, top 5. Let's go. Let's try to make this fast too, because what are we gonna say, huh? Number 5, 3,182 votes. Jaws. There you
Yeah.
go, baby. Yes,
Yay.
fucking Jaws. Yes.
Good.
Can you say about this? It's fucking
Oh.
it's phenomenal. Spielbergian, but phenomenal. I still think, although it's a 10 out of 10, I still argue that the first half is better than the second half. And I know,
I
Dave,
agree.
you think I'm crazy.
Wow.
I love the setup to this.
I
The-
love
the
it all,
small
so I
town
get
feel,
it.
everything. You said you agree, Carly?
Yeah, I like the town setting and like I just like the seaside like town setting. But I mean when they are like it's a 10 out of 10 for me too.
Yeah.
Like I think the whole movie's great, but I just really enjoy the atmosphere at the beginning and the meeting all
Exactly.
the other people and then it's like, oh, now it's just down to these three. But I mean, it's still all great.
The 50-year-old mom, the one that looks like older than a
She
grandparent.
just
that
died
is-
like a couple of years ago.
yeah.
2020.
Well, I guess they just looked older back in the day.
She was old. She was like 50.
No, she was pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. It was weird casting. All the people looked older
Yeah,
back
even
then
like
as
and
well.
then I last time I watched it, like when she comes up to like slap him in the face, there's a guy standing next to her, and I'm like, wait, is that supposed to be the dad? Because he looked like he was 80 years old. Like, and I never realized. I was like, oh, that's supposed to be like the dad of the kid. But
Well, they got that.
Is
they
it
got
on
that
everybody's list?
They got
Yeah,
no.
it's
It's not on my
19.
list because I'm dumb. I had it on my list. And I used to watch it religiously as a kid, and I have not watched it in like 20 years. Like I used to watch
Oh,
all the
boy.
Jaws movies. I used to
Man.
rent all 4 of them and just watch them all the time. I love part 1. I don't know why I haven't watched it in so long. Again, I just need a rewatch day where I watch like 5 or 6 of these movies back to back. Like because I mean
you
it's
gotta come
clearly
here.
I just
You
don't know
gotta-
how you don't
I'm
watch
telling
this
you.
every summer.
because
I
I have to
watch
watch 100 movies for 22 shots. I had to watch 3 killer dog movies. Next to you, I had to watch Man Best Friend again.
It ain't my fault. You picked it.
I didn't pick
Well,
Man's
this
Best Friend. I picked fucking Baxter.
How was that? Was that better than Man's Best Friend?
Yeah, I'd say it's better, but I like all three of them. I'm not gonna.
Fucking
I saw
dog
Man's
movies.
Best Friend in the theater. Anyway, number 15. Jaws is number 15, 10 out of 10. I watch it every year. It just happen. You just do it.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
you
of
guys, it's
course.
July 4th, and I'll do it on July
Yeah.
1st. Just
We
Because
usually
we
see it in
actually
the
enjoy
theater
our
every year.
lives.
Yeah.
I don't enjoy shit.
I
Enjoy
put Man's
Yeah,
Best
well,
Friend on
debate.
right before, though.
It's like enjoy this.
It's my
number
21.
19 on my list.
Oh, 19, 21, JP.
It didn't make my list. I don't know how,
Wow.
but it didn't at the time. But it
An
would now.
oversight. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might have even said that on the show. I don't remember, but yeah, because if you look at your letterbox, I think you can see well, I know you can see how many times you watch something.
Hold on. Dave, why did you just like push that one cat on the floor
Because
aggressively and then
he
you're petting
has-
the other one lovingly?
I didn't push. No, because he has a predator purr, and he was quiet until just now. And if I don't get him out of the room, you'll hear him do this the whole time.
Oh,
He has like a
okay.
deep. No, I can't have that in the background of the fucking thing. It'll ruin the show. He's literally that loud. No joke.
Okay, I was
Wow.
just a
He's
little
You're
concerned.
sticking to the show.
Yeah.
And if you
When
want
he
me to
was
come over
quiet-
and kick it, I will too.
I also,
don't
when I
mind.
walked up, I tripped over a bowl. That's why I looked like I fell towards him, like mad. But I actually just actively stepped in the bowl I had on the ground that I was eating. So that's why I fell.
a bowl of
I was-
Jello.
But
Okay,
I
it was
actually
watched
a bowl
Jaws
of
like
egg whites.
7 times in the last 6 years. So
No, but Goomba's
Every
too loud.
Did you say Goomba?
His name's Goomba. He's way too loud. He just
Oh,
like
is he
he
Italian?
has like a
All
some.
right.
No, he's from Super Mario Brothers. I just said
Oh, he's
named him that
that
because every
Goomba.
time I want to step
Well,
on him
that-
when he starts breathing.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, I forgot to mention that Texas Chainsaw Massacre, besides JP, of course, has a couple other number ones. Jay and Jay.
Murph?
Who else?
Jay's smart.
No,
dude.
Jay of the Dead and Steve. Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Don't joke,
and,
Dave.
Oh yeah, Jay
He was
Murph,
good
Jay
dude,
Smurf.
too.
That's right.
Jaws wasn't on anybody's list.
I'm
as
getting
one?
to that. Yeah, no. Eric has Jaws and somebody else. There was 2 people. Besides Jamie, but she didn't put one in. Willie. Eric and Willie have Jaws. So there you go.
Willie Nelson listens then. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I
true.
submitted a list,
fair.
it might have pushed TCM over the edge, bro.
Well, let's see what the difference was. I'll tell you right now. I pretty much think that when you get to the top 5,
It would have
that
got
they're
100
actually
points.
they're leaps and bounds. No, check it.
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw was 2999. Jaws was 3182. So even if you add another 100, it still wouldn't have done it. You'd still be, yeah, which is crazy. And the next movie, 3182, the next one that follows it is 3242, and that's our number 4 movie.
Which
Are
is
we ready to get to it?
Yep.
Or do you want to talk Jaws more?
No, we're good.
We're good. All right. Jaws is awesome. What the fuck? The score, the fucking everything. The first half, the second half, amazing.
We
Good
said we
gore.
didn't want to talk about
Yeah,
Jaws.
Kids
what do
get
you do,
killed.
bro.
I don't want to shorthand
You
the
went all right.
listeners. The listener deserves something else. Okay.
We-
Anyway, number 4, The Exorcist. There you have it.
yes.
Okay.
There she blows.
Yes.
We knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Hadn't been represented yet. Yeah, it's
No.
really shockingly. I'm not saying it's a 10 out of 10, but it's down near the bottom of my 10 out of 10. So it is.
Oh.
I can't find it. It's that.
Okay. You can't
Mine's
even
at
find it.
59.
33.
Wow. 59, 33. It's my number 3. So, shit.
10 out of 10
didn't-
for me. It's not on my list.
Didn't
No.
make my top 50. Would
Oh.
make my top 100 though.
Oh, right on.
The first time when I was about 12 and I liked it, but I didn't have a connection to it. And I recently rewatched it again. And my connection really wasn't with the horror in the movie. My connection was with Father Karras. I love the character. I love his arc. And it literally, when at the end of the movie, it made me almost cry. I think it's a brilliant movie. It's just, it's my favorite William Friedkin movie. I'm going to get laughed at is Cruising. I think Cruising's a masterpiece too. I mean, I think Exorcist is like top 5 horror movies ever made. It's just not any connection to it personally, except the Father Karras stuff. And, it'll grow with me as time. I just need to rewatch it more and more.
I was just gonna watch Cruising again because it was mentioned on the Tarantino Video Archives show, and
Good
it was
show.
an interesting thing because I love that podcast. It's a great
That's a
podcast.
good podcast.
And I swear they were talking about it as being
giallo.
a giallo. Yeah,
It is.
yeah. So that's why I was interested in checking it out again. Haven't watched it in years, so thought it was time for a rewatch.
I'm bad with names.
Put on a jock strap and watch it.
Okay.
Will do. Sorry, Carly. Go ahead. You're bad
Is-
with what? What?
I'm bad with names. Is Father Karras the one with the mom?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
Jason
old.
Miller.
Yeah, that made me cry a bunch
That's
in the
sad.
theater. I was like
Yeah.
real emotional that one. Remember, JP, you and I saw that in the theater.
Yeah,
And
and
I
it
was
made
like,
me
I don't want my
appreciate the
mom to
movie
get that
more than
old
I ever
looking.
have.
And
So,
I was crying the
the
whole
theatrical
like,
view
time.
JP right there.
Shut up.
It's a
No,
thing.
and I
It's
a
love
thing.
to
the
bleep that out.
before that, but that
No,
like,
but
that
when he gets the
one.
last rites on the stairs, it's just brilliant.
I watch this at Halloween every year now, just because. Hey, it's Halloween's mentioned in one part of the movie.
Yeah, it's set, like it has like an October vibe too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
You can see like the leaves are on the ground and shit.
Definitely one of the
Yes.
greatest horror films ever made.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I would say it
Scariest.
was. I would say it was number one. It's my number three, but like when Dave was saying that thing before about Texas Chainsaw and End of the Living Dead, if I had a gun to my head, I would say that this would be the best. You know what I mean?
It's not
best
a wrong choice.
No,
It's hard.
It's one of the right choices.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean-
I don't think anybody could disagree with you for having it on the list. I remember the re-release coming out in 2000, and people were laughing in the theater though because they added them smoking in the hospital. It just you weren't smoking in hospitals or smoking anywhere at that point. It was like such a weird thing. People were just losing it. They're laughing so much.
I literally walked into the gas station the other night, and there's a dude just behind the counter smoking a cigarette.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Dude, when we were in Pittsburgh, we went to a bar where they're just smoking inside. Nobody gave a fuck. I was like,
Yeah,
We're
we
just doing
still
this?
have. Yeah, there's still bars around here that do that. To me,
Yeah.
that's like
Well,
in the
that
casino. You got the casino.
that
which
ended
is-
not in
Years
Ohio.
ago,
You're not allowed
decades
to do
ago.
that in Ohio.
Yeah,
I
I don't
did
think
decades
you're
ago for
allowed
us.
to do it in PA either, but just nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah.
So it's
is
just funny,
funny.
but
If nobody says anything, how are you gonna know if anybody's doing it?
I remember though preferring the theatrical cut. I don't know if you guys have a preference or not, and I keep bringing it back to the movie. Sorry
I
about
think
that.
I prefer the theatrical cut, but I like the version you've never seen as well.
I mean, the spider walk is creepy, and
I
it's
agree.
quick. It's not like too over the top. Well,
But doesn't
it's
it seem
over
like
the
it
top.
Yeah,
comes
it's
too
like,
soon?
like
Yeah,
Like, it's like
that-
so
it feels like it's
supernatural
out
for-
of out of
out of sequence.
it's
Yeah.
like way too much. Yeah, like way too much, way too
Yeah.
quick to where I'd be like, okay, this kid, I'm fucking.
This
putting her in a
what's
home.
going on with this kid.
And I'm
And
not
those little
going to visit her.
flashes, the little flashes of
Pazuzu?
Is it
Yeah.
Pazuzu?
Yeah.
Pazuzu?
Captain Howard.
Were they always in the original version, or was it something that came on that re-release where you'd see
I
the
think there were
flash?
more in the version.
Yeah, I
you've
think there
never
might be
seen.
more, but I think
There
there
is.
are.
It came later. It came with the re-release, actually. When you see
Okay.
him in the room and on the thing in the kitchen, and then there's another one. That's when they put him out. I prefer the newer one too, as much as, and I've always loved it. I've loved this movie since the first time I saw it when I was like 12. I was reading the fucking book at the age of 12. I went to the library and checked it out. I was obsessed with it. I was obsessed with Reagan. I loved what the fuck this girl was doing. I was just like, this is awesome. Because I
Especially
was
with the
a teenager.
crucifix. I
Well-
mean, hey, no other girl I dated ever did that with a crucifix. I'm like,
That's what
hey,
I'm saying. It was awesome. It was great to see it. I loved it. I was a kid. She was a kid. I'm like, look at this.
I was joking.
What
Hey,
the fuck is
that-
wrong with
that-
you?
They're probably going to incorporate
It's like,
that
yeah.
in the new dipping sauces too. The dipping sauces for the church. We're going to incorporate the crucifix. I don't want to go into more details. You have to show up to find out.
I've got rosary anal beads. That's another one. Dishwasher safe. So like, I mean, we're fine. We got all these religious sex toys coming out.
Religious iconography at its finest.
It's awesome. Everything that she was saying and doing was impressive. I never saw anything like that until I saw that movie. I was like, holy
Impressive.
shit.
It's like it's
Well, yeah.
athletic feet or something.
Yeah.
Who says your mother sucks cocks in hell and shit like
No,
that?
it was way ballsy, dude. In
That's what I'm saying.
1973,
Nobody
and she
acted that
fucked
way.
herself with a crucifix. You're like, Jesus, that's
Yeah.
fucked for a mainstream movie.
Nobody
And that's
floated,
also- yeah.
fucking did that shit and was talking evil. I was like, holy fuck, this is incredible. This fucking chick, I never seen anything like it. I was the same age as her when I'm watching. I'm like, this
In
is
'73.
awesome.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I
Way
saw
ahead
it
of its
now when
time.
I saw it. Yeah, but that
Highly
wasn't
influential.
No, I
Yeah.
meant just for the
Right.
time.
At
I didn't
that
mean
time,
when you
it's
saw
even
it.
more-
But yeah.
Yeah. It's even more shocking at that time, of course. But
Crazy.
wow. But now as an adult, now I just keep loving more and more about it. The stuff about having, if that happened to your own child and having to go through that as a parent is a whole other thing. Oh my God. The hospital stuff fucks me up to work. The hospital stuff fucked me up when I was a kid because, like I said earlier, I was a hypochondriac and I was afraid I was going to end up in a hospital someday like that. I used to get fucked up thoughts back then. Seriously, I was always afraid of.
I know.
I felt
I'm like
like
that too.
devils
It's
and
just
stuff.
funny how.
Not anymore. I don't give a fuck now. But back then,
Yeah, like if I die, I die. But back when I was a kid, I was like, oh my God, I put on a bowling shoe without a sock on. I'm going to catch HIV. I literally used to think dumb shit like that. It's like, bro, that's not going to happen. But now I'm like, oh, I got stabbed by a fucking rusty pop can in the fucking alley. I'll just put some fucking soap on it. I'll be all right.
Do you want to just write a quick will that you'll leave all your videos to me?
You can have all my VHS if you really want.
Yeah, thank you.
nice. That's it.
I'm kidding, by the way. But again, Dave, we talked about this on our podcast about the interaction between the director who's mocking the butler guy who's German, and he's like, "Oh, you
I love
Nazi!"
it.
Remember? He just goes on.
Oh, it's
You would bring
great.
that up. You would bring that up.
Nazi. Hate you. Fucking great. Yeah, Burt Dennings, that whole situation.
Yeah,
it's fucking
it's
great.
awesome.
And then what happened with him getting thrown out is awesome. And then later on, and you could see that happened because the devil's there. See, I don't want to do the review again. Go back and listen to our review. We went fucking deep in on it, and I adore the movie. It's always been in my top 3. Has been since for fucking 35 years. You know, I've always loved the movie. And now, like I said, as I'm older, I'm seeing other things. Everybody talks about Karras and what's going on with him and everything else, but I always think that the real thing for me is that this is Marin's story, and nobody talks so much about Marin. It opens up with him, and the thing about Marin is this whole story, every little bit of this story happens for one reason and one reason only. Pazuzu wants revenge on Marin for what he did to him years ago. So he preys on the fucking weakness of what happened there, even fakes things to fucking make it look like, okay, we're not going to be able to get a possession. Intentionally makes it look like it's faking it, so that fucking Damien says it's talking in a language backwards, and that wasn't really water. That wasn't really holy water. It's water. This is not a possession, maybe. This and that. It was biding its time because it was waiting for Marin the entire time. Even asked for it by name when it was talking backwards and said, Marin! And then when Marin comes in the house and he shakes hand, it yells out Marin. The entire story about this fucking thing is that this demon Pazuzu wanted to kill Marin, and at the end, it did. And nobody talks about that because there's so many dynamics going on about Karras and the mother and Reagan and fucking. But that it trips me the fuck up. I'm like, wow. The whole thing is a revenge story between Pazuzu and Marin. And ultimately, it gets what it wants. And that's fucking creepy shit. But I'm not going to say anything else. It's a
Interested
masterpiece.
in seeing what they're going to do with the sequel.
What are you going to do? It was a good idea in theory. But we'll see.
No, the one coming out.
Hopefully they do something right about it.
Not the one that came out, which was brutal.
Right. I hear you. What are you gonna do?
Or the fucking beginning, which wasn't very good either.
Yeah. No, I hear you. 3 was great, but yeah.
3 is a good movie.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen the dual cut? Like there's the beginning and then
I
there's
haven't
the other
seen
version.
Dominion. I haven't seen Dominion.
Dominion.
Isn't it the
Paul
same movie
Schrader.
but just
Yeah,
a
I've
different
seen
cut?
both.
Same actors.
Different
Yeah.
editing. Yeah. And edited
It's
scenes
legit
and
the
stuff.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different.
And one was directed by Rennie Harlan. No,
Yeah,
Yeah.
one's Rennie Harlan, one's Paul Schrader.
Right.
interesting. It's
They
fucking
both
crazy.
suck. That's all I know.
They're okay.
They're not that entertaining, and it's like
We
I
watched
them,
those
like,
for
almost back to back.
2005, right?
I didn't. I saw beginning
One
in
of them
theaters.
is 04.
I saw beginning in theaters too.
Yeah, I saw beginning in theaters with that fucking terrible CGI of those wolves running around. I was like, what the fuck? That was something bad about the early 2000s with that CGI. Remember that movie Van Helsing? Anyway,
Don't bring up Van Helsing. I hate that
I know.
movie.
I liked the
like
movie. Hated the
I
CGI,
like it.
but I liked the story.
It's a piece of shit.
I'm
So
sorry,
these
it's not
are
one
Ghoulies
Universal monster
3,
at a time is
Ghoulies
not
go
good
to
enough.
college.
The Exorcist.
Ghoulies 3 is
4
better.
people had it as their number 1. Mr. Venom himself, Jerry.
Nice.
Who else had The Exorcist? Markel, the other Markel, because there's 2. Greg and Christine. 4 people with The Exorcist as their number 1. So there you go.
Interesting. Nice.
But
Cool.
for us, it was number 4. So that brings us to number 3. 3,259. This was close. For our number 3, The Shining.
I can't believe we're gonna have a double
Yeah.
dinger for 1 and 2.
Are. The Shining. It was my number 1, so I don't know where you guys are. But I know where Carly is. Number 1, right?
Yep.
Just like
Where
me.
am I at?
Where
I
are
don't
you?
know.
I don't know. Number
Probably not on the list.
I don't
Not on the list.
Not on
What?
Are you joking?
What? Yeah, I made this list 5 years ago, bro.
Okay,
It
well, I'm talking
is-
about a real list right now. Like, come up with a list in your head right now. Where is it?
Maybe
Wow.
in the top 100
There you go.
Maybe.
So not on
after
50 still.
50, but somewhere
It's
in that,
41
somewhere
for
around
me.
basket case territory.
41?
It's
41.
Where's Bat?
Okay.
I mean, The Shining's objectively one of the greatest horror movies ever made. I mean, it's art. We talked about it. Me and Dave Z had a
We
show
sure
about
did.
The Shining, and it's
Yeah, both-
artfully mastered. I mean, it's perfect. Like, what? I don't have nothing else to say. I'm a huge Jack Nicholson fan too. I could watch Jack Nicholson do anything. Could literally watch him read the phone book. He'd be like Rosewood Lawn, whatever. It'd be great.
31 for me. 10
Wow.
to 10.
Wow.
I enjoyed it as well. I have said in the past that I do think Jack Nicholson sometimes overacts. Dave's talked me down about that a little bit, but I feel it's great. It's become an annual watch where it was something I watched every few years. It's now every year. I watch it at least once.
Yeah, I try to watch
What more
it
can
every
you say? It's
winter.
fantastic.
Yeah, we reviewed.
I'm
reviewed it
shocked.
here. Go
so
back and
happy
listen.
with-
Go listen to
That's
that
right.
one. We reviewed it here. I forgot what the episode is, but go listen. And me and Dave just had that conversation on his channel a few months back, which we fucking got deep in on that too. And it was another great conversation. So check them out. As far as 22 shots, you guys have not talked about it, have you, as a review?
No, we haven't. We dropped the ball completely on our episode 237, which just passed.
I remember you said it.
And we did,
We did a Stephen
but we
King
didn't
show.
do fucking.
Oh my lord!
Unbelievable.
Like, come on.
You did
If
a
you're a
Return
fan
to
of that
Salem's
show, if you
Lot.
listen to that show, look at what you're listening to. Fucking
Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Throw up because you're disgusting, and then unsubscribe to our
Take a
podcast.
look at you now.
I'm looking
thing
at
that- okay,
the man
The Shining
in
for
the
me-
mirror.
I think it's a great movie. I don't disagree that it's one of the best crafted horror movies ever. I like the movie a lot. Seeing it in the theater helped out a lot. I'll say that again, theatrical view JP.
Don't.
But my thing that always like made me not love it is I find Shelley Duvall super annoying and I
Oh,
find
she's perfect
Danny
in it.
super annoying.
She's supposed to be like,
I know
So-
what she's supposed to be.
okay.
Fucking
And
Jack. He's a
he's
future
not- he's
family
not
annihilator over here. He's like, I side with Jack. He's right. They're bad. That's a bad
Yeah,
family.
dude, like
Kill him.
I understand what he's going through, man. It's just
Well,
like they're annoying.
Me and
as
Dave talked
fuck.
about it too. Like the stress, sometimes you just want to kill the people you love the most.
Yeah,
They just
like he's trying.
the other
he's
people
trying
aren't
to,
worth it.
He's trying to make something of his life, man. Like he made a mistake.
He's a loser, bro.
He
He's
made a
loser
mistake,
drunk.
dog. Now he's like, trying to repent from that. He got this good job, and his family's fucking it up.
He took his
Yeah.
family
Tell
with him in
Wendy
a
she
fucking
fucked everything
isolated
else.
place in the winter, bro. He's kind of selfish.
I mean,
He's doing it
he asked
for
Shelley
his
to buy her a
family.
pizza for Super Bowl. She wouldn't buy the fucking pizza.
No Super Bowl pizza makes Jack go crazy. Jack wants pepperoni. I asked you to get the pepperoni and cheese. You got mushrooms.
I did order pizza. By the way, Carly.
See,
And
that
this
was
isn't even
beautiful.
stuffed crust. How am I supposed to enjoy the Super Bowl? The Eagles are playing tonight.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Carly, it's your favorite movie. Say something.
Yeah, I mean, I think every scene is perfect in this movie, and I grew up watching it. I watch it every winter. I think the pacing is great in it. It's like 2.5 hours long. It never feels like it to me, though. And the score, the intensity of the score really kind of makes it for me, too, because like nothing really can be happening, and then it'll just be like,
What's
Like that.
everybody's theory on how Jack gets out of the freezer?
They let him out.
The ghost let him out. It's
Ghosts?
ghosting.
yeah, it's
Same with
purely
Pan's
super-
Labyrinth. It's the only time that you can't argue that something supernatural had to have happened there because they let the girl out to the room. Like, you know what I mean? Unless there's a trap
Yeah.
door we didn't see, but I don't think so. Because Jack knows about the hotel. Maybe there is a secret to get out of that door because he's one with the hotel at that point.
Yeah.
I think they
Go
let
on.
him out.
I love Grady.
there.
I love that whole interaction.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
And
That
just
Brady wipes the shit on his coat.
yeah.
Mirror
Oh,
man,
no,
Mr. Grady.
The woman in the tub is stuff of nightmares. I mean, imagery wise,
yeah. I
just
used to
sticks
not
with
be able
you.
to look at that.
Just sticks
I
with
love
you.
it.
I was gonna say the twins, but God forbid you see the fucking twins with the two girls.
I'm
I
calling
know,
them
right?
twins.
I
don't
the
care.
thing-
Well, we're
the
not
old
allowed to
lady-
call them twins now.
They're not actually twins.
Well, there's just supposed to be a 2-year
one's
age
6
gap or
and one's
whatever.
8.
Yeah.
It's even
Oh.
credited like that, I
Yeah.
think.
But in real life, they
I
are
did-
twins.
I didn't
Yeah.
even know. Well, that's the fucking movie. That's Stanley Kubrick's fault then for confusing us.
Well, it is, and he should have
Don't
just
cast
put
fucking
Zero,
twins.
zero out of
What-
10. 0
Well,
out of 10 is
hold
off
on
the
now.
list.
Wait a minute. That's my theory. No. The guy also calls himself Delbert Grady when Charles Grady was the one that did the killing. So I think when you become a ghost, your fucking reality is distorted just a little bit. And that's why he's not 100% accurate with what he's saying when we
Nothing's
meet Grady.
accurate.
See?
Nothing's accurate in the movie. It's all confusion
It's
and
like
like
timeless.
gaslighting. Everybody's getting gaslit in the movie, even each other. Because at one point we talked about Jack
Literally.
thinks that Shelley beat the kid. And he's like, what the fuck? He thinks his wife beat the kid because like, I didn't fucking do it.
Oh,
And there's
that's-
nothing in the house. So you must have done it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I want to do it. This kid's
I like
fucking
when he
annoying.
throws the
This
ball.
kid-
I don't think about doing it.
Oh, I love when he throws
I-
the ball.
I know.
Yeah.
I just feel like that. I feel like I want to I want that job. Carly, you can.
I
come
love
with me.
I love
What
when he does the fucking thing when he walks down the aisle and he knocks all the fucking dishes
Oh,
out.
that's-
That's such
yeah,
a Jack Nicholson.
that's
He's
me
like
with-
just does that. Like, I'm like,
That's what I want to
Yeah.
do. I used to
what I
be
do
that
when
kind
I'm
of
mad.
person. Not anymore. I'm chill.
I said that I want to get that job, and you could come with me.
I would do it.
and do all the
What
work
the-
while he eats pizza.
I don't mean. I'm trying
No,
to
I
keep
always,
us.
everybody shut up. Hold
I'm
on, it's my
good.
turn. So like that's when I always wanted to stay in that hotel. Like growing up, I always thought like that looks like so much fun. Him
Right.
riding that like freaking what do you call that
Trike.
trike around and like having that whole hotel to spread out and like I'd be in every single room just fucking around. Like I mean they're
Yeah.
probably locked, but still. I mean I'd be playing hide and seek. Even though there'd be no one to play with, I'd just be like hiding places, and then I don't know, but I don't know. It's a great film, and then that part with her in the bathtub. I think Dave Z. I think you recently said you think it's funny how she keeps laughing.
It's amazing.
I actually don't find that. That
it's
actually
gross.
really creeps me out.
It's
'cause in my-
scary,
it's
but it's
scary
also
'cause she's-
funny. That's
'cause
all.
it's not, to me, it's not one of those things where you just close the door and it's like, it was his imagination. It's over. She's still fucking in there laughing.
That is.
I
scary
picture
as
her
fuck.
by herself, like sitting in the chair with her saggy tits and like just laughing, and she's like in the hotel with them. It's really creepy.
It's scary as fuck to think about it. But imagine being inside the room with her and she's sitting there laughing. That's the funny part. All by yourself laughing.
I just saw. Now I'm just watching Dave Z like watching
Yeah,
Martyrs.
bring
And
these
he's like,
tits out.
she's just laughing watching Martyrs.
Just laugh at weird parts in movies.
Oh, soggy tits is still good. I don't know why.
They are. Ugh.
They're like
But that
down.
makes no sense either. Okay, if you talk about Delbert Grady, he never said that he chopped her up. If that's Grady's wife, why would she be in the tub dead? Doesn't make any sense to his story.
Because she's a fucking ghost, bro. She ain't real.
She's supposed to be the Grady ghost, isn't she?
Wait,
But
that's
they-
who that's supposed to be?
But the twins are in one piece at one time, and then they flash and they show them all cut up. So I mean,
237. Remember when he touches the fucking doorknob? He flashes to the twins, which is the scariest part to me. When he sees,
but I mean the twins aren't chopped up either.
I know
Yeah,
they're
what you're saying, you have to come back is so if you're like fucking mushed into like nothing, you come back as mush.
This ain't Beetlejuice.
No, what I'm saying is when Danny touches the doorknob
Yeah.
to 237, the thing that flashes in his head is the twins. So to
Yeah.
me, that's where the twins lived.
Yeah,
Is my
yeah.
guy. I don't know. That's what I incorporated it as. So
This had to be
Yeah, I
somebody's
guess,
number
yeah.
one, right?
oh, here's who's
Oh.
number one it was,
Yeah.
and then we'll move on.
Carly.
Besides Carly and me, it was also Tyler.
Marley and me. Sorry.
Huh?
I'm gonna just leave. I'm making myself laugh.
Oh, Marley and me. Carly and me. I get it.
Oh, I didn't even hear what you said. I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault. It's a
So
horrible show.
Carly and me and what did I say? Tyler and who was one other person because it was
Tyler Taddeo?
four.
Yeah.
Yep. Now,
Oh,
who's
cool.
the other? Who's the
Yeah.
other Shining fan? See, I got all distracted with this joke. Hold on.
The Marley and me joke really threw you off that bad.
Well, anything because I was
Nah, you
concentrated
just
on the
fucking
thing.
up, dog, and you're trying to blame someone.
And
Just let the
why?
boy, let the man finish.
He hasn't. Go ahead, Dave. Finish.
Start.
Carly, Tyler.
I don't think he can
Me?
finish. He's trying.
Carly's killing me.
John B. There you go, John Brooks. Okay, so
Okay.
For The Shining, and I also neglected to say that I keep doing this, but hey, Robert, his number one was Demons, and we did that a couple shows ago.
Yeah.
Demons?
Sorry, Robert.
Yeah, I know.
Honor A game here.
Did
This is
Derek
what Brandon
submit a
would be
list?
good.
No. And there was another one. Saw. Bryson's number one movie was Saw. So there you go.
Damn.
There was another one. Okay.
And Eric's number
here we
one
go.
would have been Fright Night, though.
Yeah.
Now we
Top-
can.
Top two, and all I'll say, can I say one
Oh,
thing,
got
Dave,
it.
or
I
am I
know
not allowed
what
to
it
say
has.
Whatever you want to say.
Okay. I'm wondering if Chris A.K. Scott and Gary Miller are right. They think it's one thing. I'm hoping it's mine, but it's from the same director, number 1 and 2. That's
Mhm.
all I'll say.
All right. Number 2, 3,341. So less than 100 votes separated The Shining from number 2, Halloween.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's number 2. It's number
That's-
2.
Yes.
Number
I
2.
said
agree.
I called that it would be number 1
And
way
it's
back
number
when
two.
it was announced this.
That's what Gary Miller and Chris A.K. Scott said. They thought Halloween was going to be number 1.
I don't think so.
Well, check
No,
it.
I know what's Halloween
Well,
1.
now I
what's,
know
what's
it's
Halloween
not.
1. I know it's number 1.
Well, check this out. This is the most interesting thing.
Wow.
Halloween had the most votes of anybody for number 1. 10 people had Halloween as their fucking number 1. 10.
Wow.
And no other
It's
movie
all
came
because of Dave.
close. No other movie came close. The Shining had 4. The Exorcist had 4. Our number 1 movie only had 3 people pick it. So Halloween had
And I'm
10
one of them.
fucking.
Hold on. Are you
one.
sure you did the math right, bro? This ain't adding up.
This math ain't mathin'.
But
Well,
Halloween's not
because-
even on my list.
Yeah,
So
well,
there-
see, it's not on his list. It's number 8 for me, 10 out of 10. Some people may have had it lower, but the number
Yes.
1 movie could have still had much higher rankings.
Yeah,
like
it
Dave
could
Parker.
have, but I just don't believe it.
I mean, Halloween's
Yeah,
a 10
of
out of
course.
10, but you know, it's like I prefer Friday. Like I know it's not as good, but I'd rather watch Friday.
Yeah.
Well,
So
here's
that-
the thing: is the other one, the number 1 movie appeared on more top 10s than
That is the thing.
Halloween than number 2 does.
It would have
It
to.
has to be. I mean,
Yeah.
if the thing's
It
not
would
on the
have
list, this
to.
list is poopy.
It's more consistent. It appeared in more consistent top 10s where a lot of people, 10 people had Halloween as their number 1, where other people didn't have it in their top 20.
Didn't have it at all.
So who had that as their number 1? Do you want to go through that first?
Yeah, 10 fucking people.
You want to hear the 10 people? Yeah. Okay. So 10
Yeah.
people. Hold on. Let me-
We've talked about this movie ad nauseum. It's fantastic. We love it. Influential. Started the slasher craze. Who loved it?
Just-
Most
yeah.
popular score of all time.
Yep.
It's number 10 on my list.
Number 6 for me.
Number 2 for me. So there you have it.
And I already said number 8, and Dave.
There you go.
Who we
Okay.
have 2 in front of it.
Number
I'm
okay,
embarrassed.
Halloween.
Fucking embarrassed over here.
Good.
Don't be. It's awesome.
It's
I
funny.
love it.
Oh, yeah, don't be.
So Gary, Jose, TJ, Robert, D, Nicole, Scott, Coleman, Chris, aka Scott, and Drew. Hopefully that's
I
10.
don't know any of those people.
I think I got 9, but that's okay.
Um,
We won't do the math. We'll let Brandon do the math at a future
Oh, were
episode.
we supposed to count?
I may have counted wrong too. Who knows?
so we
Either
we,
way, that's
we
all.
all love Halloween except for Dave.
I love
Right.
it. It's not a personal favorite to me. Like as time, I don't watch it as much as like I go back and like I'll watch something like The Thing. I can watch The Thing anytime or Night of the Living Dead anytime. Like that Halloween is just something that I watched a million times as a kid and probably got burnt out. The same
I
thing with
just
like
don't know
Jaws.
how
I
you
watched it.
accidentally don't watch it every year. Like
I know. I did
feel like
watch
on
it. I did watch it a
TV,
couple years ago. I think I watched it. I actually watched it last year, and I watched Halloween 2 and 3 last year, and that's been a long time since I've done that. And I watched Halloween 3 twice last year, and I
Nice.
realized how much I love Halloween 3. I love it.
Oh.
I love it.
Yeah, I do too. The funny thing about Halloween for me is I never even liked it growing up. I just thought I didn't like Michael Myers. I thought I liked Halloween 3. That was the first one I seen. And I wasn't until like 16 I sat down and watched Halloween all the way through. So I did not grow up with Halloween, but it's became a favorite of mine over the years.
I mean, it's phenomenal. And it is the first, like Dave, I know we said Black Christmas kind of, we could describe as the first slasher, but even if they're still just getting the blueprint ready, Halloween really drove it home. And if for the success of Halloween, we wouldn't have got someone wanting to rip it off, which gave us Friday the 13th, which I prefer as a slasher film, even though I know Halloween's a better made movie and a better, like maybe a horror movie, but I love Friday the 13th. It's ranked higher for me on this as well, 2 spots higher. Even though I know from a mastercraft of filmmaking, Halloween's heads and tails above it. But from thrills and gore and everything else, Friday the 13th.
And Kevin Bacon's underwear and swim trunks.
Yeah, absolutely. And the boner's got.
Well, the number
Never underestimate
2,
the boner.
the boner. The number 2, 3, and 4 are my number. They're all in my. Well, I don't have the number 1, but number 2, 3, and 4 are, my 1, 2, and 3. Not in that order, but I was pretty close. But either way, I mean, it's fucking Halloween. What are you gonna say? It's the greatest. I can't wait to watch it again. I only watch it on Halloween night, and I can't wait every year to watch it.
I like that. That's a good idea.
Does this kind of prove
what's a good idea?
Just watching one of your favorite movies one time a year, so you look forward to it and never,
I do. That's what I do all the
perhaps
time.
On the
with
holiday.
Halloween.
I understand your traditions now. They make sense to me.
But that just sounds like
Like I watch Ghoulies 2 every 25
every
years.
other day.
Every
Every
Festivus.
Every time I go to a circus, which is never. So
I work it. Let's do number 1, which we knows.
Okay, number 1. Let's give my 3,507 points. So a big difference. Not a big, but
how big was the difference?
3341 to 3507. So
So
buck
how
and a
big
half.
was the difference? Can you just tell me the number so I don't have to do math?
Can I tell you the numbers?
Yeah.
3507 and 3341.
3, 3, 4. Just tell me the difference.
I don't fucking know. I don't got a calculator in front of me.
Why does he have to do it? And you
Who am
don't?
I? You got a calculator? Do it.
Well, you're saying it's not. It's.
what do I care about math?
Big difference.
66 points, I think, if I did the
Oh,
math correctly.
166 points.
Oh, yeah, okay.
166
Sorry. All right.
cents. Okay, that's. Yeah,
You know.
it's pretty substantial.
That's a difference. So John Carpenter's The Thing. There you have it.
Beautiful.
The
Number
best.
1.
And it deserves it. It was
That
my
love it.
number 1.
that it's funny because
Yeah.
my number 6 was Halloween and my number 5 was The Thing. So it's like right next to each other.
My number 7 is The Thing.
Me too.
I love it. I love
Twinsy.
The Thing.
Number 7. Nice.
You guys are twinsies.
Yeah.
I think The
Twinsies.
Thing is
Like-
truly just
Carly?
a masterly crafted film in every aspect, dude. It's just I love it so much. The story is amazing. I think it's
Yeah,
better than Halloween, so I'm happier to see it above Halloween.
Yeah.
I don't
Carly,
have it on my
would you have it?
list. I don't have it
It's
on my
not on
list.
your list?
No, but it's
Carly,
like a 10 out
what-
of 10.
okay,
but I
dude,
just don't
how many-
watch it. No.
How many smacks does this deserve?
Ghost editor. Let's go.
100 smacks, I think.
100
The-
smacks.
Yeah, dude.
The thing about The Thing is, like, it's one
I
of the
don't-
rare
don't
horror movies
matter.
where I just think about it. I just sit and think. I'm like, so when did he become a thing? And like, I love when a child is like, if I was a perfect imitation, how would you know? And then you think, how would
How
they
would
know?
I
Because
know?
I don't think Norris knew he was a thing until he had a heart attack. People are like, people think he faked a heart attack. No, the Thing assimilated his body so perfectly that he assimilated the bad heart. So when he got hit, he was having a heart attack. And the Thing was like, what the fuck is this? So the Thing went on the ground. And then when they did the defibrillator, that's when you shocked it.
That's-
The Thing they hit the first shock, and then it defended itself on the second shock, because the Thing will not let itself be known until it's attacked when they do the blood test. People don't think, man. They don't fucking think.
It's so, and that scene is a jaw-dropping, gore-shocking moment and absolute fantastic scene. That sequence, the blood test sequence where it jumps up, guaranteed to scare any first-time viewer ever. It scares me over and over
It's
again.
amazing.
Yeah, I love the part where
good.
he does the blood test and they're pretty sure the one dude's the Thing. So he
Yeah.
goes to stick it in and he's like jabbing it and it's like not working. So they're like, fuck,
Yeah.
maybe this doesn't work. And it
Yeah.
it lets your guard down again
I-
because your guard is up. and then
Great
it lets it
directing,
down.
and great editing, and everything. The framing in this is great when you see it in widescreen,
Widescreen?
and you can see him
Oh, if you
holding
see it in
the
the theater, dude,
scalpel.
theatrical
and
JP,
yeah.
man, I'm telling you, bro.
Okay,
Character
like
actor heaven. Character actor heaven.
Yeah.
It is too. Like, it's brilliant. The acting's brilliant. Everyone in here is so memorable and so good.
Windows.
Even the small characters, like, and I love everybody in here, and also Keith David and Kurt Russell. They're
Yeah.
so good. So fucking
Amazing.
good. Like,
Amazing, man.
Kurt Russell, if you're a guy and Kurt Russell's not your favorite actor, fuck you. Like, from our, I mean, who's better than Kurt Russell? Like, for our time frame, think about it. Like, he's our John Wayne.
Buddy, sorry, it's
He's our John Wayne. Like, he's not an asshole like John Wayne too. He didn't go in a Playboy magazine and say that Native Americans were greedy. Like, John Wayne, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
So
Yeah,
greedy,
he still
they
got
just
time.
held on to all that land.
I mean, I don't. John Wayne was born in fucking 1900. I don't. You know, it is what it is, right? But I'm just saying, like, Kurt Russell's the shit. Keith David's the shit. Everybody's
I think
the shit.
it's a perfect movie, and theatrical view, JP is correct. It's very good on the big screen, and I feel like I just never feel like watching it by myself home alone. But like with the times we saw it on the big screen, it was great. There was no complaints or anything like that.
Also,
I
it's a title that you didn't see until very later on.
Well,
in
yeah,
life.
that too. I didn't see that growing up or anything.
And this was a bomb. I saw this when it was on HBO or whatever at a buddy's place. And I remember seeing that dog sequence and it freaked the shit out of me.
Oh, so
and
good.
and then when I rented it, when I started again getting back in the horror movie, it was one of the first ones. It ended up being, I think I've mentioned this in the show, it was the first Laserdisc I got. It was the first DVD I got. It just, all these like landmark, this movie has always just hit home for me. I absolutely love the score from, I mean, I think there was a combination because there was Morricone, but I believe Carpenter has, I think that dun dun is him. I really do think that that's a Carpenter ism. He added
really
that.
is. It is that Ennio Morricone doing a Carpenter score, which is so great. But
right.
they
Okay.
reused that score in Hateful Eight, and it won a fucking Oscar. So that goes to
Yes.
tell you how
Yeah.
wrong they were back in the day. They reused nothing. I mean, like, it's just a brilliant movie, and the one-liners are perfectly placed. Like,
I
towards
can't
the
believe
end,
this
maybe they're
fucking
iffy.
movie bombed though, dude. It's like
But
nuts, bro.
it doesn't mean shit. Like, tons of great movies bomb. Like, and this one definitely started a life on home video and TV. Because I saw this on the Sci-Fi Channel for the first time when I was like 8 or 9, and I was like, that was cool. And then like I was like, oh, I'll just rent the regular version, and it just kept growing on me and growing on me before I realized it was in my top like 5-10 horror movies of all time. And it's just that's what happened. And like also people reevaluating it helped, because then you're like, oh, other people love this movie too, so let's even take a closer look. And then you realize it's a masterpiece. It's brilliant. Everything's about it. Like,
Did anybody ever play the PlayStation 2 game?
no.
Yes, I did.
Dude, it's a sequel,
didn't clear it.
bro.
I didn't
and
clear it, but it was really good, but it was glitchy. So the
Yeah.
the bugs and the glitches, if you could get by them, people said it was still a very rewarding experience. I couldn't get by them, so I played about maybe a third of the way through.
It's actually really good. I have a copy I'm looking at right now. It's actually like a sequel to the movie. It's like what happens next, and it's fucking like good. Like I think they actually talked to Carpenter, like got his creative input on it and shit too. It was like very under. It like made no waves when it came out. Like nobody really talked about it. It's like sort of underrated now, but it's an interesting thing that happened. You know, just a random. They made a thing game in 2006 or something.
I think the movie ends brilliantly because they let it open. Like, the ending of the thing is you're not really ever supposed to know if anybody's the thing. That's just how it ends. You know, I think personally they freeze to death and they die, and that's the end of it. I know that the video game, they obviously have to make Childs the thing or the game does not continue. You know what I mean? Like, so they had to do that. But like the idea at the end of the movie is so up in the air. It's so Carpenter. It's so perfect. It's so just like, hey, it's an unhappy ending, but it's not the worst thing that could happen. It's so much a Carpenter ending. You know what I mean? Like, and the guy is just a Western filmmaker making horror movies.
Yeah.
Sit here for a while.
Yeah, and I always
it's
thought
so
that
good.
too,
Oh, yeah.
Dave.
See what happens.
It's one of those things where I just figure they both die of like the cold. But I love that there's so many like theories, and anytime you have like, oh well, you know that he's not the thing because he takes the drink, and that's that's gasoline, or like the twinkle in the eye thing. Like I love that stuff because any film that has the theories like that just shows how much rich mythology it has and how much people love it, that they create what they think it might have been. and you know, cool.
And you could talk about millions of scenes in the thing like that. Like I said, it's like,
Yeah.
when the fuck did, because like the scene when they have the shadow with the dog, right there, he either gets Palmer or Norris. And they made it purposely kind of vague so you didn't know which one. But then you could think about it's like, then if that one of those is Palmer or Norris, when did they get Palmer, the other one? Because like Palmer, Norris, Bennings, we see Bennings become a thing. And then Palmer or Norris is one of those. Blair must have got it when they put him in there, but he obviously wasn't the thing at first, but he became a thing later when he was isolated. But we don't know when he got to him. But like a lot of the other guys were never things. Like it's fucked up too that he shoots fucking Clark in the head, and Clark wasn't even the thing. Like he fucking just straight shot him.
Yeah, and like I feel like you could get
Watch
like
Clark.
a board with like with pictures and fucking those
Watch
pins
close.
with like thread and like you know
And
like,
who lifted the key from Gary? Somebody had to lift the key from Gary.
yeah, who lifted it?
You know, you
And
hear
he's
Carly, did you lift it?
Yeah.
He's got
Let me
the,
know.
He's got the best line in the movie. The couch line, of course.
Got to the blood.
Such a classic. Who all had that is
yeah.
in them.
tied to this fucking couch.
Oh, that part fucking kills me every time. Well, I was one of the three. I had it as my number one.
Yes, it was you, and it was Sean, and it was Johnny C. Only 3 with 100.
It's in everybody's top 10 though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it almost has to be in everyone's like top 10
Except for Carly's.
Yeah, I mean,
because you're looking at you said 10 people. That's 1,000 points right there for Halloween, right? Had it as their number one.
Marco gave it 82 points. So whatever spot that is, fucking Mark L gave it 92 points. So again, whatever spot
Yeah.
that is. So I just going down the list, you know. The Ram Man, does he have it? I don't know.
Guaranteed.
Is it?
Guaranteed. He gave us the Apocalypse trilogy to do. So I'm almost positive it.
Oh yeah, number 3.
All
Yeah.
3 of those made my list. All 3 Dead films made my list. That's the only ones that I have like 3 trilogies.
So is it safe to say?
It was John Rhodes number 3. It was
So I know we're going to do the stats now, but with John Carpenter having the number 1 and number 2 spot, does that make him the greatest horror director?
Did he have the most appearances?
You guys are ready for the
No,
stats? Let's
yeah.
do it.
This
let's
is
do
the
that.
stats. This is
Yeah, Dave
these
Michigan Garrett.
these be the stats.
His number 5 was the thing. So this is just proving it. I'm just going down the fucking line. James, his number 2 was the thing. So you just keep, you know,
Yeah.
up here. It's on it's on so many top 10s. So anyway, okay, let's get to some stats. Oh, hold on. I got some pitches here. Okay, so let's talk about this. First of all, let's talk about the decades. The top 200. We have 67 movies from the 1980s. 67. Who do you think second place? What decade?
70s.
Okay.
I'm going to say 2000s.
All right. You're both wrong.
I'm gonna say the 90s.
You're wrong.
10.
There you go. So this is what I always say. My 2 favorite decades. The 2010s had 46 movies in it, followed by
1/5.
Recency biased.
the big shocker of them all. The 2000s had 35 movies. 35 movies. And I'll tell you what, it looks weird, but when you go back and
1/6.
look at those 2000 movies, most of them, I don't have a problem with them being there. They're all great ones. The 70s only had 21 movies. 20 fucking 1.
Wow.
That's it. The 90s had 18. The 60s had 7. The 30s had 3. The 50s, 40s, and 20s had 1 each. But here's the weird thing about this. Now, when you talk about the 70s only having 21, when you look at the top 100, 41 for the 80s. For the 10s, you have 18 of them. But for the 70s, 14 of them are in the top 100. And then the 2000s, you have 13, the 90s, 9, 60s, 3, 30s, 2. The top 50, you have 20 from the 80s, 10 from the 70s, 6 from the 2010s, 6 from the 2000s, 5 from the 90s, and 3 from the 60s. And the first appearance of anything from the fucking 1930s is all the way at number 92 at Frankenstein. So it takes 92 to get to something from the 30s. Now here's something interesting. The top 20. See, this is what it is about the 70s. What I always say. It's got the most heavy hitters, but it doesn't have all the fucking depth.
It
The top
also has like I guarantee that the people that submitted lists have seen way less 70s movies too.
apparently I don't know, but
Yeah.
bottom line,
I Spin on Your Grave never made an appearance, and that's on my top 20.
there you go.
Yeah, that would be in mine too.
Yeah. So the top 20, you have 7 from the 70s and 7 from the 80s. 2 from the 90s, 2 from the 60s, 2 from the 10s. The first appearance of the 2000s is number 30 with Trick or Treat. So basically the 2000s dominated the fucking the fucking lower ones, the 150 and onward. And then there wasn't a whole lot in the of the 2000s there was none in the top 30 until fucking number 30. So then the top 10, six are from the 70s, 3 are from the 80s, and 1 from the 60s. Now, franchises. Friday the 13th had 5 and 1 in the honorable mentions. Halloween had 5. Evil Dead had 4. Those are the 3 big franchises.
5 Halloweens made it?
Yes, 5 Halloweens made it.
Halloween 1 and 2 and 3, and then the remakes.
And Rob Zombie's H2. How about that?
Wow.
Love it. Okay, so
They love the white horse, JP.
here's the director.
I love that movie.
I love seeing it. A lot of people love it apparently. So directors.
I like it.
John Carpenter had 6 and 1 in the honorable mentions. Argento had 6.
Damn. Argento overperformed.
He's the man.
Who was the first? Sorry, I got distracted.
Carpenter
I
had
apologize.
6 and 1
Carpenter
honorable.
had
Okay,
6
that
and
makes-
Argento had 6, but Carpenter had 1 in the honorable mentions. They Live was one of the ones that ends up an honorable mention because of all the
Yeah.
time. So Romero had 4 and 1 honorable mention.
Yep.
So followed by, let's see,
It's all makes
4
sense. now.
directors. 4 directors were tied with 4. Cronenberg, Hooper, Raimi, and Rob Zombie.
Interesting.
That's kind of surprising, huh?
Did
Rob,
Zombie-
Craven only
Zombie
have
would-
two?
what'd you say, JP?
Did Craven only have 2?
Craven had 3, Fulci had 3, Juan had 3, and we can add Joe Dante. Oh no, yeah. Joe Dante had 3 as well.
The Burbs, Gremlins, and Howling?
Yep.
No Howling. I mean, no Piranha.
No piranha.
piranha. No, not there. So those are the facts. Those are the stats.
Wow.
So look how biased I am. I'm looking at my list, and I have 50 out of my 100, 53 from the 80s. And then I have
Nice.
23 from the 70s, 2 from the 60s, and 2 from the 2000 to 2010s, and then 3 from the 2010s.
Wow.
And then only 1 from the 50s, 2 from the 50s.
Yeah, I mean, in my in my 50 list, I think I had only 1 film from 2010 plus, and then which was The Witch, and then I had a handful. I did have a good bit of 2000s, I think.
The only stat that I've got that's not relative to anything you guys have just said is that 11 of my movies on my top 100 did not show up on this total list.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm gonna bring that up on the
11
next show. I don't even know. Wow.
Also, I forgot 15 from the 90s. I had 15 from the 90s, so the 90s aren't as
wow.
bad as people say.
So
Yeah.
these are the 15 that didn't show up: The Toxic Avenger, Phantasm 2, Bay of Blood, Dress to Kill, Lord of Illusions, A Quiet Place 2, Devil, Hardware, Crimson Peak, Identity, and The Devil's Candy.
No wonder those suck.
So wait, did Hills Have Eyes make it?
No, the remake made it. How about that? As an honorable mention, I think. Maybe as an honorable mention, I can't remember. Or it was
Yeah.
towards the bottom. I know
Last
The
that.
Hills
House
Have
on the
Eyes
Left's made it.
remake made it at 41. I have the list right here.
The
Did Last House on the Left made it though, right?
yes.
Did it? I can't remember.
Yeah, that made my 100, and it also made the it was 158. It was my number 95 though too.
So here's what didn't make it from my list. This is the first one I saw, my number 29. Ju-on the Grudge did not make it. Anything else? Battle Royale made it, right? Fucking Ringu made it. All right. Black Swan made it. Okay, anything else? Let me see. So far, a lot of my stuff made. Oh, Brimstone did not make it, and I'm not surprised. Antichrist did not make it. Anything else?
Wait, are
Let's
you
see.
sure? Wait, Antichrist didn't make it, or was that honorable mention or something?
Maybe it was an honorable mention.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought I.
Th-
Yeah, because we
Psycho
talked about
2.
ball smashing.
Psycho
There's balls-
2. Psycho 2.
That made it.
It-
Yeah, it did.
Did
Psycho
it?
2 made it. Yeah, yeah.
Then I'm fucked up and I'm happy. Okay. Amityville 2. Amityville
That was on my list as well, Dave.
Yep.
Amityville
did not
2.
make it.
You
and
incest-loving
Poughkeepsie
fools.
tape- The
Yeah,
Poughkeepsie
makes-
tape didn't make it. The others, did that make it? I don't remember.
Did
I
think-
Paranormal
yes.
Activity make it?
Yes, it did. From Dusk Till Dawn, did that make it? I can't remember
Yes.
my own list. Bone Tomahawk?
I believe so, because I was shocked, but everybody
Craft?
loved it.
I'm not surprised didn't make it. Devil's Candy. No, actually, a lot of the stuff towards the end for me. House at Jack Pilt, The Ritual, Sacred Deer, Ghost Story, Pin, Session 9.
Oh, you had a lot more than I did then. Well,
Yeah,
not a lot.
Towards
Maybe
the
two or three more.
Yep. Magic. Did Frailty make it?
I remember us talking
I
about
think
Frailty,
it
but I'm
did.
getting
I
confused.
think it
Yeah.
did. Magic was
Yeah.
my other one that didn't make it. So I probably had a
Frailty did get mentioned because we talked
Okay.
about it. Yeah.
I think I had maybe 15 didn't make it. Whatever. It's not bad. But
So it's
No.
a Christian. It's a Christian list then. It's not a Dave Z
JP.
list.
Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah.
well, yeah,
Correct
but
it right
the
now.
thing is,
No, there's no. Yeah, but it's a Christian list.
I'm gonna get down to it and find out for sure.
With,
I want to
with
know.
the same number one. Same number one. The Thing. Done. It's Christian list.
You know what was very happy as the host
Dave
of the
Z
show.
was trying to claim the list this whole time. It wasn't even his list.
See, Christian is more like me.
This is why we have JP on the show.
Well,
I
we-
would have even.
Like,
I would have just made a joke, but not have had anything to back it up.
we didn't have a lot of 70s movies on there. We had a lot of 80s and probably a lot of 2010s, and those were the biggest ones.
Yeah, I feel like the 70s ones that were on there were the ones that are
That's
the heaviest of hitters.
yeah.
There's definitely some that I think would probably should probably be considered, or well, should, what does that really mean? But there's some stuff that I would have expected maybe that didn't make it, but
Yeah.
the Argento is probably the most surprising thing to me. I
Really?
really didn't expect that much Argento love to come through.
It's great.
I did. I mean, I'm not too surprised with those ones. All the major directors were well represented. I mean,
Yeah.
again, maybe one or two more from Cronenberg or one more from Romero. Again, his three. It was his Dead, Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead. Were those
Creep
the only
Show.
three? Oh, and Creep Show. That was just four that he did.
Always creep show. People
Maybe
always forget it.
Martin or Crazies. I'm a little surprised because they seem to get some love.
Now, Stephen King. Stephen King, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 Stephen King movies. The Children of the Corn, Dead Zone, Salem's Lot, Silver Bullet, Pet Cemetery, Christine the Mist, Misery, Creep Show, Carrie, The Shining. There you go.
Yeah.
Found footage, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, okay, so not as many, but still, it's still, for all the hate you hear on found footage, we still got 7 on this list. Cloverfield, Creep,
Wow.
Go,
That's
Babe,
cool.
Paranormal, Wreck, Blair Witch. In slashers, man, how many? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. 20 slashers. So sounds about right. 10% of the top 200,
Yeah.
So
I'm not
How the fuck
disappointed
does
with any of those.
Terminator
stats.
make it, but not Predator.
Well, hey, we've had
That's
this
a good.
discussion.
That's actually a pretty good question.
Predator.
Yeah, they're about equivalent.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd probably put Predator as horror more than I would Terminator. I mean, I know Terminator is a
Yeah.
cyborg type thing, but Predator's an alien. At least you got that.
Yeah.
Well, Predator's like more of a real horror movie too.
Yes. That's what I
Yeah.
said.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Yep.
Just in the realm of the serious too, what seems to fit in action horror more so. But hey, what do we know? The two surprises were the Burbs and the Terminator. I think. Was there another one that got the what? Other than maybe placement on the list. Like I was
Can't
just a little
remember.
surprised that Dawn of the Dead being represented a bit lower than I would have expected, but I'm still
Hey.
happy with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. Like I said, it's representative of what we like at least, and the people that submitted lists. I mean, it's whoever didn't like it. I guess you should have submitted a list if you didn't. You know, maybe
I think
maybe you could have affected the list a little more. What can I say?
The
It's like
only
when
thing
you
I
don't
don't like
vote
about this
and you get
list
mad
is
at the
Carly's.
winner.
what?
You don't like Carly's list?
No, it's horrible.
No,
Do you
listen.
want listen? Do you want pizza delivered to you later or not? Like, I mean,
He's
Right.
not getting it either way, so we might as well talk shit again.
You know,
Listen, I think
I have
like
a shitload of movies not on the list.
well, Ghoulies 2, we know is
I
one. Of them.
believe that.
What'd you say,
What about
Carly?
you, Carly?
I just said that I don't feel like I'm lazy. I don't feel like counting
Don't worry
all that.
about that.
Okay.
Do you want
I
me to go
just-
down real quick? Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
Dave,
Carly.
didn't you say you never interrupt Carly?
I didn't mean to.
I know. I'm
You
trying
guys were
to-
talking
You're
about
the
fucking
only one
pizza,
that
bro.
does.
You're talking about pizza.
No. Okay. Anyway, I was just going to say I think like the best movies made the list. However, I think I keep looking at my list and I'm like I have the best list. But
There
I'm
you
also
go.
thinking like I have stuff like Mad Men on my list. Like I just have all these fun movies that are nostalgic for me and stuff like that. So it's like
Jesus.
so get it. What are you saying, Christian?
No, I just agree with
He's talking
JP.
shit.
Yeah. No, I was just having indigestion over having Mad Men on their top 100. Like, so I agree with JP. Yeah, trash. Absolutely.
Okay, bye.
I
No,
have
the one
43
thing
movies
I'll
that didn't make
say
the
is
list.
Carly's list is very her. As it
Yeah.
should
That's what
be.
it's all about.
As
That's
it
what it's
should.
all about.
Right.
We-
It's a
We poke
combination.
fun. We make jokes. I mean, no one.
Yeah.
I hope no one takes us seriously. They're losing. Oh my God, these elitist assholes. Absolutely not.
Nah.
This is all fun and
No,
games.
people
Like,
think
we're-
I bully Carly for real.
Well, that's another story. That's got nothing to do with the list. I'm always
have
on Carly's
43.
side.
Out of my
43
100 that didn't make the
that
list.
didn't make it.
Not
I
on the
want
list.
to hear this list. Okay, shoot him off.
All
Redneck
right,
zombies.
So I'll start. All right. No. Yeah, it is. House on the Edge of the Park, I Spit on Your Grave, Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, Don't Torture a Duckling, Deadly Spawn, Martin, Cannibal Apocalypse, Horror Express, Death Dream, Cruisin', Brain Damage, Messiah of Evil, Rabid, Ernest Scared Stupid, yes, Bloodletting, Untold Story, Humanoids from the Deep, Invasion of the Body Snatchers 56, Stage Fright 87, Dead Next Door, Combat Shock, The Crazies 73, The Devils, Tales from the Crypt, Alligator, Predator, Ghoulies 2, Something Wicked This Way Comes, Night of the Demons, Tetsuo the Iron Man, Skinned Alive, Shatter Dead, Demon Knight, Redneck Zombies, Colobus, Serbian Film, Vampire Circus, House by the Cemetery, Terrorvision, Class Nukem High, Toxic Avenger, Waxwork, Fright Night 2.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
there's a lot of
Woo.
stuff on there that I would also have. House on the Edge of the Park is one I could think of off the top of my head. I feel like this entire list was very American heavy, though, right? Was there?
Oh, wait a minute.
Do you have that
here we-
stat?
I have that stat. I put it out at the
Stats.
beginning.
Wow.
But I'll go back to it. I wrote it down here. I want to say, let's see, I think I have it here. What I equated to be movies that were not North American, that were foreign to North America, there was 45 of them. So that's not bad. 45.
Okay, but is that including like stuff from England and like I'm talking about non-English
Yeah,
speaking?
because you know that the UK is part of North America.
Yeah. We're taking them over now. They owned us once, now we're going to own them. You guys aren't
Oh, no,
drinking
it's
tea
you,
anymore.
motherfuckers.
You're drinking coffee.
Yeah,
We don't like tea.
like regular
Yeah,
fucking people.
I'm including the UK. They're foreign to North America. So yeah, anything.
I'd be curious on how many non-English speaking films there are.
Yeah, interesting. I hear you.
Because
Pan's Labyrinth
because
must have
a
been.
lot of like you see more English speaking films on like Netflix and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Whereas like some of the ones that are foreign language, I feel like are a little harder to seek out.
True, but listen to this. Wouldn't you say that there are a lot more foreign horror movies since the 2000s than there were in the fucking 70s and 80s that are seen?
Well,
I've
there's
seen-
more movies in
Yeah.
general, but yeah, that also.
Well, yeah.
applies.
Well, you.
But you know what I'm
you've got-
saying? Like a
Yeah.
lot of people voted, a lot of people had 2010s movies in this list. It was the highest representation after the 80s. So
Yeah.
by default, would you think that a lot of those foreign movies are part of that?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like there wasn't any foreign movies really non-English speaking ones that weren't modern. You know what I mean?
Add Night of the Living Dead 1990 to that list that didn't make it.
It's a good list though. Like you had like solid like options on there that would have been like follow-ups maybe in the 400 range.
Yeah, I mean, like if I had a top 150 and the top one, I mean, Ghoulies is a great 400, but I mean, I would have had most of those movies in my next 25 that I didn't have, like Halloween and Jaws. I was just like, I just was trying to pick personal favorites, not best, and I haven't rewatched a lot of those in a long time.
No, that's fine, but there's so many stats that we could go deep dive on or do a follow-up show on, but ultimately, no, I'm happy with the list. I thought when Dave was kind of saying you'll be surprised, I thought it was going to be something that was going to turn everything upside down, and I feel like that top 20 plus is fine. That represents kind of what I would have expected to see. Maybe some different placements here and there, like I said earlier, but ultimately I'm happy with what was represented.
I feel like it's a super expected list, honestly.
I guess that's a nice, simpler way of saying what I just said. I agree. Like,
yeah,
I'd like to ramble on, but yeah.
See, I don't know.
Dave was saying, the way Dave was describing the list, I was thinking there was going to be a bunch of shit I didn't expect. Whereas, it's pretty fucking standard. The best horror movies.
I'm just saying, I hear people talk a lot and say that after the 80s, they love the 70s. And then the 70s representation is only 21 movies. I would never have expected to see more movies from the 2000s than the 70s. To me, that's shocking.
I think Brian and Jamie would be shocked because I believe they mentioned the 70s being one of their favorite or their second favorite decade, depending if it was Brian or Jamie. And yeah, to see just 21 movies represented, that might be a big shock. It's shocking to
me.
Yeah,
but not because me. That's why I said it's a Dave Z list. It fits into fucking how I feel about the 70s. All these great heavy hitters, and I happen to love them all. But I don't have a lot in the 70s that I'm into that aren't those. There's here and there, but I mean, it's just like I expected the way people talk to see more of that, and less like the 2000s was the big shock. 2010s. I knew that it was going to come in strong. And I've been talking about how much I love it for a while. So I thought that was going to be the easy, but I didn't think that to me, that was surprising. I don't know.
I think people are pretentious, and I think they like to pretend that they all love these 70s movies so much.
Agreed.
But really,
dude, 70s is for sure one of the best decades for film ever.
Not for the fucking watch the first 5 of the year and it's like, wow, these are great, and then you go a little farther and it's like garbage shit, boring as hell.
I mean, I had 23 movies from the 70s, so I put my money where my mouth was.
What about your money mouth?
It makes a lot of money.
Dude, there was Don't Torture a Duckling wasn't there, which is one of the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but that wasn't on our list. That was on Dave's list.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't.
It made my list. It was high up on my list.
Torso wasn't represented. Not that I had Torso on my list, but it would have been on my 101 to 200. Torso would have been there, no question.
Sure.
So there are definitely missing factors, but I don't disagree with what Carly's saying. You get past that top 5 of the year.
Yep.
And there's going to be, I think it gets into areas that I'm not as interested in. Well, check them out for sure.
But are uncomfortable being like, I love 2000s movies. It sounds like
early 2000s. Yeah, there's some shit movies though, but I think the early 2000s. I 2005 we were hard on it, but there's at least 6 great movies from 2005, and that's rare. That's rare. 2005 was very top heavy though.
Yeah.
It had 6, 7 great films, and then there's some the bad. The problem is the bad from that time is really bad
as well. Real good year. Yeah. There's a couple in there, but everything else. But still, what did I say? What have I always talked shit about the 90s? There's only 18 fucking movies out of 200 from the 90s. That's not impressive.
Yeah.
It's just not there. The 90s are they're not as bad as the 70s. Pardon me. The 90s are like the 70s, but they're worse. You have a couple of these movies here, this and that. 70s are still better.
I think there's also just a factor that a lot of people that are going to submit lists are people who aren't as into what we're doing, having podcasts and watching a million movies. So there's stuff like The Untold Story that's in the 90s. That's clearly one of the best movies of the 90s, but it's just not going to
it's not very approachable, and people don't have access to it. That's one problem with horror fans nowadays, and I'm not trying to be rude. They don't hunt. They don't have time. They just let the streaming services tell them everything they watch. That's why you
Yeah.
get weird posts like this. Hey guys, I heard about this rare classic called Hellraiser. It's on Shudder now. Check it out. It's pretty good. And then we're like old men who are like, I rented it in the theater, in the video store, and then we get all like elitist and annoying. Like back when I saw Hellraiser, I fucking
Your mother
then
blew
we
me in
get
the
annoyed.
theater when we watched it.
Yeah, I had sex with a
Not
ghoulie
your
in the
mother.
bathroom.
Oh,
But
did
you know what I'm
Trilogy
saying,
of
like-
Terror make it?
No.
No.
No, because why?
Really? You don't think that's a classic?
I mean,
No,
Tales
we,
from the
we did it on the show.
Yeah,
we
we
did it on the
reviewed
show, and it was
like a
again
seven.
that Devil Doll one at the end is the obviously the
highlight.
standout. And
Yeah.
does it carry the whole movie though? No.
Yeah.
No,
I love Tales from the Hood and I love Tales from the Crypt, but I'm confused that Tales from the Hood made it, not Tales from the Crypt. I honestly
Tales
do
from the
think
Hood did make it. Fuck yeah.
Yes, it did.
It's
I
one
was-
of
And Dave,
But
sorry,
I
Dave.
just don't think a lot of the younger people, I don't think they watch a lot of the 70s stuff either. So
that's what the argument that I was kind of making.
I think
But-
you're right. But that's fine. That's
I
fine.
don't know how many young listeners and young podcasters we actually talk to. To be
I don't
honest,
know.
most people we know are not everyone. I think most people are like 35 plus. 35,
except for Carly.
45.
Like I don't know. I also just think that who the hell knows? Like I'm
And JP.
more on yours.
JP, sorry. JP.
I think that the 70s is a little bit overrated personally as well, Dave.
There you
But
go.
I just think that it also is not as overrated as maybe you and Carly think.
Think about it. Here's for an example. We also are putting movies that we have more fresh in our memory. Because right now I'm looking at this list and I just went over 1980, right? I watched 161 movies. My top 100 has 9 movies from 1980. I bet if I didn't recently go over 1980, I wouldn't have that many on the list. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
And like-
yeah, obviously.
For 81, I only have 4. But like I have movies
Really?
that I probably love just as much that didn't make my list from 81. You know what? I just realized Inferno is not on my list, but it should be.
Yeah.
And Inferno
Is
make the
Is
master list?
Possession on your list?
No.
Good.
I like Possession, but I didn't put it on there because you know what? I watched Possession like 3 times in 20 years. It's not, I love it. I think it's great, but I don't revisit it often. It's
Yeah.
not exactly the most pleasant thing to watch. And sometimes the unpleasant ones I watch over and over, like Cannibal Holocaust, but Possession, I didn't do it.
Well, of course, also popularity of a movie is going to factor in if it's going to be on a list when you do it like this, because chances are that everyone has seen it, right? Whereas there could be like great films that just only half the people have seen.
And
So
how many
popularity
Americans see it?
factors into it as well.
Mostly
um,
Americans, right? That changes, like because overseas and stuff, they don't have the same popular movies. Like in Hong Kong and UK, like certain things are more popular in the UK and
Right.
Australia. Like Wolf Creek
Right.
makes the list in Australia, but it don't make it here.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Like
But
Wolf Creek,
Should we finish today? I'm just because we
Yeah,
keep talking
dude.
about the list that we
Finish
just
today.
listed. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And-
but at the end of the day, it's a great list. Like it's very representative of I think people.
my back
Yeah.
hurts.
My back has hurted. This whole hurted.
Aw.
Hurt. This whole
Doctor
time.
says I need a backiotomy.
Yeah, I think I do too.
I gotta
Uh-oh.
go
wonder I
pick up
smoked
pizza,
the Tommy.
guys.
Yeah, right.
You
We got
go-
the Super
Yeah, you
Bowl in a
do.
couple. Well, thank you guys.
Super
for-
Bowl self-abuse.
Thanks for
I
having
mean,
us.
shit.
Sorry I cut you off, Carly. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Dave. I love you.
Ooh.
Love you too.
Love you all.
Sorry,
The
Carly.
Super Bowl of self-abuse. Here we are.
That's what-
So anyway, thank you guys for enduring this thing, and everyone that's took part in this and all these 3 recordings because they've all been marathon shows. But
You saved
They've
the
all-
best for last, right?
yeah, they've all
Sure.
been.
Yeah,
Whatever you say.
that's us.
It's been a blast. It's been an experience. This is awesome. Thanks to everybody that submitted a list again, because I know it's not an easy task. A lot of people, it's some shit, So
Yeah, hell, I didn't even do it.
no,
Right.
see,
Half
It's
the
too
time
hard.
the
It
show
It was
is
too hard.
Person.
I tried like 4 times. I'm like, fuck this.
you
I
tried.
tried 50 times and Dave Z just pushed me to turn it in even though I wasn't ready and I had Ghoulies 2 on there and no Jaws.
Blame me.
You know what? And if you're cursing at the list and you didn't submit one, like we always say, fuck off.
Kick rocks.
Yeah, hey,
Yeah. Yeah. Like we say it,
Pound salt.
and we, yeah.
but thank you.
But-
You can't say it
Yeah.
enough. And for the listeners, we're gonna take our vacation now. We're gonna take a little break for the month of what is it, March? What month are we in?
Yeah.
Finally took my advice, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're in February,
or
but
in
March is the
February.
month we're taking off.
we're gonna take a little March break. So if you guys want to pull back your Patreon stuff, we get that. You know what I mean? But again, I'll always try to put something out bonus if I can. But that's another story.
No
But
refunds.
there will not
If you pull
be.
your Patreon, you're a real piece of shit.
It's $3. Quit being cheap.
I'm just,
I love it
they're
when
not-
other people
you know
say
what?
it
They're
for
not
us.
gonna pull it though, because I've seen this before.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
gonna pull it. They want to support you guys.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, I do it to support. The only time I literally pulled a bunch of Patreon supports because I was broke, but I didn't pull from exploding hits.
Aw.
Same.
Fucking
Oh,
A.
That's fine.
You're the man. Thank you. Shit.
Thank you.
You guys want to pimp shit before you get out of here?
Yeah.
No.
Everybody, you got your time to pimp?
I don't
Screaming
want to
toilet. Come on. No,
Anything?
pimp.
Mr. Parka on YouTube, also 22 shots. Just search me there. Easy.
Yep. Same thing for me.
All right.
Carly.
I'm Carly. I have a Slumber Party Massacre podcast that's on the Cut to the Chase feed, and that's about it.
Awesome.
And there you have it. Well, thank you guys again. Love you all. Love you guys. It's been long overdue to have this group here. And Mr. Parker, of course. Fuck
I'm
yes.
happy to be here. I'm
Yeah,
glad I
that's
got
great.
Parker, great
I wish you come
podcasting
back
with
again.
you. I podcasted with
Same.
the other two already, but it was great podcasting with you guys as well. I just haven't done it with David Parker yet.
Yeah.
We made a good match.
Parker.
We're both assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nazis.
Yeah. You should still Dave Parker from that other show he does. You guys should
Yeah.
just still him
Exactly.
and have him be the third host.
Yeah. Can you go by the name Brandon from now on?
Yeah. I'll even change my religion. I'll either be Jewish now.
You don't have to go that far. You're either Brandon or Dr. Lipschitz. One of the two. Whatever name you want.
Any way to fuck over Scott Derrickson. I'm going Jew.
Nice. Okay. We're going to be out of here. That's a big show, 200. Thanks to everybody involved that submitted list, who's been on the show, to all the listeners. We love you very much. We're going to get out of here, and we'll see you later. So thank you, and peace.